Many people have experienced falling asleep while studying. No matter how hard you try, your eyelids just won't obey you and always go against the textbook. And I'm a typical representative of them. My parents worked hard from dawn to dusk to earn money to support my schooling. But I slept in class every day and my grades were terrible. The shame made me want to drop out of school countless times, but when I thought of my parents' expectant eyes, I held back. Until that day, in ordinary math class, I was lying on the desk, drowsy again. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice exploded in my mind. Bind successfully, super decomposition and synthesis system activated, personal space opened. I jumped out of my chair in shock and blurted out, "Who's talking?" The whole class was in an uproar, and the teacher directly called me to the podium to answer the final question. I was devastated. In the past, when I encountered such a situation, I could only stand in front of the blackboard and accept the harsh criticism and the ridicule of the whole class. After all, the label of the last one had already been attached to me. But this time it was different. The voice in my head sounded again. I found the senior high school math textbook. Do you want to decompose it? I subconsciously chose yes. Instantly, countless knowledge points flashed through my mind like movie scenes. Along with the system prompt sound, the answer was so clear that it seemed to be glowing in front of my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I picked up my pen and started calculating. A few minutes later, when the answer appeared on the blackboard, the teacher's eyes changed from stern to praise. "Very good. It's clearer than I explained." The whole class fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on me like searchlights with doubts, surprise, and deep confusion. How did that guy, who always ranked last in the exam, suddenly become smart overnight? Standing on the podium, I felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. It turns out that being a top student is so exciting. From that day on, I secretly vowed, I will never waste my parents' hard work again. With the help of the system, the dream of Tsinghua University and Peking University is not far away. I will use my efforts to exchange for the happiest life for them. Then my consciousness sank back into my mind. System, can you tell me more about your functions? The super decomposition and synthesis system can decompose everything in the world to obtain skills and items. It can also synthesize everything in the world to create new abilities or items. In addition, decomposition and synthesis will randomly gain skill points and experience points. Skill points are used to upgrade skills, and experience points increase system levels. Listening to the introduction of the system, my heart beat faster and a hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. So awesome! Can you take a look at my personal information? After a moment, a translucent panel appeared in front of me. Host, Jianghao level, 10.3/10, age, 18 strength, 0.8, 1 for an average adult, agility, 0.8, 1 for an average adult, spirit, 1.2, 1 for an average adult, endurance, 0.8, 1 for an average adult. Skills, mathematics 3, 0/10, talents, none skill points, 0.3 personal space, enabled. Looking at this attribute, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Except for the slightly stronger spirit, the rest is completely a weak chicken template. No wonder running 3 laps can make you tired like a dog. However, recalling the experience of breaking down the math book just now, I couldn't help but feel excited. The pleasure of directly absorbing knowledge is simply addictive. Math books can be broken down, but what about other books? I glanced at the textbooks on the desk and pulled out an English book. System breakdown. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing the senior high school English book and obtaining an English knowledge crystal, 0.5 skill points and 0.5 experience points. A multifaceted crystal appeared in my mind, emitting a soft light. Extract and fuse? The system's voice was calm and firm. Of course, I almost blurted out. The crystal instantly turned into a stream of information that flowed into my mind. The grammar rules, word collocations, and pronunciation details instantly became clear. In just a few seconds, my English level had soared to the level of exam paper terminator. I was so immersed in the pleasure of this knowledge explosion that I didn't even notice the bell ringing. It wasn't until I came to my senses that I found that my classmates were looking at me curiously, but I didn't care. I stuffed a few textbooks into my bag and thought about which books I would finish in the evening. On the way home, I couldn't hide my excitement while thinking about how to use the system to quickly change the current situation. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the front. "Ah! Help! I immediately quickened my pace and turned the corner, and saw 3 thugs surrounding a girl. She was wearing the uniform of Tiana number 2 middle school and was struggling desperately, with fear in her eyes. Song Vania. I recognized her at a glance. She was the school's most beautiful girl, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, and now she was being held tightly by 3 hooligans, tears streaming down her face. Stop shouting, little sister. No one will come to save you. A gangster with dyed yellow hair grinned with a lewd look on his face. Seeing this scene, my heart instantly tightened. Although I was extremely scared, my legs couldn't help but step forward. Hey, bullying a girl is too shameful for you, isn't it? I tried to make my voice sound calm, even though my heart was beating like a drum. The yellow-haired man looked back at me and instantly revealed a contemptuous smile. Hey, isn't this a student? A hero, saving a beauty? He shook the folding knife in his hand, and the blade flashed coldly under the streetlight. My palms were sweating, but I forced myself to stay calm. Don't be afraid. You have a system. I tried to encourage myself, and quickly looked around for something useful. Soon, I noticed a broken brick at my feet, and I immediately bent down to pick it up and held it tightly. Although this brick is inconspicuous, it is my only confidence at this moment. Ding! A spider corpse was found. Do you want to decompose it? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Spider? I looked down and saw a small, flattened spider under the brick. Decomposed! I responded in my heart without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing the spider and obtaining the skill. Danger sense. Skill points 0.7. Experience points 0.7. Danger sense. Grants a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect danger in advance and react quickly. Agility +1, spirit +0.6. Asterisk asterisk. Hearing this description, I was overjoyed. This is simply a life-saving skill. After choosing to merge without hesitation, my senses instantly became more acute, and I could even clearly feel the threat in the yellow-haired man's actions. The yellow-haired man approached me with a sneer, shaking the folding knife in his hand. Boy, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Today, I will give you a ride. After saying that, he swung the knife and stabbed me in the chest. Be careful. Song Wanner's scream came to my ears. The next second, my mind suddenly stabbed, as if something sharp had pierced into it. A strong sense of crisis swept over me, and my body reacted almost involuntarily. I turned sideways and narrowly avoided the blade of the yellow-haired man at an incredible angle. When he came to his senses, the brick in his hand had already smashed down, hitting the yellow-haired man's back hard. But the yellow-haired man missed and lost his balance. Before he could stand firm, I hit him with a brick again. This time, he fell to the ground completely, without even the strength to struggle. Brother Ma! Brother Ma! The 2 thugs behind him were anxious and called his name in panic. But Huang Mao didn't move, only breathing heavily. The brick in my hand was still shaking slightly, and my heart was beating like a drum. However, what surged into my heart was not only nervousness, but also an inexplicable excitement. I looked down at myself, with only one thought in my mind. Is this the power of danger perception? At this time, the 2 hooligans finally came to their senses, and a fierce look appeared on their faces. They left Song Wanner behind, and each took out a butterfly knife from their trouser pockets. The cold light flashed in the air, and the blade was frightening to look at. Boy, dare to touch our Mago? You're looking for death. They roared and rushed towards me. I felt the nerves in my body tense instantly, and my muscles seemed to have their own consciousness, automatically adjusting their movements. Time seemed to be slowed down, and every second was terribly clear. The first knife just passed by my ear, and I took advantage of the situation and hit one of them in the head with a brick. He screamed in pain and fell down limply. Another man took the opportunity to rush forward and aimed his butterfly knife at my abdomen. I stepped aside and dodged the blade, while the brick hit his knee hard. He screamed and fell to his knees, the knife in his hand falling weakly. But in just 10 seconds, all 3 thugs fell to the ground wailing, completely losing the ability to resist. Song Wanner, who was standing by, was stunned as she watched this scene. She widened her bright eyes, switching her gaze between me and the thugs on the ground, the shock on her face almost becoming tangible. How is this possible? She murmured, as if wondering if everything in front of her was an illusion. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would probably have thought it was just a routine in a TV series. I gasped for air, my hands trembling slightly from the force of holding the brick, my knuckles turning white, but the excitement in my heart made the pain insignificant. This keen perception and quick reaction made me feel the meaning of strength for the first time. When I looked up, my eyes unconsciously fell on Songwonner. Her black hair was slightly messy and hung on her shoulders. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there were still tears in her eyes. Her face was slightly pale, but it made her look even more charming. Noticing my gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head, pursed her lips, and her cheeks were stained with a light red. I suddenly realized my own loss of composure, quickly looked away, and walked quickly to her. "Are you okay?" I spoke first. "I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt?" She looked at me nervously. We spoke almost at the same time, and were stunned at the same time. We smiled at each other, and the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. However, when the gaze returned to the thugs on the ground, the air became solemn again. "Should we call the police?" I asked tentatively. She hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. "I don't know." Seeing her hesitation, I took a deep breath and said firmly, "I'll take care of it." After saying that, I clenched the brick in my hand, turned around, and walked towards the thugs who were groaning in pain on the ground. The three hooligans lying on the ground were not giving up, especially the yellow-haired one. He endured the pain and looked up at me, with anger written all over his face. "Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you ruin my good deeds? You're dead." The two thugs nearby quickly echoed, quite imposingly. "Yes, you dare to hit our Xiaoma brother. You must be tired of living." I looked at their stubborn appearance, sneered, raised the brick in my hand, and looked fierce. "Bah!" The brick fell down and Huang Mao screamed. "Ah, my back! Bah!" Another brick hit the hand of another thug, causing him to jump in pain. "Fuck! My hand!" I tapped the brick lightly and said in a cold tone, "Are you convinced?" The three of them howled in pain, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered. I raised my eyebrows and sneered, and raised the brick high again. Bang! 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 3 bricks fell down in succession, making crisp sounds and deafening screams. Finally, the 3 men collapsed completely, holding their heads and crying. "We surrender. Big brother, we surrender. Please spare us. We will never dare to do it again." Looking at this funny and pitiful scene, I sneered and said coldly, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again. I will beat you up every time I see you." After saying that, I raised my foot and kicked the yellow-haired guy. The 3 thugs crawled on the ground as if they had been pardoned, and they kept shouting, "Yes, yes, brother, we will definitely take a detour and never dare to do it again." In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. At this time, Song Wanner next to her finally couldn't help laughing out loud. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles that could not be concealed. I looked back and saw her smiling face, and my heart skipped a beat. Her smile was so bright that it made me forget the embarrassment I had just felt. "Thank you so much today," she said softly, her eyes filled with shyness and gratitude. I scratched my head and said awkwardly, "It's okay. I can't just stand by and watch when I encounter this." She pursed her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name?" Before I could answer, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. I took out my phone and saw a name on the screen, Jiang Zixuan, my sharp-tongued sister. After the call was connected, I immediately heard a rapid cry. "Well, Jiang Hao, come to Tianai Hospital quickly. Dad was beaten when he was selling things at the stall." "What?" Hearing this, my heart sank suddenly and my voice suddenly rose. "When did it happen? In which ward?" "Bed 62 in the orthopedics department too. Hurry up." Her voice was mixed with tears, which made me even more anxious. "Okay, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, I looked up at Song Wanner and said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, something happened at home, so I have to leave first. You should go home soon and be safe at night." Before she could respond, I turned and ran into the night, with only one thought in my mind: get to the hospital and see my dad. As the figure gradually disappeared, Song Wanner realized that she hadn't even asked my name, and she shouted anxiously, "Hey, what's your name?" But I had already run far away and couldn't hear it at all. She stamped her feet in annoyance and suddenly noticed that my school uniform was exactly the same as hers. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and playful smile. Humph, since we are from the same school, I will definitely find you. On the other side, I ran all the way to the intersection and hailed a taxi, my heart boiling with anger. You dare to hit my dad? You are tired of living. As soon as the taxi stopped at the hospital entrance, I ran in, almost all the way to the ward door. The moment I opened the door, the scene in front of me made my eyes slightly warm. Dad was lying on the hospital bed, his face pale but with a forced smile on his lips. Mom was standing beside him, carefully tucking in the quilt for him. And my sister Zishuan, with eyes as red as a rabbit, stood beside him with an uneasy look on her face. I walked quickly to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, how are you?" He shook his head, still smiling and comforting. "It's okay. I fell and dislocated a bone." My heart ached, knowing that he was fooling me because he was afraid that I would worry and get into trouble. I tried to suppress the anger in my heart and pretended to blame him and said, "Dad, why are you so careless? What did the doctor say?" My mother took over the conversation and said softly, "It's okay. The doctor said you just need to rest for a few months. Go back and study hard so as not to delay the college entrance examination." Listening to her words and seeing the evasiveness in my sister's eyes, I instantly understood that they had colluded to hide it from me. After leaving the ward, I asked Zishuan coldly, "What did the doctor say?" She hesitated for a moment and finally whispered, "Dad's rib was broken, but fortunately it wasn't dislocated. The doctor said as long as he takes the medicine on time and rests for 3 months, he will be almost healed." My heart felt a little relieved, but was immediately filled with anger. "Who did it?" I stared at Zishuan with cold eyes. She was startled and said timidly, "It was Hong Liang. He forced Dad to pay protection money. Dad didn't have money, so he asked someone to do it." Hong Liang! When I heard this name, my mind exploded, and the anger in my chest almost burned me to ashes. "Hong Liang, you are dead." I punched the small tree next to me and growled. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it?" "Decompose!" I blurted out almost instinctively when I heard the system prompt in my mind. The next second, the light of the small tree flickered slightly. "Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a small tree and obtaining a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 decomposition experience." Life essence? My heart skipped a beat when I saw the system pop up explanation. "This thing can actually repair injuries and bring the dead back to life?" I exclaimed and chose to extract it without hesitation. A green light flashed, and a bottle of thumb-sized, crystal-clear emerald green liquid appeared in my personal space. I stared at it, feeling ecstatic. This was no ordinary harvest. It was a life-saving treasure. I looked down at the tree that had just decomposed. It looked unchanged on the surface, but my sense of danger clearly told me that its vitality had been completely exhausted and it would turn into a dead tree in a few days. "I'm sorry, little tree, but my father's life is more important than yours. The key now is, how can I make Dad take the life essence without knowing it?" I thought about it for a while, and an idea suddenly emerged in my mind. Turning to look at Zishuan, I whispered, "Let's go home and make some chicken soup and send it to Dad to nourish his body." "Chicken soup?" She was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." When we got home, Zishuan and I dug out the only chicken in the refrigerator and prepared to cook it. But looking at the pile of ingredients in front of us, we both fell silent. "Zishuan, can you make soup?" "Brother, can you make soup?" the brother and sister asked almost in unison. In the kitchen, a chicken and a bunch of seasonings lay quietly, and we could only stare at each other. "It's over. What should we do?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. I remembered that my father loved to study recipes, so he must have a secret weapon at home. I slapped my forehead and immediately rushed into his room to look for it. Not long after, I took out 2 thick books from the bookshelf, Recipes and Home Cooking. The moment I picked up the recipe collection, the system prompt in my mind sounded again. "Ding, a recipe book was found. Do you want to analyze it?" I was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. "Decompose." The book trembled slightly, and then a light flashed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the recipe and obtaining the skill God of Cooking, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 decomposition experience. Decomposition completed. Do you want to extract it?" The ball of light flashed in my mind, and I could hardly wait to extract it. A huge stream of information instantly poured into my brain, knowledge about cooking, the combination of seasonings, and the control of heat. All of this poured in like a tide, and I seemed to have become a master chef in an instant. God Chef LV1. 0 out of 10. This is a skill mastered by the legendary God Chef, who can use ordinary ingredients to make the ultimate delicacy. The note also adds, Level 1 can only make ordinary food. Seeing this description, I was stunned for a moment, and then I couldn't help laughing out loud. My system is really amazing. At this time, Jiang Zixuan knocked on the kitchen door, his tone full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao, tell me honestly, did the book really teach you how to make soup? I was startled by her shout and quickly closed the system interface and replied guiltily, Yes. Don't worry. After that, I picked up the cookbook and ran to the kitchen, closing the door behind me to keep her out. Don't disturb me, I shouted as I locked the door, fearing that she would keep asking questions. Okay, Jiang Hao. Hearing the sound of her stomping her feet outside the door, I couldn't help but smile slightly, secretly proud. When you drink this pot of soup, I promise you will shut up. I took a deep breath, calmed myself, and quickly sorted out the cooking steps taught by the system. From preparing ingredients to seasoning, my technique was smooth and flowing, as if I was born to be a god chef. Pour oil, saute, stir-fry chicken pieces. All the movements are natural and smooth, as if they have been practiced countless times. Before long, a rich aroma wafted out of the pot, gradually filling the entire kitchen. Even Jiang Zixuan outside the door couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, it smells so good. Did you really make this according to the recipe? I took a sip of the chicken soup, and my taste buds were instantly conquered. I couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's amazing. This is the legendary magic skill. Listening to the urging outside, I wiped my mouth and responded, It's almost done, don't worry. Then, I took out a bottle of life essence from the system space, carefully poured it into one of the bowls of chicken soup, and whispered, System, this won't affect the effect, right? No, host, don't worry. The system's calm answer made me feel a lot more at ease. I stirred the essence evenly, and the chicken soup immediately exuded a more unique fragrance. In order to avoid being discovered, I hid this bowl of soup at the bottom of the lunchbox and put the ordinary chicken soup on top. Walking out of the kitchen, I pulled Jiang Zixuan, who was full of suspicion, and rushed to Tianhai Hospital together. In the ward, Dad was obviously surprised when he saw us coming in with lunchboxes. Howard, can you still make chicken soup? Dad, don't underestimate him. Jiang Zixuan interrupted. He made it according to the recipe, and it's delicious. Her mother glared at her and corrected her lovingly. Call me brother. Don't always call me Jiang Hao. She pouted and muttered reluctantly. Humph, no. I was too lazy to argue with her, and just opened the lunchbox. A rich aroma instantly filled the ward. It smells so good. Mom couldn't help but exclaim. Did you really do this? Dad asked doubtfully. Dad, you'll know after you try it. I handed him the bowl of special chicken soup with a smile. Dad picked up the bowl, scooped a spoonful, and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed, This tastes amazing. Howard, this soup is really good. He ate one spoonful after another and couldn't stop at all. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Although I had expected that this bowl of chicken soup would have miraculous effects, seeing this scene with my own eyes still made me feel an unexpected sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Mom, there's a bowl of chicken soup in the lunchbox. You can try it too. I handed it to her with a smile. Okay, I'll drink it right away. Mom's eyes were full of satisfaction, as if to say, You've grown up. At this moment, my eyes were fixed on my dad. He slowly finished a bowl of chicken soup, and I asked anxiously, Dad, how do you feel? He frowned, as if he was experiencing it carefully, and then slowly said, My whole body feels warm, very comfortable. Hey, strange, the place where my ribs are broken is a little itchy, as if new flesh is growing on the wound. And then, the father waved his hand tentatively. I feel full of strength. This sentence was like a thunder, making me ecstatic. The life essence really works. Dad suddenly sat up straight with excitement on his face, his eyes shining. No, I have to get out of bed and try. I feel like I'm fine. Ouch, stop it. Mom quickly held him down, her tone full of resentment. Don't you know the extent of your injury? How can it be healed with just a bowl of chicken soup from Howard? Zixuan couldn't help laughing. Dad, the chicken soup is delicious, but you should just lie down and don't make any noise. Everyone in the ward was delighted when they heard this and joked. Lao Jiang, your son made you so happy that you recovered, right? Ha ha ha. That's right. Drinking such delicious chicken soup is enough for you to show off for half a year. TSK, TSK, I really envy you. I'm sick and my son is busy out of town, so I can only rely on my wife to accompany me. Listening to everyone's teasing, Dad's mouth curled up and he could hardly hide his pride. He also glanced at me, his eyes full of pride. However, he quickly put on a serious face and said seriously, I'm not bragging. I really feel better. Don't believe me? I'll get out of bed and show you. No one could persuade him to do it, so I had to help him get off the bed. As a result, he not only stood up steadily, but also pushed my mother and me aside and walked around the ward by himself. Look, I'm really healed. What was even more shocking was that he pressed his broken ribs with his hands and showed no sign of pain. The ward was instantly quiet, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Fuck, no way. Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God, could it really be cured by chicken soup? Mom was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly turned red, and her voice trembled a little. Howard, tell me the truth. Did you put anything special in the chicken soup? Mom, how would I know anything about medicinal herbs? This is just ordinary chicken soup. I quickly laughed it off, trying to fool her. But Dad fell into deep thought, muttering in a low voice. Even if it is 1,000-year-old ginseng, it can't be so magical. At this time, the patient next to him could no longer sit still. With a gleam in his eyes, he asked impatiently, Young man, do you have any more chicken soup? I'll pay 100 yuan for a bowl. Yes, I want a bowl too, no matter how much it costs. Hey, first come first served. Little brother, I'll pay 200, give me a bowl. Don't grab it, I'll give you 300. I watched two patients in the ward arguing fiercely, and before I could react, it turned into an auction scene. People looked at each other eagerly, as if the chicken soup was really a life-saving elixir. Dad, isn't that just an ordinary bowl of chicken soup? Where does the 1,000-year-old ginseng come from? I quickly waved my hands and said with a nonchalant smile, trying to hide my inner nervousness. Without waiting for his response, I immediately changed the subject. Dad, please don't move. I'll go get a doctor to check the situation. After saying this, I rushed out of the ward in a hurry. I ran to the doctor and briefly described my father's condition. The doctor looked calm at first, and it was obvious that he didn't take it seriously. But when I mentioned that my father was able to get out of bed and move around even though his ribs were broken, his expression suddenly became serious. Are you sure he can get out of bed and feel no pain? The doctor asked in disbelief. Yes, he was just spinning on the ground. I couldn't help but force out a bitter smile. The doctor did not hesitate and immediately followed me back to the ward and examined me carefully. As the examination progressed, his expression became more and more puzzled, and finally he frowned and said, It would be safer to take an x-ray tomorrow. If everything is normal, we can discuss discharge. I breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to the doctor's suggestion. Although my father insisted on being discharged from the hospital immediately, I felt much more at ease. After all, system products must be top-notch. I knew that my father's injury was not serious, but to be cautious, I deliberately left the lunchbox of chicken soup and secretly swore in my heart, the secret of the essence of life must never be known to anyone. In the ward, Mom stayed to take care of Dad, while I took Zishuan back home. After returning home, Zishuan sat at the table and did her homework. But I sat alone in the living room, feeling very angry. Hong Liang, you caused my dad to be injured like this. I must get revenge for this. The moment I clenched my fists, I could feel the power brought by the danger perception skill, which gave me more confidence. I secretly glanced at Zishuan, who was studying hard, and I didn't disturb her, but quietly left the house. I walked all the way to the place where my father usually set up his stall, and there were still traces of fighting on the ground. Afterwards, I started asking the nearby vendors about Hong Liang, but Hong Liang had been rampant for a long time, and most people did not dare to offend him. They just avoided my gaze, shook their heads, and walked away. Some people who recognized me as Zhang's son couldn't help but advise me, Young man, Hong Liang and his gang are not easy to mess with. Don't be impulsive. However, these words only made me more determined. I pieced together Hong Liang's whereabouts from the fragments of information from several insiders and hurried over. Finally, I found him at a food stall. He was drinking and eating meat with a dozen hooligans, and his arrogant and domineering appearance was disgusting. Hong Liang, I finally found you. I stared at him, anger burning in my eyes. But I knew that now was not the time to take action. Hong Liang had a large number of people, and there were people coming and going here, so it was simply not realistic for me to confront them head-on alone. Suppressing the anger in my heart, I turned and walked to a big tree on the side of the road, put my palms on the trunk, and fell into deep thought. Ding! An ant was found. Do you want to decompose it? The system prompt sound suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I looked down and found that I had crushed an ant to death. There were many more ants on the tree trunk, busy carrying things. A thought flashed through my mind. Disassembling a spider gave me danger sense. What would I get from disassembling an ant? My heart moved, and I decisively ordered, decompose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing an ant and obtaining the skill. Giant strength. Skill points plus 0.9. Decomposition experience plus 0.9. Giant strength LV1. 0/10 grants the host powerful strength to break all rules. Looking at the skill description, I could hardly contain my excitement. Ants can lift 400 times their own weight and drag objects 1,700 times their own weight. If I merge this skill, how strong will my power be? With full of expectations, I said without hesitation, fusion. The moment I merged with the huge force, I felt like I was reborn. My muscles seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, and the power was like hot magma surging in my blood. Every inch of muscle was full of explosive power, as if it could tear the air at any time. I said calmly, System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jianghao level. 1.1 out of 10. Age, 18 strength, 8 agility, 1.8 spirit, 1.8 endurance, 0.8 skills. Mathematics level 3, 0 out of 10. Divine cooking level 1, 0 out of 10. Innate magical powers. Danger sense level 1, 0 out of 1. Giant strength level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points. 4.1 personal space on. My eyes widened in shock as I scanned the data on the panel. Level 1 giant strength actually increased my strength tenfold. Although it takes 10 skill points to upgrade giant strength to level 2, which is not enough at the moment, it only takes 1 skill point to upgrade danger sense. System, upgrade danger sense to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, spend 1 skill point. The innate magical power danger sense is upgraded to level 2. Danger sense level 2, 0 out of 10 grants a keen sixth sense, allowing you to sense danger in advance and react quickly. Agility plus 2, spirit plus 1. The moment the upgrade was completed, I felt my mind was clearer than ever before, my body became more flexible, and I could clearly feel the air flow around me. I checked the panel again, and the data had changed quietly. Strength, 8 agility, 3.8 spirit, 2.8. Now, I have 8 times the strength of an average person, 3 times the agility, and I am as agile and sharp as a cheetah. Hong Liang and his group? They're just a bunch of clowns. Hong Liang, clean your neck and wait for me. As night fell, Hong Liang and his buddies came out of the food stall drunk, shouting and laughing, without even paying for their meal. The boss was so angry that he stamped his feet, but he didn't dare to step forward to argue. I followed them from a distance, my eyes like an eagle, silently observing their every move. Hong Liang led the group around and finally into a dark alley. This kind of place is exactly my hunting ground. I held my breath and hid my figure in the darkness, like a cheetah ready to pounce. When Hong Liang's little brothers fell behind the team, I seized the opportunity, approached silently, and suddenly threw a punch. Bah! Ah! With a scream, the first brother fell to the ground. Before the others could react, the second one also fell. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds and screams came one after another, leaving them with almost no chance to breathe. In less than a moment, everyone fell to the ground, groaning, unable to get up again. When Hong Liang heard the noise behind him, his drunkenness was instantly washed away by the shock. He looked back and saw his men lying on the ground in a mess. His face turned pale, but he still said stubbornly, "Who dares to sneak attack me? Brothers, come on, kill him." However, the only remaining man beside him was knocked down by my heavy punch before he could touch me. With the help of danger sense and great strength, every punch I threw was like thunder and lightning, carrying unparalleled pressure. The alley was so quiet that only Hong Liang was left. His lips trembled, his eyes were full of fear, and he tried his best to force a flattering smile. "Brother, which gang are you from?" I stared at him coldly, without responding. The murderous intent in my eyes was like a cold blade, which made him unable to hold on any longer. Don't do it. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never dare to go against you again." Hong Liang completely collapsed and knelt on the ground begging. Brother, I was wrong. How did I offend you? You say, I will change, really change." His loud voice was trembling. and he stepped back repeatedly, with fear on his face. His original arrogant attitude had now completely turned into a humble plea for mercy. I stared at him with cold eyes. The man in front of me was the culprit who hurt my father. My anger had been suppressed to the limit. However, at this moment, Hong Liang's expression suddenly changed, and a hideous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly bent down and picked up an arm-long iron rod on the ground, swung it violently, and shouted at me. "Dare to block my way? I'll let you taste my power." Before he finished speaking, the iron rod was whistling towards me. A sense of crisis suddenly came over me, and I subconsciously moved my body to the side, narrowly avoiding it, and then punched back. Bah! Accompanied by a muffled sound and a loud scream, the iron rod flew out, and he fell to the ground, curled up in pain. I walked up to him, kicked him over, and looked at him coldly. "Want to sneak attack me? Do you also want to beat me like you beat my dad?" Before he could reply, I grabbed him by the collar, raised my fist, and hammered him in the stomach. Bah! Hong Liang suddenly bent like a shrimp, coughing violently, and even couldn't help vomiting. "Protection money?" I sneered, and my fists rained down like raindrops, with each word accompanied by a heavy blow. "Huh? Do you still dare to collect protection money?" Hong Liang collapsed completely. His face turned purple and blue, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle. I bent down, picked up the iron rod, and with a little force, I broke it into a U shape and then threw it in front of him. I said coldly, "Remember, don't let me see you collecting protection money again. Otherwise, I will destroy you every time I see you." Hong Liang collapsed to the ground, his face filled with fear, begging over and over again. "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Big brother, spare my life." Looking at his miserable appearance, I snorted coldly and turned away. When I got home, Zixuan was sitting at the desk, doing her homework seriously. I gently pushed open the door, returned to my room, picked up my phone, and called my mother. After confirming that my father's condition had stabilized, we chatted for a few minutes, and then hung up. This whole day was really tiring. From the awakening of the system to revenge for my father, the successive events made me exhausted both physically and mentally. I fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Zixuan and I went to school together. The classroom was as busy as usual. On the blackboard was a line of conspicuous words. "Physical education class is canceled. The English teacher will use the time to conduct a mock test." I glanced at the notification and couldn't help but smile helplessly. I took out a textbook from my school bag and silently started the system decomposition mode. The textbook was quickly broken down, and the knowledge was crystallized into my mind. After a few minutes, my knowledge reserve had already surpassed the scope of the classroom. I went from a poor student to a top student in just a blink of an eye. This is what a life like with cheats. I sighed in my heart, with a relaxed smile on my lips. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door of the classroom. I looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing at the door looking around. Her high ponytail, delicate features, and the confidence and elegance she exuded made her the focus of the audience in an instant. Song-won. I recognized her at the first sight. She was the girl I rescued yesterday. Uncle Hai said he was in class 8 of grade 3, but how come we can't find him? Song-won frowned slightly and muttered to herself. The classroom suddenly exploded, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. "Oh my God, isn't that Song-won, the daughter of the Jade King of Jiangbei province? Who is she looking for in our class? The person she is looking for must be an important person." Discussions arose one after another, and the students' eyes were full of envy and curiosity. "Classmate Wanner, I'm Lu Xian, the monitor of Class 8 of Senior Grade 3. Nice to meet you." Lu Xian stood up, with a smile that he thought was impeccable on his lips. With a bit of deliberate elegance, he walked straight to the door and stood in front of Song Wanner. Then he said in a low voice with a hint of courtesy, "Is there anything I can help you with? Just tell me, I will definitely do it." Song Wanner nodded slightly and replied politely but distantly, "Hello, can you help me call Jiang Hao?" Hearing this name, Lu Xian's smile froze for a moment, and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and tried to maintain his outward demeanor. "Wanner, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I can help you." Song Wanner frowned slightly, feeling a little annoyed by Lu Xian's excessive enthusiasm. She ignored his suggestion, looked past him, and continued to look around the classroom. The classroom was in an uproar. Goddess Song actually found Jiang Hao. What a joke. One is the proud daughter of Jiangbei, and the other is the worst student in our class. This is impossible. Could it be that Jianghao saved the Milky Way? The noise pulled me back from my book. I looked up and met the bright eyes at the door. Song Wanner's eyes fell on me, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Jianghao, come out for a moment. Me? I was stunned and looked around to make sure she was calling me. My classmates' eyes were all focused on me like searchlights. I pointed at myself and asked tentatively, "Are you calling me?" "Of course it's you. Come out quickly. I have something to talk to you about." Song Wanner smiled and spoke in a cheerful tone. Amidst all the complicated gazes, I slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Lu Xian's face instantly darkened, and the smile on his lips had long since disappeared. He stood there, clenching his fists, staring at my back, his eyes burning with anger, his heart filled with resentment and jealousy. "Song Wanner, you actually ignored me, Lu Xian, and treated Jianghao a loser differently?" Outside the classroom, Song Wanner took out a beautiful purple invitation from her school bag and handed it to me, smiling and saying, "Tomorrow is my 18th birthday party, and I would like to invite you, my great benefactor, to attend." I was stunned, looking down at the exquisite invitation, speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Seeing my hesitation, Song Wanner was afraid that I would refuse, so she simply stuffed the invitation into my arms and ran away. Before leaving, she turned back and reminded me, "Be sure to come." Looking down at the invitation, I gently opened it. It was written in beautiful handwriting. Song Wanner's 18th birthday party, special guest, Jianghao. Rumors about Song Wanner's family background flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help but whisper to myself, it turns out that she is the daughter of Jiangbei Jade King Song Wanzhong. When I returned to the classroom door, Lu Xian was already waiting there. He stared at the invitation in my hand with cold eyes, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. "What is that?" he asked coldly, his eyes full of hostility. "Bring it here. Let me see it." Lu Xian glared at me provocatively, with a look of disdain on his face. I glanced at him lazily, then turned back to my seat, not even interested in paying any attention to him. This cold look directly ignited his anger. He gritted his teeth and said in a sarcastic voice, "Jianghao, you were just lucky in the exam yesterday, right? Are you so proud of just guessing a few questions right? Do you really think you are so great?" The air in the classroom suddenly froze, and several pairs of eyes that were watching the fun turned to us. "If you dare, let's compete in today's English test." Lu Xian was still unyielding, with a provocative look in his eyes. "If I win, you have to call me Dad 3 times in front of the whole class. You win? Okay. I, Lu Xian, will call you Dad 3 times. Do you dare?" The whole class was shocked when he said this. Lu Xian thought he had found my weakness, and his tone became even more arrogant. "What, are you scared? Jianghao, if you can't do it, just admit defeat and don't embarrass yourself." The noisy classroom suddenly became lively, with whispers continuing. Lu Xian is really capable. Will Jianghao accept the call or not? But it's not fair. Lu Xian is the top English student in the grade. While everyone was talking, I slowly raised my head and looked at Lu Xian calmly. "Okay, but I'm not interested in being the father of a stupid son like you. If I win, you kneel down and imitate the barking of a dog 3 times. How about that?" After a short silence, the whole class burst into laughter. Haha, Jianghao's counterattack is fierce. Now Lu Xian is in a dilemma. Lu Xian's face turned pale and blue, and he was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had to bite the bullet and agree. "Okay, we'll see." After saying this, he returned to his seat, and I calmly opened my book to review, as if the bet just now was just a small episode. My attention has returned to the system interface in my mind. Host, Jianghao level, 7.3 out of 10. Age, 18 strength, 8 agility, 2.8 spirit, 2.8 endurance, 0.8 skills. Mathematics level 3, 0 out of 10. English level 3, 0 out of 10. Chef level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points, 6.3. Looking at the skill points I have accumulated recently, I was secretly happy. It is more than enough to cope with this exam. As for a jumping clown like Lu Xian, there is no need to care about him at all. After closing the system interface, my eyes fell on a pink invitation on the table. It was the birthday invitation handed to me by Song Wanner. What kind of gift should I give? I stroked my chin and thought, but the ringing interrupted my thoughts. English teacher Zhou Hong rushed into the classroom with a stack of test papers in her hands. She glanced around coldly and said, "Hurry up if you're going to the toilet." Don't leave your seat after the test papers are handed out. Zhou Hong's intimidation has always been unmatched, and the classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After the test paper was handed out, I quickly glanced through it. The system in my mind made those English sentences that usually gave me a headache clear and understandable. I picked up my pen and started answering. In less than 20 minutes, most of the test paper had been completed. Lu Xian, on the other hand, no longer looked relaxed, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He would occasionally glance back at me, with an unnatural smile on his face, as if hinting at the bet. But I was too lazy to pay attention and continued to write furiously. Time ticked by, and I raised my hand to signal. "Teacher, I'm done." As I raised my hand, the classroom seemed to have pressed the pause button, and the air in Class 8 of Grade 3 froze instantly. All eyes were directed at me, shock, confusion, and doubt all mixed together, pouring in like a tide. Jiang Hao? Is he crazy? Only 20 minutes. He gave up straight away? No way. He made a bet with Lu Xian. Why did he hand in the papers so quickly? Whispers rose and fell, and the sound rolled like waves. Even Lu Xian couldn't help turning his head and locking his eyes with me. At first, he was obviously stunned, but soon, a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're just trying to attract attention." He snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain, as if he had seen through my tricks. Teacher Zhou Hong, who was standing on the podium, was also obviously shocked by this scene. However, after confirming that it was me who raised my hand, she quickly regained her usual indifference, frowned, and shouted loudly, "Quiet!" The classroom suddenly became quiet, with only the tapping sound of her high heels as she walked towards my seat with firm steps. Standing next to my desk, she glanced down at me, her tone filled with impatience and sarcasm. "Jiang Hao, if you don't want to do it, forget it. Don't bother others. If you don't want to take the exam, just get out." This sentence was like a sharp needle piercing the air, and the eyes around me became sharper. Everyone was waiting to see my reaction. I didn't say much. I just stood up, glanced at her calmly, and then walked out of the classroom in the midst of an uproar. The whispers behind me were already exploding. Zhou Hong's face turned pale, and she pointed at my back angrily and shrieked, "What an attitude you have! Well, I want to see how bad the paper you hand in is." She grabbed the test paper on my desk, her face full of disdain, and flipped it open to criticize. However, the moment she opened it, her expression froze instantly. "All correct," she muttered, staring at the test paper without blinking. She thought the answers would be some random ones, but she found that all the questions were answered perfectly. She continued to read and was more and more shocked. The analysis of each subjective question was logical and well-organized, even more rigorous than her own standard answers. Her hands trembled slightly, and the indifference in her eyes had long been replaced by shock. This is a real English test paper from a certain province in previous years. The test paper is extremely difficult, but Jiang Hao, a bad student who usually only scores 20 or 30 points, actually answered it perfectly. Zhou Hong suppressed the turmoil in her heart and fixed her eyes on the test paper again. She quickly determined that there was no possibility of cheating. Is this still the same Jiang Hao? A crazy thought came to her mind. If this was true, wouldn't he be able to challenge the city's top spot? Or even higher? The atmosphere in the classroom was completely out of control. The students were exclaiming and talking about it. What? Jiang Hao got everything right? It must be fake. Wasn't he the last in the exam? Jiang Hao is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The most embarrassed person in the crowd was Lu Xian. The ease and complacency on his face were instantly shattered, replaced by a look of astonishment and panic. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. Impossible. He can't be completely right. He clenched his fists, muttered softly, and his eyes shook, trying to convince himself. But at this moment, his mind was in a mess. Thinking of the absurdity of the bet, his face turned pale, and cold sweat even oozed from his forehead. The looks from the classmates around him changed from gloating to mocking. Someone said in a low voice, "Lu Xian, I'm afraid it's over this time." TSK. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so talented. Lu Xian has recognized him as his father now, right? Zhou Hong glanced at the classroom, which was gradually returning to silence, with a hint of shock still in her eyes that was difficult to conceal. Then, she held my test paper in her hands, walked back to the podium, slammed the test paper heavily on the table, and swept her cold eyes across the room. "Stop whispering. Focus on the test. Don't make me say it again." As soon as the words fell, The classroom fell into deathly silence, and the air was filled with an oppressive majesty. Zhou Hong looked down at Jiang Hao's test paper, and the shock in her heart did not subside for a long time. But she did not say much, just stepped down from the podium and continued to patrol the examination room. After the exam, I walked out of the classroom, facing the cool autumn wind, and headed towards the school gate. Today's gambling game was just a small episode for me. What was more important now was to go to the hospital to see my father. Arriving at Tianhai Hospital, I found the ward with ease. When I opened the door, I saw my parents busy packing things, their faces filled with irrepressible joy. How? Why are you here? Mom raised her head and looked at me in surprise. I finished my exam today and left school early, so I came to see Dad. I had already prepared what I would say, and my tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Mom nodded, obviously not giving it much thought. How was the exam? Not bad. I smiled faintly and responded nonchalantly. At this time, I noticed the excitement on my parents' faces and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you? You look so happy." Mom smiled brightly, unable to hide her excitement. "The doctor examined your dad in detail today, and the x-ray showed that his illness is completely cured. Even his old headache problem is gone." "Really?" I blurted out with a shock in my heart. "Of course it's true. The doctor just praised him for his quick recovery." Mom smiled with her eyes curved, as warm as the sunshine. Dad couldn't help but interrupt. "This time it's all healed. Your mom didn't lie to you. Even the old illness is gone." The laughter of the three of us dispelled all the gloom. Soon, we packed up our things, completed the discharge procedures, said goodbye to our fellow patients, and returned home. Sitting on the stone bench in the small garden, I looked up at the moon in the night sky, lost in thought. Tomorrow is Song Wayner's birthday, and I have to prepare a special gift. The system's decomposition and synthesis functions. Maybe they could be used? I stroked my chin, and suddenly an idea came to me. I got something good last time using the decomposition function, and I wonder if synthesis will be even more magical. I looked around and picked up 2 small stones from the ground, thinking to myself, it doesn't matter if I give it a try. Ding, 2 stones were found. Do you want to combine them? The system's prompt sounded at the right time. Synthesis, I confirmed decisively. After a moment, a clear reminder sounded. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis, and you have obtained a piece of medium-sized green jade, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience points. I was stunned. Green jade? A green light appeared in my mind, and I immediately focused on checking the information. Soon, the system sent detailed data. Medium-grade jadeite, market value 500 yuan. What? 2 pieces of broken stones were combined into a jade worth 500 yuan. My eyes widened, and my heart was pounding. Extract! I confirmed quickly, and the next second, a piece of crystal-clear jade with a green glow appeared in my palm. It's rich. I can give this thing as a gift to others. It will definitely be impressive. I couldn't help laughing and excitedly pushing you into my personal space on the system. Having tasted the sweetness, I couldn't help but become greedy. I picked up 3 more stones and rubbed my hands. Try again. Maybe I can synthesize something even better. System, synthesize for me? However, this time the system's prompt tone changed. Ding, synthesis failed, obtained a handful of lus, skill point 0.1, experience 0.1. I looked down and saw that the 3 stones had instantly turned into a handful of dirt, which slowly fell from between my fingers. I was stunned for a long while, then frowned. System, are you kidding me? Where is my Qingyu? I was a little annoyed. The system's emotionless voice sounded. Host, the super decomposition and synthesis system has a certain chance of failure. The success rate and output quality are random. This is a normal phenomenon. Chapter 18 Synthesize New Discoveries, System Upgrades. After Jiang Hao was reminded by the system, he thought about it for a moment and quickly understood it, but he still felt it was a pity. Yes, if the success rate of decomposition and synthesis is 100%, then I will be really rich. But how is this success rate calculated? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Ding host, the success rate of decomposition and synthesis is constantly increasing with the upgrade of the system. Jiang Hao understood instantly after hearing this. Then, Jiang Hao found 3 more stones, clasped his hands together, and muttered to himself, Gods and Buddhas, please bless me to succeed this time. After worshipping the gods and Buddhas, Jiang Hao began the synthesis. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis. You got a piece of low-grade topaz, zero point 0.2 skill points, and zero point 0.2 experience points. Extract or not? Low-grade topaz. Worth 80 yuan. Ah, it's only a low-grade topaz, but it's better than a failure. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt a little disappointed and could only comfort himself. After Jiang Hao extracted it, he started to look for a few more stones to synthesize it. After a long time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis. You got a piece of top-grade black jadeite, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 experience points. Extract. Medium-quality black jadeite. Worth 100,000. Not bad, it's actually worth 100,000. Although it can't be compared with that special glass-type imperial green jadeite worth 100 million, it's still pretty good. Extract. After Jiang Hao extracted it, he didn't think it was too rare and put it into the system space. Ding, the system experience is full. Do you want to upgrade? When Jiang Hao heard this, he was suddenly slightly delighted. Then his eyes fell on the system panel. The experience is finally full. Upgrade! Ding, congratulations on the system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has increased. Soon, a new page appeared in front of Jiang Hao. System. Open my personal information panel. Host. Jiang Hao. Rating. 2, 0.8/100. Age. 18. Strength. 8. Agility. 2.8. Mental. 2.8. Stamina. 0.8. Skills. Master Chef Level 1, 0/10. Magical Powers. Danger Sense Level 2, 0/10. Great Strength Level 1, 0/10. Skill Points, 9.8. Personal Space. Special Ice Jade, Top Grade Oily Green Jade, Top Grade Violet Jade. When Jiang Hao saw the system interface, he found that his subject skills were gone, and he panicked. Fuck, I'm not going to disappear, am I? He quickly searched through his mind, and the knowledge was not gone. Only then did he feel relieved and began to ask, System, why are all my knowledge and skills gone? Ding, host, the system has hidden those knowledge and skills. When you need them, just recite them in your heart. After listening to this, Jiang Hao tried it. It was finally confirmed that the system was indeed just hidden. That's good too. It looks much neater. Jiang Hao took a look at the upgraded system and murmured. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went home. No words were spoken that night. The new day soon arrived, and Jiang Hao came to school as usual. The first class was English class, and their English teacher Zhou Hong walked into the classroom with a happy face. Today, I will tell you about yesterday's test paper. But before that, I have something else to say. As she spoke, she looked towards the last row, where Jiang Hao was lying on the table. Chapter 19. Nothing is impossible with the teacher's apology. Student Jiang Hao, I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry. After saying that, Zhou Hong actually bent down and bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was a little confused for a moment, and he stood up hurriedly. Teacher, no need. It was my fault yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. Jiang Hao bowed to Zhou Hong apologetically and apologized. At this moment, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were instantly confused. Fuck. Teacher Zhou actually apologized to Jiang Hao. This can't be. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Everyone was talking about it. While Lu Xian in the front row was somewhat shocked, a bad premonition arose in his heart. At this time, Zhou Hong spoke again. Everyone has made progress in this exam, except for a few who lost their patience. As Zhou Hong spoke, she glanced at Lu Xian, who was sitting in front of the desk, her eyes full of warning. Okay, let's start handing out the test papers now. Xu Chang, 37 points. Zhou Lingling, 40 points. Huang Jia, 96 points, 3rd place. Lu Xian, 100 points, 2nd place. At this moment, Zhou Hong paused slightly. Her eyes fell on Lu Xian's face, and after glaring at him, she handed the test paper to Lu Xian. At this time, everyone underground became a little curious. Even Lu Xian's 100 points only put him in 2nd place. Who's in 1st place? I'm also curious. Did you hear anyone else's name that was not read out just now? Could it be Jiang Hao? At this time, Lu Xian was holding the test paper absent-minded and even a little panicked, because he had been listening carefully, but he did not hear Teacher Zhou calling Jiang Hao's name. How is this possible? This is impossible. Absolutely not possible. Lu Xian shook his mind, with a glimmer of fantasy still in his heart. However, the next moment, Zhou Hong's voice broke his fantasy. I never expected to win first place this time. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Hao in the back row, and her voice suddenly increased. Jiang Hao, 120 points, full marks. First place. After Zhou Hong made the announcement, the whole classroom suddenly became lively. Fuck, Jiang Hao. Hiss, 120 points, full marks. So scary. There's no way? When did Jiang Hao's English become so good? Everyone couldn't believe it. At this moment, a discordant shout interrupted the excitement of the crowd. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can Jiang Hao, a loser, get a perfect score? Teacher, did you see it wrong? It turned out that the questioning voice came from Lu Xian. He couldn't believe that Jiang Hao, a poor student, could get full marks. Zhou Hong was instantly annoyed by this questioning voice. Lu Xian, what do you want to say? Do you mean that the teacher is blind? Or that the teacher has been bribed? Zhou Hong's voice suddenly rose, and she asked loudly. Lu Xian was instantly awakened, and he apologized in a hurry. No, teacher. That's not what I meant. Zhou Hong looked at Lu Xian, very disappointed. Okay, sit down. Just remember, jealousy doesn't make you stronger. Afterwards, Zhou Hong ignored it. At this time, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 focused their attention on Lu Xian, and their eyes were full of pity. Lu Xian was unlucky. He actually lost. Oh, who could have thought of that? Lu Xian is in trouble now. He has a bet with Jiang Hao. Chapter 20, you were joking, but I was serious. Jiang Hao took the test paper from Zhou Hong, and when he returned to his seat, he glanced at Lu Xian in the front row, not daring to look up at him. Then he smiled slightly and went back to his seat, and Zhou Hong began to explain the test paper. This class went by too fast for Lu Xian. He didn't hear anything. All he had in his mind was the bet between him and Jiang Hao. Ding ling ling. The get out of class was over, and Lu Xian was suddenly awakened by the bell. After their English teacher, Zhou Hong, left, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xian, it's time for you to fulfill your bet. As the voice sounded, everyone's eyes first looked in the direction where the voice came from. That is Jiang Hao. Then all attention was focused on Lu Xian. In an instant, Lu Xian's body, which was about to escape, suddenly froze. At this moment, the classroom was extremely quiet. Jiang Hao sat in his seat, looking at the frozen Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Is our monitor going to cheat? Lu Xian was stared at by everyone, and his face felt hot. At this time, Lu Xian turned to Jiang Hao in the back row and said with an awkward smile, Classmate Jiang Hao, I was just joking with you. Just joking. Jiang Hao looked at the shameless Lu Xian, stood up with an ambiguous smile, and walked straight towards Lu Xian. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Haoxing again. They were curious about what Jiang Hao was going to do. Coming to Lu Xian's side, Jiang Hao stared at Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Lu Xian also looked at Jiang Hao, smiling awkwardly, his eyes full of pleading, wanting Jiang Hao to let him go. The two looked at each other. Bang! Crack! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and everyone shivered in fright. Lu Xian was so frightened that he staggered and almost fell. He looked at his desk in horror. A fist landed on it, and a big hole was broken on the wooden tabletop. At this time, the students around also turned their eyes to Lu Xian's desk. Hiss! Looking at the big hole on the table, everyone gasped. This is so scary. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao with shock on their faces. At this moment, Jiang Hao lowered his head, his eyes fell on his fist, and he calmly pulled his hand out of the big hole while talking to himself. Oh my! This table is too flimsy. Lu Xian was frightened. If this punch hit him, then, Jiang Hao turned his gaze back to Lu Xian and asked with a smile. Squad leader, what did you just say? This instantly awakened Lu Xian, who was in a daze. Lu Xian licked his face and quickly smiled. Nothing. I mean, I'm willing to accept defeat. Lu Xian was extremely frightened and explained hurriedly. Oh, that's good. Let's start the conversation. Otherwise, we have to go to class soon. At this time, Lu Xian dared not to refuse and quickly got up from his seat and lay on the ground. The moment he lay down, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with endless resentment. Vuif, vuif, vuif. After Lu Xian finished barking like a dog, he looked up at Jiang Hao. Class monitor, I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent for acting. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground with a smile on his face, and teased. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. Lu Xian's face flushed red. After Jiang Hao left, Lu Xian quickly stood up and sat back in his seat, not daring to look at the people around him. But at this moment, his heart was roaring. Jiang Hao, just wait for me. I will never let today's humiliation go like this. Chapter 21. The time has come as promised. Soon, the day passed uneventfully. Tomorrow is Sunday, and they finally have a day off. As a poor senior high school student, I only have one day off a week. Jiang Hao picked up his school bag, bought a small gift box, and quickly returned home. After returning home, Jiang Hao found a new sportswear to put on. He then took out an exquisite jade phoenix pendant from the system space and put it into the prepared gift box. I think this gift should be able to attract the attention of the Jade King. I can make friends with this big boss in the jade industry and prepare for my entry into the jade industry in the future. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Then he informed his parents and rushed to the address on the invitation with the invitation. After Jiang Hao arrived, he took out the invitation and came to the banquet site under the guidance of the waiter. After Jiang Hao entered, he found that the banquet was divided into two parts. One side was for young people like Jiang Hao, and the other side was for some bigwigs from all walks of life who had extraordinary momentum. At this time, there were already a lot of people coming. The men were all in suits, and the women were in evening gowns. They were holding wine glasses and chatting and laughing. At this moment, Jiang Hao discovered with embarrassment that he seemed to be the only one wearing a sports suit here. Wearing sportswear, he was so conspicuous in such an occasion that many people looked at him with curiosity. Jiang Hao was somewhat uncomfortable with such occasions, so he found a less conspicuous corner and sat down. Soon, it was exactly 8 o'clock, and the protagonist of today's banquet finally came out. A purple evening dress with golden dots on it, shining like stars in the night sky. With this evening dress as a backdrop, Song Wanner looks more noble and at the same time, more mature. Coupled with her angelic face, she overshadowed most of the girls present. Next to Song Wanner were Jade King Song Wanzhong and his wife. Song Wanner appeared, and everyone gathered around her. At this time, the middle-aged man next to Song Wanner spoke. I, Song Wanzhong, welcome everyone to attend my daughter Song Wanner's 18th birthday party. Jiang Hao stood in the corner and watched. It was also his first time to come into close contact with Jade King Song Wanzhong. After Song Wanzhong finished his opening remarks, he handed the place over to the young people and went to the other side, where some bigwigs from all walks of life gathered. At this time, everyone started giving Song Wanner birthday gifts. Jiang Hao looked at the beautifully packaged gift boxes, then looked at the gift box in his hand. He thought it was very good, but it turned out to be not of the same quality as the person who gave it to him. However, Jiang Hao didn't care because the gifts here were not simple. But if I send it out like this, and Miss Wanner doesn't look at it, how can I attract the attention of Jade King Song Wanzhong? Jiang Hao glanced at Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was sitting with a group of bigwigs, and then glanced at Song Wanner, who was surrounded by everyone. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Over there, many young people vied to give gifts, and Song Wanner thanked them one by one with a smile on her face. However, she seemed a little absent-minded. Her eyes kept looking around, as if she was looking for something. At this time, Song Wanner finally saw Jiang Hao, who was sitting on a sofa in the corner, wearing a sports suit, and seemed out of place in the entire venue. Jiang Hao was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, and in an instant, Song Wanner's smile bloomed like a flower. Song Wanner thanked everyone, broke free from the protection of many young talents, and walked straight towards Jiang Hao. I thought you weren't coming, Song Wanner said with a smile. Jiang Hao looked at the dazzling Song Wanner in a daze, but he quickly reacted and spoke. How is that possible? I'm here. Then Jiang Hao took out the small gift he had wrapped, handed it to Song Wanner, and gave his blessings. Happy birthday to you. Song Wanner took the gift and thanked happily. Thank you. I'm repaying you for saving my life. Now I'm making you spend money again. Here, the two were chatting happily, when suddenly an inappropriate voice interrupted their conversation. Wanner, who is this? At this time, a young man appeared next to Song Wanner. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. Chapter 22. A sweet-mouthed villain. A pig opponent comes to assist. When Song Wanner heard this, she frowned and turned around and said unhappily, Qin Shou, please call me Miss Song or classmate Song. Don't call me so intimately. I don't know you well. Song Wanner's words immediately froze the young man in a suit. Puff! When Jiang Hao heard Song Wanner call him a beast, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had seen someone called beast in a novel before, but he never expected that there would actually be someone with this name in real life. Jiang Hao's smile immediately made Qin Shou, who had just recovered, freeze again. After laughing for a moment, Jiang Hao quickly stopped laughing and apologized. I'm sorry for losing my composure. At this time, Qin Shou reacted, still with a smile on his face, and spoke to Jiang Hao. It's okay. My name is easy to be misunderstood. I'm also very distressed, but this is the decision made by the old man in the family, and I can't do anything about it. May I know your name, brother? My name is Jiang Hao, Miss Wanner's classmate. Oh, so you're Miss Song's classmate. Then we're classmates too. I'm in class 1, grade 3. Nice to meet you. Qin Shou stared at Jiang Hao and spoke with a smile. However, this smile seemed a bit cold to Jiang Hao. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Shou saw the shabby little gift box in Song Wanner's hand and immediately spoke. Is this the gift that Jiang Hao gave to Miss Song? I'm sure the gift Jiang Hao gave is worth a lot of money. Can I have the honor to see it? Qin Shou was afraid that Song Wanner would refuse, so he raised his voice deliberately when speaking. Immediately, people around heard the noise, became curious, and gathered around. When they saw Qin Shou talking, Song Wanner beside him, and Jiang Hao, who was dressed very strangely for such an occasion, they immediately started talking. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Qin family? What's wrong? Oh, someone actually gave a gift that even young Master Qin praised. I want to see it too. Miss Song, please open the door and let me take a look. Brother Qin, what gift did this brother give you that you want to see? That's right. Isn't it even as good as the Guqin that Brother Qin gave me? At this time, Song Wanna looked a little ugly. How could she not know that Qin Shou wanted to make trouble for Jiang Hao? Uncle Hai had already told her about Jiang Hao's background. She naturally knew the situation of Jiang Hao's family and also knew that Jiang Hao could not give her any expensive gifts. However, she didn't care whether the gift Jiang Hao gave her was expensive or not, as long as she liked it. But now, after being provoked by Qin Shou, she had no choice but to open it. But if she did, she was afraid of hurting Jiang Hao's self-esteem. She was in a dilemma and was in a very difficult situation. At this time, Jiang Hao on the side didn't seem to care about Qin Shou's provocation and looked calm and composed. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. I was originally thinking about how to attract attention, but I didn't expect this beastly brother to give me a great assist. I am so grateful to him. At this time, Qin Shou was unaware of Jiang Hao's joy, and he was still looking at Jiang Hao with an annoying smile on his face. Brother Jiang, everyone wants to see the amazing treasure that Brother Jiang gave us. Brother Jiang, do you mind if we take a look? Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said to Qin Shou Dao, it's not a world-shaking treasure, it's just a small item. Then he turned to Song Wanner and said, since everyone wants to see it, Miss Wanner, just open it and take a look. I hope you like it. After Jiang Hao said this, Song Wanner suddenly found it even more difficult to refuse. She had originally wanted to find another reason to get away with it. All right. Helplessly, Song Wanner had to agree, and only afterwards did she apologize to Jiang Hao again. Song Wanner held the boxes in one hand and pulled the ribbon on the gift box with the other. The people around who were watching the fun also gathered around. Chapter 23. Pretending to be ignorant, professional experts identify. When the gift box was opened, a rich emerald green, extremely clean, crystal clear, and lifelike hollow phoenix pendant lay quietly on a cotton mat. The moment I saw this pendant, the air around me seemed to freeze. Even Song Wanner was shocked by this lifelike pendant. If this pendant is authentic, it must be worth a lot of money. At this moment, Qin Shou, who was standing aside and wanted to laugh at Jiang Hao's joke, froze in his tracks. Suddenly, his heart was in turmoil. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the street sportswear that Jiang Hao was wearing, and he immediately reacted. Brother Jiang, you weren't fooled, were you? Look, there's a crack on the front of this phoenix pendant. It's obvious that someone modified it after it was broken. Let's take a look at the material of this pendant. It looks like jade. However, if you look closely, you will find that this is actually a piece of crystal craftwork made by mechanical melting. Qin Shou's voice instantly broke the silence, and at the same time, made the audience around who were just watching the fun and didn't know much about jade suddenly suspicious. After all, Jiang Hao's dress doesn't look like that of a rich man. If this is a genuine piece, I'm afraid some of them can't take it out, let alone a poor boy. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. No way. You actually gave me a piece of crystal craft as a gift. I thought it was a crystal. It might be true or false. After all, This young man doesn't look like a member of the family. But why do I feel like this is a real treasure? Everyone was talking, but Jiang Hao just looked at Qin Shou with a smile on his face, smiling without saying a word. What's wrong? What's the good stuff? Let us see it too. At this time, Song Wanzhong came over with a few big guys, smiling. At this time, Qin Shou was about to tell Song Wanzhong about this matter proudly. Uncle Song, Wanner's classmate, was deceived and bought a fake pendant as Wanner's birthday gift. Before he could finish his words, an old man next to Song Wanzhong suddenly saw the phoenix pendant in Song Wanner's hand. His eyes suddenly widened, and then he rushed to Song Wanner, his eyes almost glued to the pendant. He stared at the pendant in Song Wanner's hand like a child seeing a toy, and his hands were itching to touch it. The old man's actions stunned everyone for a moment. Even Qin Shou was stuck. At this time, the old man pushed Song Wanner, who was staring at the pendant in a daze, and said embarrassedly, "Wanner, let me see your pendant." Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the old man. At this moment, Qin Shou suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Wanner was awakened by the old man. When she saw who it was, she was overjoyed and shouted, "Third Grandpa, it's you. That's great. Please help me check if this pendant is glass-type Imperial Green." As he said that, he carefully handed the pendant to the old man next to him. Song Wanner's words suddenly exploded in everyone's mind like a depth charge. Hiss! Suddenly, everyone at the scene gasped. Hiss, glass-type Imperial Green? Fuck, this isn't real jade, is it? Oh my god! Imperial Green. Chapter 24. Don't pretend. If you don't understand, the boss will slap you in the face. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. It seems that Miss Wanner is a connoisseur of good things. However, when he saw the Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was also staring at the Jade Phoenix pendant, he immediately understood. He is in the jade business, so it doesn't seem surprising that he has such knowledge. When Qin Shou heard this, his face changed drastically. At the same time, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. How is it possible? It's fake. How can it be made of glass? It must be a crystal handicraft, he murmured in a low voice. At this time, Song Wanner's third grandfather took it, looked at it carefully again, and talked to himself with joy. The color is rich and uniform. The tone is consistent, without any impurities, and the quality is fine and moist. This is indeed a real glass-type Imperial Green jadeite. This carving fully embodies the spiritual and lustrous beauty of jadeite, while perfectly carving out the charm of the phoenix. It is truly a work of art beyond compare. This is definitely from the hands of a master. When Song Wanner's third uncle gave his comments, everyone was shocked. Mr. Song San was a well-known figure in the jade world. Everyone knew him. The fact that the Song family's TU Pavilion is able to rank among the top 3 in the fiercely competitive jade industry in Jiangbei Province is due to the efforts of Mr. Song San. After hearing Mr. Song San's evaluation, Jiang Hao immediately looked at him twice. At this moment, after Qin Shou heard Mr. Song San's evaluation, he seemed to have lost his soul. He collapsed to the ground, still unwilling to believe it. How is it possible? It's fake, all fake. How could a poor boy like him have such a precious treasure? It must be fake. Qin Shou was screaming wildly, as if he had gone mad. Now Mr. Song San couldn't stand it anymore. "Boy, are you saying that I, an old man, am blind?" he asked, seeming very angry. "I'm not afraid to tell you that this pendant was made by a master, and its material is top-notch treasure. This piece alone is worth more than 50 million. Moreover, seeing that this piece has a joint, it should be a pair, and there should be another dragon-shaped piece to match it. If the dragon and phoenix are auspicious, the value will be even higher." After Mr. Song San said this, everyone was shocked again. "Grandmaster, I really want to meet the Grandmaster who can carve such a rare treasure." After saying this, he returned the lifelike phoenix pendant to Song Wanner with some reluctance. Jiang Hao on the side could only mutter silently in his heart. The system is indeed powerful. Even a small modification function can have such power. Yes, this phoenix pendant was modified by the system at Jiang Hao's request. He originally thought that the system only had the functions of decomposition and synthesis. However, last night, he accidentally mentioned it, and the system actually helped him modify the piece of glass-type Imperial Green jadeite. He synthesized it to a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. The system's modification function is only applicable to things synthesized or divided by the system, and can only modify their appearance. Even so, it made him happy for quite a while. At the same time, this also allowed him to find a way to make a fortune. At this time, Song Wanner took it carefully, although she loved this pendant very much. At the same time, she was also very touched that Jiang Hao gave her such a precious thing, but she could not accept such a precious thing. Moreover, this did not match the information about Jiang Hao that she asked Uncle Hai to check, which made him very confused. She put the pendant back into the box and handed it to Jiang Hao, who was standing beside her. She looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Jiang Hao, I can't accept such an expensive gift. Please take it back. I'm glad you came to my birthday party, but I can't accept it," Song Wanner said apologetically. Chapter 25. Everyone is shocked, and their wish is fulfilled. Seeing this, Jiang Hao naturally would not take it back. Moreover, he gave such an expensive gift not just to congratulate Song Wanner on her birthday. "Miss Wanner, I gave something away. How can I take it back? I gave you this pendant not only to wish you a happy birthday, but also on behalf of my master, and I want to reach an agreement with your Cui Yuxuan. That is the treasure he carved in the future. I hope to bring it to your Cui Yuxian to sell. To be honest, this pendant was made by my master." The old man has a good eye. This pendant does have another half in the shape of a dragon, so it is called the auspicious dragon and phoenix. Jiang Hao then spoke to Mr. Song Sani in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. After saying that, Jiang Hao set his sights on Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was standing beside him. Song Wanzhong also saw the pendant. As he was known as the King of Jade, he naturally knew at a glance that it was a genuine glass-type imperial green jadeite. Moreover, the carving was done by a master, so its value is unimaginable. Now, this Grandmaster actually wanted to cooperate with him, and he was immediately delighted. "Okay, I agree. From now on, all the treasures carved by your master can be sold at my Cui Yuxian, and I will only take 10%. Although I don't know whether this master is genuine or not. Even if there is a problem, it will not affect him at all." Song Wanzhong's move was indeed huge. Giving up so much profit at once was not a decision that ordinary people could make. However, he was not stupid. If it was true, then he would not lose anything by exchanging a small benefit for a favor from a grandmaster. Even the reputation of a grandmaster could bring more benefits to Cui Yuxuan. Jiang Hao was also surprised by Song Wanzhong's decisiveness, but he understood later. "Okay, it's done. I'd like to thank the Jade King on behalf of my master." Jiang Hao bowed and thanked him. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong hurried forward and helped Jiang Hao up. "You are being so formal, so formal. What's the point of calling him Jade King or not? Since you and my Wanner are classmates, you could just call me Uncle Song." Jiang Hao was also unambiguous. "Thank you very much, Uncle Song." The two of them reached such an agreement in just a moment, which shocked everyone. 10%? The Jade King only takes 10%. This is indeed worthy of the title of Jade King. Hiss, don't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect this pendant to be made by a master. At this time, Mr. Song Sani Jiang Hao and Song Wanzhong were talking about business and quickly interrupted. "Young friend, could you please introduce me to your master? I would like to meet him." Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. "Well, I'm afraid. My master has no fixed place to live. He has to come to me to find me, but I can't find him. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, old man." The idea of Jiang Hao's master was naturally made up by him. Otherwise, how could he explain this pendant? Suddenly, Mr. Song was extremely disappointed. "Well, my dear friend, if your master has any new works in the future, please let me, an old man, take a look at them. That's no problem." Jiang Hao agreed after hearing this. At this time, Jiang Hao also became the center of the banquet. Everyone tried to curry favor with him. While Qin Shou had long been forgotten, Qin Shou stood in the distance, looking at Jiang Hao, who was surrounded by people, his face full of resentment. In the end, he quietly left with a few of his lackeys. At this birthday party, Jiang Hao even took out 3 pieces of high-quality jade ornaments whose appearance had been modified by the system. They are a top-grade black jade ring, a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, and a hibiscus jade Buddha. It was bought on the spot by several business tycoons for 1 million, 3 million, and 5 million respectively. Jiang Hao almost became a multimillionaire on the spot. As a result, Jiang Hao has entered the attention of the upper class. Chapter 26. $9 million. The concepts of 2 generations. Carrying such a large sum of money, Jiang Hao felt a mixture of excitement, anxiety, worry, and other emotions on his way home, which was extremely complicated. In Jiang Hao's eyes, 9 million is a huge sum of money. He had never imagined that one day he would have so much money. Arriving at the door of his home, Jiang Hao suppressed his inner excitement. It's only 9 million. In the future, I will use money that is 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more than 9 million. At this moment, Jiang Hao is full of endless expectations for his future life. However, jadeite crafts cannot be sold in large quantities frequently, otherwise it will really cause big problems. After calming down, Jiang Hao immediately became alert. Although the Grandmaster I fabricated managed to fool those people temporarily. But there must be people who are full of doubts about my words. And this lie may only deceive people for a while, but not forever. It seems that I have to become stronger as soon as possible. As long as I am strong enough, everything will be solved. After returning home, Jiang Hao lay on the bed. Now that I have money, I should make my family live a better life. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to remember something and suddenly frowned. But how should I tell my parents? Jiang Hao revealed the key point now, and Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. A new day came, and before Jiang Hao got up, he heard the sound of bells clanging outside. Jiang Hao walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes and saw his father and mother packing up their things, apparently to set up a stall. Jiang Zixuan was already reading and studying. Since Dad Jiang drank the essence of life, all the diseases that had accumulated in his body over the years have been cured, and Dad Jiang's body has even shown signs of reverse growth. Even Jiang Dad's hair, which was originally a little gray, has now turned black and shiny. Looks like I'll try to decompose a few more bottles of life essence and give one to my mom as well. As Jiang Hao was thinking this, Jiang's mother also saw Jiang Hao and said to him with a smile, "Hao, did I wake you up? It's not that your father has recovered from his illness and can't sit still, so we're going to go out and set up a stall. You're going to take the college entrance examination soon, and you have a lot of study to do. Go get some more sleep. I will come back and make you something delicious at noon." At this time, Jiang Hao felt a little sad after hearing this. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to work so hard. I have plenty of money." Jiang Hao spoke directly. When Jiang's mother heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed and teased. "Silly child, how much money do you have? 100 or 200? Jiang Hao heard the disbelief in his mother's words and suddenly became anxious. "Mom, I'm really rich. I have 9 million. When Jiang Ma listened to Jiang Hao's nonsense, her face suddenly became serious. She reached out and touched Jiang Hao's forehead and then touched her own forehead. "I don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" After being treated like this by his mother, Jiang Hao suddenly began to doubt his life. "Are your words so unrealistic?" However, Jiang Hao thought again and realized that if such a thing happened to him, he probably wouldn't believe it either, right? At this time, Dad Jiang came out pushing a cart and then joked with a smile. If you really have 9 million, we won't use it. We'll save it for you to marry a wife in the future. It's hard to find a wife nowadays. To get married, you first need to have an apartment, which usually costs more than 1 million yuan, and a good one costs several million yuan. Then, you need a car, which costs hundreds of thousands. Then there is the betrothal gift, which also costs hundreds of thousands. Only with these will people be willing to marry you. In the future, you still need money to live, and if you have children, you will need money even more. So, you should keep the 9 million for yourself." Jiang Hao was stunned by what his father said. Chapter 27. $9 million no one believes. The wealthy young master's quirk. Since when has Dad become so nagging? At this moment, Dad Jiang pushed the cart out and shouted, "Lao Gua, let's go. We have to go to the stall. Here it comes." Mother Jiang responded, then looked at the stunned Jiang Hao with a smile. "Your father is right. You should keep the 9 million for yourself." After saying that, he turned around and followed Jiang Dad's footsteps. At this time, Jiang Zixuan, who was reading a book nearby, sneered and retorted, "Jiang Hao, are you still asleep? It's broad daylight. What are you daydreaming about? And what about 9 million? If you have 9 million, I still have 10 million. But it's a pity that it's 10 million ghost money." Then he went back to his room, holding the book and smiling. Jiang Hao turned around and pointed at Jiang Zixuan. "Jiang Zixuan, you..." Bah! The sound of a door closing interrupted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao put his hands down helplessly and muttered to himself, "Well, you all don't believe it, right? I'll show you my proof." After saying that, Jiang Hao went back to the house, washed up, and turned around to go out. Should I buy a house first or a car? Jiang Hao was thinking about this when he suddenly remembered that his 9 million was in the form of 3 checks that he had not yet cashed. I'd better go to the bank to cash the check first. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took his ID to exchange the check. The exchange was not smooth at the beginning. After all, Jiang Hao was only 18 years old, and it was very suspicious for him to bring a check for a huge sum of 9 million yuan to exchange. However, the news seemed to be confirmed later within the bank, and everything went smoothly. After cashing the check and depositing it into his bank card, the bank staff upgraded Jiang Hao's card by several levels and replaced it with a diamond card. With 9 million, the bank staff introduced various financial products to Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao was not very interested. Now, time to go check out the house. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took a taxi to the nearest sales center. They soon arrived at the destination. Jiang Hao got out of the car and entered the Tianong Sales Center. After entering the Tianong Sales Center, you will find that the interior is very large and the decoration is luxurious and high-end. There were quite a lot of people inside. Some salesmen in business attire were introducing information to their customers with smiles on their faces. Some who didn't have any customers were chatting on the sidelines. At this time, the chatting female sales clerks also saw Jiang Hao, who was wearing sportswear and had a young face. But no one went to greet him. One of them actually pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke to another lady beside him. "Xiaomei, a client is here. Please serve him quickly. He might be a rich young master." The female salesperson at the side looked back at Jiang Hao and immediately teased. "Sister Hong, why don't you go? He looks so young, and he must have just been weaned. Not to mention his attire, $100 sportswear, and a pair of dozens-dollar sneakers. How can he look like a rich young master?" Maybe this is the habit of today's rich young masters? Just when those people were making fun of Jiang Hao, a short but very pretty girl with a somewhat immature face happened to walk over. At this time, the girl named Xiaomei saw the little girl and immediately spoke. "Su Jia, come here." The little girl responded and ran over quickly, speaking a little awkwardly. "Sister Mei, what did you call me for?" Chapter 28. Dog Eyes look down on people and slaps them in the face. "Jia Jia, Manager Su asked us to take care of you more often. We didn't have the chance to do so normally, but now the chance has come." At this time, Xiaomei pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke. "Look, there's a rich young man over there. Go and greet him." At this time, Su Jia also saw Jiang Hao. "Okay, thank you, Sister Mei." After Su Jia thanked him, he walked towards Jiang Hao. Although she had only been here for a few days, she still had some vision, and from her perspective, Jiang Hao didn't look like some rich young master. However, she went anyway. After all, it was her job. Moreover, even if he is not a rich young man, I can just consider it as an experience. On the other side, a few gossiping girls looked at Su Jia and actually went there, and they immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Alas, the girl is still too young. "Yeah, you're so stupid, and you still want to steal our customers. Stop talking. Maybe he really is a rich young master." Haha. Jiang Hao saw the performances of several people one by one, but he just smiled without saying anything. He looked at the young girl who was walking towards him. Su Jia was also looking at Jiang Hao. "Hello, sir. My name is Su Jia. You can just call me Xiao Jia. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Hello. I'm here to see the house." "Oh, what's your name, sir?" "The surname is Jiang." "Oh, Mr. Jiang, what kind of room do you need? Can you tell me your requirements first?" Su Jia asked very seriously. Jiang Hao thought about it, and he didn't seem to know what he wanted. "First, please introduce me to a house worth about 5 million, Jiang Hao said casually. Su Jia, who was standing by, was also stunned when she heard this request, but adhering to the concept that the customer is God, she still agreed with a smile. Afterwards, Su Jia took Jiang Hao and introduced him to several houses with a value of between 5 and 6 million. Su Jia seemed to have done his homework and gave very detailed introductions to these houses. Finally, after considering all the houses introduced by Su Jia, Jiang Hao finally set his eyes on one. He stopped and pointed at the display picture. "That's it." Then, he turned around and looked at Su Jia, who was still introducing. Su Jia was still introducing, but was stunned when he heard this. However, she quickly reacted. "Mr. Jiang, do you want to buy this set?" Jiang Hao nodded. At this time, Su Jia reminded. "Mr. Jiang, this fully furnished apartment is worth about 5.16 million. Are you sure?" Jiang Hao turned around, looked at Su Jia, and spoke with a smile. "Why? Are you worried that I don't have money?" Then, Jiang Hao took out his diamond card and handed it to Su Jia. Then, he turned and walked out while speaking. Go get the contract and the key to this room. I'll be waiting for you outside. At this moment, Sujia's face was filled with shock. She stared at the gray bank card in her hand. If she was not mistaken, this was the bank's highest-level VIP card, the diamond card. At this moment, Sujia felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. After Sujia realized what was happening, he was immediately overjoyed. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Then he turned around and ran to get the keys and contract. Xiaomei and Sister Hong, who had been gossiping about Sujia and Jiang Hao, saw Sujia running over with a happy look on his face and immediately started teasing him. I don't know what that rich young master said to make our Jia so happy. That's right. Could it be that the rich young master decided to buy a house after listening to our Jia's introduction? Chapter 29. Don't underestimate the world, a warm family. How could Sujia not hear the sarcasm in their words? However, sometimes pretending to be stupid is a person's way of survival. And that's exactly what Sujia is like. Sujia pretended to be shocked when he heard this. Wow, Sister May, you have such a good eye. Mr. Jiang is really a rich young man. He decided to buy Jingtai's house worth 5.16 million. As he spoke, Sujia took out Jiang Hao's diamond card and waved it in front of his eyes. Look, this is his diamond card. No more talking. Mr. Jiang is still waiting for me to get the keys and the contract. Having said that, he turned around and left with a happy look on his face. At this moment, Xiaomei and Sister Hong stood there in a daze. After a long while, they finally came to their senses, with faces full of regret and unwillingness. No way. He has a diamond card? 5,160,000? How much commission would that be? How is it possible? How can someone dressed like that have a diamond card? At this moment, all this fell into Jiang Hao's eyes, causing Jiang Hao to sigh. This little girl has some good tricks. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated. Sujia happily took the keys and contract, then rushed out of the sales hall and came to the door. She thought that Jiang Hao, the rich young man, was driving a luxury car. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao directly blocked a taxi, which really surprised Sujia. Finally, after Sujia took a look at Jiang Hao's clothes and appearance, he could only conclude that this was a special hobby of Jiang Hao, the rich young man. Jiang Hao personally looked at the house, then returned to the sales center, signed a contract readily, and asked Sujia to swipe the card. Sister Hong and Xiaomei were a little bit unconvinced at first, but after knowing that Jiang Hao had swiped the card, they suddenly froze. Afterwards, the two of them stepped forward and tried to get close to Jiang Hao, but they were still defeated in front of Jiang Hao's disgusted eyes. Jiang Hao took the keys and various documents and left the sales center with the company's escort. Now it's time to go buy a car. Just as Jiang Hao was about to set out to buy a car, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly froze. Sasa, I don't have a driver's license yet. Who will drive the car? Damn it, what bad luck. I guess I should find time to get a driver's license. Jiang Hao went home mumbling. When he got home, Jiang's father and mother had not yet returned home, and Jiang Zixuan was the only one at home reading and studying. Jiang Hao still has great respect for his sister. There's a saying that goes, don't be afraid of others being smarter than you. Just be afraid of others being smarter and working harder than you. Anyway, that's what it means. Maybe many people envy a top student like Jiang Zixuan, but they have never thought about how hard Jiang Zixuan works behind the scenes. Of course, this does not include Jiang Hao, who is cheats. It was noon when there were many guests, and Jiang Hao prepared to go help his parents. Jiang Zixuan, I'm going to help my parents. Do you want to go? How about we go together? You can have lunch at your parents' place and come back later, so you don't have to run back and forth. Jiang Hao then proposed. It is said that children from poor families grow up early, and Jiang Zixuan is also very sensible. Then the two of them went to where Jiang's father set up his stall. Brother and sister Jiang Hao came to the place where Jiang's father usually set up his stall. As expected, many customers had already come, and Jiang's father and mother were already very busy. The brother and sister also hurried forward to help. Dad Jiang runs a small noodle business. Maybe because today is Sunday, Dad Jiang's business is pretty good. Chapter 30, The Godly Chef Reappears. Everyone is shocked. When Father Jiang saw Jiang Hao and his sister coming, they were running out of noodles, so he spoke up. Zixuan, you and your mother should go to your Uncle Tang's house and buy some noodles. Jiang Zixuan responded. Oh, I know, Dad. Mom, let's go. Just let Jiang Hao clean up the tables. Mother Jiang spoke with a smile. Good. Then the two of them went to buy noodles. At this moment, when Jiang Hao saw the kitchen utensils, he remembered his superb cooking skills and his hands suddenly itched. Then he spoke to Jiang's father. Dad, let me do it. You take a rest first. Dad Jiang doesn't seem to be at ease with Jiang Hao. It's okay. Just help me carry the bowls and wipe the table. I'm not tired. Jiang Hao refused to give up and tried to persuade his father, until finally he gave up his seat. Jiang Hao picked up the kitchen utensils and suddenly felt that the kitchen utensils seemed to have come to life. At the same time, he started to move them very skillfully. Jiang's father, who was worried about Jiang Hao, was watching from the side. However, when he saw Jiang Hao's familiar and instinctive movements, he was a little surprised. At this moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. After watching it, he instantly understood, ignored the soup prepared by Jiang's father, and started to prepare the soup again. Father Jiang quickly stepped forward to stop him. Howard, I still have the soup I made. You don't have to make it again. You've never made soup before, so it won't taste good. At this time, several of Jiang Dad's regular customers came and happened to see Jiang Hao cooking with Jiang Dad instructing him from the side. They immediately teased him. Lao Jiang, does your son know how to cook? Don't let him cook it and it won't be edible. It will be a waste. After saying that, he took out $7, handed it over, and then gave some instructions. Old Jiang, I want you to personally serve my portion to me. Father Jiang also quickly smiled and said, it turned out to be Mr. Su. My son wanted to give it a try. I had no choice but to let him try it. But don't worry, I won't give his portion to the guests. As for your portion, I'll make it for you myself. Or fine noodles? While Mr. Jiang was chatting with a regular customer, on the other side, Jiang Hao had quickly prepared the soup and then scooped the noodles into it. A bowl of noodles was also born under Jiang Hao's hands. And as the bowl of noodles was completed, an enticing aroma instantly spread. It smells so good. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he smelled the fragrance. A breeze blew by, and the fragrance spread instantly. Immediately, several customers nearby were attracted by the aroma and began to look around and talk about it. Wow, what's this delicious food? It smells so good. You smelled it too? I think that to be able to make such a delicious meal, this person must be a master chef. Sassafras, after smelling this fragrance, I suddenly feel that this place is boring. I really want to try it. Even if it costs a few hundred or a few $1,000s, it's worth it. At this time, Dad Jiang also smelled the fragrance and was immediately envious. However, he couldn't show it. At this moment, he had collected the money and was about to make noodles for the old customer himself. Suddenly, several customers around stood up, walked over to Jiang Hao, and surrounded Jiang Hao who was cooking. Their noses twitched, and their eyes looked intoxicated, as if they smelled something. Finally, they all turned their eyes to the bowl of noodles that Jiang Hao had just made, their eyes full of shock. Chapter 31. 3 days of absence. I look at you with new eyes. Then, as if they had heard an order, they pointed at the bowl of noodles made by Jiang Hao and spoke in unison. I want this bowl of noodles. Don't snatch it from me. Then they looked at each other and spoke in unison again. I asked for it first. You can't do this. I wanted it first. Me first, me first. Suddenly the place was in chaos, and Dad Jiang, who saw this scene, was so surprised that he was speechless. Jiang Hao was awakened by the people here. Seeing this situation, he hurried to persuade them. Brothers, stop arguing. I made this bowl of noodles. I'll make another portion for you guys later. Now, several customers heard the voice and looked at Jiang Hao with surprise, suspicion, and other expressions in their eyes. Jiang Hao naturally knew what they meant. Trust me, if I don't do well, I won't charge you any money. I'll even pay you 10 times the compensation. Is that okay? Jiang Hao had to be ruthless. Otherwise, this problem could not be solved. At this time, seeing Jiang Hao was so confident, they finally looked at each other. Okay, I want the same bowl of noodles as this one. If it's different, you have to pay 10 times the compensation. That's what you said. Afterwards, with Jiang Hao's nod in confirmation, the few of them gathered around the stall and sat down at a small table brought by Jiang's father. At this time, Father Jiang hurried over, and suddenly, the fragrance that he had just envied became stronger and stronger. Finally, he realized that the fragrance was coming from the bowl of noodles next to Jiang Hao. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock. Hao, when did you learn cooking? Jiang Hao looked at his father's expression and immediately teased him. Dad, this is a talent. Jiang Hao also made Jiang's father laugh. Hey, you kid. After teasing, Jiang Hao pointed at the bowl of noodles. Dad, go and deliver this bowl of noodles to the person. I'll cook a few more. Okay. Dad Jiang happily handed the bowl of noodles to the customer. Jiang Hao started to cook the noodles and prepare the soup again the same way he did when he first came. After Mr. Jiang brought it over, the young customer thanked him and was about to eat it when he was suddenly a little surprised. Uncle Jiang, why does the noodles smell so good today? Then he couldn't wait to take a mouthful of noodles. Wow, it smells so good. It smells so good. When Mr. Jiang saw this, his face immediately broke into smiles. The commotion here immediately attracted several passers-by. Is it that fragrant? No, it looks delicious. I want to try it today too. It looks good, and it smells really good. I'll try it too. Dad Jiang quickly helped several customers sit down. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already skillfully made several servings and gave them to the customers who were fighting for them. They then received unanimous praise. In the end, even the old customer who was not optimistic about Jiang Hao and asked Jiang's father to make noodles for him changed his mind and chose the noodles made by Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao made more and more noodles, the aroma became stronger and stronger. It attracted a large number of pedestrians. When the noodles brought by Jiang's father were almost sold out, Jiang's mother and Jiang Zixuan arrived in time, each carrying a bag of noodles. When the mother and daughter saw so many customers at their stall, they were immediately surprised. Then the mother and daughter hurried forward to help. While helping, they understood the situation. Immediately, they looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Seeing her son becoming more and more capable, Jiang's mother was naturally happy. As Jiang Zixuan got to know his brother, whom he thought was a loser, more and more, his inner resistance began to slowly dissipate. Chapter 32. A surprise attack on the way. The innate magical power shows its power. When he returned home in the evening, Jiang Hao decided not to tell his parents about the house for the time being. Dad's birthday is in 3 days. Let's give him a surprise then. A new day arrived, and Jiang Hao went to school with his school bag as usual. Now, with my current strength, it seems unnecessary to go to school. Should I take a leave of absence and take the college entrance examination directly when the time comes? Jiang Hao was thinking this and just turned a corner when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head and his body tensed up involuntarily. He already sensed the danger. At this moment, the moment he raised his head, a wooden stick whistled towards him and kept getting bigger in his pupils. The next one will fall on Jiang Hao's head just in this moment of 0.01 seconds. Jiang Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the stick that was about to fall. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched forward without reservation. Bah! Ah! With a scream, a figure was knocked out by Jiang Hao, fell 6 or 7 meters away, and stopped after hitting the wall. It was only then that Jiang Hao saw the situation clearly. At this time, there were 8 young people standing in front of Jiang Hao. Each of them had brightly dyed hair. At the same time, each of them held a wooden stick in both hands above their heads, ready to smash it down at Jiang Hao. But at this moment, they all stared at their companions who were flying backwards with shock on their faces, and then turned back to look at Jiang Hao and froze in an instant. At this time, one of the leaders saw this and stammered with an agitated look on his face. Brothers, go ahead. We still have 8 of us. Are we afraid of just one of us? At this time, the leader pushed up the 2 men in front of him, and at the same time pushed and kicked the men on the side. At this time, although these little gangsters were frightened by Jiang Hao's move just now, they were pushed out by their boss. They had no choice but to take action. Immediately, they all held wooden sticks in their hands, had ferocious looks on their faces, and kept shouting, cheering themselves up as they rushed towards Jiang Hao. Hit me! Go up! When Jiang Hao saw this, he immediately smiled contemptuously. Then he rushed forward with bare hands and agility and collided with the 8 men. Bang! 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 After a while, only a scream was heard. In the end, Jiang Hao was the only one standing, while the 8 people were lying in a mess at his feet. Looking at the 8 minions who were knocked down by him in an instant, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Danger sense is definitely a good thing. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with his level 2 danger perception, but when he looked at the 8 hooligans lying on the ground and wailing, he frowned slightly. Then he came to the leader, squatted down, and asked, Boy, I have no grudge against you. Why did you attack me? The boy just held his stomach and cried, and didn't answer. But Jiang Hao is not a soft-hearted person, Jiang Hao said with a smile. You don't want to tell me, right? Okay, I'll tell you for you. After saying that, he punched the gangster again, hitting him hard in the stomach. This punch made the gangster's stomach feel sour that he almost vomited. If you don't tell me, I'll destroy you." As he spoke, Jiang Hao picked up a wooden stick from the ground and pressed it on the crotch of the gangster. When the gangster leader saw this, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Chapter 33. The sinister villain behind the scenes. The joint exam is coming. He instantly nodded in fear like a chick pecking at rice. "Brother, don't. I'll tell you. Then hurry up and tell me," Jiang Hao threatened in a stern voice. The gang leader then quickly spoke. "Yes, it was Qin Shou from Tiana No. 2 Middle School. He was the one who spent 20,000 yuan to give us your photo and said he would buy your legs." At this time, as the gangster finished speaking, Jiang Hao heard it. "It is indeed so. Qin Shou, you are so cruel that you actually sold my 2 legs." Jiang Hao had a gloomy face. "I'll write this down first." Then, Jiang Hao looked at the 8 gangsters and growled. "Get lost, all of you. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Suddenly, the 8 gangsters were surprised. Thank you, brother. Let's get out of here. Several people hurriedly thanked Jiang Hao and then ran away crawling. In the afternoon, the teacher sent out a notice that the final mock exam for senior year will be held tomorrow. This exam is a joint exam among the 4 major high schools in Tiana City, so the exam is also very formal. They had their holiday early. Jiang Hao also went home early. He had already used his knowledge to master all the knowledge of senior high school, so he naturally didn't need to review hard. So, Jiang Hao began to study the system. Ever since he used several stones to synthesize jade last time, Jiang Hao realized that his understanding of this magical system was still not enough. The system claims that it can decompose everything and synthesize everything, but it is not just talk. At this time, Jiang Hao was thinking about what to use for the experiment. Suddenly, he saw 2 crucian carps in a basin on the ground. These were bought by Jiang Ma to make soup for him and add nutrition. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Decomposing spiders and ants has given me some very powerful skills. I wonder what changes decomposing fish can bring to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly walked to the fish basin and grabbed one of the fish without hesitation. "Ding, I found a crucian carp. Do you want to disassemble it?" "Breakdown," Jiang Hao responded without hesitation. "Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a crucian carp, obtaining the skill swimming, and obtaining 0.5 skill points and 0.5 experience points. Decomposition completed. Do you want to extract? Swimming level 1, 0/1 allows you to swim like a fish in the water. Seeing this skill, Jiang Hao was a little disappointed. Although he was a landlubber, this skill was too low compared to the danger perception given to him by the spider and the super strength given to him by the ant. Although this skill is a bit low level, Jiang Hao still chose to integrate it. As the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. After integrating the swimming skills, Jiang Hao did not feel any changes in his body. Afterwards, Jiang Hao tried to decompose other things, but the effect didn't seem to be good. Helplessly, Jiang Hao could only give up the decomposition temporarily. A new day has arrived. Jiang Hao takes the examination supplies he prepared in advance and his admission ticket to look for his examination room. Soon, he came to the 3rd floor of Building B and found his examination room. Just as he was looking for his seat, he felt someone pushing him. When he turned around, he was a little surprised for a moment. Student Song Wana? When Song Wana saw that it was really Jiang Hao, she was also surprised. "Why are you here?" the two said in unison. Chapter 34. Smiling Tiger makes a move, but Jiang Hao remains unfazed. In an instant, the two smiled awkwardly. "Are you taking the exam here too?" Jiang Hao glanced at the classroom next to him and gestured. "Well, you're here too?" Song Wana nodded and asked back. Jiang Hao smiled silently. What a coincidence! Just as the two were chatting, a voice that made Song Wana disgusted suddenly came. "Hey, isn't this classmate Jiang?" Jiang Hao and Song Wana turned around and saw Qin Shou, also holding examination tools and walking towards them with a smile on his face. "Oh, Wana is here too." Qin Shou seemed to have just seen Song Wana and immediately greeted her. But when Song Wana saw Qin Shou, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she ignored him. Jiang Hao looked at Qin Shou, who was walking towards him, always smiling and making people mistake him for a sunny boy. Who would have thought that such a sunshine boy would break someone's legs just by speaking? Perhaps, if it weren't for what happened yesterday, even he would have been deceived by Qin Shou's smiling face. Song Wanner's indifference made Qin Shou feel a little embarrassed. In the moment when no one was watching, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, he greeted Zhang Hao in a familiar manner, without any strange expression on his face, as if the person who ordered others to break Zhang Hao's legs yesterday was not him. "Student Zhang, you are taking the exam here too. What a coincidence." Zhang Hao pretended to be very surprised. "Yeah, are you here too?" Zhang Haoxiu and Wei Si are trying to figure out what this smiling tiger is up to. "Oh, that's a coincidence. Student Zhang is a good student because he can take the exam in this class. I heard that the exam is very formal. How about we compare and see who does better?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled slightly, fearless. "Oh, how do you compare?" At this time, the other candidates around heard this and focused their attention on Zhang Hao, Song Wanner, and Qin Shou and started discussing. "Hey, isn't this Qin Shou, the top student in Class 1, Grade 3, and Song Wanner, the school beauty from Tiana? But who is the guy next to them? Huh? Who is he? How dare he compete with the top student Qin Shou in the exam? Could he be that top student? Sasa, isn't that Zhang Hao, the bad student from Class 8 of Senior 3 who is known for sleeping? Why is he here, and he's even competing with the top student in terms of grades? Fuck, is that true? A competition between a top student and a poor student? And he dared to agree to it? This doesn't seem to be a foregone conclusion, right?" Alas, Zhang Hao really overestimates his own abilities. Among these candidates, one knew Zhang Hao and told him about Zhang Hao's past deeds. In an instant, everyone looked at Zhang Hao with strange eyes, full of ridicule, as if they were watching a joke. Song Wanner, who was standing by, heard the conversation between Qin Shou and Zhang Hao, in which Zhang Hao actually showed signs of agreeing. She suddenly became anxious. He quickly and secretly pulled the back of Zhang Hao's clothes to remind him not to agree. Although she didn't know how Zhang Hao was assigned to this class to take the exam, she had already asked Uncle Hai to check Zhang Hao's information. It is clear that Zhang Hao's academic performance is not good, or even very poor. But Qin Shou is different. Although she hates Qin Shou very much, his academic performance is among the top 10 in the senior grade of Tiana No. 2 middle school. And she also knew that Qin Shou was a smiling tiger and not as simple as he seemed. Since he mentioned this, he must have a purpose. Chapter 35, Confidently Making a Bet, Song Wanner's Concern. Sure enough, the next moment Qin Shou spoke, confirming her guess. Qin Shou smiled slightly and then spoke. "Of course, it's based on the ranking of this mock exam. Whoever ranks higher wins. Of course, we are all men. Since we are betting, there must be stakes." At this time, Qin Shou pretended to think and then spoke again. "Let's make a bet on a meal. Whoever loses will pay. The location will be Tianfu Building on Central Street. Everyone can bring a partner. How about that? Zhang Hao won't be scared, right?" After Qin Shou finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Hao with a smile, as if asking for Zhang Hao's opinion. At this moment, the students who were watching around were secretly amazed when they heard this. TSK, Central Tianfu Restaurant. It's one of the top 3 high-end restaurants in Tiana City and even in the entire Jiangbei province. "Yeah, I heard about that too. I heard that you need a membership card to eat there, so most people can only stay away. I know that too. I heard that a bottle of wine in the Central Tianfu building costs tens of thousands, and a good one costs hundreds of thousands. Hiss, I'm afraid Zhang Hao won't agree. After all, Zhang Hao doesn't look like the son of a wealthy family." Everyone was talking about it, and naturally all of this fell into Zhang Hao's ears. Next to her, Song Wanner heard what was going on and became even more anxious, secretly pulling Zhang Hao's sleeve. "I hope he won't be impulsive." As the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong, she naturally knew about Central Tianfu Tower, and her father even had the supreme-level amethyst membership card of Central Tianfu Tower. She had also been there, so she naturally knew the situation inside. It was obvious that Qin Shou wanted to trick Zhang Hao. Then at this moment, Zhang Hao remained calm after hearing this, as if he didn't feel Rong Wanner's reminder. Then he said to Qin Shou Dao, "Okay, since you want to gamble, let's make a bet." Then Zhang Hao turned to Song Wanner and said, "Since this is a bet, then classmate Wanner can be the notary." At this time, Song Wanner originally thought that Zhang Hao would understand her reminder, but she never expected that Zhang Hao not only agreed to this obviously unfair bet, but also asked her to be a witness. She was really pissed off. Song Wanner was a little bit stubborn, and she glared at Zhang Hao implicitly. Now that things have come to this, she can only ask her father for the supreme membership card to help Zhang Hao get through this. At this moment, The classmates around were also shocked when they heard what was said, and immediately looked at Jiang Hao as if he were an idiot. Fuck, is there something wrong with Jiang Hao's brain? This is obviously a trap, but he still jumped into it. You are still too young. You can't even understand such a simple provocation. Sasa, I think Jiang Hao is going to be embarrassed this time. Stay away from this idiot. It might be contagious. Everyone was talking about it. No one thought that Jiang Hao would win this bet. After all, Qin Shou was ranked in the top 10 in the senior year of Tiannan No. 2 middle school. However, Jiang Hao is indeed a complete poor student. The two of them are not even on the same starting line. At this time, Qin Shou on the side did not expect that Jiang Hao actually agreed, and even asked Song Wanner to be a witness. Qin Shou immediately stopped suspecting anything and was overjoyed. This is the best. I let you escape last time, but this time, I will make sure you know the consequences of offending me, Qin Shou. Qin Shou said fiercely in his heart. However, when he saw Song Wanner beside him, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Chapter 36, You Can Only Envy and Be Jealous. Can you hand your paper early? At this time, he said to Song Wanner beside him. Then I'll have to trouble classmate Wanner. However, since classmate Wanner is a witness, you can't help classmate Jiang. When Song Wanner heard this, she suddenly became anxious and wanted to refute. But who would have thought that Jiang Hao would actually pull Song Wanner over and said, "Don't worry, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Besides, I won't necessarily lose." Qin Shou looked at the confident Jiang Hao and was slightly surprised, but when he thought of the information he had found out, he felt relieved. It seems that Jiang is full of confidence. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he turned and walked into the examination room. After the excitement ended, the other students shook their heads, stayed away from Jiang Hao as if he were a plague, and walked into the examination room. It's like they're afraid the idiots will be infected. Song Wanna was also a little angry. She pouted and glared at Jiang Hao fiercely. Jiang Hao was stunned when he saw Song Wanner in such a posture. However, he quickly reacted. Then he smiled at the lovely Song Wanner and said, "Okay, believe me. There's no need to hide now. It's time for me to show some strength to prove myself." As he spoke, Jiang Hao's tone was filled with a strong sense of confidence. Seeing Jiang Hao so confident, Song Wanner on the side was also a little stunned. "Okay, let's go in." Then, somehow, he grabbed Song Wanner's soft little hand and was about to enter the classroom. When Song Wanner felt Jiang Hao's thick, strong, and warm hand, she was also stunned, and then a red cloud appeared on her delicate face. Let Jiang Hao drag me into the examination room. As soon as they entered the examination room, everyone's eyes immediately fell on their hands. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Feeling the strange gazes from the people around her, Song Wanner quickly withdrew her hand, sat in the first row, and lowered her head. At this time, the people around seemed to react, and they stared at Jiang Hao hatefully, as if they wanted to beat him to death. Then, a large number of wailing sounds were heard. My dream goddess. I want to kill Jiang Hao. Hiss, you beast. That's my goddess. Oh my god. The good cabbage was eaten by the pig again. Everyone stared at Jiang Hao, as if he were an enemy. Qin Shou, who came in first and was sitting next to the window on the left, already had a gloomy face and stared at Jiang Hao viciously. Despite such a scene, Jiang Hao did not seem to notice anything had changed. He walked calmly and went straight to the last row, where was his seat. Soon, the invigilator came and the test papers were distributed quickly. Everyone also focused on the exam. Jiang Hao got the test paper and flipped through it casually. When he saw the questions, ideas for solving them appeared in his mind. It seemed that there was nothing difficult about them. Then he also started to answer the questions with his pen. Suddenly, the only sound in the quiet classroom was the sound of writing. Soon, half an hour passed, and when others were thinking hard or writing furiously, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I'm done. Can I hand in my paper now?" All of a sudden, everyone turned around, and their eyes fell on the owner of the voice. But when they saw that the person was actually Jiang Hao, some were shocked, some looked suspicious, some looked sarcastic, and their expressions varied. "Sasa, Jiang Hao actually finished it? No way. I've only done less than half of it. Humph, it's just grandstanding." Humph. He must have felt that he couldn't defeat Qin Shou, so he decided to just throw the jar into the ground. Chapter 37. The Invigilator's Misunderstanding, handing in the paper and leaving early. At this time, Song Wanna was also shocked. She was a little anxious, But at this moment, she suddenly remembered what Jiang Hao said when she entered the examination room. Could it be that Jiang Hao was really hiding before? However, he took another look at the 3/5 of the questions he had completed, and his doubts grew even stronger. On the other side, Qin Shou was also shocked by Jiang Hao's actions, and even felt a little panicked. But soon he thought of the information he had found out about Jiang Hao, and he immediately felt relieved. Then a hint of sneer flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Grandstand, but it's better to give it up." Afterwards, I ignored it and did the questions seriously. At this time, the invigilator frowned, glanced at Jiang Hao, and walked down. After taking a quick glance at Jiang Hao's test paper, the invigilator spoke. "You can't hand in the paper for now. You can do it in 40 minutes. However, don't just focus on filling it up. You are all in your 3rd year of high school now, and the college entrance examination will be in less than a month. Didn't your teacher tell you that no matter what kind of exam it is, you should be serious and not anxious? And even if you have finished answering the questions, you should not hand in the paper early and check it several times more?" The invigilator was very kind. However, Jiang Hao was extremely confident in himself and did not appreciate it. "Teacher, I have checked it 3 or 4 times after I finished it." And in fact, Jiang Hao did not lie. However, the invigilator didn't believe it. He didn't expect that Jiang Hao would ignore his good advice, and his impression of Jiang Hao suddenly decreased. He frowned and said coldly, "Okay, in that case, then lie down on the table and don't disturb others. Once the 40 minutes are up, you can hand in your paper." Then he turned around and ignored Jiang Hao and went back to the podium. "Everyone else, answer the questions carefully and don't whisper to each other. There's still plenty of time." Seeing this, Jiang Hao was helpless and had to lie down. Soon, 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Hao raised his hand again and was about to speak. The invigilator above was disgusted when he saw such a student who refused to change despite repeated warnings, and then said in a cold voice, "The one who raised his hand at the back, you can hand in your paper now, and don't disturb others who are doing their homework." The others in the classroom were startled, and then they saw Jiang Hao walking up with the test paper. Suddenly, their expressions changed. However, most people are full of doubt, and even a little sarcastic. Only Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao, her face full of worry. Jiang Hao gave Song Wanner a reassuring look. At this time, the invigilator spoke again. "Okay, you can leave after you hand in your test papers. Don't stay here and disturb others while they're doing their homework." Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything, turned around, and left. On the way home, Jiang Hao was thinking about what valuable things he could decompose, and he didn't seem to take the bet between him and Qin Shou to heart at all. "Quick, someone help call the emergency number. Don't just stand there. Stop arguing. The fight has already begun. Spread out. Let the air circulate. Don't crowd around. Hey, one of you grown men can drive these two to the hospital. Sasaji, who dares to send me off? Just go. What if they blackmail you?" At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from the front. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that there was a large group of people gathered in Tianfu Garden. Something seems to have happened there. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao quickly went over to join in the fun. It was still early anyway. After Jiang Hao finally squeezed into the crowd, he saw an extremely beautiful young woman squatting on the ground, hugging an old man in a Tang suit and crying bitterly. The old man's eyes were all white, his face was pale, and his whole body seemed stiff. Chapter 38. The human heart is always warm and cold, but there is true love in the world. At this time, Jiang Hao also learned from other people that the beautiful girl was the granddaughter of the old grandfather in Tang's suit, who had an accident. The girl was originally taking her grandfather for a walk in the park, but the old man suddenly fell ill and fainted on the spot. Some kind-hearted people around have already called the emergency number for help, but it is almost the end of the working day, and it will take 20 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. Even though some people wanted to drive them to the hospital, in today's society, even elderly ladies passing by don't dare to help, for fear of being blackmailed. Not to mention this situation, so they could only watch. Jiang Hao looked at the old man lying on the ground with little life left, and the girl next to him who was crying her heart out. He felt that it was not a scam, and immediately felt compassion. I'm afraid that by the time the ambulance arrives, the old man will have already died. I wonder if the life essence can save him? At this time, Jiang Hao thought of the life essence with amazing effects and pondered secretly in his heart. Ding host, the life essence can bring back to life flesh and bones. As long as the vitality is not cut off, you can snatch life from the hands of the king of hell. The system's prompt sound suddenly rang. startling Jiang Hao, who was in a trance. However, when he heard the system's prompt, he was shocked. Hiss, the life essence is so powerful. It seems that I still underestimated the power of the life essence. Jiang Hao was shocked, yet suddenly overjoyed. He decided to help the old man. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, before that, he must first obtain a bottle of life essence. At this time, Jiang Hao quickly withdrew from the crowd and came to a corner of the park where there was no surveillance. Then he reached out and placed his hand on a tree. Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it? Breakdown. Ding, congratulations on the failed decomposition. You gain 0.1 skill point and 0.1 experience point. After the first failure, Jiang Hao suddenly became a little anxious. Quickly put your hand on the surprise tree. Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it? Breakdown. Ding, congratulations on the failed decomposition. You gain 0.1 skill point and 0.1 experience point. After several consecutive failures, 2 or 3 minutes passed, and Jiang Hao felt a little disappointed. However, Jiang Hao did not give up. After several attempts, the system prompt sound finally rang again. Ding, congratulations on the successful decomposition. You got a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Jiang Hao was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to take the life essence to save people, he suddenly seemed to think of something and his body froze instantly. If I just rush over like this, I'm afraid no one will believe it, let alone give that old man the essence of life. Moreover, I cannot reveal the existence of the essence of life. But, in this case, how can I integrate the life essence into that old man's body? Jiang Hao was very anxious. Ding, host, the system can help you. As long as your hand is in contact with the old man for a long time, the system can silently integrate the life essence into his body. Jiang Hao was overjoyed when he heard this. That's great. With the help of the system, Jiang Hao quickly squeezed into the crowd again, shouting, Make way, I can help him. Now time is life. Of course we can't delay. Chapter 39, get out of the way, let me do it. At this time, the people around heard someone shouting, and they responded by making way, while at the same time looking in the direction where the voice came from with some curiosity. Is the doctor here? Jiang Hao took the opportunity to rush up from behind and came to the side of the old man, who was being held by the girl and had little life left. At this moment, everyone saw that it was actually a student, and they were all stunned. Where's the doctor? Didn't they say the doctor is here? Sassafras, is it this child who is shouting? No way. How can a student save anyone? Don't kill him. Whose child is this? How dare he be so bold? It's already this hour, and he still dares to joke around. At this time, Jiang Hao came to the old man. When Tian Tong heard that someone could save his grandfather, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly looked over. However, when she looked up and saw that it was indeed a student who was about the same age as her, with a childish face and wearing a school uniform, her eyes were immediately filled with suspicion. However, at this moment she was already panicking. Even towards this young-looking student, she still had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. Can you really save my grandpa? Jiang Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was staring at him pitifully with hope on her face, and comforted her softly. Believe me, I can do it. Your grandpa will be fine. At this time, Jiang Hao was about to reach out and touch the old man so that the system could integrate the life essence into the old man's body. Stop him now. Don't let him touch the patient. What does a little brat know? At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. Then, a young man in a suit and tie squeezed in, taking out an ID from his briefcase and speaking quickly. My name is Jia Ren. I'm a doctor at Tina Second Hospital, and this is my medical qualification certificate. As soon as everyone saw the ID, they immediately made way. The doctor said, stop letting that kid mess around. At this time, several people went up to pull Jiang Hao, and even Tian Tong, who was standing next to him, quickly protected her grandfather to prevent Jiang Hao from touching him. Jiaran stepped forward to check on the old man's condition and educated him in a stern voice. Which school are you from? Can you touch patients casually? What if someone dies? At this moment, as he checked the old man's condition, his face suddenly became more and more ugly. I'm sorry, the old man's life force is already very weak, maybe. Before Jia Run could finish his words, Tian Tong was so frightened that her face turned as pale as snow and she almost fainted. At this time, Jiang Hao struggled to get rid of the people. Get lost! He pushed Jia Ren away, ignoring the furious Jia Ren who was pointing at him, and immediately yelled at him. If you don't have the ability, just go away and don't delay me from saving people. If you are any later, I won't be able to do anything. At the same time, he turned around and pointed at the people who had just pulled him and questioned. And you guys, are you responsible for delaying my rescue? Suddenly, those people saw Jiang Hao speaking confidently and stopped moving forward. Then, Jiang Hao came to the old man and said softly, "It's too late for the ambulance. I'm the only one who can save your grandfather now. Are you sure you don't want me to touch him? Tian Tong is in a dilemma at this time. Can you really save my grandpa? Yes, make a decision quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything if you keep hesitating." Zhang Hao looked at the old man whose vitality was fading away and said hurriedly, "Well, go ahead." Tian Tong gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Hearing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly reached out to help the old man over, laid him flat, and put his hands on the old man's body to press down in an orderly manner. Chapter 40. Departure after the work is done, leaving all honor behind. Jia Ren, standing aside, had an unpleasant look on his face as he stared at Zhang Hao. Let's see how you deal with it. If someone dies today, you can't escape even if you were a student. At this time, the people around looked at Zhang Hao's actions, their faces full of doubts, and they didn't believe that Zhang Hao could save people at all. Can this really save lives? Sassafras, you're not really here to cause trouble, are you? I'm telling you, how could a student be so bad? We should stay away from him so that we won't be blamed if something goes wrong. Zhang Hao pretended to perform first aid, pressing and kneading the old man's body in a very realistic manner. While in secret, the system had already integrated the life essence into the old man's body. Ding, host fusion is complete. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao stopped immediately and looked at the old man's face expectantly. Seeing this, Jia Ren immediately seized the opportunity. Look, you're pretending to know everything, thinking you can save people by just touching them a few times? What a joke! Just wait till you go to jail. Zhang Hao ignored it. At this moment, he found that the old man's face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Hao immediately felt relieved. Cough, cough. What's wrong with me? The next moment, with a light cough, the old man woke up slowly. Tian Tong, who had been staring at the old man nervously, saw that her grandfather, who had been pale and cold, suddenly became rosy-faced and woke up. She burst into tears of joy and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, you finally woke up. Woo-woo. I thought I'd never see you again." With a light cough and Tian Tong's excited expression, the crowd watching on the side fell silent for a moment, and then the crowd exploded. Fuck, I'm awake. I'm really awake. Oh my god. It's amazing. This can save people. I was almost dying just now. How come you woke up in the blink of an eye? Oh my god. Could those pinches and presses be some lost life-saving technique? Just as everyone was shocked and talking about it, the old man actually stood up by himself, completely different from the patient who was about to die. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. When Jia Ren saw this, his face was full of disbelief, as if he was in a trance, and he kept muttering to himself, "How is this possible? This is impossible." However, he soon came to his senses. "No, I want to become your disciple." "Yes, become your disciple." He hurriedly looked for Zhang Hao, but after rescuing the people, Zhang Hao had already left in the chaos, and there was no trace of him anywhere. "Grandpa, this classmate just now?" With tears on her face, Tian Tong was happily about to introduce her lifesaver Jiang Hao to her grandfather, when she suddenly discovered that Jiang Hao was missing. "Hey, why is he gone? He was here just now." Tian Tong looked around anxiously, searching for Jiang Hao in the crowd. At this moment, the old man also understood instantly. "I must have been sick again just now, but luckily I was saved by a noble person." Moreover, at this moment, he felt relaxed all over, and the pain in his head had disappeared. This shocked him greatly. He knew his own condition best. Even Chinese medicine Dr. Chao Guosho could not cure it, but he was unexpectedly cured by a passerby. This made him sigh that there are so many masters among the people. However, he couldn't just let go of the life-saving favor. Then he comforted his anxious granddaughter, took out a mobile phone, and made a call. "Director Wang, it's me, Tian Tong. I want to ask you for a favor." Chapter 41. The test results are out. I am doing this for your own good. At this time, On the other side, Jiang Hao was already on his way home. When he took action this time, he didn't expect anything in return from others, and he didn't take the matter to heart. Just like that, 2 days passed in a flash. After 2 days of hard work, the joint entrance examination for senior high school students from the 4 major universities in Tiana City ended, and the test results came out. May 12th, good morning. Before the first class, a teacher replaced the column in front of the school building and posted a ranking list of senior high school exams. In an instant, countless high school students were like sharks smelling blood and surrounded the place in a blink of an eye. Don't push, let me see. Sassafras. Why do I only have over 400 points? Hey, me too, I only did a little bit. I felt the test was a bit difficult this time, and I didn't have time to finish many of them. The students looked at the exam rankings and talked about it. When Jiang Hao heard that the results were out, he was preparing to join in the fun. But who would have thought that as soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he met his classmate Tigerbird, Beast, who was still smiling like a gentleman. Next to them, Song Wanner was walking along with a very reluctant look on her face, and around them, there were some of their classmates. As soon as classmate B saw Jiang Hao, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Student Jiang, are you going to check the exam score rankings? I'm going there too. Why don't we go together and find out who won and who lost between us?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the reluctant Song Wanner and the classmates following Qin Shou and instantly understood Qin Shou's intention. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and spoke kindly. "Do you really want to see it? Or should we just forget it?" Jiang Hao was very confident in himself, and he was afraid that he would hit Qin Shou too hard. But who would have thought that Qin Shou did not appreciate it? In fact, he thought that Jiang Hao was afraid. He was immediately very proud of himself. In this way, he would never let Jiang Hao go. How can this be possible? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Is Jiang Hao afraid now? Qin Shou spoke quickly and used a simple method of provoking the opponent. At this time, even Song Wanner on the side thought that Jiang Hao was going to admit defeat. At this moment, on the one hand, she felt a little disappointed with Jiang Hao's surrender, but on the other hand, she somewhat agreed with Jiang Hao's early surrender. However, Qin Shou obviously would not miss such a good opportunity. Seeing this, the younger brothers behind Qin Shou also spoke up to assist. How can we just let it go? Is Jiang Hao really scared? Hey, you're such a wimp. Sasa, I thought he was a real man, it's just a meal. At this time, Qin Shou's smile widened when he heard this. Jiang Hao listened to the discussions around him and smiled helplessly, realizing that these people had misunderstood what he meant. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to speak again. "Everyone, please stop arguing. You misunderstood me. I was just afraid that the Beast classmate would be deeply shocked when he saw my grades. However, since classmate Qin Show and everyone else want to watch it, let's go and watch it. However, please don't get too upset when the time comes." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Qin Shou, who had been extremely proud, suddenly froze on his face after hearing clearly the reason why Jiang Hao didn't want to gamble. However, he reacted quickly and spoke in a sarcastic tone with a forced smile. "Oh, Jiang Hao is really good at telling jokes. I think Jiang Hao is a little too confident." Chapter 42, Witnessing a Miracle, Qin Shou's Pride. At the same time, it was not only Qin Shou who was dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's words. The classmates beside him were also stunned when they heard it. "Haha, I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so humorous. Hit us? Ha! No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of being hit. Oh, how arrogant. A poor student who gave up during the exam is afraid of discouraging us." They were all unwilling to accept it, and their words were filled with endless sarcasm and laughter. At this time, Qin Shou didn't want to argue anymore and spoke. "Okay, since Jiang Hao is so confident, let's go and take a look." As he spoke, Song Wanner, who was standing beside him, spoke. "Wanner, come along too. You're a witness, so we can't miss anyone else." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Hao beside her. Seeing this, Jiang Hao walked up to Song Wanner and said with a smile under the astonished gaze of everyone, "Okay, then I'll trouble classmate Wanner to be a witness for us. Come with us to take a look." Song Wanner looked at the confident Jiang Hao and was somewhat infected by him. "Good." Song Wanner responded softly. Then the two of them ignored Qin Shou and the helpers Qin Shou brought with him and walked side by side in front, heading towards the column with the test score rankings. Walking on the road, Song Wanner felt extremely conflicted. On the one hand, Jiang Hao did not admit defeat, which made her inexplicably happy. On the other hand, She was afraid that if Jiang Hao didn't admit defeat now, he might really lose and suffer a greater blow. As for what happened later, Qin Shou saw this scene with a smiling face, and suddenly his face became so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes, and then he spoke in a cold voice. Let's go and take a look. Soon, they came to the list surrounded by everyone. Looking at the list surrounded by many classmates, Qin Shou winked at his younger brother beside him. In an instant, the younger brother next to him cleared the area. Although the students who were looking at the list were very dissatisfied with the situation, they knew the people who cleared the area. They are all uneducated and dominate the schoolmates, so they can only be angry but not say anything. After a while, they stood in front of the list as they wished. Jiang Hao, Qin Shou, and Song Wanner stared at the list and began to look for their rankings on the list. After a while, an excited cry was heard. Hey, I found it. Qin Shou from Class 1, Grade 3 of Tiana No. 2 Middle School has a total score of 632. Tiana No. 2 Middle School ranks 5th, and the comprehensive ranking of the 4 schools is 12th. Oh, I didn't do well in the test this time. I only got this little bit. Qin Shou pointed at a list. Although there was some regret and dissatisfaction in his words, the pride in his tone could not be concealed. At this time, people around gathered around. Wow, that's amazing. 632 points. Hiss, you are indeed a top student. Hey, this is the gap between top students and poor students. 632 points is not good in the eyes of top students. How can we poor students survive? 632 points. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to look at it anymore. Jiang Hao has already lost. Qin Shou's pretended to be embarrassed and then pointed at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner next to him. No way, it's just 632 points. These two over here are the top students. At this time, Song Wanner suddenly spoke. Oh, I found mine too. The total score is 681. Tiana No. 2 Middle School ranked 2nd. As Song Wanner spoke, she frowned and seemed a little confused. Then she continued to recite. The comprehensive ranking of the 4 schools is 3rd. Chapter 43, The Birth of a Miracle, Everyone's Doubts. At this time, people around also gathered around, and when they saw the result, they were all shocked. Wow, 681 points. Oh my God, he is indeed the best among the best students. Second, not first? Sassafras, 681 points is not the first? When did a fierce guy appear in our No. 2 Middle School who could score higher than Goddess Wanner? Everyone was a little shocked, and at the same time, they were even more surprised at who actually took the first place from Song Wanner. At this time, Jiang Hao heard this, looked at Song Wanner's grades, and said gently, 681 points, very good. Jiang Hao's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him, and everyone was speechless when they heard his words. His 681 points is just good. Sasa, this student Jiang Hao is really good at pretending. I wonder how many points he got in the exam. Even 681 points is just good. You really think you are the reincarnation of the King of Tricks? You will die if you don't pretend to be tough. When everyone heard what Jiang Hao said, they immediately retorted with some dissatisfaction. Even Song Wanner, who was standing beside her, frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Hao was a little arrogant. At this time, Qin Shou seized the opportunity and quickly spoke to Jiang Hao, who was standing beside him. It seems that Jiang Hao's score is higher than Wanner's. Then can Jiang Hao point it out so that we can see it? Qin Shou stared at Jiang Hao with a smile. The other students nearby also started to make a noise. That's right, point it out so we can see it. If you are not 681 centimeters tall, don't judge me. Exactly. How much did you score? You're commenting on other people's grades. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Everyone was talking about it, but Jiang Hao's face remained calm, as if he was not affected at all. I found mine too. As he spoke, he pointed to the number 1 on a page of lists. Here, this is it. Qin Shou, Song Wanner, and the people around heard what was said and looked towards the place Jiang Hao pointed to. Hiss! When everyone saw the names and scores above, they gasped, and the surroundings instantly fell into deathly silence. After a long time, a scream broke the silence, and for a moment, the place was like a pot of boiling water. Fuck, 747 points? Oh my God! Is this still a human being? Sasaji, Tiana No. 2 Middle School, Grade 3, Class 8, Jiang Hao. Total score 747 points. Tiana No. 2 Middle School ranked 1st, and the comprehensive ranking of the 4 schools ranked 1st. Is this really Jiang Hao? Did he call by mistake? Seeing this result, everyone couldn't believe it. Song Wana was completely shocked. At this moment, he finally understood what Jiang Hao said before the exam. She looked at Jiang Hao standing aside again. Even though he got such a high score, he still looked calm. For a moment, she was stared at in surprise. However, the person who could not accept this reality the most at this time was Qin Shou. His eyes were dull, his face looked ugly, and he muttered to himself. This is impossible. It must be fake. Oh yes, there must be a printing error. That must be it. I'm going to the teacher. Say it and run. Jiang Hao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Qin Shou, who was about to run away, and spoke with a smile in front of everyone. Isn't Beast going to run away? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the eyes of everyone around him were instantly focused on Qin Shou. Being stared at by so many strange eyes, Qin Shou's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 44. The Dean's Confirmation. Qin Shou's Collapse. He could even feel the contempt in Song Wanner's eyes. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but soon, he had an idea and quickly spoke up to defend himself. How could I run away? I just thought that the exam ranking list might be wrong. So I plan to go to the academic affairs office to check the exam paper. How about I go with you to have a look? Jiang Hao laughed. Seeing this, Song Wanner on the side also interrupted. Why don't we go together? I happen to know that the test papers haven't been distributed yet. They're all with the Dean of Studies. Let's go take a look. At this moment, Qin Shou's face froze again when he heard this. The classmates next to them also started to make a fuss. Go and have a look, go and have a look. That's right, maybe it was a wrong number. At this moment, Qin Shou was in a dilemma. Jiang Hao had already dragged him to the training office and was even comforting Qin Shou at the same time. Let's go. Maybe my grades are really wrong. Being pulled by Jiang Hao, Qin Shou was like a little chicken, unable to fight back at all. He could only hope that there was indeed an error on the transcript. Soon, the group arrived at the teaching department. The dean of teaching was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a beer belly. Song Wanner said that she wanted to find the test papers of several people. The dean of studies knows that Song Wanner is the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhou, so he will naturally help with this little thing. When the dean learned that they were looking for Jiang Hao's test paper, he suddenly realized what was going on. He helped them find the test paper while saying, "Oh, so you are Jiang Hao's test paper. Do you suspect there's something wrong with Jiang Hao's score?" Actually, this isn't surprising, but I can say for sure that there is absolutely no problem with Jiang Hao's score. Because at the beginning, we thought there might be something wrong, but after we checked again and again, his score was not inflated at all. This shocked all the teachers in our senior year group. When we learned about Jiang Hao's previous grades, we couldn't believe it. However, such a high score is impossible to achieve even with cheating, so we all agreed that he might be a dark horse. Just then, he took out a stack of test papers and pointed at them. Found it. This is Jiang Hao's test paper. Take a look. This time we have decided to hold an encouragement meeting for all the senior students, and we are going to let Jiang Hao tell his classmates about his study methods. At this moment, everyone heard the explanation from the Dean of Studies and were shocked. All their eyes fell on Jiang Hao. It's so scary. That's amazing. Even the Dean said so. It seems to be true. And at this moment, Qin Shou completely collapsed. How is this possible? It must be fake. Qin Shou couldn't accept this fact for a while. At this moment, he was like a madman. He pointed at Jiang Hao and even boldly questioned the dean. How could he, a loser who only knows how to sleep and always ranks last in exams, get such a good score? He must have cheated. The head teacher, He Xingjian, was immediately livid at the sight of such a daring student. Which class are you in? Call your head teacher. I want to see who will hand over a jealous student like you. At this time, Song Wanner hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, and Jiang Hao on the side directly pulled Qin Shou out of the academic affairs office. After coming out of the academic affairs office, Jiang Hao spoke frankly. Since classmate Beast doesn't admit it, then forget it. Let's just pretend we never made this bet. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 45. Qin Shou admits defeat. Jiang Dad's birthday. Song Wanner, who was following closely behind, also looked disdainful when she heard this. The other classmates who understood everything also passed by Qin Shou with strange looks. Oh, I never thought that Qin Shou would be such a person. Humph, you're just a jealous villain. Look at how magnanimous Jiang Hao is. That's it, let's go. These people who usually looked at him with admiration were now willing to pay attention to him one by one today. Qin Shou couldn't stand it anymore. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. And then he shouted loudly to Jiang Hao, who had already walked away. Chin show, admit defeat. This Sunday, I'll treat you at the Central Tianfu building. No one will be served after your time is up. After saying that, he turned around angrily and left from the other side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately turned around and smiled at Song Wanner. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao took the report card issued by the teacher for today's class and went to the gift shop to buy a gift box. He then went to the cake shop and bought a birthday cake. Today is his father's birthday. He won't forget it. And it just so happened that this report card was the surprise he gave to his father. His father worked hard to send him to school, and good grades are the best reward for him. When he returned home, his parents were still not home from the stall, and it was still his sister Jiang Zishuan who came home early from school. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zishuan began to decorate the house to give a surprise to his parents who were coming home from the stall. At the same time, Jiang Hao once again used his superb cooking skills to cook a table full of dishes. Then the brother and sister turned off the lights and waited quietly for Jiang's father and mother to arrive at home. Pa! With the sound of the door opening, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zishuan hurriedly got ready. When the door opened and Dad and Mom turned on the light, immediately, Jiang Hao clicked to play the birthday music and sang in unison with Jiang Zishuan beside him. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. As the birthday song ended, the brother and sister suddenly shouted with laughter on their faces. Happy birthday, Dad. At this moment, when Mr. and Mrs. Jiang saw this scene, their eyes suddenly became wet. Thank you, Howard Zishuan. Dad Jiang said thank you with a slight sob. At this time, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zishuan each held a gift box. Jiang Hao spoke first. Dad, this is my birthday present for you. Open it and take a look. Hearing this, Father Jiang looked at his son, who was already a head taller than him, and nodded silently. Then, start opening the presents. At this time, Jiang Zishuan was also curious about what gift his brother, who had changed so much, would give to his father, so his eyes fell on the gift box in Jiang's father's hand. The same goes for Jiang Ma. When the gift box is opened, the first thing that comes to your eyes is a transcript. Look at the lines circled in red pen at the top of the transcript. Dad Jiang, Mom Jiang, and Jiang Zishuan were all shocked. Jiang Hao, total score of 747 points. First in Tiana No. 2 Middle School, first in the joint entrance examination of the 4 senior high schools in Tiana City. Suddenly, except Jiang Hao, the other 3 members of the family were stunned. They knew Jiang Hao's previous achievements. Although the college entrance examination is approaching, the family does not want to put too much pressure on Jiang Hao, but they do not have high hopes for Jiang Hao's studies. But this transcript, the family looked at the transcript. At the same time, they also saw the signature of Jiang Hao's head teacher and the school seal at the bottom of the transcript. They were already sure that this was true, but they still couldn't believe it. Father Jiang was the first to break the silence. Howard, is this true? Chapter 46 Gifts from 2 Siblings, a Warm Family. Jiang Hao also understood that, after all, his previous self was indeed too terrible. Dad, don't you have my class teacher's phone number? If you don't believe me, call and confirm it. Jiang Hao's words instantly dispelled all the family's doubts. Although Jiang Hao didn't study well before, he never tells lies. Okay. At this moment, Dad Jiang happily said 3 good words in a row. His face was full of smiles and relief, and the same was true for Mom Jiang beside him. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke mysteriously. Dad, the report card is just a small surprise. There's a big gift below. Upon hearing this, Father Jiang smiled at Jiang Hao. I feel like this transcript is the greatest gift given to me. Everything else doesn't matter. However, he still held the report card in his hand and looked under the gift box. When he saw the red notebook below and the line of words on it, he was immediately confused. Even Jiang Ma and Jiang Zishuan, standing by, were the same. Property certificate? Howard, this is ours? What are you going to do with it? Mother Jiang asked doubtfully. Suddenly, the whole family's eyes fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and spoke. Yes and no, Dad. Just open it and you'll know. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang immediately opened the red book with confusion. Sure enough, his name was written on the title page. But what shocked him was the location of the house. Number 333, Jingtai 2nd Road, Tiana City, 3rd floor, Unit 3. Well, our family didn't buy a house in Jingtai. Besides, Jingtai is not an area where rich people gather. How can we afford it? Dad Jiang asked in confusion. Seeing this, the family stared at Jiang Hao, hoping that Jiang Hao would give an explanation. Jiang Hao looked at the confused family, found it somewhat amusing, and then began to explain. He told everyone that he had a mysterious master and that he had earned a huge sum of 9 million. After listening to it, the family suddenly felt like they were reading a novel. Finally, after Jiang Hao repeatedly assured that this was all true and that he had not done anything illegal, the whole family began to believe it. Jiang's father also scolded Jiang Hao for spending money recklessly, but Jiang Hao knew that this was his father's love for his son, so he was not angry. After Jiang Hao's matter was settled, Jiang's father looked at Jiang Zishuan, who was hesitant about a small gift box, so he said gently, "Zishuan, you prepared a gift for me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zishuan panicked and hid the gift behind him. "No, Dad, I forgot to prepare it." Jiang Zishuan lied. Although she also wanted to give her father the gift she had carefully prepared today, when she saw the gift from her brother, who she used to look down upon, she suddenly felt that her gift was not good enough. Dad Jiang seemed to have noticed it as well, so he touched Jiang Zishuan's head and comforted her. "Zishuan, it's okay. No matter what gift it is, whether it's from you or your brother, I like it equally." Mother Jiang on the side also comforted her. In the end, Jiang Zishuan took out his gift somewhat embarrassedly. Dad Jiang opened it, and the whole family looked at it curiously. At this time, Dad Jiang took out a folded greeting card from the gift box. It is beautifully decorated and features a picture of a warm family of 4. Everyone has a happy smile on their face, and they're having a great time. After seeing this, Dad Jiang gently touched Jiang Zishuan, who was lowering his head. "Dad likes it very much. This is our family." Chapter 47 classmates come to ask for help, who said, "I can't play basketball." A new day has arrived, and Jiang Hao goes to school as usual. After Jiang Hao has shown his strength, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 no longer ignore and isolate him as they did before. Instead, he started looking for opportunities to get Jiang Hao to play together. Of course, if there were any problems that couldn't be solved, he would also ask Jiang Hao for help. Jiang Hao was not resistant to these things and would help wherever he could, and he enjoyed this feeling. During the afternoon break, other students went to play ball. Jiang Hao had never played before, so he did not go. Instead, he sat in the classroom and chatted with a few classmates. Just when they were chatting excitedly, Zhou Yu suddenly rushed in, looking very anxious. "Have you met our sports committee member?" As soon as he came in, he shouted loudly. The other students were also confused and didn't know what was going on, so Jiang Hao started asking, "What's wrong? Zhou Yu, didn't the sports committee member go to play ball with you guys?" When Zhou Yu saw that it was Jiang Hao, he spoke anxiously. "Something terrible happened. Chao 1 and I were playing basketball, and the guys from the sports team suddenly came over to grab the rebound. We refused, and a conflict ensued. Now those people from the sports team are clamoring to teach us a lesson. We only have 4 of us now, and we are still short of 1 person. The other people in our class are not good at playing basketball, so they definitely can't stand up to the sports team. That's why I came to find our sports committee member. But now the sports committee member is nowhere to be found. What should we do?" Zhou Yu looked anxious. Now, several students around him also became anxious. At their age now, they're full of passion and naturally want to bring glory to their class. Now, someone is bullying them, and they are suddenly united in their hatred of the enemy. "Let's go, beat him up, he's being unreasonable." "That's right, there's nothing great about the sports team," several classmates said angrily. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. "But can you play ball?" Jiang Hao's words were like a bucket of cold air poured down on their heads. At this time, a classmate nearby was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's attitude and immediately retorted, "We don't know how to fight. So, do you know how to fight? Aren't you the same as us?" Now, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao, and their eyes were full of strangeness. Although Jiang Hao was good at studying and they were convinced, and what Jiang Hao said was true, there were indeed some things he shouldn't have said at this time. Although Jiang Hao was criticized by his classmates, he was not angry. He faced the strange looks from the crowd, smiled calmly, glanced vaguely at where he was sitting, and at an NBA album on the table, then spoke. "Huh? Who said I can't play basketball?" Having said that, Jiang Hao paused slightly, pretending to be mysterious, then stood up from where he was sitting and said, "Come on, I'll show you my basketball skills." Then he picked up the picture album and walked out of the classroom with Zhou Yu, who looked confused. The other students behind were also confused and looked at each other. Could it be that Jiang Hao really knows how to play basketball? Look at his confidence. It doesn't seem fake. Sasagi, let's go and take a look and we'll know. Suddenly, everyone jumped up and ran out to catch up with Jiang Hao and the others, and rushed to the basketball court together. Jiang Hao was walking on the road, but his mind had already sunk into the system. Ding, I found an NBA picture book. Do you want to disassemble it? Breakdown. Chapter 48. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing and obtaining the God-level ball skill crystal, gaining 0.7 skill points and 0.7 experience points. The crystallization of God-level ball skills, the pinnacle of all ball sports. Decomposition completed. Shall we fuse? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao's originally uneasy heart instantly calmed down, without any hesitation. Fusion. Following Jiang Hao's command, a flood of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind, including all kinds of gorgeous ball skills, various steps, and so on. In an instant, Jiang Hao, who was originally unfamiliar with basketball, instantly turned into the god of basketball. On the side, Zhou Yu was still a little worried. Jiang Hao, can you really play basketball? How are your skills? Jiang Hao looked at the worried Zhou Yu and smiled immediately. Once you see my skills, you won't ask that question anymore. After saying that, Jiang Hao quickened his pace. Behind him, Zhou Yu was slightly stunned after hearing what he said, and then he quickly quickened his pace to catch up. When Jiang Hao and his group arrived at the stadium, they saw that there were already a lot of people gathered there. Chao Wen and others were also confronting several tall boys. After they squeezed in, Chao Wen saw Zhou Yu, but did not find their sports committee member. He suddenly became anxious and questioned. Zhou Yu, what's going on? Where's the sports committee member you were looking for? As for Jiang Hao standing aside, he was ignored by Chao Wen. Although they admired Jiang Hao's academic ability, they had never seen Jiang Hao play basketball, so they naturally ignored him. Zhou Yu glanced at Jiang Hao before speaking. I didn't find a sports committee member. When Zhou Yu heard this, he became very anxious. What's going on? Where did the sports committee member go? At this time, Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Well, Jiang Hao said he could play basketball, so he dragged me over here. When Chao Wen heard this, his face was immediately filled with suspicion. Jiang Hao. Then he looked at Jiang Hao standing beside him. Jiang Hao, can you play basketball? This time we were playing against a bunch of guys from the sports team, so it's not enough just to be able to play. On the side, several other team members looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes full of doubt. That's right, the technique is not good enough, so forget it. Just knowing how to fight is not enough. Faced with his classmates' doubts, Jiang Hao was not angry at all. After all, he had never played basketball before, so their doubts were understandable. But who made him have a cheating device? You'll know how good your skills are once you try them out. If they don't work, I can take over first. You can ask the others to find the sports committee member, and we can change them when the time comes. Jiang Hao came up with an idea. At this time, a big guy from the sports team shouted loudly. Those guys over there, have the people you're looking for arrived? Are they afraid to come? Several players around him, who were wearing uniform jerseys, also shouted. That's right. Are you scared? If you are, get out. How dare you, a bunch of scumbags, to compete with us? Chao Wen and the others responded and looked over there with anger on their faces. I couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around to look at Jiang Hao and said harshly, Okay, listen to Jiang Hao. Zhou Yu, ask a few classmates to go find the sports committee member. I, Guiqi, Lulu, Huang Wenjie, and Jiang Hao will go first. Afterwards, Zhou Yu took a few classmates to find the sports committee member, while Jiang Hao, Chao Wen, and others took the stage. Lu Biao, we have enough people. Who will be the referee? We don't trust your people. Chao Wen and his group of 5 confronted several big guys from the sports team. Chapter 49. Someone is being a bully on the court. Jiang Hao teaches him a lesson. At this time, the leader of the sports team, the big guy who had just mocked Chao Wen and his team, glanced at Chao Wen and his team. Are these your team members? Why do they all look so skinny, as if they're still breastfeeding? His words also caused the people around him to burst into laughter. But it is true. Among Jiang Hao and his team, only Chao Wen's physique is comparable to those on the sports team, while the others have average physiques. In terms of physique, the two sides are not at the same level at all. Lu Biao's ridicule made Chao Wen and others very angry. At this time, Jiang Hao on the side retorted, We play basketball not based on physique, but on technique. We are not like some people who are simple-minded, strong-limbed, and only know how to rush around recklessly. You can imagine the technique of such people. Zhang Hao's words immediately made Lu Biao angry and embarrassed. Lu Biao rushed up viciously. What did you say? Who has a simple mind and strong limbs? He is looking for death. As he said that, he punched Zhang Hao. Lu Biao suddenly got angry, and the people around him were unable to react. On the side, other students were immediately frightened by this scene. Ah, Zhang Hao, be careful. At such a critical moment, Zhang Hao looked at the fist hitting him and smiled contemptuously. The second level of danger perception allowed him to foresee the danger in advance. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reached out to grab Lu Biao's wrist. The innate magical power of great strength was activated, and he pinched it hard. Then a scream was heard. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The scene that the students had expected, where Zhang Hao might be knocked down, did not happen. On the contrary, in their imagination, Zhang Hao, a 1.75-meter tall, thin boy, was holding the wrist of Lu Biao, a burly man, with one hand. But Lu Biao's face twitched in pain, his knees bent, and he screamed. This made everyone stunned. At this time, Lu Biao's accomplices were stunned for a moment, and then they quickly reacted. They were all angry and rushed forward to besiege Zhang Hao. Boy, let our captain go. At this time, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3, who were cheering for Chao Wen and his classmates, also came to their senses and surrounded them one by one. The same goes for Chao Wen and others. Zhang Hao was also very moved when he saw this scene. Such a large group of people surrounding them frightened the people from the sports team. They immediately stopped and stood there shouting, "Let go of our captain. We are not playing basketball. Do you want to bully the minority by relying on your numbers? If that's the case, we admit defeat." That's right. How can you be considered a hero if a large number of people bully a small number of people? It was obviously Lu Biao who started the fight first, but this group of people turned the tables on him. Chao Wen was so angry that he wanted to argue with them. Zhang Hao grabbed Chao Wen and then pulled up Lu Biao, who was pinched by him. Just play ball. Don't act tough. After saying that, he easily pushed the burly man Lu Biao out with his backhand. Lu Biao was pushed and staggered a few times, but fortunately, he was supported by his accomplice behind him. Captain, are you okay? You're not hurt. His team members also quickly helped Lu Biao up and asked. Unexpectedly, Lu Biao stared at Zhang Hao with hatred and an unwilling look on his face. Fuck! After yelling a curse, he was about to rush up and hit Zhang Hao again. He couldn't believe that he was taken down so easily. He thought he was just careless. At this time, the team members around him hurriedly grabbed Lu Biao and persuaded him. Captain, they have more people. A wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him. Let's play ball, play ball. That's right, Captain. Don't be impulsive. Chapter 50, Lu Biao's pride and Zhang Hao's actions. Lu Biao was caught by several people. Lu Biao stopped and just warned Zhang Hao fiercely with his eyes, as if to be honest. Be careful next time. Then, these teams were of no use to Zhang Hao. In fact, Zhang Hao felt that he was a little childish. On the other side, someone asked a teacher who loved playing ball and had very good skills to be the referee. And then the game started. The audience outside the stadium was also divided into two teams. One pair cheered for Zhang Hao and his team, while the other pair was optimistic about the sports team. At this time, the audience was talking about it and had begun to speculate. Which team do you think will win? I think they must be from the sports team. Just look at their body shapes. That's right. Look at them. They are tall and strong, while the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 are so thin and not very tall. Yes, I think so too. Most of the spectators on the sidelines were optimistic about the sports team. After all, compared with those people in the sports team, Zhang Hao and his team had no size advantage at all. Only the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were cheering for their classmates. On the court, after the two teams took their positions, a whistle sounded, and the players in charge of the two teams suddenly jumped up and started to grab the ball. On Zhang Hao's side is Zhou Yu, and on the sports team's side is Lu Biao. After all, among Zhang Hao's team, only Zhou Yu has a decent physique. The two men jumped at the same time, but Zhou Yu was ultimately no match for Lu Biao and the others who trained every day. The basketball was snatched away by Lu Biao and quickly passed to his teammates. Zhang Hao and his teammates quickly caught up. As expected, the players on the basketball team train regularly, and their cooperation is really great. After several passes, Lu Biao suddenly broke forward. His teammates quickly passed the ball to him. He dribbled past them and made the shot. Lu Biao was even more proud and stared at Zhang Hao with disdain. Outside the stadium, the cheerleaders quickly clapped and cheered. The students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were a little disappointed. After all, they had trouble opening the door. In this way, Lu Biao and others cooperated with each other and scored 3 goals in a row. But Zhou Yu could not keep up with Lu Biao at all, which made the spectators sigh. The students in Class 8 of Grade 3, who were on the cheerleading team, were also very anxious. Seeing this, Zhang Hao also became anxious, so he decided to chase Zhou Yu Dao directly. Zhou Yu, go follow the person I'm following. I'll follow Lu Biao. Zhou Yu hesitated when he heard this. Can you do it? We'll know if it works once we give it a try. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, he ran up and caught up with Lu Biao. Helplessly, Zhou Yu could only follow the person that Zhang Hao had followed before. Here, Lu Biao, with the ball, saw that the person following him had been replaced by Zhang Hao. He immediately smiled evilly and wanted to show off his ball skills in front of Zhang Hao and play a trick on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao also saw it clearly. Just when Lu Biao was dribbling the ball and preparing to pass Zhang Hao was quick-witted and stole the ball from Lu Biao, then turned around and passed it to Zhou Yu. While Lu Biao was still confused, Zhang Hao had already rushed under the railing and shouted loudly, "Zhou Yu!" Zhou Yu was thinking about who to pass the ball to when he heard Zhang Hao's call. He then looked around and saw that there was no one around Zhang Hao, so he subconsciously passed the ball to Zhang Hao. After passing the ball, he felt a little regretful. They had finally got the ball, and he didn't know how good Zhang Hao's skills were, but he passed the ball so easily. On the side, the cheerleading team of Class 8 of Grade 3 was so happy when they saw that they finally got the ball that they shouted loudly, "Zhang Hao, come on!" Chapter 51. The court is full of people. Lu Biao blocks the way. When Zhang Hao received the ball, Lu Biao also reacted and quickly chased after him. But Zhang Hao raised his body and jumped, and threw the ball directly out. Bang! With a sound, the ball went straight in. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams outside the stadium, followed by warm applause. The students in Class 8 of Senior Grade 3 also kept shouting, "Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao!" Lu Biao, who was chasing after him, looked a little unhappy, but with so many people watching, he couldn't lose. He came to Zhang Hao and said arrogantly, "Boy, I'm giving you one, otherwise I'm afraid you'll end up with 0 points, and then you'll cry." However, Lu Biao's pretense failed. Zhang Hao just smiled and said nothing. Here, it was finally Zhou Yu's turn to serve. As the ball was passed to Zhou Yu, he dribbled the ball but was intercepted by the person in front of him. At this moment, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity and shook off Lu Biao, who was staring at him. At this moment, Zhou Yu also saw Zhang Hao. With the previous goal, Zhou Yu had some confidence in Zhang Hao, so he passed the ball to him. Zhang Hao got the ball and dribbled past the opponent, while Lu Biao chased him frantically from behind. Just not far from the board, Zhang Hao rushed up and made a slam dunk. Bang! The ball went in. Zhang Hao grabbed the railing ring and hung on it. Seeing this scene, the whole audience suddenly boiled over. Wow! Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao. At this time, even those who didn't know how to play basketball were shocked. Zhou Yu and the others were even more ecstatic and rushed directly towards Zhang Hao. Lu Biao, who was chasing after him, was also completely shocked when he saw this scene. Even though he has practiced basketball for many years, he cannot do such a dunk. The screams of the people around him made him look very embarrassed. He could only comfort himself in his heart that this was an accident. But then, with the cooperation of Zhou Yu and others, Zhang Hao dribbled the ball even more flexibly, and even made a long three-pointer or a one-handed dunk. Various gorgeous moves that can only be seen on international courts were displayed, and the atmosphere on the scene was even more exciting. More and more spectators gathered. Almost half of the students and teachers on the playground crowded over, and even Song Wanner came with a few classmates after hearing the news. Several of Song Wanner's classmates kept calling Zhang Hao so handsome, which made Song Wanner inexplicably proud. The members of the sports team were replaced again and again. Even Lu Biao followed Zhang Hao and ate dirt all the way. He was as tired as a puppy and kept sticking out his tongue. Zhou Yu and the others finally understood where Zhang Hao's confidence came from. They will never be able to achieve such football skills in their entire lives. With a whistle, the time is finally up. At this time, everyone saw the score of 100-6 on the scoreboard, and they were immediately excited. The boys in Class 8 of Grade 3 rushed forward, lifted Jiang Hao up, and threw him into the sky. After the excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone surrounded Jiang Hao and prepared to return to the classroom. At this time, Lu Biao and others suddenly blocked the way of Jiang Hao and others. Everyone thought that Lu Biao lost the game and wanted to take revenge on Jiang Hao and the others. Immediately, they surrounded Jiang Hao, glared at Lu Biao and the others, and started chattering and arguing with them. Lu Biao, what's wrong? You can't stand losing and want to beat someone up, right? That's right. You're such an adult, but you don't mind being embarrassed. Come on, who's afraid of who in a fight? I don't believe that we can't cripple a few of you with so many of us. Chapter 52, A Sudden Turn of Events. Lu Biao wants to become a disciple. Faced with such an excited crowd, Lu Biao was a little nervous. Finally, he made up his mind, knelt down on his knees, stared at Jiang Hao, and said, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." After saying that, he even pulled aside his embarrassed teammates. When those people saw their captain kneeling down, they also knelt down on their knees and shouted in unison, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." This sudden turn of events made Jiang Hao a little confused. Not only Jiang Hao was confused, but everyone around him was confused. Originally, they thought that Lu Biao and others were angry and came to fight. But who would have known that they actually came to become apprentices? Moreover, the person they wanted to become apprenticed to was actually the person they were challenging just a moment ago. This shocked everyone. However, when they thought about it, they were not so shocked by Jiang Hao's superb basketball skills. At this time, everyone focused their attention on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao then walked out of the crowd, looked at the kneeling people, and quickly asked them to stand up. "You guys hurry up and get up. I'm not very good at playing basketball. I'm just playing around." As soon as these words came out, the people around him looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. They really wanted to say, "I don't trust you." Lu Biao and others who were kneeling felt even more uncomfortable. It turned out that after so many years of hard training, they were still not as good as others. "It hurts, my friend." They looked at Jiang Hao, and while they were hurt by him, they became more determined to take Jiang Hao as their master. "Master, please accept us." Lu Biao has the image of a big man, and his pitiful look kneeling in front of Jiang Hao makes people feel extremely weird. At this time, Lu Biao saw that Jiang Hao had no intention of accepting them, and he suddenly became anxious and spoke. "Master, if you don't accept us, we won't get up." Jiang Hao was helpless. He had never thought of accepting a disciple. "Well, kneel down if you want. I'm about to take the college entrance exam, so I don't have the time to teach you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk around Lu Biao. But Lu Biao directly hugged Jiang Hao's legs and quickly spoke. "Master, don't go. We won't delay your study time. As long as you teach us a few moves in your spare time, we will be satisfied." When Jiang Hao was hugged by Lu Biao, the burly man, he immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He struggled and shouted, "Let me go now, I'm not gay." Jiang Hao's words immediately made everyone laugh, and then they looked at Lu Biao with a strange look. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao shuddered all over. "Master, don't worry, I'm not gay. If you promise me, I'll let you go." At this time, several of Lu Biao's team members followed suit and surrounded them directly. "Master, if you promise us, we will let you go." Now, Jiang Hao was completely speechless. Seeing that the class was about to start, Jiang Hao finally had no choice but to speak. All right, all of you get up." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation in his eyes. "Master, did you promise us?" Jiang Hao said helplessly. "Yes." Before Lu Biao and the others could be happy, he warned again, "But let me be frank. I don't have time. I can only teach you when I have some free time." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao and the others were a little disappointed, but they were delighted that Jiang Hao had agreed to teach them, and they quickly stood up and made a promise. Yes. We will never disturb the master from studying, for sure." Chapter 53, Jiang Hao becomes famous, and the coach comes. The basketball game between Class 8 of Grade 3 and the sports team is over. Ran and Jiang Hao's amazing performance on the court was recorded and posted online. For a moment, there was an exclamation on the internet. The number of likes and comments is growing at a terrifying rate. Jiang Hao's amazing performances on the court drove countless basketball fans crazy. Such skills are very rare, even in international competitions. The outside world was completely in an uproar. But Zhang Hao and his classmates did not seem to show much joy when they returned to the classroom. This made all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 admire him even more. Just like that, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Zhang Hao came to the classroom as usual. As Zhang Hao walked into the classroom, Su Wintao suddenly ran over with an excited look on his face. Zhang Hao, you are famous, you are famous. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this. What's hot? What are you talking about? Zhang Hao asked doubtfully. Then, Zhang Hao's doubts made Su Wintao stunned, and Su Wintao asked back anxiously. You don't know yet? This made Zhang Hao a little puzzled. What do I know? Brother, please explain clearly. Zhang Hao was too tired to complain. At this time, Su Wintao finally confirmed that Zhang Hao really knew nothing. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, clicked on a video, and started chattering excitedly. Zhang Hao was a little curious and took a closer look. Huh? Is this a video of us playing basketball with the sports team? After hearing what Su Wintao said, Zhang Hao finally understood that someone had uploaded the video to the internet. He became famous because of this and gained a lot of fans online. This group of fans also calls themselves the Hao Family Army. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was a little surprised. This was an unexpected gain. However, this doesn't seem to be of much use. After Zhang Hao took a look, he just smiled and ignored it. Then, Zhang Hao returned to his seat and lay down to think about life. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Zhang Hao was thinking about life, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of knocking on the table. Zhang Hao frowned and looked up. Under a pair of reading glasses, a dry, old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Ah! Zhang Hao was so frightened that he quickly moved away. Who are you? Zhang Hao asked with a confused look on his face. Hello, are you classmate Zhang Hao? Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yangming, the sports team coach of Tiannan No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Hao was still a little confused when he heard this, but he still stood up politely. Oh, hello, Teacher Wang. What can I do for you? At this time, not only Zhang Hao was confused, but even the other students in the classroom were very confused. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wang? Isn't he the PE teacher? Why are you looking for Zhang Hao? Hiss, could it be that his sports team was humiliated in front of Zhang Hao yesterday, and he came here to take revenge? The classmates around him also had gossipy looks on their faces, and were all looking at Zhang Hao. At this time, Wang Yangming looked at Zhang Hao's politeness and nodded, then showed a smile that he thought was very friendly, and then spoke. Hey, classmate Zhang Hao, I watched your game yesterday. It was really exciting, and your basketball skills are not inferior to those of some professional basketball players. I am very optimistic about you, and I would like to invite you to join the sports team. After you have completed a period of systematic training, I will recommend you to serve directly in our provincial basketball team. How about that? Chapter 54 Coach Wang's Invitation. Zhang Hao's performance is not ideal. As soon as Wang Yangming finished speaking, there were exclamations in the classroom. Hiss, directly join the provincial basketball team to serve? Sassafras. I heard that if you want to join the provincial basketball team, you have to go through many levels of selection. How come it's so easy here? I wonder if Zhang Hao will agree. The students were also surprised by Wang Yangming's words. At this time, Zhang Hao was also surprised after hearing this. It's true that not everyone can enter the provincial basketball team. Then, he was surprised that Coach Wang could directly recommend him to join. It seems that Coach Wang is not a simple person. However, this seems to have nothing to do with him, because he had never thought about joining any provincial basketball team. Even the fact that he played yesterday was only because he was forced by the situation. Zhang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's expectant eyes and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Coach Wang. Thank you for your appreciation. However, I don't want to join a sports team, let alone a provincial basketball team. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I have to seize the time to review and take the exam. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, there was an exclamation in the classroom. Hiss! Zhang Hao actually refused? That's the provincial basketball team. However, when they thought about Zhang Hao's studies, they suddenly understood, and it was not so shocking. On the side, Zhang Hao's answer made Wang Yangming a little confused. He thought that if he offered Zhang Hao a recommendation spot on the provincial basketball team, he would definitely rush to accept it. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhang Hao actually rejected him. Wang Yangming thought Zhang Hao didn't hear clearly, so he immediately emphasized to Zhang Hao. You probably didn't hear it clearly. I can recommend you to join the provincial basketball team directly. It's the provincial basketball team, and there is no need for any assessment during the whole process. Jiang Hao was speechless. He really had never thought about joining the provincial basketball team. Besides, with his skills, he was more than qualified to join the national team, let alone a provincial team. He was somewhat helpless and had to explain again. Coach Wang, I heard you clearly. I don't want to join any provincial basketball team. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I just want to take the college entrance examination and enter the university I like. When Wang Yangming heard this, he immediately became anxious. He watched the video of Jiang Hao and his teammates' basketball game yesterday. To be honest, Jiang Hao's basketball skills are good enough that he might even be able to make it into the national team. And Jiang Hao is so young, he is definitely a talented athlete. He can't just give up like this. Just when he was secretly worried, he was suddenly awakened by Jiang Hao's last words. Entering university? Suddenly, he spoke quickly. Student Jiang Hao, don't you want to go to college? In fact, sports students can also take college entrance exams. Nowadays, every university recruits some sports students. You first join the provincial basketball team, and then with this springboard, it won't be easy to go to university. Besides, judging from where you are sitting now, I think your academic performance is not ideal. It will be difficult for you to enter a good university. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. My academic performance is not satisfactory? It seems that Coach Wang did not check any information about him when he came. Wang Yangming's words immediately shocked the students around him. Jiang Hao's academic performance is not ideal? Synthesizing, the first place in the joint entrance examination of the 4 schools in Tiana City, with a total score of 747 points, is not ideal? Oh my God, this is not ideal. How can we live like this? Everyone wailed immediately. Chapter 55, the principal agrees. I will consider it. Coach Wang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I don't want to do sports. Then, Jiang Hao seemed to have thought of something, and he changed the subject and said, unless. Wang Yangming was very disappointed to see that Jiang Hao had never considered pursuing a career in sports. However, Jiang Hao suddenly changed the subject, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he asked hurriedly, unless what? Jiang Hao looked at the excited Wang Yangming. His eyes rolled, and he said casually, I will only consider your suggestion if the principal agrees to let me become a sports student. However, if the principal disagrees, you can't bother me anymore. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was immediately delighted. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. Okay, it's settled. You can't go back on your word. I'll go talk to the principal right away. Just wait. A good talent like you can't be wasted on studying books. Having said that, he turned around and walked out, as if he couldn't wait any longer. When Jiang Hao saw Wang Yangming, who was so happy, he immediately felt happy. Okay, I won't regret it. Jiang Hao watched Wang Yangming leave happily and smiled. Will the principal agree to let me, the top scorer in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools, become a sports student? Hee. Even if he agrees, I only promised you that I would consider your opinion, but I didn't promise you to become a sports student. On the other side, Wang Yangming, who was still in an excited state, had no idea what Jiang Hao was planning. What he didn't know was that Jiang Hao's academic performance was not unsatisfactory, but very good. He was ranked first among the 4 schools in Tiana City. He jogged all the way and rushed to the principal's office excitedly. Without knocking, he just barged in. At this time, in the principal's office, a slightly fat middle-aged man was sitting at his desk working. Suddenly, he heard someone breaking in. He frowned and looked up, wanting to scold the intruder. But when he looked up and saw that it was the old man Wang Yangming, he suddenly felt helpless. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? When Wang Yangming heard this, he was immediately unhappy. Principal Guo, what's wrong? Are you so unhappy that I came to see you? When the principal heard this, he was speechless. Wang Yangming used to be the captain of the provincial sports team. Even after retirement, he still couldn't sit idle. So he was invited to the school to serve as the coach of the sports team. He also has great respect for this old man who once led the Jiangbei province sports team to win major awards across the country. However, even though this old man is almost 60 years old, he still acts in an impetuous manner, which makes him feel helpless. Okay, Mr. Wang, you fooled me. No one comes to see you for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Wang Yangming felt a little embarrassed by Principal Guo's directness, but when he thought of the talented young man Jiang Hao, he couldn't stop feeling excited. He pretended to be mysterious. Principal Guo, good news, good news. Let me tell you, I discovered a genius today, a monstrous genius. Principal Guo was a little surprised by Wang Yangming's excitement and immediately became interested. Oh, what kind of genius is this to deserve such praise from Master Wang? What's going on? Tell me about it. When Wang Yangming heard this, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, clicked on the video, and then put it in front of Principal Guo. Look, this student has the most basketball talent I've ever seen in my life. He pointed at Jiang Hao, who was showing off his basketball skills in the video, and exclaimed. Chapter 56, Principal Guo's Strangeness, Wang Yangming's Shock. Yes, it is true. Principal Guo watched the video and nodded silently. At this time, Wang Yangming said excitedly again, Principal Guo, this student is in our school. Such a genius deserves our special training. Principal Guo looked at the excited Wang Yangming and spoke. From our school? From our school? Didn't you go find him? Hearing this, Wang Yangming felt a little embarrassed. Could it be that he had gone to look for someone himself, and even offered the conditions of being recommended to join the provincial sports team directly, but the other party still was unwilling? If he said that, where would Wang Yangming put his face? Suddenly an idea came to him. Principal Guo, I want to find him, but Jiang Hao said that he would only agree if you agreed. Wang Yangming's words also made Principal Guo stunned. If I agree, he will agree? Then he smiled slightly. Interesting. Okay, At this time, just as Wang Yangming was looking at Principal Guo expectantly, and Principal Guo was ready to agree. Suddenly, Principal Guo seemed to react, and his voice stopped abruptly. Then, he stood up suddenly. Mr. Wang, what do you think his name is? Wang Yangming was also surprised. Looking at Principal Guo's nervous expression, he answered truthfully. Jiang Hao, he's a student in Class 8 of Senior 3, sitting in the last row. Judging from his academic performance, he shouldn't be that good either. When Principal Guo heard this, his face froze. Jiang Hao from Class 8 of Senior Grade 3. How could he not know? The senior year students are his main focus. In this joint entrance examination of 4 schools, Jiang Hao, a dark horse, suddenly emerged and shocked many people. He is one of them. The high score of 747 moved even some students who considered themselves geniuses. With such results, do you say his academic performance is poor? Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? No wonder Jiang Hao asked you to ask me. This smart boy. At this time, Principal Guo looked at Wang Yangming with a strange look. Wang Yangming shuddered all over when he was looked at by Principal Guo's strange eyes. Principal Guo, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Yangming asked with some doubt. Mr. Wang, don't you know that this time we have a joint entrance exam for the senior year of high school in Tiana City? The Jiang Hao you mentioned who didn't do well in academics actually won first place in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools with a high score of 747. Principal Guo explained somewhat speechlessly. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was stunned. No way? 747 points? First place in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools. Is this true? Is there a duplicate name? Wang Yangming was a little hesitant. In his opinion, shouldn't those so-called academic masters be the nerds who sit in the front row, wear glasses, and don't do much exercise? Principal Guo felt helpless when he heard this. Mr. Wang, there is only one Jiang Hao in Class 8 of Senior Grade 3. If nothing unexpected happens, the Jiang Hao you were talking about is the first in the joint examination of the 4 schools. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have asked you to ask me. After Principal Guo said this, Wang Yangming understood instantly, and he became a little anxious. But he has such a great talent for basketball. Before Wang Yangming finished speaking, Principal Guo stretched out his hand and stopped Wang Yangming from continuing. Mr. Wang, I will never allow this student to become a sports student. Besides, don't you understand what he means? He never thought of becoming a sports student. As for him asking you to ask me, that was his excuse, a tactful refusal. He must have thought that I would not agree. Chapter 57, Coach Wang's Doubts. Genius is not understood. After Wang Yangming heard this, he thought about it carefully, and his face was suddenly filled with disappointment. Hey, all right then. I didn't expect this kid to be so smart. Okay then, Principal Guo, you go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Wang Yangming left dejectedly, with Principal Guo seeing him off. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Yangming felt unwilling to give up when he thought of Jiang Hao's amazing basketball talent. In Class 8 of Grade 3, Jiang Haoren always sleeps on the table, but no one is dissatisfied with his behavior. All they have is admiration and worship for him. Look at Jiang Hao, who can get first place in the joint entrance examination of 4 schools even if he sleeps every day. However, no matter how hard we work every day, we are still far behind Jiang Hao. Sure enough, geniuses are so unreasonable. At this moment, Wang Yangming suddenly walked into the classroom of Class 8 of Grade 3 again. This immediately caused a whisper in the classroom. They all knew about the previous conversation between Wang Yangming and Jiang Hao. Coach Wang went to ask the principal. I wonder if the principal agreed. I don't think the principal would agree. Jiang Hao ranked first in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools. How could he possibly become a sports student? Maybe the principal didn't know it was Jiang Hao and agreed. At this time, Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao, who was sleeping on the table, out of tune with the tense atmosphere around him. If Principal Gua hadn't told him in person, he would never have believed that a student who only knew how to sleep could actually score 747 points. He came to Jiang Hao's desk and knocked on it. Jiang Hao heard the noise outside, and then he pulled his mind out of the system. When he looked up and saw that it was Wang Yangming, he immediately smiled and asked curiously, "It's you, Coach Wang. What did the principal say?" Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao, who pushed everything onto the principal, and he understood. He is indeed a smart boy. This also made him like Jiang Hao even more. The principal disagrees. After Wang Yangming finished speaking, the classmates in the class began to discuss it. I said the principal won't agree. Jiang Hao was not at all surprised when he heard this, as he had expected this result a long time ago. At this time, Jiang Hao said to Wang Yangming with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, Coach Wang." Wang Yangming looked at the polite Jiang Hao and nodded. "It's okay, but if you change your mind, you can always come to me." After saying that, he turned around with disappointment and prepared to leave as Jiang Hao watched him leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around with a puzzled look on his face. "Jiang Hao, can I ask you something?" Jiang Hao was stunned, but he reacted quickly. "Sure, go ahead and ask." Wang Yangming hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "I see you always sleep, but why are you so good at studying?" Wang Yangming's words immediately expressed the thoughts of all students. Many classmates also looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation. Jiang Hao paused when he heard this, but he soon understood. Coach Wang must have known that he was the first in the joint entrance examination of 4 schools. But how should I answer this question? Could it be that I have a cheat? I'm afraid no one will believe this if I tell them. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's puzzled eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Coach Wang, you are a genius, but you are not understood by others." When Wang Yangming heard this, a hint of understanding and surprise flashed in his eyes. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was full of arrogance, he nodded, turned, and left. Chapter 58, The Bet That Should Be Fulfilled. Qin Shou is a little abnormal. When the students around heard this, they were all stunned. "It hurts, my friend." Saturday came in a blink of an eye, and it was time for Qin Shou to fulfill his bet. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Song Wanner came to the door of Jiang Hao's classroom and waited for Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, hurry up. Let's go and remind Qin Shou that today is Saturday and he should fulfill his bet." When Song Wanner thought of Qin Shou pestering her and his hateful look, and then thought of the dinner Qin Shou was going to host at the Central Tianfu building today, she suddenly felt very happy. Today, this fairy is going to kill you mercilessly. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Hao came out after packing his things. As soon as the two walked out of the corridor, they suddenly saw Qin Shou walking towards them. When Qin Shou saw Song Wanner with Jiang Hao again, his signature smile froze, and his face instantly became gloomy. "You bastard. I chased you so hard, but you ignored me, and now you're trying to throw yourself at me." Then his eyes fell on Jiang Hao. "And you, this country bumpkin, have embarrassed me time and again. Today I'm going to take good care of you." A hint of viciousness flashed across Qin Shou's eyes, but in an instant, he returned to his smiling face. "Student Jiang Wanner, you are all here. I was just about to call you. Let's go to the Central Tianfu building later. I'll treat you." "Oh, by the way, Jiang Hao, where are your companions?" Qin Shou seemed to be kind and reminded him. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner were a little surprised that Qin Shou kept his promise. "Is there any conspiracy?" The two looked at each other, but Jiang Hao was skilled and brave, so he didn't take it to heart. "I'll make a call, and my companion will be here soon." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Jiang Zixuan. "Jiang Zixuan, where are you? Come to the gate of number 2 middle school. I'll treat you to a delicious meal later." "It's okay. It won't take up any of your time." Just tell your parents that we'll be home later. Jiang Hao made the call, as if no one was around, and Qin Shou still had his signature smile on his face. Warner, then you and Jiang Hao will come to the school gate later. I'll go get some things and invite a good friend. When Song Warner saw Qin Shou like this, she was a little confused, but she still nodded. Qin Shou left, and Jiang Hao finished his call. Jiang Hao said to Song Warner somewhat embarrassedly, Student Warner, we may have to wait. It will take a few minutes for my sister to come over. Song Warner smiled indifferently. Fine. However, she seemed to have thought of something, then put away her smile and said to Jiang Hao, I feel like Qin Shou is a little abnormal today. You better be careful. When Jiang Hao heard Song Warner's kind reminder, he immediately smiled and nodded. It's okay. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Soon, after Jiang Zixuan arrived, the group took Qin Shou's car and came to the Central Tianfu building. When they arrived at the Central Tianfu Tower, Qin Shou took out a blue crystal card, and then everyone walked in under the guidance of the Central Tianfu Tower's waiter. After entering the Central Tianfu building, Jiang Zixuan was shocked by the gorgeous decorations here. Soon, the four of them came to a private room and sat down. When the waiter handed over the menu, Qin Shou intercepted it. Jiang Hao and the others were a little confused. At this time, Qin Shou said apologetically, Sorry, let's wait a moment. One of my friends hasn't arrived yet. We can order food after he arrives. Chapter 59 Qin Shou's Conspiracy, Jiang Hao's Return. Since Qin Shou has spoken, Jiang Hao and the others have no choice but to wait. 20 minutes passed, but the person Qin Shou was waiting for still hadn't arrived. This made Jiang Hao very dissatisfied. Not to mention Jiang Hao was dissatisfied, Song Warner was also dissatisfied, and Jiang Zixuan on the side pinched Jiang Hao in anger and complaint. Jiang Hao was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, so he could only blame Qin Shou. Qin Shou, your friend is so unpunctual, Jiang Hao said dissatisfiedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, a vibration was heard. Jiang Hao and the others subconsciously touched their mobile phones. At this time, Qin Shou took out his mobile phone. It turned out to be his mobile phone. Jiang Hao's sharp eyes immediately saw the words Brother Shui written on Qin Shou's mobile phone screen. At this time, Qin Shou looked at the phone. His expression changed slightly. Then he stood up, holding the phone in his hand, and apologetically gestured for him to go out and answer the call. Then he went out. Now, only Jiang Hao, Jiang Zixuan, and Song Wana were left in the private room. At this time, Jiang Hao stood up. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. After leaving the box, Jiang Hao went into the bathroom under the guidance of the waiter. Brother Shui, you said you can't come today? Just as he was about to enter the restroom, he heard Qin Shou's voice coming from inside. Upon hearing that, Jiang Hao stopped immediately. But what you promised me? Oh, you've asked Ma to wait outside? Okay, I won't kill anyone. I just want that kid's leg. Don't worry. Hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly understood. I was wondering why Qin Shou was so attentive today. So this is the case. After understanding it, Jiang Hao heard it again. Then I'll treat you to dinner another day. Oh, don't worry about the money. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. At this time, Jiang Hao heard the noise and quickly turned around and returned to the box. After a while, Qin Shou came back after answering the phone. Sorry. I'm sorry to have kept you three waiting. My friend called and said he had something to do and couldn't come. Let's start ordering. Hearing this, Jiang Hao pretended to know nothing and said with some dissatisfaction, Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made us wait for him. Song Wanner on the side also muttered. That's right, if you didn't tell us earlier, we would have waited for him in vain. At this time, Jiang Hao stood up and snatched the menu from Qin Shou's hand. No matter what, you must order 2 delicious dishes to compensate us. Having said that, he started looking at the menu and ordering food without caring about anything else. This abalone looks good. Give me 3 servings. Well, this bird's nest is good. Give me 4 points. Jiang Hao said a lot in a blink of an eye. The waiter next to him was so nervous that his hands were limp. Moreover, Jiang Hao specifically picked out some expensive items on the menu. After hearing what Qin Shou said on the phone, Jiang Hao knew that Qin Shou was planning to take revenge on him. Since someone has been looking for revenge on him, he will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity so easily. Song Wanner and Jiang Zixuan on the side were stunned. Song Wanner silently looked at Qin Shou, whose face was ashen. and suddenly felt some sympathy. Originally, she was prepared to give Qin Shou a good beating, but she didn't expect that before she even made a move, Jiang Hao had already taken action, and he was so cruel. As for Jiang Zixuan, she was not familiar with her brother's friends, so although she was a little shocked, she did not say anything. Only Qin Shou stood aside, clenching his hands so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him noticing, and staring at Jiang Hao with a gloomy face. Chapter 60. Qin Shou is about to vomit blood. Jiang Hao is full of food. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly looked up. Student Qin Shou, do you think the dishes I ordered are enough? How about a few more? Qin Shou's heart was bleeding at this moment. When he heard that Jiang Hao was still preparing to order food, he immediately put on his signature smile. That's enough. That's enough. Actually, I don't eat that much, and there are only 4 of us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stared at the menu, still looking dissatisfied. Hey, it turns out that the food at Central Tianfu Building is nothing special, just like the average 5-star hotel. At this time, the waiter on the side retorted, Sir, you don't understand this. In fact, the members of our Central Talent Building are also divided into different levels. The private room you are in is only for Blue Crystal Membership Card level, and even the dishes are only for Blue Crystal Membership Card level. Above the Blue Crystal Membership Card, there are also King level Black Crystal and Supreme level Amethyst membership cards. After hearing this, Jiang Hao was also surprised. So that's why. No wonder he felt there was nothing special about Central Tianfu Building when he looked at the menu. It turns out that a Blue Crystal level membership card is equivalent to a 5-star hotel. And above the Blue Crystal card, there are even higher levels. At this moment, his eyes turned, and he suddenly said to Qin Shou Dao, Student Qin Shou, I am an ignorant country bumpkin. I wonder if you have a Black Crystal or Amethyst membership card. Let's change the level so that a country bumpkin like me can experience the treatment of the Supreme level. Puff! Jiang Hao's words made Song Waner, who was drinking water, unable to hold back and spit out the water. Waner, are you okay? Jiang Hao asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Song Waner wiped the water off quickly in embarrassment. Jiang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao's concerned expression, then turned to look at Song Waner beside him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. On the side, Jiang Hao's words instantly made Qin Shou feel like vomiting blood. This Blue Crystal membership card was stolen from his father. Where did he get the Black Crystal and Amethyst? He also wants to experience Supreme treatment. Student Jiang Hao, you're joking. I don't have a membership card of that level. Qin Shou replied with a wry smile. He has been cheated so much for a Blue Crystal card. If a Black Crystal or Amethyst card comes, won't he have to be sold out? What a country bumpkin. The more Qin Shou looked at Jiang Hao, the more disgusted he felt. I'll let you show off for a while, but you'll suffer later. There was a hint of viciousness in Qin Shou's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Soon the food came. Jiang Hao and the others ate like crazy, while Qin Shou ate like crazy with a sad mood, as if he wanted to make up for all his losses that day. But Jiang Hao ordered too many dishes, and when they were all unable to eat anymore, the waiter was still serving the dishes. Waiter, how many dishes do we have left? Jiang Hao asked while lying on the chair and touching his belly. Sir, you still have 6 dishes, including crystal lobster. Look, do you still need to go up? After the waiter said that, Qin Shou wanted to return those dishes to reduce his losses. At this time, Jiang Hao also waved his hand. No need to go. Hearing this, Qin Shou was delighted, thinking that Jiang Hao had discovered it for a long time. Who knew that the next moment, Jiang Hao's nightmare-like voice came. No need to prepare, just pack it for me, and I'll take it away later. This is such a delicious dish. I have to let my parents have a taste too. Qin Shou suddenly had the urge to run away. Chapter 61. After a good meal and a good drink, they parted ways and encountered a robbery on the way home. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Jiang Hao, carrying the packed dishes, left the Central Tianfu Building with Jiang Zixuan, Song Waner, and Qin Shou, who had been following behind with a gloomy face. Waner, can I take you home? At this time, Qin Shou hurriedly chased forward with a smile and offered his courtesy. Song Waner glanced at Qin Shou, then pointed at a black car not far away and said, No need. My dad has already sent someone to pick me up. You can see Jiang Hao and Sister Zixuan off. Then, she said shyly to Jiang Hao, who was standing beside her. Jiang Hao, my dad asked you to come to my house when you have time. Thank Uncle Song for me. I'll go over when I have time. Song Vanan nodded. When Qin Shou, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two. His eyes almost seemed to spit fire. At this time, Song Wanner jumped to Jiang Zishuan's side, took Jiang Zishuan's hand and said, "Sister Zishuan, on behalf of my family, I welcome you to our home." After the meal, the two girls who were originally strangers had become familiar with each other and called each other sisters. Jiang Zishuan was very happy. "Thank you, Sister Wanner. Okay then, be careful along the way. I should go back too." "The same to you." The two sisters said goodbye, and Song Wanner got into her car and was taken away. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zishuan got into Qin Shou's car. Jiang Hao lay in the car with his eyes squinted, feeling a little sleepy. Bah! Ah! At this moment, the car shook suddenly, then braked and stopped. Jiang Zishuan was frightened and screamed. Jiang Hao was also shaken so hard that all his sleepiness disappeared, and Qin Shou also looked panic-stricken. Bang! 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 At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the car. At the same time, a loud shouting was heard. Come down, Rob." Jiang Zishuan was so scared that he rushed to Jiang Hao. "Brother, what should I do? What should I do?" Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. "Elder brother?" This word seemed strange, yet familiar to him. Jiang Zishuan hasn't called him brother for a long time, and this call of brother actually made him somewhat happy. "It's okay, sister. I'm here." At the same time, he looked ahead and saw Qin Shou sitting in the passenger seat, and thought to himself, "Has it already begun?" At this moment, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Qin Shou's mouth, and then he pretended to be frightened. "Don't hit me, big brother. Don't hit me, I'll be right out, right out." Then he opened the car door. A group of people got off the bus. After getting off the car, a group of people holding blades, iron rods, and other things surrounded Jiang Hao and his friends. Jiang Zishuan was so scared that she buried her head in Jiang Hao's arms. At this time, a gangster holding a blade among the group of people spoke. "Robbery. Our boss said that we will charge 50,000 yuan per person. You can leave the money and leave." At this time, Qin Shou pretended to be brave and stepped forward, nodding and bowing to the gangster who was speaking. Brother, can you please give us a discount? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, and you can let us go." 100,000? With 100,000, you can both go. Leave the money, and you two can go." The gangster pointed a razor blade at Qin Shou and the driver beside him and spoke. Brother, I only have 100,000 yuan in total. Can you please be flexible and let us all go?" Qin Shou smiled and spoke humbly. "What nonsense! Only two can leave with 100,000, or no one can leave." The little gangster scolded. Yes. Qin Shou was so scared that he agreed immediately. Chapter 62, Poor Acting Skills, Meeting Huang Mao. Afterwards, Qin Shou got into the car to get the money. When he passed by Jiang Hao, he whispered, "Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I only have 100,000 yuan on me, and they won't let me go because the money is not enough. But don't worry, once I get out of this, I will definitely call someone to rescue you." Jiang Hao smiled slightly and watched Qin Shou's clumsy performance. "What are you two whispering about? Leave the money here, but get out." On the side, a gangster shouted, Yes. Qin Shou hurriedly nodded and took out the 100,000 yuan that he had prepared long ago and gave it to the gangster. "Brother, can we go now?" Qin Shou smiled and asked. "Go away." Yes. Afterwards, Qin Shou turned around and looked at Jiang Hao apologetically, and the moment he turned around, his eyes were full of coldness. Qin Shou's departure made Jiang Zishuan even more frightened, and she almost cried. While no one was paying attention, Qin Shou got into a black car not far away. Jiang Hao patted Jiang Zishuan's back gently to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'm here." At the same time, as he looked at these gangsters, he had already condemned them in his heart. "Where's the money, you two?" At this time, someone questioned Jiang Hao and Jiang Zishuan. Jiang Hao said with a smile, "Stop acting. Your acting skills are just rubbish. Where's your boss? Let him come out." Jiang Hao's words surprised the man. "What are you talking about? If you don't have money, then everyone will leave a leg," the gangster threatened. Behind him, a younger brother sneaked away and headed towards the black car that Qin Shou got on. The young man came to the black car, knocked on the window, and after the window was rolled down, he spoke hurriedly. "Brother Ma, this is bad. That kid seems to know something." At this time, Qin Shou was in the car, and next to him, there was a young man called Brother Ma with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his arms. The younger brother's words startled Qin Shou and Ma Ge for a moment, and they looked at each other. How is that possible? This bunch of useless people are always causing trouble and can't do anything good. Manga scolded and then turned to Qin Showdown. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. I'll go over and take care of it. Qin Shou nodded, stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation, and spoke. Brother Ma, please. Afterwards, this Brother Ma got out of the car and went towards Jiang Hao. Brother Ma! When his younger brothers saw him coming, they all made way for him. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Hao surrounded by his younger brothers inside, he shuddered all over. How could it be him? At this time, Jiang Hao also saw Manga and was a little surprised. Isn't this the yellow-haired guy who had been beaten by him? Oh, Huang Mao, it's you again. Jiang Hao's words immediately shocked Huang Mao's little brother. How dare he call Manga like that? Hiss, is he courting death or is he courting death? Sasaji, does he know Mago? The yellow-haired man had a gloomy face at this time, and at the same time, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Last time, the three of them joined forces, but were still easily defeated by Jiang Hao. This time, Brother Shui asked him to help Qin Shou beat up someone, but he didn't expect that this person was Jiang Hao. At this moment, Huang Mao glanced at the many younger brothers around him inconspicuously, and suddenly felt relieved. He said harshly, Boy, I didn't expect it to be you. That's perfect. This time we can settle old scores together. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly when he heard this. Yellow hair, have you forgotten what I said? Chapter 63, Decomposing a Stick, I Gain Martial Arts Skills. After saying that, Jiang Hao glanced at the yellow-haired man. Instantly, a fear arose in the man's heart. However, he quickly realized that he had brought a lot of younger brothers with him this time. Boy, don't be arrogant. This time, I'm not alone. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, looked up again, and his eyes instantly became cold. It seems that you don't have a good memory. In that case, I will help you to have a good memory. After saying that, he took a step forward in an instant, snatched the stick from the hand of a gangster next to him, and at the same time, quickly knocked down several gangsters next to him with a few sticks. At this time, the gangsters were also frightened by Jiang Hao's skills. They retreated one after another, expanded the encirclement, and stared at Jiang Hao closely. After Jiang Hao eliminated all dangers around Jiang Zixuan, he stood in front of Jiang Zixuan with an iron rod in his hand. Jiang Hao's face was solemn. The situation was a little bad this time. If he was alone, he could easily get away, but now, he has his sister behind him. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from Jiang Hao's mind. Ding! Found a long stick, should we disassemble it? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment when he heard this, but that hesitation disappeared in an instant. Now, we can only give it a try. Breakdown? Ding! Congratulations on decomposing a long stick and obtaining the dog-beating stick technique. Skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9. Extract the fusion? Dog-beating stick technique level 1. 0 out of 1, the orthodox martial art of the beggar's sect. The unique skill of the sect. When Jiang Hao saw this annotation, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. The dog-beating stick technique. This is a martial art, a legendary martial art, and it is one of the two unique skills of the beggar's sect. This is incredible. Is there really such a thing as martial arts? Jiang Hao was a little shocked. Martial arts. However, he suddenly thought of the system in his body and was not so shocked. Speaking of incredible things, the system is probably the most incredible thing. Besides, now is not the time to worry about this. There is a large group of people outside who are eyeing us covetously. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao said silently. Fusion. Following Jiang Hao's order, a flood of memories appeared in his mind in an instant. The dog-beating stick technique has a total of 36 moves, 12 tactics, and 8 character formulas. It is one of the two great magical skills passed down from generation to generation by the leaders of the beggar's sect. The 36 moves of the dog-beating stick technique was created by the founder of the beggar's sect. It has always been passed down orally from the previous leader to the next leader and will never be passed on to a second person. The dog-beating stick technique is a martial art passed down from generation to generation by the leader of the beggar's sect. It is a unique martial art that can only be taught by the leader of the beggar's sect. There are 8 techniques in the dog-beating stick method: tripping, chopping, entanglement, poking, picking, leading, blocking, and turning. The moves are divided into hitting 2 dogs with a stick, hitting the dog's head, and intercepting the dog's hips. But in an instant, Jiang Hao understood all the mysteries. With the dog-beating stick technique combined with his sense of danger and his supernatural power, Jiang Hao's confidence increased instantly. System. Upgrade the dog beating stick to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. The dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 2. 0 out of 10. The orthodox martial art of the beggar's sect. The unique skill of the sect. As the dog beating stick technique was upgraded, Jiang Hao suddenly felt as if there seemed to be something special inside his body. However, it is not obvious. Jiang Hao looked at his skill points and finally made up his mind. System. Upgrade the dog beating stick to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. The dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 3. 0 out of 100. The orthodox martial art of the beggar's gang. The gang's unique skill. Chapter 64. The martial arts are so powerful, giving you 2 choices. As the system prompt sounded again, Jiang Hao clearly felt a surge of energy in his body. At the same time, he felt that his whole body was full of strength. At this moment, he felt better than ever before. It happened so quickly that Jiang Hao completed the fusion of skills in a flash. On the other side, Ma Gu and others also reacted quickly. Ma Gu hurriedly retreated while shouting in fear. Come on, beat him up! As soon as Ma Gu gave the order, his younger brothers looked at each other, revealed a hint of ruthlessness, and then raised the iron rods and blades in their hands and surrounded him. Hit me! Kill! Ah! At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly hooked up an iron rod on the ground with his foot, and his body moved flexibly, almost instinctively. He pushed the frightened and screaming Jiang Zixuan into the car, closed the door, and then shouted loudly, "Beat the 2 dogs with a stick." He leaned over and swept his stick at the thugs who were rushing towards him, knocking down several of them instantly, but a few of them were smart enough to dodge. However, this was useless. Jiang Hao changed his tactics instantly. Beat the dog on the head with a stick. He swung the stick in his hand towards the heads of the hooligans who had dodged with great force. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, accompanied by a wailing sound, several more people fell down. At this moment, a group of people fell to the ground, but he did not stop there. Instead, he took advantage of the situation to pursue them and beat them up. But within just a few moves, all the thugs who surrounded them were knocked down. There were wailings everywhere on the ground. Jiang Hao, holding an iron rod in his hand, stood in front of the yellow-haired man who was trembling all over and sweating on his face. Jiang Hao leaned over to Huang Mao's ear and whispered, "Remember what I said?" Huang Mao was so frightened at this time that he kept nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Remember, just remember it. Tell me, should I break your legs for a day? Or, Jiang Hao was just speaking when the yellow-haired man was so frightened that he suddenly fell to his knees, his voice filled with tears. Brother, please forgive me, please forgive me. He kept kowtowing, and suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Brother, someone asked me to stop your car today. It was the young master of the Qin family, Qin Shou. It was him. He asked me to do it. He's still in that black car? The yellow-haired man began to confess like pouring beans, and at the same time, he did not forget to point to the black car in the distance. Brother, please forgive me. Huang Mao's words also confirmed Jiang Hao's guess. Jiang Hao looked at the yellow-haired man who was crying and snotting. His face was calm, without any sympathy, and said in a cold voice, "Yellow hair, today, I'm giving you 2 choices. The first choice is that I'll break both of your legs, and we'll be even." Jiang Hao's words made Huang Mao shiver. If his legs were broken, wouldn't his life be ruined? And he had offended many people. The moment, it's scary to think about it. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke again. The second option is to capture Qin Shou and break his legs. Huang Mao's face instantly turned red with embarrassment when he heard this. Although the Qin family is not a big family, Qin Shou's father is the boss of a listed company. After breaking Qin Shou's legs, Qin Shou's father would kill himself. However, Jiang Hao did not consider these. Okay, I've given you 2 choices. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Start now. 10, 9. Chapter 65. Huang Mao's choice. Qin Shou begs for mercy. Jiang Hao started the countdown, and the yellow-haired man looked at Jiang Hao's eyes, which were shining with coldness. He immediately understood that Jiang Hao was definitely not joking. If he didn't do as he said, he would probably break his legs. 5, 4. Jiang Hao's voice was like a death sentence, which made Huang Mao finally make up his mind. It is better for his friend to die than for me to die. Stop, big brother or uncle. I choose the second one. Huang Mao spoke quickly with a crying voice. I'm going to capture Qin Shou and break his legs for 2 days. I'm going right now. As he said that, he asked Zhang Hao for permission and prepared to go and capture Qin Shou. When Zhang Hao heard this and saw Huang Mao make his choice, the coldness on his face instantly melted away and he smiled. You don't have to go over there. Let your little brother go over and capture Qin Shou for me. Then, I want to watch you do it yourself. Zhang Hao's words made Huang Mao's face freeze instantly, and his last bit of luck was blocked by Zhang Hao. He had a sad face, but he had to force a smile. Yes, yes. He had no choice but to agree to Zhang Hao's request. Then he turned around and scolded the 2 younger brothers who were still standing behind him. Didn't you hear? Go now. His 2 younger brothers were also frightened by Zhang Hao's voice. When they were scolded by their boss, they immediately reacted and turned around and ran towards the black car, not far away in embarrassment. At this time, in the black car, Qin Shou was already shocked by what he saw. How is this possible? How could Zhang Hao be so powerful? He kept mumbling to himself unconsciously. At this moment, he saw the 2 gangsters walking towards him, and suddenly, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Brother Ma betrayed me? What should I do? What should I do now? Qin Shou panicked. At this moment, suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He quickly took out his cell phone and started making a call. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected, but no one answered, which made Qin Shou very tormented. Brother Shui, please answer the phone. Bah. Qin Shou was extremely anxious, but at this moment, Huang Mao's 2 younger brothers had already opened the car door and reached out to grab Qin Shou. Qin Shou was so scared that he dropped his phone and began to plead with the 2 men. Brother, I'm your boss's friend. Why are you arresting me? We can discuss it. We can discuss it. Qin Shou kept begging for mercy, but these 2 men were already frightened by Zhang Hao, so how could they possibly listen to him? The 2 men pulled Qin Shou down and dragged him towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stared at the disheveled Qin Shou and smiled without saying a word. Qin Shou knew that if the truth was revealed, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. He met Zhang Hao's gaze and prayed quickly. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry, I was bewitched. I'm the one who got me into trouble. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Qin Shou spoke in a crying voice and slapped himself in the face, looking extremely pitiful. However, Zhang Hao remained unmoved and shifted his gaze to the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao immediately understood, and his eyes showed a hint of ferocity. He then picked up an iron rod from the ground and came in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou was frightened when he saw Huang Mao's actions, and he struggled to retreat. Brother Ma, what are you doing? Qin Shou, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. After Huang Mao finished speaking, he signaled to his 2 younger brothers with his eyes. Chapter 66, Moving Home, Undercurrents Surge. His 2 younger brothers understood and helped capture Qin Shou. The yellow-haired man's eyes turned fierce, and he raised his stick and swung it down. After several blows from the stick, Qin Shou fainted with a scream. Zhang Hao had already turned around and walked to the car window, where Jiang Zixuan was, blocking the way in front. Over there, after a few blows from Huang Mao, Qin Shou's legs had already drooped down. Zhang Hao glanced at it, then opened the car door and got in, speaking at the same time. Huang Mao, ask someone to take me home. Originally, after Huang Mao broke Qin Shou's leg, he was still a little nervous, fearing that Zhang Hao would not let him go. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Hao actually kept his promise and seemed not to pursue his responsibility. Suddenly, he dropped the iron rod in his hand, licked his face, and hurriedly got into the car. I will personally send Big Brother home. I will personally send him home. Zhang Hao didn't refuse either. The 3 people in the car each had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Not far from his home, Zhang Hao asked Huang Mao to stop the car, and he and Jiang Zixuan got out. At the same time, he did not forget the delicious food he packed from Central Tianfu Building. Before leaving, Zhang Hao looked at the respectful yellow-haired man and warned him. What happened today was all your fault. It has nothing to do with me. Remember that. Zhang Hao's words immediately made Huang Mao's mouth twitch. However, looking at Zhang Hao's warning eyes, he didn't dare to refute and made repeated assurances. Remember. Only then did Zhang Hao nod. Okay, go back. Huang Mao felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked them quickly and drove away immediately. Watching Huang Mao's car go away, Zhang Hao took Jiang Zixuan for 2 circles before going home. He is afraid of bringing danger to his family. On the way home, Jiang Hao reminded Jiang Zishuan. Zishuan, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, especially your parents. Remember? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zishuan nodded silently. Then the two of them went home. No words all night. The next day was Sunday, and Jiang Hao had already discussed with his parents that they would move into the new house today. Especially after what happened yesterday. Jiang Hao naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. At Jiang Hao's strong request, Jiang Hao and his family moved. After moving into the new home, Jiang Hao began to study his own system, and he was eager to become stronger. Of course, he knew what happened yesterday, and it was definitely not going to end so easily. Next, he will face the Qin family's crazy revenge, so he must become stronger. At the same time, on the other side, in a separate ward in Tiana's second hospital, Qin Shou was lying on the hospital bed, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Beside the bed, a noble lady, about 37 or 38 years old, stared at Qin Shou with tears in her eyes, her face full of pity. In front of the window, not far away, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face was looking out the window, silent. At this time, the lady looked at the middle-aged man who remained silent and suddenly yelled, "Qin Ming, I don't care what method you use. You must kill Jiang Hao and avenge Shou." The man turned around and took a look at Qin Shou lying on the hospital bed. He was suddenly heartbroken and filled with anger. Qin Ming had only one son, and he was crippled. "Jiang Hao, no matter what your background is, I will make you pay the price." A hint of viciousness flashed across Qin Ming's face. Then he turned around and came to Qin Shou, looked at Qin Shou, and comforted him. "Show her, rest assured and recover. I have already hired a famous orthopedic surgeon from Country Am. Your leg will be fine. As for Jiang Hao, I will avenge you." Chapter 67. Unexpected neighbors. A child falls into the water. However, at this time, Jiang Hao did not know that someone was seeking revenge on him. He felt that staying at home would not make him stronger, so he prepared to go out for a walk and look for an opportunity. Just as Jiang Hao walked out, the door opposite him suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a dress walked out. When Jiang Hao saw his neighbor, he suddenly felt strange. This is too much of a coincidence. On the opposite side, Tian Tong, who was just about to go out, was surprised when she saw Jiang Hao, and then she was extremely happy. "Is it you? It's great. I finally found you." Tian Tong jumped to Jiang Hao's side and pulled Jiang Hao, very happy. "Oh, I didn't expect that either. But is your grandfather well?" "Yes, this is none other than Tian Tong, the granddaughter of the old man whom he rescued in the park after leaving the exam early last time. Well, my grandfather's illnesses are all healed, and he's much stronger now." When Tian Tong talked about her grandfather, she was also in disbelief. After all, she knew her grandfather's health condition well before. "Oh, that's good," Jiang Hao just asked casually. He naturally would not doubt the power of the essence of life. He had already anticipated this result. "Are you going out?" "I'm going out for a walk." Jiang Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was enthusiastically pulling his arm, and gave her a reminder. "Ah." Hearing this, Tian Tong's eyes rolled, and then she looked at Jiang Hao and spoke quickly. "It just so happens that I'm planning on going out for a walk too. Let's go together." Jiang Hao did not refuse either. "I didn't have any purpose in the first place. I was just going to try my luck, and now that I have a beautiful woman by my side, that couldn't be better." Then, the two of them left Jingtai community together and headed towards the Tiantian River not far away. Along the way, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong have become more familiar with each other. It turns out that Tian Tong is also a senior high school student studying at Tiana No. 1 Middle School. Tian Tong also told Jiang Hao that his grandfather had been looking for him, his benefactor, for a long time. She even invited Jiang Hao to visit her home in the evening. Jiang Hao saved people at that time and was not thinking about any reward, so he wanted to refuse, but in the end he could not resist Tian Tong's repeated requests. He had no choice but to agree. Just like that, the two of them chatted casually. At this moment, a sudden scream scared countless people. Everyone around looked in the direction of the sound. "What's wrong? Who's wrong? It seems like something happened up ahead. Let's go take a look." Just then, someone pointed into the river and shouted, "Fuck! A kid fell into the river." Suddenly, a large group of people laid down in front of the river guardrail and looked into the river. Sure enough, a little kid was splashing around in the river. The kid didn't seem to be able to swim and was frightened. He drank a lot of water while crying. At this time, The child's mother jumped down despite everyone's obstruction. However, she couldn't swim, so she drank a lot of water after jumping in. At this time, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong also saw this scene, and Tian Tong suddenly became secretly anxious. What should I do? What should I do? Who can swim? Come and save him. But at this time, the people who came out for a walk were all old men and old ladies. We couldn't expect them to save people. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have acquired a swimming skill from fish. Suddenly, without any hesitation, he jumped up. Chapter 68, Jumping into the Water to Save Someone, Unexpected Intrusion. Jiang Hao's determination surprised Tian Tong, who was standing by. Jiang Hao, be careful, Tian Tong subconsciously reminded him. Then, there was endless worry in my heart. I wonder how good Jiang Hao is at swimming? I hope nothing happens to him. Tian Tong stared at Jiang Hao's figure in the water and prayed continuously in her heart. After Jiang Hao jumped into the water, he activated the swimming skills he had acquired from the fish, instantly making him as agile as a fish in the water. Someone has already gone into the water. It's a young man. On the shore, the others felt relieved after seeing someone jump into the water to save people. At the same time, everyone kept praying for Jiang Hao. On the other side, Jiang Hao came to the side of the child in no time. Jiang Hao pulled the child up and was immediately greeted with admiration from a large group of people by the river. This boy is a good swimmer. He'll be fine. Yes, thanks to this young man today. Quick, let's go to the river and lend a hand. As everyone was talking, some people hurried to the river to meet Jiang Hao. Tian Tong felt relieved when she saw that Jiang Hao was a very good swimmer and had rescued the child. At this time, Jiang Hao, like a small fish, had dragged the child quickly to the shore. He planned to send the child up first, and then save the young mother, who could not swim but anxiously jumped into the water to save her child. Tian Tong also hurried to the river, ready to meet Jiang Hao. As soon as Jiang Hao reached the shore, he stuck his head out, took a breath of fresh air, then handed the child over. Beside her, Tian Tong also quickly spoke with concern. Jiang Hao, are you okay? Before Jiang Hao could answer, someone on the shore suddenly pointed at the water in the distance and exclaimed, "What the hell, what is that?" Now, everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Even Jiang Hao was no exception. Everyone looked in the direction that man pointed. It was a piece of thing that looked like old bark, floating on the water. But, strangely, there are sand teeth on the back of this old bark. Seeing this, Jiang Hao suddenly felt uneasy. However, just when everyone thought that it was really a piece of bark, the bark-like thing actually floated up, revealing a large part of it, and everyone could see the whole picture. Oh my God, that's a crocodile run! With someone screaming, the entire riverside was suddenly thrown into chaos. Crocodile? Damn, how can there be a crocodile here? Run! Hurry up, the crocodile is coming! Everyone exclaimed, pushed and shoved, and turned around to climb up. All of a sudden the place became a mess. At this time, who cares whether to save people or not? Tian Tong was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the crocodile, and her face turned pale. After she reacted, she hurriedly tried to pull Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, hurry up and come up. The child who was rescued by Jiang Hao woke up and was also scared and cried. In an instant, everyone fled, leaving only Tian Tong and the child by the river, while Jiang Hao was still in the river. Jiang Hao was also startled by the sudden appearance of the crocodile. At this time, he no longer cared about why there was a crocodile here. He glanced at the crocodile in the distance, the young mother who was still struggling in the water, and the crying child on the shore. My heart suddenly softened. That's all. Tian Tong, take the child upstairs quickly. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, turned around, kicked the shore, and used the force to rush towards the young mother who was still struggling in the water. Chapter 69, Swimming Skills Upgrade, Swimming Competition with Crocodiles. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind sank into the system space. System, add all my skill points to the swimming skill. Yes, host. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 3. Swimming level 3, 0/100 with it. You could be like a fish in the water. Tian Tong was shocked when she saw that Jiang Hao not only did not come up, but even ignored the threat of the crocodile and swam towards the struggling young mother in the water. And she shouted quickly, "Ah! Jiang Hao, come back quickly. What are you doing? There's a crocodile." Behind the river guardrail above, those who had already run up were shocked to see that Jiang Hao not only did not come up, but actually went to save the woman. Fuck, there's a crocodile in the river. Come back quickly. Young man, it's too late. You can't save her. Come up quickly. And that little girl, bring the child up here quickly. Stop staring blankly. Then, Jiang Hao ignored everyone's reminders and swam over without hesitation. Someone went down and pulled Tian Tong and the child up. The third-level swimming skill allowed Jiang Hao to swim in the water as if he were flat on the ground. At the same time, the time he could stay submerged in the water was also greatly extended. Soon, Jiang Hao came to the young mother, and the young mother grabbed Jiang Hao tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Jiang Hao's body sank suddenly. Then, at this time, the crocodile had heard the news and rushed over, only 3 or 4 meters away from them. Jiang Hao's heart sank, and without any hesitation, he dived into the water, dragging his young mother who was holding on to him tightly on her back, and swam forward with all his might. Behind, the crocodile suddenly accelerated and chased after him. At this time, everyone watched the crocodile approaching little by little, and they were suddenly secretly anxious, and some people even felt secretly regretful. Hey, young man, you don't listen to advice. The crocodile has already caught up with us. Even if the young man rescued the people, he might not be able to get out. What a pity. There's no way he could outswim a crocodile. Everyone seemed to have foreseen Jiang Hao's fate, and they all became extremely pessimistic. When Tian Tong heard what the people on both sides said, her eyes suddenly burst into tears, and she roared, "Shut up!" Everyone looked over, and when they saw that it was Tian Tong who was with Jiang Hao, they subconsciously mistook her for Jiang Hao's girlfriend. They understood what was going on, and suddenly everyone fell silent. In the river, under the threat of life and death, Jiang Hao burst out all his potential, and his speed suddenly increased several points. There were actually signs of breaking free from the crocodile. At this moment, everyone near the river guardrail was also shocked. Fuck, maybe he can actually outswim a crocodile. Hiss, what a speed! When everyone saw this, anticipation rose in their hearts, and they held their breath in anticipation. When Tian Tong saw this scene, her face was filled with ecstasy and nervousness. Come on, Jiang Hao. Now everyone knew that the young man who saved people was called Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao just kept swimming with his head covered without looking back. After a few breaths, Jiang Hao miraculously reached the shore, carrying the young mother. He grabbed the hand of the young mother who was still holding him tightly, broke free with great force, and with the help of his enormous magical power, he threw the person onto the shore. Then he leaned on the riverbank with his hands and jumped up. At this time, before everyone had time to be happy, they suddenly saw the crocodile chasing Jiang Hao suddenly pounce, leap into the air, open its bloody mouth, and bite Jiang Hao on the shore. Chapter 70. The power of Jiang Hao's kick, the fear in the crocodile's eyes. Ah! Everyone screamed, and then subconsciously closed their eyes. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind felt as if it was pricked by needles, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. When he turned around subconsciously, he saw a fierce and sharp mouth and teeth shining with cold light coming towards him. Suddenly, Jiang Hao was startled. At this moment, his sense of danger was activated. His body almost instinctively jumped up and kicked the crocodile's jaws. At the same time, the supernatural power of great strength is also activated at the same time to bless. Crack! Plop! Following a crisp sound, a huge plop was heard. The crocodile that pounced on him was kicked into the water by Jiang Hao, causing a splash. At this time, hearing the sound of water, everyone subconsciously opened their eyes and secretly looked towards the shore. However, the scene they imagined did not happen. What shocked them was that Jiang Hao was standing on the shore intact. When they looked into the river in front of Jiang Hao, there was nothing there, only ripples in the water. However, after a while, traces of blood oozed out from the bottom of the water, quickly dyeing the water red. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Did anyone get bitten? However, when everyone looked at the shore again and saw Jiang Hao and the young mother who were intact, they were immediately confused. However, soon, everyone saw a head wrapped in armor, slowly floating to the surface in the river that was dyed red. However, what shocked everyone was that this guy who had just looked extremely ferocious actually had deep fear in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Hao. At the same time, blood continued to flow out of its mouth, and its lower jaw drooped as if it was broken. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Fuck, am I seeing things? Why does its jaw look like it's broken? Hey, I saw it too. Did you notice that it seemed to be scared? At this moment, when everyone was shocked, Jiang Hao did not expect that the kick he just kicked actually broke the crocodile's jaw. However, when he remembered that he had just used all his strength, a force of at least 800 kilograms, he was not so surprised. The danger was over, and Jiang Hao was just about to turn around to check on the young mother he had rescued. At this moment, the crocodile in the water that was staring at Jiang Hao was suddenly startled and turned around and flew away in fear. Now, everyone looked incredulous. The crocodile is really afraid of that guy. Shit, this guy couldn't have broken the crocodile's jaw. Could he? That's impossible. That's a crocodile. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was also shocked to see that the crocodile was scared away by him. However, despite being shocked, he also felt relieved, and his tense heart finally settled down. Only then did Jiang Hao walk over to the young mother, who had been rescued by him. At the same time, people on the river reacted one by one. Some called an ambulance, while others called the relevant departments to report the crocodiles in the river. After the others confirmed that the crocodile had gone far away, they hurried down to help, and Jiang Hao was free then. Tian Tong rushed down all of a sudden, regardless of the wet Jiang Hao, and rushed directly into Jiang Hao's arms. The little girl said with concern in a crying voice, "Are you okay?" Chapter 71. Going home to visit Tian Tong's house, Song Waner is very serious. Tian Tong was really scared. After all, it is a ferocious crocodile. However, Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable at this time. When has Jiang Hao ever encountered such a scene? There is no need to say much about Tian Tong's appearance. She is definitely a top beauty. Jiang Hao was caught off guard by such a beautiful woman, suddenly throwing herself at him. However, soon, Tian Tong seemed to react. He quickly withdrew from Jiang Hao's arms with a red face. In order to avoid embarrassment, Jiang Hao pretended nothing had happened. Well, let's go back quickly. I'm soaking wet and feeling miserable, Jiang Hao reminded. Tian Tong looked at Jiang Hao, who was soaking wet, and immediately spoke hurriedly. Yes, go home and change your clothes, otherwise it will be troublesome if you get sick. The two broke away from the crowd and hurried home. The people who witnessed the whole process of Jiang Hao rescuing people looked at Jiang Hao who was leaving, and they were all full of admiration. What a good man who did good deeds without leaving a name and did not forget to take pictures. It seems like they want to remember Jiang Hao, the little hero who saved people. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that there happened to be a reporter in the crowd who was using a high-definition device to record the entire process of him saving people. Jiang Hao was in a mess, but returned home with the help of Tian Tong. Jiang Hao's miserable return home scared Jiang's father and mother. In order not to worry his parents, Jiang Hao simply said that he rescued a child who fell into the water. But even so, he still faced a mixed doubles team of Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. They never knew their son could swim, let alone save people. However, only Jiang Zixuan believed his brother, who suddenly became mysterious. In the evening, Tian Tong invited Jiang Hao to his home. Jiang Hao was afraid that his parents would investigate further, so he said that Tian Tong was his classmate. Afterwards, Jiang Hao reported to his parents and went to Tian Tong's house. When Jiang Hao saw Mr. Tian again, he was also surprised. The life essence is really powerful. At this time, Mr. Tian was wearing a Zhongshan suit. His originally gray hair had disappeared and was replaced by black hair. He looked unusually energetic. "Grandpa, look who's here." Tian Tong did not tell her grandfather about finding Jiang Hao because she wanted to give him a surprise. Tian Tong turned around and was surprised when he saw Jiang Hao. Then it turned into a surprise. It turns out to be my benefactor. I finally found you, old man." Tian Tong was very excited and came over to grab Jiang Hao. Then the three of them started chatting. Originally, Tian Tong wanted to call back his son and invite Jiang Hao to a banquet to thank him for saving his life. However, Jiang Hao repeatedly declined on the grounds that he was a student, and finally he gave up. Finally, Tian Tong gave Jiang Hao a personal business card and told Jiang Hao to come to him if he had any problems. Jiang Hao didn't care either. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao said goodbye and went home. The next day, Jiang Hao went to school as usual. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at school and sat down, Song Waner came to Jiang Hao with an anxious look on her face. Jiang Hao was a little confused and didn't know what was going on, so he followed him out. When they arrived at the back playground, Song Wanner's face looked extremely serious, which made Jiang Hao confused. Jiang Hao, was it you who broke Qin Shou's leg? Then, Song Wanner's question made Jiang Hao understand instantly. Oh, you mean Qin Shou? Jiang Hao spoke calmly. This made Song Wanner very anxious. Tell me, did you do it? Chapter 72 Song Wanner's reminder. Jiang Hao became popular again. Yes and no. He planned it yesterday. He called someone before inviting us to dinner, and after you left, he wanted someone to break my legs on the way. There is no other way. I have to give him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Hao briefly explained what happened. After listening to it, Song Wanner was immediately furious. You deserve it. I didn't expect Qin Shou to be such a sinister villain. However, after cursing, she remembered the reason why she was looking for Jiang Hao, and she became very worried. Jiang Hao, although what you did this time is very pleasing to the people, you have completely offended the Qin family. Yesterday, Uncle Hai asked me to remind you to be careful these few days. Qin Shou's father Qin Ming seems to want to avenge Qin Shou. Although my father has warned Qin Ming, there is no guarantee that he will do something desperate. Song Wanner looked worried as she looked at Jiang Hao, very concerned. This also touched Jiang Hao. I can't help it. If Qin Shou wants to hit me, I can't just stand there and let him hit me, right? Now that I broke his legs, it's only natural for his father to take revenge on me. Don't worry, I will be careful myself. By the way, please thank Uncle Song for me. I will definitely visit you someday. Song Wanner frowned, unable to think of any better solution. This is the only way. My father has warned Qin Ming, so I don't think he would dare to retaliate openly. Then the two chatted casually and went back to the classroom. Back in the classroom, Jiang Hao lay on the table, lost in thought. Song Wanner's reminder made Jiang Hao alert. Although he was not afraid of Qin Ming, he was afraid that Qin Ming's revenge would implicate his family. It seems that we must nip the danger in the bud. However, how to move to Qin Ming has become a big problem. Jiang Hao learned from Song Wanner that Qin Shou's father was the owner of a listed beauty company. Although he cannot be compared with Song Wanner's father, such an existence is no different from a behemoth for Jiang Hao. So, how can we bring it down? Jiang Hao was thinking. At this moment, his desk mate suddenly pushed Jiang Hao next to him with an excited look on his face, and secretly covered his mobile phone with a book and pushed it in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, is this you? Do you know the legendary martial arts? Jiang Hao was a little confused at first, but when he saw the mobile phone screen pushed by his desk mate, he was suddenly surprised. It turned out that a video was playing on the mobile phone, which showed the whole process of Jiang Hao saving people yesterday. There is even a scene where a crocodile pounces on him, and he turns around and kicks the crocodile's jaw off. And there is also the whole process of the crocodile being scared away by him in the end. What surprised him even more was that this video appeared in the news. It attracted a lot of attention, and the scene where Jiang Hao broke the crocodile's jaw with one kick was even pulled into a close-up. For a while, many people doubted whether Jiang Hao knew the legendary martial arts. The legendary martial arts, that is the dream of countless people. Now, this legend is actually happening in reality, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. All of a sudden, Jiang Hao became popular again. However, Jiang Hao was not happy with this kind of fire. He even felt a little depressed and dissatisfied, not to mention the various troubles that this video exposure has brought to himself. If Qin Ming saw this video, he would probably be more cautious in his revenge. Chapter 73, Gaining Hacker Skills. The king of the network shows his power. He still likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Brother Hao, is this you? Do you really know martial arts? The classmate looked at Jiang Hao, who was in a daze, and asked anxiously. Jiang Hao was awakened, looked at his desk mate who was looking expectant, and quickly spoke. How is that possible? This person only looks a bit like me. If I knew martial arts, would I still be sitting here? Jiang Hao's words seemed to have worked. That's true, but this is too similar. Then, Jiang Hao had already laid down again, ready to ignore it. His desk mate had no choice but to put his phone away with little interest and continue studying. However, this scene reminded Jiang Hao. Internet. Can I get some negative information about Qin Ming from the internet? Thinking about it this way, Jiang Hao felt that there was a lot of potential. Then, Jiang Hao took out his mobile phone and started searching on the internet. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There are only some rumors about Qin Ming's company on the internet, and there is no real evidence. But it's true. It would be strange if it really happened. But soon, Jiang Hao thought of a mysterious profession. Hacker. Although Jiang Hao is not a hacker, he has a system. Suddenly, without thinking too much, in the surprised eyes of his deskmate, Jiang Hao stood up and walked out of the classroom. He quickly went to his head teacher's office and lied that he had a cold and asked for half a day off to buy some medicine. When Jiang Hao's class teacher heard that Jiang Hao had a cold, he was immediately concerned and approved it immediately. Jiang Hao left the school and soon came to a very large bookstore and began looking for books about hackers. After a short while, Jiang Hao found a book called Hacking Technology. Jiang Hao held the book with a look of anticipation. System, decompose this book. Ding, I found a copy of Hacking Technology. Do you want to disassemble it? Breakdown. Ding, decomposition successful. Obtained a hacker technology crystal, 0.9 skill points, 0.9 experience points. The crystallization of hacker technology. It contains most of the hacker technology on the Earth. By integrating it, you will be an absolute presence in the network. When Jiang Hao saw this annotation, he was immediately overjoyed. Is it fused? The system prompt sounded again. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately gave the order. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a flood of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. Countless internet knowledge made Jiang Hao a little dizzy. Soon, as the fusion ended, the feeling disappeared. Jiang Hao was very happy to feel the knowledge in his mind. System. Open my personal information panel. Host. Jiang Hao. Rating. 260.8/100. Age. 18. Strength. 8. Agility. 2.8. Mental. 2.2. Stamina. 0.8. Skills. Master Chef Level 1 0/10. Swimming Level 3 0/100. Dog Beating Stick Level 3 0/100. Hacker Level 5 0/1000. Magical Powers. Danger Sense Level 2 0/10. Great Strength Level 1 0/10. Skill Points 27.8. Personal Space on. Jiang Hao was also extremely shocked when he saw his attribute panel. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky this time and actually directly obtained Level 5 hacking skills. Suddenly, in ecstasy, he hurried out of the bookstore and ran to an internet cafe. After paying the money, he found a corner, turned on a computer, and began typing on the keyboard almost as skillfully as before. After a while, Jiang Hao stared at the computer, seemed to have discovered something, and looked extremely angry. Chapter 74. The two parties are in sync. Qin Ming's revenge. Fuck, this scumbag is nothing. Hiring murder, tax evasion, money laundering, and even selling our intelligence to Country M. Jiang Hao looked at the huge secret he had just discovered after hacking into the internet based on clues, his eyes full of anger. At this time, Qin Ming didn't know that Jiang Hao was investigating him. In an office on the top floor of a building in the center of Tiana City, Qin Ming was leaning back in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. After his only son's legs were broken, Qin Ming was ready to take revenge immediately. Unexpectedly, when he was about to take action, he received a warning from Jade King Song Wanzhong. This shocked him and made him extremely angry at the same time. Song Wanzhong's influence in Tiana City is simply incomparable to mine, so I must take his warning seriously. But his only son is still lying in the hospital. Should he remain indifferent to Song Wanzhong's warning? No, I must avenge my son. Thinking of this, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. He picked up the phone and dialed a number he hadn't heard from for a long time. Hello? A hoarse voice came. The call is connected. Qin Ming spoke directly without any hesitation. Number 3. I want the murderer who hurt my son to die in an accident before tonight. After Qin Ming finished speaking, there was no response from the other side, but Qin Ming did not seem to be in a hurry. After a long time, the hoarse voice finally appeared again. Good. However, this is the last time I will help you. According to our agreement, after this order is completed, we will be strangers and have nothing to do with each other anymore. Then, after hearing this, Qin Ming did not hesitate at all. Okay, after this incident, you no longer owe me anything, and I never knew you. Well, wait for the news. The person on the other end seemed very satisfied with his answer. After saying something, he hung up the phone. After Qin Ming finished the call, his face was calm. He took out the SIM card, broke it, and threw it away, then lay back on the chair. The number 3, just now, was a bloody and dying hiker he rescued from the forest in Tanglong Mountain when he was traveling 10 years ago. However, what he didn't expect was that the person he rescued actually had another identity, a killer. When he saved number 3 not only did not kill him, but also promised to help him unconditionally 3 times to repay him for saving his life. Over the years, he has used number 3 twice in the most dire situations, which led to who he is today. This time it's the 3rd time. Once the deal is done, there will be nothing between them anymore. Although using number 3 this time was a bit of an exaggeration, he couldn't care less in order to avenge his son. Jiang Hao also didn't know that Qin Ming had chosen to retaliate against him today. At this time, Jiang Hao was in the internet cafe, flipping through the evidence he had collected, gritting his teeth in hatred. Humph, God is watching what you do. If you do bad things, there will be no good ending. Today, it is time for you to be punished. Jiang Hao murmured something, and then his hands began to dance quickly on the keyboard. In an instant, he suddenly struck the keyboard for the last time. Done. Then, he lay down on the chair with a relaxed look on his face. Qin Ming, I think now you should be completely famous. Jiang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stared at the computer screen, and murmured. Chapter 75, The Power of Level 5 Hacker Skills, Qin Ming's Strange Path. At this moment, in the entire Tina City, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on almost everyone's computer, occupying the entire computer screen. In a university dormitory, Su Tianqing was wearing headphones and concentrating on playing one of the hottest shooting games of the moment, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. At this moment, he was fighting with someone with a gun. Suddenly, a pop-up window popped up on his computer screen, instantly blocking his computer screen. What the hell, what is this? I'm going to be beaten to death. He suddenly felt like he was going to faint from anger. At this time, he hurriedly looked for the place to close the pop-up window, but after searching for a while, he still couldn't find it, and he accidentally clicked on the pop-up window. Suddenly, he felt like he had no desire to live. Even if I retreat now, I'm definitely done for. But when he saw the message forwarded in the pop-up window, he was immediately attracted by the content. When he finished reading it in one breath, he took a deep breath. Hiss. Then, there was endless anger. Sasa, there is still scum like this in Tina City. Such people should be shot. At this time, Su Tianqing was not the only one who showed such an attitude after watching this video. Countless people who were using their computers were forced to click on the pop-up window and saw the content inside. They were immediately furious. This scumbag is actually the CEO of a listed company. He is actually a traitor. He has brought shame to the people of Tina City. It's terrible. We live in a society ruled by law, but there are still people who hire someone to kill someone. Even the internet cafe, where Jiang Hao worked, was filled with curses. Jiang Hao was very happy to see this scene. Just like that, that piece of evidence spread across the internet at an extremely terrifying speed. The internet police also discovered it immediately, but they couldn't do anything about the pop-up window. Soon, the police were alerted and they verified the evidence based on the pop-up windows. However, he was shocked to find that several serious cases that had been buried in the archives and had no clues were actually solved in this evidence. Immediately, they took action immediately. In Qin Ming's office, Qin Ming was still lying on the chair with his eyes closed. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Ming was awakened, frowned, picked up the phone on the table, and looked at it. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number, and he was a little confused for a moment, but he finally answered it. Hello. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the phone. Viper, I'm Al. Where are you now? Al. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. After Qin Ming murmured, he seemed to hear that there was something wrong with Owl's tone, and hurriedly answered truthfully. I'm in my office. What's wrong? Owl. Office. The owl was extremely furious and roared. Why the hell are you sitting here instead of running away? You've been exposed. The entire internet is full of news about you. Who the hell did you offend? Okay, let's not contact each other anymore. Good luck to you. On the other side, the owl's mouth was like a machine gun. It spoke in one breath in an instant and died instantly. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the phone. Who did you offend? No one. At this time, Qin Ming, who was a little confused, quickly turned on the computer. After a while, his face turned pale. It's over. However, Qin Ming was indeed the CEO of a company. He reacted quickly and rushed out of the office without any hesitation. Chapter 76. Qin Ming is arrested, Song Wayner's suspicion. Outside the office, the employees of Yali Beauty Group stared at Qin Ming, who was fleeing in a hurry, their eyes full of strangeness. Qin Ming didn't care and hurriedly pressed the button for his private elevator. When the elevator came up, he rushed in directly. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, raised his hands, and began to push back slowly. Then, 6 policemen with pistols came out of the elevator. Faced with such a situation, Qin Ming dared not move. Even the employees of Qin Ming's company were so frightened that they immediately covered their heads with their hands and squatted down quickly. "Mr. Qin Ming, please come with us." Qin Ming was arrested like this, but Jiang Hao didn't know that everything would end so soon. At this time, in the Tianqing Internet Cafe, Jiang Hao felt that it was almost time, so he cleaned up all traces of his internet use and prepared to log off. However, he suddenly thought of the video of himself saving someone, and then he started to work on the computer. But after a while, he showed a relaxed smile. "Done. Compared to being famous, I prefer to play the pig and eat the tiger." Jiang Hao deleted the video of himself saving people on the internet and then left the plane. After leaving the internet cafe, it was still early, so Jiang Hao went back to school. As soon as he returned to the classroom, he heard his classmates talking about Qin Ming. Jiang Hao pretended to know nothing and listened to their discussion from the side. But at this moment, Jiang Hao didn't know that his action had shaken the entire Tianhe city and even further. In an instant, countless people were in a panic, and everyone was in danger. Jiang Hao didn't know any of this. Soon, news of Qin Ming's arrest appeared on the internet. When Jiang Hao saw it, he was surprised, and at the same time, he felt a lot more relaxed all at once. Now that Qin Ming has been arrested, with the crimes he committed, the Qin family is basically finished. After Jiang Hao thought about it for a while, he decided that the Qin family was no longer a concern. During the break, Jiang Hao was deep in thought when his desk mate suddenly pushed him and reminded him that someone was looking for him outside. After Jiang Hao went out, he saw Song Wanner in the corridor. "Wanner, it's you. What do you want from me?" Jiang Hao was a little curious and asked immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner turned around and stared at Jiang Hao, as if she wanted to see something from Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao didn't understand, so he touched his face and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao without retracting her strange gaze, but suddenly spoke. Qin Ming was arrested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly understood Song Wanner's intention and then started to act with full acting skills. "I know. I just saw it online too. I didn't expect Qin Ming to be so terrifying. However, it's a good thing that he was caught. Otherwise, I might not be able to withstand his revenge." Jiang Hao was still frightened and felt relieved. Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao's eyes from beginning to end. However, he did not see anything he wanted in Jiang Hao's eyes. Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao's eyes and asked immediately, "Did you do this?" Song Wanner's words shocked Jiang Hao. "Oh." But in an instant, Jiang Hao reacted. "How is that possible? If I had that ability, how could I have kept him until today?" However, although Jiang Hao denied it, Song Wanner did not notice anything unusual in Jiang Hao's eyes. But Song Wanner's sixth sense told her that this matter was definitely related to Jiang Hao. Chapter 77. The attention of 2 big guys, the out-of-control car. However, Jiang Hao was unwilling to say more, so she didn't dare to ask more. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and then parted ways. At the same time, in a villa in the center of Tianhe City, Song Wanzhong was holding a jade Buddha in his hand. Behind him, Uncle Hai was reporting something to him. At this moment, he seemed surprised. "Old Zhao, you said Qin Ming was screwed?" Uncle Hai's original name was Zhao Hai. At this time, Uncle Hai behind him said respectfully, "Yes, boss. It happened an hour ago." Song Wanzhong stopped what he was doing and was a little absent-minded. "This Qin Ming is so unlucky. It's just that this time, I don't know who he offended." After saying that, he shook his head and ignored it. A little Qin Ming is not worthy of his too much attention. After a brief silence, Song Wanzhong suddenly spoke again. "Old Zhao, do you think this has anything to do with Jiang Hao?" Song Wanzhong's question made Uncle Hai slightly stunned, but after thinking for a moment, Uncle Hai spoke. "This is a little hard to judge. It doesn't matter. Qin Ming was about to take revenge on Jiang Hao when he got screwed. If this matter is related to Jiang Hao, then who is helping Qin Ming?" However, Uncle Hai's doubts are also Song Wanzhong's doubts. At this time, Uncle Hai hesitated slightly and then spoke again. If this is really related to Jiang Hao, then Jiang Hao may not be as simple as he seems. On the other side, Mr. Tian was reading a newspaper, but a phone call came in, and he picked up the phone and answered it. A strong voice came from the other side. Dad, the Qin Ming you asked me to warn was arrested before I could even warn him. A powerful hacker exposed Qin Ming's secret activities, and Qin Ming was arrested by the police. Old man Tian was also surprised when he heard this. Oh, do you know who did this? At this time, the voice from the opposite side came again. I don't know, but it should be related to Jiang Hao, whom you asked me to take care of. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tian was surprised again. Oh, okay, go get busy. Okay, Dad, you take care of yourself here at Tong Tong. After Mr. Tian hung up the phone, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has a master who is a master of carving. He also has miraculous medical skills, and now he is related to such a powerful hacker. As expected, he is really a mysterious boy. However, Jiang Hao was unaware of the two elders' attention. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Hao packed up his things and prepared to go home with his school bag on his back. Qin Ming was brought down, and without the pressure of Qin Ming, he returned to his previous state. Just as he was walking on the road, thinking about his future path, suddenly, his whole body tensed up and his head felt as if it was pricked by a needle. Immediately afterwards, a harsh friction and collision sound suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously looked back and saw a car that seemed to be out of control and actually crashed into him. Jiang Hao's face suddenly changed, his brain worked quickly, and his danger perception was activated. He took a step forward in an instant and dodged to the right. Next, a car crashed into him. Although Jiang Hao reacted extremely quickly, he was still scratched and was directly dragged out and fell out. The out-of-control car crashed directly into the guardrail next to it, breaking it and leaving a dent in the front of the car. Chapter 78. First a car accident, then an assassination attempt. Jiang Hao rolled over for several rounds before he finally stopped. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from all around. Fuck, there was a car accident. A kind-hearted person immediately called the emergency number. At the same time, many spectators stopped on both sides of the streets. Alas, what a pity for that young man. Quick, go over and see how the boy who was hit is doing. I hope the boy is okay. At this moment, in front of the window of a building far across the road, a middle-aged man wearing sportswear, sunglasses, and a hat saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Qin Ming, even though you've been arrested, I won't break my promise. Now that I have fulfilled my original promise, it is time for me to leave this place and return to the organization. This person is number 3. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao, who had been carried away and rolled on the ground for several rounds, suddenly climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the people around were also shocked. Fuck, he's fine. At this time, on the opposite building, number 3 also saw this scene. He immediately stood up and stared at Jiang Hao, who turned over with an incredible look. How is that possible? For a long time, his face looked sinister. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. It seems I have to do it myself. After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, Jiang Hao looked at the car that had been deformed by the collision, with a lingering fear on his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone was watching him from behind. Without any hesitation, he turned around suddenly and looked in the direction where the feeling of being peeped came from. At this time, he saw the back of a middle-aged man wearing sportswear and a hat in front of the window on the opposite building. Jiang Hao thought he had seen it wrong, so he shook his head. Soon, the traffic police came. Jiang Hao was just carried away and was not injured. The car driver was seriously injured and was taken to the hospital. Jiang Hao did not pursue the matter and turned around and walked back quickly. After Jiang Hao entered the alley of Tian, there was no one around except for a man in front of him, wearing sportswear and a hat with his head lowered, walking towards him. Jiang Hao, who was still frightened by the scene just now, felt somewhat familiar when he saw this person, as if he had seen him somewhere. Afterwards, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the two got closer, a feeling of depression and uneasiness rose in Jiang Hao's heart. Just then, the two met. Just when the two were about to miss each other, suddenly, they both attacked at the same time. At some point, the man in the baseball cap and sportswear had a dagger in his hand and stabbed it directly into Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the man holding the dagger and deflected it. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched directly at the man's chest. Number 3 didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so agile. Not only did he block his attack, but he was also able to counterattack so quickly. A look of shock appeared on number 3's face. Yes, this person is number 3. However, although he was shocked, number 3's reaction was not slow at all. He also punched out with his other hand. However, he underestimated Jiang Hao after all. Because of the life and death crisis, Jiang Hao mobilized all his strength. The two fists collided, and there was a loud clacking sound. Ah! With a muffled groan, number 3's eyes were filled with shock, and he flew backwards. Number 3 crashed directly into the wall, creating a huge hole in the wall behind it. The area around the hole was covered like a spider web. Chapter 79. Unaware of one's own strength, 3 punches and 2 kicks to capture the enemy. At this moment, number 3 felt as if all his internal organs were displaced, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. At this moment, he felt like cursing. This power, is this fucking human? At this time, Jiang Hao took advantage of the situation and came in front of number 3 in just 3 or 2 steps. Without any hesitation, he punched number 3 directly in the stomach. Number 3 slumped down against the wall, powerless. At this moment, number 3's face turned pale. The piercing pain was unbearable for him, who had undergone cruel training like hell. However, Jiang Hao did not intend to let him go. Jiang Hao rushed up and stepped on the man's chest. Puff! Suddenly, number 3 spat out a mouthful of blood. He just felt as if his chest was pressed down by a huge truck, and even breathing became very difficult. In desperation, number 3 used up his last bit of strength and kicked Jiang Hao in the back. And how could Jiang Hao, who had a sense of danger, be easily attacked by surprise? Jiang Hao turned around and threw an uppercut, directly hitting the knee of number 3 that had been extended. Crack! With a crisp sound, number 3's legs were dislocated and drooped down weakly. Ah! Number 3 was indeed a killer who had undergone brutal training. The broken knee only made him groan. Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked number 3 in the waist. At this moment, number 3 was completely useless and no longer posed any threat. Jiang Hao stepped on the man with a gloomy face. What happened to him today? Why is he so unlucky? Who are you? Jiang Hao questioned. But in response to Jiang Hao's questioning, the other party remained silent. At this moment, he looked at the man's attire and suddenly remembered. This seemed to be what happened not long ago when I was hit by a car, felt an unknown gaze, and then saw the back figure on the opposite building. At this moment, he connected the past and the present and instantly felt that things were not simple. Did you instruct on the car accident just now? However, in response to Jiang Hao's questions, number 3 remained silent. However, when Jiang Hao saw number 3's reaction, he became more certain that the car accident just now was definitely related to this person. At this time, he stared at number 3, frowned, exerted a little force with his feet, and asked, "Who is it? I don't know you at all. Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" However, although blood continued to flow out of number 3's mouth, he refused to speak. At this time, Jiang Hao thought about who he had offended. Just as he was recalling, someone suddenly broke into his mind. Qin Ming? It was only Qin Ming. I broke his son's leg. Moreover, this morning, Warner said that Qin Ming wanted to take revenge on her. At this time, Jiang Hao was extremely certain that this person was sent by Qin Ming. Did Qin Ming send you here? Jiang Hao stared at number 3 and asked again, but his tone was affirmative. However, this time, number 3 glanced at Jiang Hao with a strange look in his eyes and said no more. However, this scene did not escape Jiang Hao's eyes. Suddenly he understood. He has been at odds with Qin Shou for some time. Apart from Qin Ming, no one else would be so cruel as to kill him. However, Qin Ming was already captured, but he didn't expect that this man would actually come to assassinate him. But now, how should he settle down? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and prepared to call the police. He had just made the call when suddenly, the expression of number 3 under his feet suddenly changed, and then he looked fierce and gritted his teeth. Chapter 80. Inexplicable Death, Critical Decomposition. Then, number 3's head tilted, and blood started flowing from all 7 orifices, and he lost his voice. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly raised his foot. Hello, hello? Are you okay? Jiang Hao's question received no response, and his face turned pale. Sasaji, he's not going to die, is he? He imitated what was shown on TV and put his finger on the nostril of number 3, which was already bleeding. However, the next moment he staggered and fell to the ground. Fuck, he's really dead. What should I do? What should I do? For a moment, Jiang Hao was completely panicked. Call the police? No, there's no one here, and there's no surveillance, so no one can testify for me. But I didn't kill him. He was fine just now. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at number 3, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with confusion in his eyes. How come this looks like the assassins trained by those mysterious organizations in TV dramas? He seemed to have heard me wanting to call the police, and that's why it turned out like this. Could it be that he is from some mysterious organization? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen reached out to check number 3's body to find out what was going on. However, as soon as his hand touched number 3's body, his body suddenly stiffened. Ding, a human body was found. Is it decomposed? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. Sassafras, can corpses also be decomposed? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the body of number 3, hesitated for a moment, and then made up his mind. Breakdown? Now he has to get rid of the body, and the best way is to make him disappear completely from this world. Otherwise, no matter how he handles it, it will bring him endless troubles. The decomposition of the system will definitely not leave any traces. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing, gaining the skill of being immune to all poisons. Skill points 2.1, experience points 2.1. Immunity to all poisons level 1, 0/1 the nemesis of all poisons. With it, you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry. Decomposition completed. Shall we fuse? As the system prompt sounded, the bodies of Jiang Hao's men disappeared instantly without leaving any trace. Jiang Hao looked at all this as if he was dreaming. However, the big hole on the wall not far away proved that this was not a dream. Number 3's body completely disappeared, and Jiang Hao finally broke free from his fear. However, when he saw the information coming from the system in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched. Go taste all the herbs. After being teased by the system, Jiang Hao's tense mind instantly relaxed a lot. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and immediately gave the order. Fusion. As the fusion progressed, he only felt a stream of energy sweeping through his whole body, causing him to shudder, and then he felt nothing. After the fusion was completed, Jiang Hao looked back at the ground to see if there were any traces left. After checking again and again, he hurried home. After returning home, Jiang Hao ignored Jiang Ma's greetings and quickly went back to his room and closed the door. Only then did he ask his doubts to the system. System, why does decomposing a human corpse give rise to the skill of being immune to all poisons? Yes, this time the decomposition made him feel puzzled, because human corpses had nothing to do with immunity to all poisons. Ding, host, decomposing a human corpse does not grant you the skill of being immune to all poisons. In fact, the system just decomposed the human corpse and gained nothing, and the skill of being immune to all poisons was gained by the system decomposing the poison in the corpse. Chapter 81, Bloody Plot, Nightmare. What? Jiang Hao was shocked, but soon, the shock turned into solemnity. It seems that my guess is correct. He really was from some mysterious organization. When I called the police, he was afraid that the police would find out some secrets from him, so he committed suicide. But what secret could it be that made him want to give up his life? Jiang Hao's mind was full of doubts. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Hao, are you okay? Outside the door, Mother Jiang looked worried. Jiang Hao quickly got up, tidied himself up, opened the door, pretended nothing had happened, and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Hao, who acted as if nothing had happened and felt a little puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. Oh, nothing. I just said that I have prepared the meal. You and Zixuan go eat quickly. I will go see if your father has closed the stall. Oh, I see, Jiang Hao replied, and then he was speechless. Mom, now that I have money, you and my dad don't have to work so hard setting up a stall anymore. Go dance, take a stroll, or something like that. Hearing this, Jiang's mother smiled and looked at Jiang Hao with pride. I'm old. Why should I dance? Besides, your father and I have been busy for half our lives, and now we are suddenly free, and we are not used to it. However, Jiang Hao ultimately failed to convince his stubborn mother and just let her go. After dinner, Jiang Hao went to bed early. The 2 life and death experiences today had exhausted him greatly. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. An unknown amount of time had passed. At this moment, Jiang Hao, who had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed, suddenly began to roll left and right on the bed, his hands involuntarily grabbing everywhere. Then, he suddenly turned over and sat up from the bed. Hoo. Zhang Hao's eyes were wide open. Sweat was dripping down his forehead, and he was gasping for breath. Zhang Hao was awakened and looked around in the moonlight, only to find that he was in the bedroom. It turned out to be a nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and lay down weakly. However, as soon as he closed his eyes at this moment, the face of number 3 with blood coming out of all 7 orifices would involuntarily appear in his mind. Zhang Hao gave a bitter smile. It seems that I am still immortal after all. Even with the system, I will still be afraid. Helpless. Zhang Hao had to get up, turn on the light, and get out of bed. Zhang Hao quietly walked out of the bedroom and got a glass of water. However, even so, Jiang Ma was still awakened. Mother Jiang walked out of the bedroom puzzled, saw Zhang Hao, and said with concern, "Howard, what's wrong?" Zhang Hao looked apologetic when he saw that his mother was awakened by him. "Mom, it's okay. I just can't sleep. Can't sleep. What's the matter? How about I find you 2 pills?" Zhang Hao was about to refuse, but Zhang's mother looked worried and went to find medicine. Soon, Jiang Ma got a bottle of tranquilizers. "Howard, this is what your dad bought last time when he couldn't sleep. It shouldn't be expired. Look at the instructions. How many pills should you take?" Zhang Hao took the medicine bottle handed over by his mother and said quickly, "Mom, go to bed. I'll read the instructions myself." "Okay then, remember to take the medicine." Mother Jiang turned and left. Zhang Hao watched his mother leave. Then he went back to the bedroom with some water and medicine. Back in the bedroom, Zhang Hao looked at the medicine bottle in his hand and muttered to himself, "I don't know if it will work." Then he opened it and found the instruction manual. Once a day, 15 pills each time. Chapter 82, Synthesis of Super Ancient Pills, the efficacy of super ancient pills. As requested, Zhang Hao opened the medicine bottle and poured out 15 pills. The pills are only the size of toy gun bullets, and 15 pills are not a lot. Zhang Hao was about to put it in his mouth and eat it. At this moment, he suddenly paused. Ding, 15 tranquilizing pills found. Do you want to synthesize them? Suddenly, Zhang Hao became interested. I wonder what this drug will synthesize? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao gave the order without hesitation. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful synthesis. You have obtained a super tranquilizing pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super ancient pills. Super ancient pills. 1 pill will work immediately. Even an earthquake will not make you sleepless. Extract. Zhang Hao was originally looking forward to it, but when he saw this annotation, his face suddenly froze and he was speechless. He found that the system seemed to have changed. Sassafras, if there really is an earthquake, are you trying to make me die in my sleep? Zhang Hao is really impressed by his own system. However, should I take this medicine or not? Zhang Hao hesitated a little and then asked, "System, this medicine won't really make me fall into a deep sleep, right? Host, please feel free to use it. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the results." With the system's guarantee, Zhang Hao felt much more at ease. Extract. Following Zhang Hao's order, a shiny pill about the size of a little finger appeared in his hand in an instant. After taking the medicine, Zhang Hao went to bed and prepared to sleep. When he turned off the lights, lay down and closed his eyes. Soon, a sound of even breathing was heard, and Zhang Hao fell into a deep sleep. No words all night. The next day at around 5 o'clock, Zhang's father and mother got up early, and Zhang Zixuan also got up. However, Zhang Hao still didn't move. This made Zhang's father and mother confused. Their whole family gets up at this time. Zhang Hao and Zhang Zi, brother and sister, have to go to school, while the couple have to go out to set up a morning stall. Zhang Hao never stays in bed. Zixuan, go wake your brother up. This kid said he couldn't sleep last night. Mother Zhang spoke as she packed her things. Zhang Zixuan frowned slightly, but still listened to her mother and walked towards Zhang Hao's room. Knock, 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 knock. After knocking on the door to no avail, Zhang Zixuan opened the door and went in by himself, looking at Zhang Hao lying on the bed like a dead pig. Zhang Zixuan was a little hesitant, but finally pushed Zhang Hao. Brother, wake up. However, Zhang Zixuan shook it again and again, but to no avail. Zhang Zixuan suddenly felt something was wrong, and for a moment he began to think wildly, and came up with a certain possibility. This scared Jiang Zishuan so much that her voice trembled as she quickly called out, "Dad Jiang, Mom Jiang. Mom and Dad, come quickly. I don't know what's wrong with my brother, and I can't wake him up no matter how much we call him." When Mr. and Mrs. Jiang heard this, their faces changed. They quickly put down the things in their hands and ran over. "Mom and Dad, what happened to my brother?" Jiang Zishuan looked anxious when he saw Jiang's father and mother. Jiang's father and mother hurried to Jiang Hao and touched his forehead. How? But still no result. Mother Jiang Zishuan was already panicking, but at the critical moment, it was Father Jiang who managed to hold on. Father Jiang instructed, "I'll carry Jiang Hao on my back. You quickly contact a car, and we'll take Hao to the hospital." As he said that, Dad Jiang quickly dragged Jiang Hao out of the quilt and put on his clothes. As soon as Jiang Ba reminded her, Mom Jiang reacted instantly and quickly made a phone call. Just when Jiang's father had put clothes on Jiang Hao and was about to carry Jiang Hao to the hospital, Jiang Hao suddenly woke up. However, when he saw his anxious parents and Jiang Zishuan, he was suddenly confused. Chapter 83. Inspired by the Super Anshin pill, the super cold medicine is born. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Jiang Hao's eyes were full of confusion. Jiang Hao's voice immediately scared the two elders. "Hao, are you awake?" After Jiang's mother realized what was happening, she was very excited and quickly came to Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao was a little confused when he heard this. "I just took a nap." What happened? Later, Jiang Hao learned what had happened from his mother. After learning the truth, Jiang Hao looked apologetic and hurried to comfort his nervous family. Only after his family confirmed again and again that Jiang Hao was fine did they breathe a sigh of relief. After Jiang Hao sent them away, he went to call for justice. "System, what did you promise me yesterday?" Jiang Hao asked angrily with gritted teeth. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the system refuted. "Host, the system has never guaranteed anything. The system only said that the efficacy of the medicine is guaranteed to satisfy you. Could it be that the host is not satisfied with the efficacy of the super tranquilizing pill?" The system's rebuttal left Jiang Hao speechless. Last night, the system seemed to say so. Jiang Hao was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this time, Jiang Ma's voice came. "Hao, come and have breakfast and then go to school." Jiang Hao then took advantage of the situation and backed off, very arrogantly, muttering softly as he walked towards the door. "Humph, I'll let you go this time." After taking the super tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao's mind seemed to be opened up. A few ordinary tranquilizing pills, after systematic synthesis, can actually have such miraculous effects. If it is a painkiller, is it possible to synthesize a super painkiller so that patients with pain no longer suffer? Or can a few cold medicine pills be combined into a super cold medicine that can cure the disease with just one pill? Even if it is just a few anti-cancer drugs, after systematic synthesis, can we get a super anti-cancer drug that can directly cure cancer? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao suddenly became more and more excited. However, the reality was not as simple as Jiang Hao thought, because some medicines require a prescription. On the way to school, Jiang Hao passed by a pharmacy. Driven by curiosity, he walked into the pharmacy. Jiang Hao lied that he had a cold and a headache and bought several boxes of cold medicine from the pharmacy, including more than a dozen painkillers. When he arrived at school, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to prepare the cold medicine according to the dosage. Then I took it in my hand, my heart full of anticipation. "Ding, I found 5 cold medicine pills. Do you want to synthesize them?" Synthesis. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing a super cold medicine. Skill point 0.7. Experience point 0.7. Super cold medicine. The nemesis of all cold viruses. With it, you can enjoy your holiday without worry. Synthesis completed. Do you want to extract it? As he expected, Jiang Hao felt ecstatic when he heard the system prompt. Extract. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, a white pill the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. There are 5 big words written on it. Super cold medicine. Afterwards, Jiang Hao prepared the remaining 9 doses of cold medicine and synthesized them one by one. After 3 failures, Jiang Hao obtained 6 super cold medicines. He put the 7 cold medicine pills into the system space, as if they were treasures. Then he took out the 10 painkillers and put them 2 by 2 together. When he took 2 of the pills in his hands, the system prompt sound in his mind came as expected. "Ding, I found 2 painkillers. Do you want to synthesize them?" Chapter 84. Yuan Hong has a cold, the first person to test the medicine. With the synthesis of the cold medicine just now, Jiang Hao was much calmer this time. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations to the host for failing the synthesis. You have obtained some medicinal residues, 0 0.1 skill points, and 0 0.1 experience points. Although the synthesis failed, Jiang Hao was not discouraged. He threw away the residue in his hand and picked up 2 pills again. Soon, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Yes, he succeeded. This annotation is indeed very systematic. Looking at it, Jiang Hao was speechless. Super painkiller. With it, none of the top 10 tortures are a problem. Extract. Ignoring the annotations, after extracting the super painkiller, Jiang Hao synthesized the remaining 3 parts. After experiencing a failure, Jiang Hao obtained a total of 3 super painkillers. The first class in the morning is Yuan Dada's mathematics. Ding ling ling. As the bell rang, Yuan Hong walked into the classroom. Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Please take a seat. Please take out the test papers from the day before yesterday. We will discuss that test paper today. Yuan Hong's voice was a little hoarse today, and his face looked very ugly. It was only then that Yuan Hong explained the reason. Well, I was grading papers until late last night. I woke up today and found that I had a cold. My voice may not be loud, so please don't talk. Otherwise, the students behind you won't be able to hear me. Oh, and you're going to take the college entrance exam soon. So you must take care of your health and don't catch a cold like I did. Yuan Hong reminded jokingly. Jiang Hao was somewhat touched by Yuan Hong's concern. At this moment, he remembered the super cold medicine he had just synthesized. Would you like to give him one? Jiang Hao hesitated a little, but soon he made a decision. Yuan Hong treated him well in the past, and even though his grades were poor, he never gave up on himself. Besides, a dedicated teacher like Yuan Hong is worthy of his help. Jiang Hao extracted a super cold medicine from the system space and put it into a medicine bottle that was previously used for medicine. Then he raised his hand. Yuan Hong on the podium soon noticed Jiang Hao raising his hand, which surprised him a little. Why didn't Jiang Hao sleep today and raised his hand? He admired Jiang Hao very much, this genius. He slept in class every day but still got the first place in the exam. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Jiang Hao, what's the matter? Yuan Hong's words made everyone's eyes fall on Jiang Hao, who was holding his hand up behind him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao ignored everyone's puzzled looks, stood up, took the medicine bottle in his hand, and walked directly to Yuan Hong on the podium, explaining as he went. Teacher Yuan, this is the cold medicine my mother bought for me when I caught a cold last time. It's very effective. You should try it. Yuan Hong was very touched when he heard this, but he couldn't take medicine randomly. Yuan Hong thanked him with a smile and politely declined. Thank you, Jiang Hao, but no thanks. I have a special physique. Medicine is basically useless when I have a cold. I have to go to the hospital to get in for. I'll go after class. Yuan Hong did not lie. His physical condition might be a little poor. It is just as he said. However, Jiang Hao reached Yuan Hong in just a few steps and handed the medicine bottle to Yuan Hong. Teacher, you should try it. This medicine is quite effective. Last time I caught a cold, I took 1 pill and it cured me. Looking at the medicine bottle handed over by Jiang Hao, Yuan Hong hesitated a little, but finally took it. Jiang Hao cares about him so much, he can't let him down. As for what Jiang Hao said, that taking 1 pill would cure the disease, he didn't take it to heart. Chapter 85, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Then thank you, classmate Jiang Hao. In fact, not only Yuan Hong did not believe what Jiang Hao said, but all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 who admired Jiang Hao very much also believed it, because they have never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold. At this time, Yuan Hong came to the desk with a medicine bottle, put down the test paper, opened the medicine, and prepared to take a few pills to try. He didn't think much about it. After all, Jiang Hao was a student, so he couldn't possibly harm him. However, when he opened the medicine bottle, his figure suddenly paused. This? Student Jiang Hao? Is this really just 1 pill? Is there no other medicine? Yuan Hong asked somewhat embarrassedly. Teacher, this medicine only takes 1 pill, and it can cure the disease. Jiang Hao also knew that a pill of cold medicine was indeed suspicious, but his pill was not comparable to those of the slutty bitches. However, only Jiang Hao himself knows the efficacy of this cold medicine. No one else knows. When the others heard what Jiang Hao said, they were all in disbelief and started talking about it. 1 pill can cure it? Why do I feel like I'm seeing a quack doctor? Sassafras. When did the top student become a quack doctor? Teacher, you better not take it. Don't take medicine carelessly. Yuan Hong listened to everyone's discussions. At this time, Lu Xian, who had always been very dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's sudden rise and taking away his halo, stood up and stopped him. Teacher, please don't take it. How can a pill of unknown origin cure your cold? As he said that, he turned around and glanced at Jiang Hao with a look of distrust. I've never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold with just one pill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao retorted, a frog in a well? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are many more things you haven't heard of. Jiang Hao's rebuttal immediately left Lu Xian speechless. Lu Xian pointed at Jiang Hao, his face flushed. Okay, thank you Lu Xian for your concern. Please take a seat. Yuan Hong spoke up to stop the two from arguing. Looking at the pill in his hand, Yuan Hong was a little hesitant, especially when he saw the 5 big words on the pill. He became even more hesitant. Super cold medicine. This, you know what, really gives me the feeling of a quack doctor. At this moment, he was rejecting it in his heart. But when he looked up and saw Jiang Hao in the last row with clear eyes, he felt a little caught in a dilemma. Finally, he made a decision. He felt that Jiang Hao was right. Just because he didn't know, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Jiang Hao has good intentions. I believe Jiang Hao would not make fun of the teacher. Stopping everyone's discussion, Yuan Hong put the pill in his mouth, picked up his water cup beside him, and took a sip of water. It's just a cold medicine pill. If there is any problem, you can just go to the hospital to check it out. Yuan Hong took some cold medicine and picked up the test paper again. Okay, now let's start talking about this test paper. Jiang Hao was also very happy to see that Yuan Hong trusted him so much. He was afraid that there was something wrong with the medicine, so he quickly asked the system again. System, is the super cold medicine okay? Host, please rest assured that what the system produces must be top-notch. However, the system's guarantee reminded Jiang Hao of the embarrassment he experienced this morning, and he was speechless. I don't believe you. You old man, you are so evil. Chapter 86 Yuan Hong is shocked. Someone wants to buy medicine. During this class, Jiang Hao did not sleep. He kept staring at Yuan Hong, fearing that something might go wrong. However, he soon felt relieved, because without anyone noticing, Yuan Hong's voice had returned to its previous healthy state, and even his complexion returned to normal. However, Yuan Hong, who had been explaining the test paper carefully, did not notice this change, and no one else noticed it either. There were still 10 minutes left before the get-out-of-class ended, and Yuan Hong finished explaining the test paper. Okay, I've finished explaining this test. Now, if you still don't understand something, raise your hand, and I'll explain it to you again. After saying that, Yuan Hong picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Suddenly, his body stopped abruptly, his eyes full of shock. He found that his cold was cured. My throat doesn't hurt anymore, my voice isn't hoarse anymore, and that feeling of weakness all over my body has also disappeared. This is actually true. At this moment, Yuan Hong looked at the last row, where Jiang Hao was playing with a pen. Student Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly dropped his pen and stood up. Others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Yuan Hong. However, Yuan Hong's next action shocked them. Yuan Hong actually bowed to Jiang Hao to express his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Hao, for the cold medicine. My cold seems to have really healed. Now, everyone realized that Yuan Hong's voice was not as hoarse as before, and Yuan Hong's face was rosy, with no signs of a cold. Suddenly, they all turned around and looked at Jiang Hao in the back row, filled with shock. Fuck, this is impossible. Is there really a cold medicine that can cure a cold? Sassafras. Is this true or false? This, judging from Mr. Yuan's current condition, seems to be true. However, this scene was hard for Lu Xian to accept. You know, he was just doubting Jiang Hao's medicine and even advised Yuan Hong not to take it. But who would have thought that in just a short while, Yuan Hong's cold was cured after taking the medicine he believed to be fake. His face was hit so hard that it made a loud, slapping sound. This made his face turn red. At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't expect Yuan Hong to thank him in person. He felt flattered and quickly stopped him. Teacher Yuan, you're welcome. It's just a small favor. Besides, your trust in me is the greatest thanks you can give me. Having said that, Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xian in the front row, who had an unwilling look on his face, and squeezed him. Unlike some people, who are like frogs in a well, never knowing that there are always people better than you, and there are always higher grounds. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian knew that Jiang Hao was talking about him, he certainly wouldn't ask for trouble now. He can only pretend not to know. Soon, the get out of class was over. As Yuan Hong left, Jiang Hao was about to lie down on the table to rest when a classmate came to Jiang Hao. Zhou Tong, what's the matter? Jiang Hao was a little confused. Zhou Tong is also one of the top students in Class 8 of Grade 3, but he is not as perverted as Jiang Hao. Moreover, as far as Jiang Hao knew, Zhou Tong's family was well off. It was said that his father was the vice president of a hospital in Tiana City, and his mother ran a pharmaceutical factory. He is truly a rich second generation. However, Zhou Tong is a very low-key person, and Jiang Hao has a good impression of him. At this time, Zhou Tong looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. Classmate Jiang Hao, can you please buy me one of your cold medicines? I've had a cold these days, and I am about to take the college entrance exam. I am afraid that the cold will affect my exam. Chapter 87. One pill costs 1,000 yuan. Who is more stupid? At this time, Zhou Tong was afraid that Jiang Hao would not be willing, so he quickly spoke again. Put it down. The price will satisfy you. How about 100 yuan per pill? Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Tong, whose face was flushed, and became somewhat suspicious of Zhou Tong's motives. I was a little hesitant for a moment, wondering whether I should give it to him. He knew that Zhou Tong's family members were all doctors. Why didn't his family prescribe medicine for Zhou Tong when he caught a cold at such a critical moment? What he was more worried about was that if Zhou Tong got his super cold medicine, he would give it to his parents for research. If his parents really copy the super cold medicine by then, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Thinking of this, he became even more hesitant. At this time, Zhou Tong seemed to notice Jiang Hao's hesitation and immediately increased the stakes. Student Jiang Hao, if you're not satisfied with this price, I can increase it. How about $1,000 a pill? In just a few seconds, Zhou Tong raised the price tenfold, which shocked his friends around him. Fuck, is Zhou Tong crazy? Sassafras, it's just a cold medicine, but you gave me $1,000. As expected, poverty limits our imagination. I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. For a moment, everyone stared at Jiang Hao and Zhou Tong, talking about it. However, at this time, with Zhou Tong's sudden price increase, Jiang Hao suddenly became more suspicious of Zhou Tong's motives. At this moment, I wish I knew medical skills. Jiang Hao thought so. System, do you think he really has a cold? Jiang Hao asked casually. But who would have thought that his casual question would lead him to discover another new function of the system? Ding, host, this person does not have any cold virus in his body and is in extremely healthy condition. System, can you treat illnesses? Ding, host, this system does not have this function. This is just the system scanning function. At this time, when Jiang Hao learned that Zhou Tong did not have a cold, he immediately understood. Zhou Tong definitely saw the value of the super cold medicine and planned to give it to his parents for research. If that's the case, how could he possibly sell the super cold medicine? At this time, he looked apologetic and said to Zhou Tong, I'm so sorry. My mom only bought me 2 pills last time. I ate one a long time ago, and the last one was just eaten by Teacher Yuan. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Zhou Tong's face, which was originally full of anticipation, froze instantly. Jiang Hao's answer surprised even the students beside him. Sasa, why did Xiaoba suddenly lose his mind? 1 pill is worth 1,000 yuan. Even if it's gone, I could just buy a few more and sell them for a lot of money. That's right. It seems that even the top students have things they are not good at. Fuck, is Jiang Hao stupid? Jiang Hao's answer made everyone think they had heard it wrong. At this time, Zhou Tong also reacted. With a smile on his face, he spoke to Jiang Hao. That's okay, Jiang Hao. How about you give me the location of that pharmacy, and I'll go buy a few pills myself at noon? The pharmacy was made up by Jiang Hao himself. Where did the pharmacy come from? Sure enough, once you tell a lie, you will need countless lies to cover up the previous lie. Jiang Hao pretended to be embarrassed and spoke. Well, this medicine was bought for me by my mother, and I don't know where she bought it. Jiang Hao's repeated refusals made Zhou Tong very suspicious. Has my purpose been seen through? Chapter 88. 1 pill for 10,000, not impossible. At this time, Zhou Tong, who knew the value of the super cold medicine, did not give up so easily even though he was rejected many times by Jiang Hao. Oh, if that's the case, can I ask classmate Jiang Hao for a favor? Without waiting for Jiang Hao's agreement, he spoke again. When Jiang Hao goes home tonight, Can you ask your aunt about the pharmacy that sells this medicine? Tell me tomorrow, so I can buy a few pills. At this time, Jiang Hao's impression of Zhou Tong was getting worse and worse. Okay, I'll go home and ask her tonight. But it's been a long time. Maybe my mom has forgotten. Jiang Haoyang pretended to agree. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately spoke. Thank you very much, classmate Jiang Hao. However, what I said still stands. I'm willing to pay 1,000 for one pill. However, after hearing this, Jiang Hao did not show much enthusiasm. After Zhou Tong left, Jiang Hao lay down on the table and went to sleep again. However, this is not the case. After what just happened, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated the value of systematically synthesized drugs. In that case, it seems that after I finish the college entrance examination, I can apply for the medical major when I apply for a major. Besides, with the system in hand, medicine is not that difficult for me. When I have a certain foundation in medicine, I will come up with super cold medicine, super painkiller, and even super anti-cancer drug. Then everything will fall into place. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had found a smooth path. Soon, another ordinary day passed, and the college entrance examination was getting closer. The next day, Jiang Hao came to school and fell asleep on the table as usual. At this moment, he felt someone push him gently. Student Jiang Hao? Student Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes, he found that it was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong looked apologetic when he saw Jiang Hao waking up. Excuse me, Jiang Hao, did you ask my aunt for me yesterday? In fact, when Jiang Hao saw Zhou Tong, the first thing he thought of was that Zhou Tong must have come for this matter. However, he didn't expect that Zhou Tong was so concerned about his super cold medicine and couldn't stop thinking about it. This also made Jiang Hao extremely certain that the reason why Zhou Tong wanted his super cold medicine was not simple. However, Jiang Hao, who knew the truth, was disappointed. I'm so sorry about that, classmate Zhou Tong. I asked my mom last night, and she said she also forgot where she bought it. Jiang Hao's words made Zhou Tong, who was originally full of expectations, suddenly stiffen. What should I do? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. If I don't get better from this cold, it will definitely affect my performance. Zhou Tong pretended to be anxious, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. Classmate Jiang Hao, are you really out of cold medicine? If you are, please help me out for the sake of our friendship. The price is negotiable. As long as you have the medicine, 10,000 yuan per pill is not out of the question. Jiang Hao was surprised by Zhou Tong's generosity, and he almost couldn't help but agree. At the same time, Jiang Hao's classmates were shocked when they heard Zhou Tong's conditions. One pill for 10,000? Is this a magical medicine? Sassafras. Could it be that Zhou Tong has gone crazy? They couldn't imagine why Zhou Tong was so obsessed with Jiang Hao's cold medicine. It was just a cold medicine? However, only Jiang Hao understood why Zhou Tong was so persistent. Chapter 89. Domineering Jiang Hao, Cowardly Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's repeated interruptions pushed Jiang Hao's patience to the limit. Jiang Hao frowned and stared at Zhou Tong, then couldn't help but said, Zhou Tong, don't waste your time. I see that you have a rosy complexion, bright eyes, and a loud voice. You don't have any cold symptoms at all, so stop pretending. As for that kind of cold medicine, you don't need to take it. You should also stop bothering with it. Jiang Hao's warning made Zhou Tong panic, but as soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he quickly pretended to be innocent. Jiang Hao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just want to buy a cold medicine. What am I planning? If you don't want to buy it, forget it. Why do you have to slander me like this? Zhou Tong acted as if he was very aggrieved. However, Jiang Hao was too disdainful to argue with him. Okay, you can go now, you know what I mean? Don't pretend to be a virgin and want to be a virgin. Snort. There was a hint of sharpness in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he warned in a cold voice. Zhou Tong was scolded by Jiang Hao, and his face turned pale and red with anger. At this moment, just when he was about to make trouble, suddenly, he saw Jiang Hao's sharp eyes and immediately thought of Qin Shou. Qin Shou had his leg broken by Jiang Hao, and when his father went to take revenge on Jiang Hao, he was defeated. This matter is basically no secret among the upper class in Tiana City. Although his family has some influence among the upper class of Tiana City, it can never be compared with the Qin family. Thinking of this, in an instant, under Jiang Hao's cold gaze, Zhou Tong became scared. Zhou Tong didn't say much, turned around, and left in shame. The crowd around who didn't know the truth saw Zhou Tong being scolded by Jiang Hao, and they walked away in shame. Some of them were confused about the situation, but some of them heard something wrong from the conversation between the two and understood it instantly. What's going on? Oh, I see. Isn't Zhou Tong too sinister? Wow, Jiang Shuaba is so domineering, regardless of what everyone was talking about. Jiang Hao chased the shameless Zhou Tong away, then laid down on the table and immersed himself in the system. System. Open my personal information panel. Host. Jiang Hao. Rating. 271.3/100. Age. 18. Strength. 8. Agility. 2.8. Mental. 2.2. Stamina. 0.8. Skills. Master Chef Level 1 0/10. Swimming Level 3 0/100. Dog Beating Stick Level 3 0/100. Hacker Level 5 0/1000. Magical Powers. Danger Sense Level 2 0/10. Great Strength Level 1 0/10. Skill Points 68.3. Personal Space on. Jiang Hao looked at his personal panel and decided to upgrade himself. System. Upgrade my danger perception to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Danger perception upgraded successfully. Danger sense level 3. 0 out of 100 grants you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react. Agility +4, spirit +2. After upgrading his danger perception, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a lot lighter, and at the same time, his mind became clear. This feeling made Jiang Hao very intoxicated. Afterwards, Jiang Hao once again set his eyes on the giant power on the system panel. Although the supernatural power of great strength is only level 1, it requires 10 skill points to upgrade it to level 2. Chapter 90. Upgrading the magical power, the second level of great strength. Jiang Hao stared at the giant power with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The first level of the great strength ability can make my strength reach 800 kilograms. I wonder how much more the second level of the great strength ability can increase my strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao gave an order to the system. System. Upgrade the giant strength ability to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. The giant strength ability has been upgraded successfully. Giant strength level 2, 0/100 powerful enough to break all rules. As the system prompt sounded, the strength column on the system panel changed instantly, from 8 to 16. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he could burst the air with one punch. However, he knew that this was just his illusion. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, very satisfied. The second-level supernatural power actually doubled my strength. 1,600 kilograms of strength. Boxing champion Tyson's strength is only 1,600 kilograms. I didn't expect that just a small upgrade would make my strength comparable to that of the world boxing champion. He would never have dared to think about this before, but now he has achieved it. Even surpassing the world boxing champion is only a matter of time for him. After a long time, Jiang Hao felt the changes brought to him by the upgraded great strength ability. Looking at the extra skill points, he turned his attention to the skills again. Among all the skills, the chef skill is a bit low, and then he had an idea. System. Upgrade the godly chef skill to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. The godly chef skill has been upgraded to level 2 successfully. Divine Chef Level 2, 0 out of 100. This is a skill practiced by the legendary chefs of God, who specialize in cooking food for God. Being able to use everything in the world as ingredients to make food that even the gods would praise. However, the upgraded Level 2 Godly Chef skill didn't seem to have changed, which made Jiang Hao confused. Then he began to ask the system. System. What changes have been made to the Level 2 Divine Chef skill? However, the system's answer left him speechless. Ding. The system has no right to tell you. Please explore on your own. Helplessly, he had to let it go first. Looking at the drastically changed system panel, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. However, when he saw the last item in his attribute column, endurance, Jiang Hao frowned. System. How can I improve my endurance attribute? Ding. The system has no right to tell you. Please explore on your own. Hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since his inquiry yielded no results, Jiang Hao stopped asking. Soon, it was noon, and the weather was extremely hot at noon in June. Jiang Hao was lying on the table and fanning himself with a book. Brother Hao, do you want to go buy some popsicles? At this time, Jiang Hao's chubby desk mate pushed Jiang Hao and asked. Jiang Hao was almost unable to bear the heat. At this moment, when he heard the fat boy's question, he was immediately tempted. Let's go, let's go. Let's go together. The two of them jogged all the way to the school canteen. However, there was already a long line in front of the convenience store. Jiang Hao and Xiaopeng could only line up behind. After about 6 or 7 minutes, it was finally Jiang Hao and Xiaopeng's turn. Jiang Hao followed behind Xiaopeng, and Xiaopeng was in the front. Xiaopeng handed the money to the boss. Boss, give me 2 bottles of ice soda and 2 popsicles. I want chocolate flavor. Chapter 91. The 5 arrogant people who cut in line. Jiang Hao calmly takes action. Then he turned and asked Jiang Hao, Brother Hao, what flavor do you want? I'll treat you. Jiang Hao was just about to thank the fat boy, but at this moment, 5 tall men in t-shirts and sweating profusely suddenly ran over from the side. They looked like they had just finished playing basketball. At this time, the 5 people seemed to have not seen the long line at all. They rushed to the front from the side and pushed the fat classmate to the back. Boss, give me 5 bottles of soda and a pack of Red River. The fat classmate was cut in line before he even got his popsicles and soda, and he was immediately furious. Hey, why are you like this? Do you have any manners? At this point, the others who were waiting behind were also very dissatisfied and started to make accusations. How can you cut in line? Can't you see we are all queuing? That's right, you're already in high school, but you don't even have any manners at all. No manners. Shame on you. Everyone was very dissatisfied with the 5 men's queue-cutting behavior. At this moment, the tall guy, who cut in line to buy something, suddenly turned around, looked down at the fat classmate with disdain on his face. What's wrong, kid? Are you not convinced? I never queue up when I buy things. Who do you think you are? At this time, several people next to him surrounded him, squeezed Xiaopeng in the middle, and looked like they wanted to kill him. The chubby classmate was squeezed by these 5 tall guys and was suddenly a little scared. When others saw this scene, they immediately shut up. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them, and some even lowered their heads, fearing that these 5 people would cause trouble. At this time, the store owner also hurriedly spoke up to mediate. Everyone, drink your soda first. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Only then did these people turn around and take the sodas handed over by the boss one by one. Although Jiang Hao was also dissatisfied, this was a school after all, and he didn't want to cause trouble. He pulled the fat classmate back and chose not to argue with them. The fat classmate squinted his eyes, looked at the 5 people, and was very depressed, muttering in a low voice. What a lack of quality! However, although the murmur was very small, it was still heard by the 5 people standing nearby and preparing to eat popsicles. The 5 people immediately stopped unwrapping popsicles and looked over. The fat student immediately pretended that he knew nothing and looked down at the ground. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw this scene and immediately knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next one, these 5 people surrounded him again, and the leader even pushed the little fat kid who lowered his head and pretended to know nothing. The chubby kid was pushed and staggered, bumping into Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao held the chubby boy. What did you say, kid? Xiaopeng was already frightened by the 5 people. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had to step forward. After all, his fat classmate had just treated him to a popsicle. Although he hadn't eaten the popsicle yet, he still had to accept the favor. Jiang Hao pulled the fat classmate behind him, then stared at the 5 people who were looking for trouble without fear, and confronted them directly without mercy. He said, "You guys are a bunch of trash and have no manners. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" At this moment, Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when the 5 men heard it. One of them got angry and was about to hit someone. At this moment, the one next to him grabbed him. Then he pointed at the camera above the convenience store with a subtle look. The man immediately understood. At this time, one of them laughed angrily and spoke out. "Hey boy, you're pretty crazy." Chapter 92. Meet at the playground, not talk about romance but quality. Then, this person took a step forward to Jiang Hao, stared at Jiang Hao, smiled contemptuously, and began to speak. "Boy, if you have guts, how about we go over there and have a chat?" At the same time, he also pointed to the back playground. Jiang Hao was not afraid of these people's threats. Jiang Hao glanced at this person, then turned to Xiaopeng and said, "Xiaopeng, go back to the classroom first. I'll talk to these rubbish about morals." Jiang Hao's words immediately surprised everyone who was watching the fun from the sidelines. Sassafras. Did I hear you right? Hey, you're really a child. You get impulsive when provoked. Impulse is the devil. At this point, how could they not understand that they were going to use force? However, Jiang Hao's answer shocked them even more. However, since none of them think highly of Jiang Hao, it must be that Jiang Hao's brains were kicked by a donkey. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's words made the 5 people laugh in anger. Ah, not bad, quite tough. I hope you can be as arrogant as ever when the time comes. At this time, Xiaopeng knew the situation very well. His face was filled with worry, and he was also very upset. Why did I say so much just now? Brother Hao, don't go. We'll stay here and see what they can do to me. Finally, the fat classmate plucked up the courage and spoke. Besides, I'm the one who goes. After hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a little more approval towards the fat boy. However, this does not mean that he agrees to let Xiaopeng go and reason with these people. He is a man of great skill and courage, and is not afraid of these 5 people. If Xiaopeng goes over there, he will probably be the one being bullied. Jiang Hao smiled and patted the chubby boy on the shoulder. It's okay, go back to the classroom first. After saying that, he turned around and headed straight towards the playground. The 5 people looked at each other immediately, with surprise in their eyes. It looks like we've met a guy with a bad temper. At this time, Xiaopeng was about to catch up. Suddenly, 2 of the 5 people who cut in line came out and stood in front of Xiaopeng. A few of them smiled at each other and looked at the chubby classmate beside them. Boy, someone is standing up for you today, so we'll let you go for now. After saying that, the tall guy in the lead looked at Jiang Hao, who was already walking towards the playground, then waved his hand to the 4 people with him. Come on, guys, we should go take care of this kid. Don't keep him waiting anxiously. Now, the fat boy became very anxious when he heard this. Nearby, those who were queuing in front of the canteen watched Jiang Hao and the 5 men leave, and immediately spoke one by one. Hey, that classmate was impulsive. That's right. There are 5 of them. How can he fight against them alone? I hope he's okay. Everyone was murmuring, but no one showed any sign of being ready to step forward to help. The chubby kid was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Yes, go back to the classroom and find your classmates. After Xiaopeng reacted, he looked back towards the playground with a worried look on his face, and finally, he gritted his teeth. Without even bothering to take the popsicle, he rushed towards the teaching building and went back to the classroom to get help. Jiang Hao came to the back playground, found a place without surveillance, and waited quietly for the 5 people to come. Soon, the 5 men came over, with joking looks on their faces, and surrounded Jiang Hao. Chapter 93. Jiang Hao shows off his power, and the 5 tyrants kneel down. One of them spoke up. Boy, kneel down now, call us grandpa, and beg us. Maybe we will let you go. Haha, that's it, kneel down and beg us. At this time, several people nearby also laughed and echoed. The commotion here instantly attracted some students around, and they all stopped to watch. Hey, aren't those the 5 bullies from class 31? I heard they even beat up the teacher. Are they bullying people again? Hey, who is so unlucky to meet these evil stars? At this moment, Jiang Hao heard these words and immediately looked at these people as if they were clowns. The leader didn't show any fear in his eyes when he saw Jiang Hao. Instead, he looked at them as if they were fools. Suddenly, he became angry and reached out to push Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao suddenly made a move, as fast as lightning, and grabbed the man's wrist. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he exerted his great strength, using a little force on his hands. Ah! With a scream, everyone who was still talking was instantly awakened. They all looked in the direction where the screams came from, and immediately saw a scene that shocked them. Originally, Jiang Hao, who they considered to be the weaker party, was pinching the hand of a person, and the person was screaming in pain. At this moment, the 4 people nearby saw the situation and immediately started punching and kicking, trying to kick and hit Jiang Hao. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was still calm. He pulled the screaming man and used a quarter of his strength to push the man out. The man showed horror on his face, and he stepped back quickly, stumbling and bumping into 2 people who were about to rush up. The 2 men flew backwards with pain on their faces. At this moment, they felt as if they were hit by a moving car. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly turned around, raised his leg, and kicked out suddenly, kicking the other person in the stomach. Suddenly, the man flew backwards like a rag doll. At this time, Jiang Hao changed direction again. With the help of the 3rd-level danger perception, he punched as fast as the wind, and his fist instantly appeared on the face of the last person who was about to rush up. The last person was so frightened that he froze in place, subconsciously closing his eyes tightly and not daring to move. Swoosh! As a gust of force blew across his face, Jiang Hao stopped when his fist was 1 centimeter away from the man's face. Just as this person slowly opened his eyes and was about to rejoice, Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, kicking him several meters away. At this moment, everyone around looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao, who they originally considered to be the weaker party, would be like a wolf among the flock of sheep, and with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked the 5 tyrants to their knees. Hiss! Everyone at the scene gasped. This is too amazing, right? He actually kicked the man 2 or 3 meters away. Could it be that he knows martial arts? Fuck, the 5 tyrants got beaten up like this. For a moment, people were shocked and talked a lot. At this time, Jiang Hao came to the tall man who was leading the group and saw him lying on the ground, holding his stomach with a look of pain on his face. Hey, do you know what quality is now? When the tall guy saw Jiang Hao, his face was immediately filled with fear. Jiang Hao was just about to educate this tall man when suddenly a shout came from the crowd. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Brother Hao, we are here. Chapter 94. Jiang Hao's quality teaching. Lu Xian reported the crime. Jiang Hao was full of confusion. Just as he stood up, he saw the fat boy rushing towards him with a group of people holding a short stick he found from somewhere. When he saw it was Xiaopeng, he was immediately relieved. Xiaopeng rushed over and saw Jiang Hao was safe and sound. He quickly braked the car, a little confused. Behind Xiaopeng, the classmates who followed him didn't know what was going on and asked anxiously, Fatty, which 5 people are you talking about? Is the master okay? However, when they rushed over and saw Jiang Hao, who looked calm and unharmed, they were all a little embarrassed. The leader was the captain of the sports team, Lu Biao. Master, are you okay? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and nodded. At this time, Lu Biao touched his head awkwardly. That fat guy said someone bullied you. At this moment, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned around and began to question the fat boy. Sasa Fatty, are you lying to us? My master is fine. At this time, Xiaopeng pointed behind Jiang Hao and saw 5 people on the ground holding their stomachs with painful looks on their faces. They all looked shocked. Master, they? Lu Biao looked around and then asked stutteringly. Jiang Hao said calmly, Didn't these 5 people say they didn't know what quality was? I'll teach them. Hiss. Now, Lu Biao felt a little scared. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that time when he was playing basketball. He was actually ready to fight with his master. Fortunately, I was stopped by my friends, otherwise... Lu Biao looked at the 5 people behind Jiang Hao, lying on the ground holding their stomachs with a look of pain on their faces. I'm afraid this is his end. Now he admired Jiang Hao even more. I didn't expect that my master is not only good at studying and playing basketball, but he is also so good at fighting. At this time, Xiaopeng reacted, looked apologetic, and said hurriedly, I'm sorry, Haoji. Just now when I returned to the classroom to call my classmates, I was blocked by our asshole class monitor Lu Xian. He also said he would tell the teacher about this, and I guess the teacher will be here soon. I had no choice but to ask Lu Biao and the others to come and help me. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this. Lu Xian. At this time, Lu Biao saw the opportunity and hurried forward and said, Master, do you need my help? Jiang Hao raised his head and looked at Lu Biao, feeling a little more recognition for Lu Biao. However, he was still unwilling to use the help of others for the clown Lu Xian. Jiang Hao smiled and said to Lu Biao, It's okay. Thank you for today. Let's have a friendly match together tomorrow afternoon. When Lu Biao heard this, he was immediately filled with ecstasy. Really, master? However, he soon felt a little embarrassed again. Well, master, I actually didn't help you today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and patted Lu Biao. Okay, stop nagging. We should leave now. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the teacher comes. When Lu Biao heard it, he immediately understood. Yes. What about them? At this time, the fat classmates suddenly asked. Jiang Hao looked back and immediately frightened the 5 people into panic. Seeing how cowardly they were, Jiang Hao turned around and said, Let's go, don't worry about it. I know my limits, they're fine. Just take a rest. Okay, let's go. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he took a group of people and hurried back to the classroom. Chapter 95. The arrival of the class teacher, the insidious Lu Xian. After Jiang Hao left, the 5 bullies heard that the teacher was coming, and they immediately struggled to get up, supported each other, and hurried back to the classroom. Although they were not afraid of the teacher, they were the ones who started the incident today. Moreover, there were 5 of them fighting against one person, but they ended up getting beaten up. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Otherwise, how can they continue to stay in number 2 middle school? Soon, the crowd on the back playground dispersed. Not long after, Lu Xian and several teachers hurried to the back playground. However, there was no trace of Jiang Hao and the others in the back playground. Jiang Hao and his classmates' class teacher Xiang Yingtian and the dean of studies were all furious, thinking that Lu Xian had deceived them. Lu Xian, you said Jiang Hao and the others were fighting here. Where are they? Lu Xian was also confused. That fat guy clearly said that Jiang Hao was fighting with someone in the back playground. So how come he disappeared? Not even a trace was left on his face. Now, being stared at by the head teacher and the dean of studies, Lu Xian suddenly panicked. Teacher, well, maybe they have already fought. So disperse. Several teachers looked at the back playground without any traces, and their faces looked a little unhappy. At this time, the dean spoke. Lao Xiang, please go check on your class later. Don't let anything happen to Jiang Hao. Xiang Yingtian nodded. Well, I understand. Jiang Hao probably wouldn't fight with anyone. He has always been very shy during his 3 years in high school. When Lu Xian heard this, he immediately wanted to refute. Their class teacher was obviously deceived by Jiang Hao's appearance. He suddenly felt a toothache when he thought about the time when he lost the bet with Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao forced him to bark like a dog. He just wanted to ask, why is Jiang Hao shy? However, the teacher was still angry at that time, so he didn't dare to speak. At this time, the dean glanced at Lu Xian and then said, if someone is lying and slandering others, then I think he needs some punishment to make him understand that school is a school, not a place for intrigue. After saying that, the dean turned and left. Yes, I understand. I will discipline him. Xiang Yingtian nodded repeatedly, then turned around and glared at Lu Xian fiercely. He didn't expect that his class monitor was so scheming that he even went to see the dean before looking for him. Soon, Xiang Yingtian and Lu Xian rushed to Class 8 of Grade 3 to take a look. Jiang Hao was sleeping on the table, Wang Xiaoman was reading a book, and the other students were either reading or doing exercises. There was no sign of anything happening at all. He had known for a long time that Jiang Hao didn't study and slept, but he just let it go. After all, there is always something different about the top students, isn't there? However, at this time, Xiang Yingtian's face was gloomy, and he turned around and glared at Lu Xian. Then he walked into the classroom, came to Jiang Hao's side, and knocked on Jiang Hao's desk. Jiang Hao pretended to have just woken up. When he saw that it was his head teacher, he stood up quickly. In fact, he already knew that the head teacher was coming. Jiang Hao, what did you do just now? At this time, Xiang Yingtian said. Jiang Hao looked confused when he heard this. Then he said, Teacher, I was thirsty just now, so I went to buy a bottle of water and didn't do anything else. At this moment, Lu Xian's face changed. If he didn't explain himself, he would be finished. Suddenly, he shouted hurriedly, You're lying. That fat guy just said that you had a fight with someone in the back playground, and he even came over to ask the classmates to help. As he spoke, Lu Xian pointed at the chubby kid next to Jiang Hao. Chapter 96, Xiang Yingtian's Rage, the End of the Clown. Lu Xian's words instantly made Xiang Yingtian and everyone in Class 8 of Grade 3 feel disgusted. Xiang Yingtian frowned, becoming more and more disappointed with Lu Xian. Xiang Yingtian had an ugly expression on his face and stared at Lu Xian angrily. Lu Xian, watch your attitude. Also, who allowed you to give people nicknames randomly? As the class leader, you snitched on others, gave your classmates nicknames, and never united with them. Look at you, what have you done? Xiang Yingtian asked almost angrily. Lu Xian was immediately frightened by the angry Xiang Yingtian, and he stammered and couldn't utter a word. At this time, Jiang Hao made another assist. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xian as if he were a clown. Squad leader, can you use your brain? If I want to fight, how could I come back so quickly? Besides, if I had just been in a fight, why don't I have any marks on my body? Jiang Hao's few words instantly left Lu Xian speechless. At this time, the little fat boy also stood up and talked nonsense seriously. Teacher Xiang, Jiang Hao and I just went to buy ice cream, and I didn't know about the fight. At this time, Xiang Yingtian glanced at the fat boy and then asked all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3. Just now, did Wang Xiaoman ask you to fight? At this moment, Wang Xiaoman suddenly became nervous, but Lu Xian was very happy. However, the next moment, surprisingly, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 said in unison, "No!" In fact, over the past 3 years, most of the students in Class 8 of Senior Grade 3 have been very dissatisfied with Lu Xian, the class monitor. Lu Xian usually looks down on this and that, and bullies others as a squad leader. Whatever benefits he gets, he keeps them for himself and never considers others. Just now, not only did he stop them from helping Jiang Hao, he also went to tell the teacher about it. This made them even more unbearable. As students, what they probably hated most was people who told tales about others' misdeeds to the teacher. Undoubtedly, Lu Xian had already lost the support of everyone in Class 3 to 8 of senior high school. This is how this scene happened. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. Wang Xiaoman was also extremely shocked, but also relieved. However, this ending left Lu Xian confused. "Hey, you guys?" Lu Xian looked at the cold eyes of the other students in Class 8 of Grade 3 and suddenly became panicked. "That's not the case. That's not the case. How can you lie?" However, at this time, none of the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were willing to pay attention to him. At this moment, when he looked at Xiang Yingtian, who was already furious, his face was full of grievance and fear. "Teacher, that's not the case. Let me explain." However, Xiang Yingtian's patience had already been exhausted by Lu Xian time and time again. "Okay, no more words." After saying that, Xiang Yingtian walked directly to the podium, bowed to everyone very seriously, and then said, "I am very sorry. Due to my mistake, I failed to appoint the right person to the right position, which has caused a lot of inconvenience to everyone. I apologize to everyone here. Sorry." After saying that, Xiang Yingtian turned his head again, glanced at the helpless Lu Xian, and said, "Here, I have one more thing to announce. That means removing Lu Xian from his position as squad leader. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, I will no longer let everyone vote. I will appoint Jiang Hao to temporarily take over the position of class monitor. Does anyone have any comments?" Chapter 97. The righteous have many supporters, the unrighteous have few. Xiang Yingtian's words instantly made Lu Xian look as pale as death. Jiang Hao was surprised when he heard this, but he never thought of becoming a class monitor. Just when he was about to politely refuse, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 said in unison, "No." At the same time, they applauded and celebrated. Looking at the trusting eyes of everyone turning back to look at him, Jiang Hao finally did not say the words of refusal. At this time, Xiang Yingtian finally revealed a slight smile. "Student Jiang Hao, since everyone trusts you so much, I'll trouble you for the next 10 days. Soon, the matter was over. Lu Xian was removed from his position as squad leader and was also taken away by Xiang Yingtian for some ideological education. Jiang Hao, on the contrary, became the temporary monitor of Class 8 of Grade 3. Everything is calm again. In this way, time passed day by day. Sunday is here. On Sunday, Jiang Hao and his friends finally had a day off to rest. When they got up in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, who couldn't sit still, got up early and prepared to go to the restaurant to work. As for the restaurant, Jiang Hao saw that his parents could not sit still, and for safety reasons, he asked his parents to rent a store and open it. In the morning, Jiang Hao got up early as usual and prepared to go to the noodle shop with his parents. Although Jiang's father and mother wanted Jiang Hao to review well at home, Jiang Hao knew his own situation best. He doesn't need to review. Afterwards, after Jiang Ma gave Jiang Zishuan a few instructions, the three of them went out. The three of them soon arrived at Jiang's restaurant. Although there were a lot of people eating breakfast in the morning, Jiang's restaurant had only been open for a few days and the customers around were not familiar with it, so business was a little slow. However, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were not in a hurry. Mrs. Jiang started to prepare the ingredients, while Mr. Jiang started to make noodles, and Jiang Hao also helped. However, Jiang Hao came into contact with kitchen utensils again. Suddenly, he remembered his divine chef skill, which had been put aside after he was upgraded to level 2 not long ago. Suddenly, I felt like trying something new. There was almost no change in the godly chef skills after he upgraded to level 2. When he asked the system let him explore it on his own. Now, isn't this a good opportunity? With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao spoke to Jiang's father, who was standing beside him. "Dad, let me do it. You take a rest?" Dad Jiang did not refuse and gave the kitchen utensils in his hand to Jiang Hao. "Okay, you do it for a while. I'll go outside and clean up the table." He is still very confident in his son's craftsmanship. After Jiang's father went out, Jiang Hao picked up the kitchen utensils and waved them skillfully. Soon, a bowl of exquisite noodles came out of the pot, and a special fragrance wafted away instantly. It was extremely fragrant. Jiang Hao was also very satisfied when he smelled the fragrance. At this moment, when his eyes fell on the bowl of noodles, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a line of small words floating on the noodles. Fragrance +5. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao was stunned instantly. Sassafras, what's going on? Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. However, when his eyes fell on the bowl of noodles again, the line of words was still there. Suddenly, Jiang Hao was shocked. How come this was a bit like the attributes in the game? Fuck, the food I cook won't have any properties, right? After being shocked, Jiang Hao reacted, and his mind quickly immersed in the system. System, what on earth is going on? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Ding host, there is no need to panic. This is exactly the change brought about by the second-level Divine Chef. Chapter 98. Level 2 Divine Chef Skill, Food with Additional Attributes. Level 2 Divine Chef can give the host's food special properties. When Jiang Hao heard this, he took a breath and felt incredible. Hiss! As expected, this is a skill that even the gods would be amazed by. At this moment, there was a noise outside. Boss, what smells so good? I want this. It smells so good. Boss, do you have any new dishes? Mr. Jiang usually comforted the guests while running quickly to the kitchen. How, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Is the bowl of plain noodles I just mentioned ready? As soon as Father Jiang entered the kitchen, he asked curiously. Dad, I didn't do anything. I just made this bowl of plain noodles. As he spoke, Jiang Hao picked up the bowl of fragrant plain noodles he had just made and turned around to hand it to his father. When Mr. Jiang saw the bowl of exquisite, almost sparkling noodles handed to him by Jiang Hao, he was also amazed. It was only then that he discovered that the extremely tempting aroma just now actually came from this bowl of noodles. Being able to cook an ordinary bowl of plain noodles to such a high standard, this level of cooking skills is probably unmatched even by the master chefs, right? However, what shocked him even more was that the person who did it was actually his son. Now, Dad Jiang couldn't understand his son even more. At this moment, Father Jiang suddenly smiled. It seems that I am really old. No matter how mysterious Hao is, he is still my son. Thinking of this, Father Jiang took the noodles from Jiang Hao's hand, gave his son an encouraging look, and then said, Hao, give me 3 more bowls of this plain noodles. After saying that, he happily went out with the bowl of noodles. After a while, there were bursts of exclamations coming from outside. Soon, Jiang Hao made 3 bowls of plain noodles again. At this moment, Jiang Hao was staring at the 3 bowls of noodles one by one. First bowl, Spirit +2. Second bowl, Strength +1. Third bowl, Speed +1. Seeing such attributes, Jiang Hao instantly lost his composure. System, can I still increase physical attributes on this side? Ding. The food made by the host's level 2 Divine Chef skill has increased properties that are not permanent and can only last for 1 day. Now, Jiang Hao understood the key. The level 2 Divine Chef skill is not good. What about level 3 and level 4? By then, just by eating the food I made, I might even become a god. Just when Jiang Hao was still looking forward to the future, he heard his father Jiang's voice calling from outside. Hao, is the noodles ready? Jiang Hao was awakened. He quickly wiped his saliva and hurried back. Okay, Dad, I'll bring it out right away. In order to see the customer's reaction after eating the bowl of noodles, Jiang Hao decided to serve it himself. After Jiang Hao served the noodles to the 3 guests one by one, he stood aside and watched. When the 3 guests couldn't wait to take the first bite, they immediately praised it highly. Wow, this noodle is so delicious. Soon, the 3 guests wolfed down 3 bowls of noodles. At this time, the customer who had eaten the first bowl of noodles suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, why do I feel so energetic today after eating this bowl of noodles? At this time, the 2 guests who had eaten the second and third bowls were also surprised. Now that you mention it, why do I feel full of energy after eating this bowl of noodles? I just feel light and airy. Chapter 99, Business is booming, and I came here after hearing the news. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly understood after seeing the reactions of the 3 people after eating the plain noodles with special properties. Afterwards, Jiang Hao was afraid that the 3 would investigate further, so he quickly spoke up to smooth things over. This is probably just your illusion. If you think my noodles are delicious, you are welcome to come again next time. After Zhang Hao sent these 3 people away, he started a new round of busy work. Soon, before noon, the ingredients that Dad Jiang had prepared for 2 days were almost gone. During this period, Zhang Hao even made dishes with various attributes. Some add energy, some add fragrance, some add strength, some add acceleration. At this time, outside Zhang's restaurant, more and more people were queuing up outside. They were all attracted by the fragrance from this restaurant. Zhang Hao had been busy for most of the morning, and as the ingredients were almost gone, Zhang Hao prepared to close the business. At the same time, he wants to adjust the prices of the food he makes. After all, I am the descendant of a great chef, and the food I make is special properties. A bowl of noodles still costs $7, which is a bit cheap. What's more, it's too cheap, and there are so many people eating it. He can't cook it all by himself. At the same time, he plans to add a few more dishes to his menu. After Zhang Hao called Zhang's father in to discuss the matter, he decided to close the business today. After Father Zhang came out, he looked at the people still waiting in line and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone. We have bought all the ingredients for today. Thank you for your support." As soon as Father Zhang finished speaking, everyone wailed, I've been waiting for a long time. Why is it gone? Hey, me too. I haven't eaten yet." However, there was nothing he could do, so Dad Jiang could only say sorry and send away these disappointed guests. Then he went back to the kitchen to pack up. Just as the crowd dispersed, a black Land Rover came speeding and stopped on the side of the road. Then, the car door opened, and a beautiful young woman in black uniform, about 27 or 28 years old, came out from the driver's seat and picked up a cute little girl from the passenger seat. The beautiful young woman looked around, as if searching for something. Soon, her eyes fell on Zhang's noodle house. Then, he pulled the little loli beside him and walked towards Zhang's restaurant. Looking at the deserted Zhang's noodle house, Xiaqin felt a little confused. She took out her cell phone, clicked on a picture, walked over to Jiang Ma, who was packing things outside, handed it to her, and asked, "Excuse me, sister, is the plain noodles in the picture from your Zhang's restaurant?" Mother Jiang looked up when she heard this, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. However, when Mother Jiang saw the picture in Yang Han's hand, her face was full of smiles, and she said proudly, "That's right, and this plain noodles was made by my son." "But sister, you're late, we're closed." Xiaqin became anxious when she heard this. "Sister, it's not even noon yet. Why are you closed?" Mother Jiang said with a smile, "My son's cooking is so delicious. I bought all the ingredients I had prepared for 2 days this morning." After Jiang Ma said this, Xiaqin understood. At this time, Xiaqin looked at her daughter, who was listless and pale, and felt distressed. "What should I do?" "Sister, can you please let your son make a bowl of plain noodles for my daughter? Look, if you need any ingredients, I can go buy them myself." Chapter 100. The whole story. Ex-enter with anorexia. For some reason, my daughter developed anorexia and felt nauseous after eating anything. I went to see many doctors and she took many medicines, but there was no improvement. Later, she hired many chefs to cook specially for her daughter, but it was of no use. This morning, she accidentally saw someone online saying that there was a Yangshan noodles restaurant here that was extremely delicious, and there was also a picture of a long line of customers waiting. Then Xiaqin looked and found that the restaurant was not far from her. Although she didn't have high hopes for such a small restaurant, she still brought her daughter here with the mentality of giving it a try. Mother Jiang, who knew the truth of the matter, looked at the little girl next to Xiaqin, whose face looked a little hungry and yellow, and her eyes were suddenly filled with pity. "Oh, poor child. How could this happen? Okay, I'll go talk to my son right away. Sister, please sit down and wait for a moment." Xiaqin was immediately delighted when she heard this. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister." Mother Jiang arranged Xiaqin to sit down, then went to the kitchen and told Jiang Hao about this. After listening to this, Jiang Hao came out with Jiang Ma. As soon as Jiang Hao saw Xiaqin, he was also amazed by her. The noble aura of Xiaqin made it clear at first glance that she was not an ordinary person. At this time, Jiang's mother came out and quickly introduced her to Xiaqin. "Sister, this is my son, Jiang Hao. The plain noodles in your photo were made by him." Xiaqin heard the noise and turned around quickly. After listening to Jiang Ma's introduction, she stared at Jiang Hao's young face with a look of surprise and doubt in her eyes. After all, Jiang Hao looked too immature, and he even didn't hold much hope for this trip. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Xiaqin." However, her good upbringing ensured that she did not forget where she was. He quickly introduced himself, and politely extended his slender hand to Jiang Hao. However, the sensitive Jiang Hao had already noticed the suspicion in Xia Qin's eyes. Seeing Xia Qin's suspicious look, his impression of Xia Qin was greatly reduced. I didn't ask her to come. She came to ask me for help. What reason does she have to doubt me? Jiang Hao ignored Xia Qin's slender hand and instead fixed his eyes on the cute little girl next to Xia Qin. Looking at the little lowly with a pale face and a little listless spirit, Jiang Hao's heart was touched. He felt a little distressed. How could such a cute child suffer from anorexia? At this time, Jiang Hao showed a gentle smile, moved aside, and came to the side of the little lowly. Jiang Hao's reaction made Xia Qin feel embarrassed. However, although Xia Qin was dissatisfied, she did not say anything. She just smiled slightly, withdrew her hand, and eased the embarrassment. When Mother Jiang saw this, she became angry. This child, Jiang Hao reached out and gently touched the little lowly's hand and asked softly, "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl opened her round eyes and glanced at Jiang Hao, and then a soft voice was heard. "Hello, brother. My name is Xin." Oh, so the little sister's name is Xin. So what do you want to eat? Xin. Can I make it for you? Xin stared at Jiang Hao and said obediently. Xin doesn't know. Don't know? Then I'll make more delicious food for Xin, and then Xin can choose what she likes to eat. How about that? Well, thank you, brother. Then Xin, please sit down first and wait for your brother. I will prepare something delicious for you right away. The two chatted as if no one was around. Chapter 101 Jiang Hao takes action. Xin is hungry. After saying that, Jiang Hao stood up, glanced at Xia Qin beside him, and spoke. I don't know if the food I cook can help Xin, but I will try my best. Please stay with Xin for a while. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around and went straight to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Xia Qin hurriedly thanked him. However, Jiang Hao had already entered the kitchen. Mother Jiang, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed and quickly tried to smooth things over. This child, sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Hao is not usually like this. Mother Jiang stayed with Xia Qin and Xin. Jiang Hao returned to the kitchen and immediately fell into deep thought. After a little thought, Jiang Hao started to take action. Jiang Hao actually had no idea whether the dishes he cooked would make Xin start to eat, so he could only give it a try. Jiang Hao prepared the ingredients and started cooking according to some recipes from the chef's skills in his mind. Soon, a fragrance emanated from the pot and drifted out from the kitchen. Xia Qin, who was sitting outside, was immediately attracted by the fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. Xia Qin was shocked. The aroma alone was not inferior to those of the chefs she had hired before. At this time, Xin, who had been sitting quietly on the side, shrugged her nose, suddenly turned around and said to Xia Qin, Mom, Xin is hungry. When Xia Qin heard this, she was stunned for a moment, as if she had heard it wrongly. Ah! At this time, Xin's soft voice came again. Mom, Xin is hungry. At this moment, Xia Qin finally heard it clearly, and she was suddenly ecstatic. Xin, are you hungry? It works, it works. Suddenly, Xia Qin burst into tears of joy. Then she quickly stood up, looking towards the kitchen again and again, feeling a little at a loss as to what to do. When Mother Jiang heard this, she was surprised, but also happy. Just knowing you're hungry is good. It seems to be really effective. Sister Xia, don't worry. I'll go see how Howard is preparing. Having said that, Mother Jiang stood up and hurried to the kitchen. At this moment in the kitchen, Jiang Hao was also surprised when he saw the delicate side dish with an attractive golden luster on the plate in his hand. Because in Jiang Hao's eyes, there was a line of small words floating above the dish. Appetizer +5. This dish is red with fire in it, fire with gold in it, and it also looks like a lotus, so let's call it Golden Lotus and Fire. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to take the dish out and let Xin taste it first. At this time, Jiang's mother just walked in. Howard, are you okay? Mom, I just cooked a dish, and I'm going to let Xin try it first. Also, Mom, tell my dad to go to the market and buy some vegetables, some meat, some wolfberries, and some millet after he leaves Uncle Cheng's house. I'll make something else for Xin later, depending on the situation. Okay, then you bring this dish over first. Xin said she's hungry. Mother Jiang urged hurriedly, and at the same time, she took out her cell phone and called Father Jiang. Jiang Haoza walked out of the kitchen, holding the plate of golden lotus growing in the fire. Soon, the dish was served, and Xia Qin and Xin's eyes were immediately attracted by the dish. Xiaqin looked at the glowing dishes and the fragrance floating in the air and immediately swallowed. Xiner, hurry up and try the food your brother cooked. Zhang Hao pushed the dish next to Xiner and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xiner took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of egg, and put it in her mouth. On the side, Zhang Hao and Xiaqin looked at Xiner with anticipation. Chapter 102 Anorexia does not exist. Soon, after eating a piece of egg, Xiner's eyes lit up. Then she quickly added another piece of tomato and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was suddenly delighted. It turned out that the dishes with attributes he made were different. Xiaqin on the side was so delighted that she cried with joy. My Xiner finally started eating. Xiner put her chopsticks into the plate one after another, and soon, most of the side dishes were gone. At this time, Xiaqin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Zhang Hao, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. Seeing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Poor parents in the world. Okay, no need to thank me, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Besides, Xiner is so adorable. Anyone who sees her will help her. Xiner has just regained her appetite, so she can't eat too much greasy food. The ingredients for this dish of golden lotus in the fire are all appetizing vegetables. Wait, I'm going to make some porridge for Xiner to warm her stomach first. At this moment, Xiaqin was very respectful to Zhang Hao and spoke as soon as she heard what he said. Everything is up to Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hao nodded. Soon, Dad Jiang came. Zhang Hao quickly took the ingredients from Jiang Dad's hands, walked into the kitchen again, and started to get busy. Soon, bursts of thick aroma came from the kitchen. After a short while, with the help of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, plates of exquisite, lustrous dishes were served on the table. Zhang Hao first served some porridge to Xiner. Xiner seemed to have a good appetite and started to eat voraciously while holding the bowl. Seeing this scene, both Zhang's father and mother were very happy. Xiaqin looked at the food on the table and found that the color, aroma, and taste far surpassed any food she had ever eaten in any high-end restaurant. Even her daughter, an anorexic, was overwhelmed by it. For a moment, she was filled with shock. In front of the delicious food with additional properties made by Zhang Hao, Xiner seemed to be completely healthy. Seeing this, Zhang Hao and others felt relieved. Later, when Zhang Hao was about to call Jiang Zishuan to come here for dinner, suddenly a young man in a suit and tie walked in from outside. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly spoke up. Sorry, sir, the shop is closed today. However, this person didn't even look at Zhang Hao, but his eyes fell on the glittering and fragrant dishes on the table where Xiaqin was sitting. There was a flash of shock and joy in his eyes, and then his face was full of arrogance, as if he was superior to others. Kid, where is your chef? Go tell him that Tianfulu General Manager Fan Jian wants to see you. Ask him to come out quickly. I'm going to give him a treat. This person's arrogance immediately made Zhang Hao frown, and he was very displeased. Sorry, sir, we are closed. Also, regarding the chef here, I am none other than myself. As for the fate you mentioned, I don't want to know. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian was startled, and then he set his eyes on Zhang Hao. However, when he saw Zhang Hao's childish face, his surprise turned into ridicule. Kid you? Stop kidding. Go call your chef and tell him that Fan Jian, the general manager of Tianfulu, is waiting for him. No more waiting after the time limit. Fan Jian simply couldn't believe that a kid who hadn't even fully grown hair could make such exquisite and fragrant delicacies. Hey! Chapter 103. The mentally retarded Fan Jian, angry at the mentally retarded. Zhang Hao looked at Fan Jian as if he was a mentally retarded person. I am the chef of this restaurant. You may not believe me, but please leave now. I am closed today and cannot entertain you. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian became angry. You little brat, do you know who I am? The commotion here instantly alarmed Xiaqin, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and others who were not far away. They also stood up and came over. At this time, Fan Jian saw Jiang Dad wearing an apron and immediately thought that Jiang Dad was the chef. He then pointed to the table where Xiaqin and the others had just sat. Did you cook that table of food? I am the general manager of Tianfulu, Fan Jian. I tell you, you are lucky today. My Tianfu restaurant needs a chef. Pack your things and follow me. After saying that, Fan Jian turned around and was about to leave in a very arrogant manner. Fan Jian proudly announced the name of Tianfu Building. In his opinion, most people would run to follow Tianfu Building when they heard that it was recruiting people. After all, Tianfu Building had a great reputation. At this moment, Father Jiang was also stunned when he heard this, but he reacted quickly. Sorry, sir. You may be mistaken. That table of food was cooked by my son. As soon as Mr. Jiang finished speaking, Fan Jian, who was about to walk out the door, suddenly froze. He turned around quickly, looked at Jiang Hao, and then looked at Mr. Jiang. His eyes were full of suspicion. I'm telling you, I hired you because I thought your cooking skills were just okay. Don't lie to me. If you want your son to impersonate someone else and fill in the gaps, that won't work. Fan Jian spoke sternly and mercilessly. Fan Jian's words immediately made Jiang's father and the others frown and look unhappy. At this time, Xiaqin spoke. Mr. Fan, the dishes on that table were indeed made by this young man. You have the wrong person. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian glanced at Xiaqin. His eyes immediately filled with amazement. Then he looked like a pig, and his tone changed. Well, if it's really as this beautiful lady said, you should go with me to Tianfu Building to take an exam. If you pass, I will believe it is you, and you can stay in our Tianfu Building from now on. Looking at Fan Jian, who acted like a big shot, Jiang Hao was very angry and said in a cold voice, Tianfu Building, what a big name. Tianfu Building has a general manager like you. I think Tianfu Building is nothing more than that. Okay, you can go now. You are not welcome here. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian was so angry that he pointed his finger at Jiang Hao with an angry look on his face. You little bastard, I decided to give you a chance just for the sake of this beautiful lady, and you dare to scold me. Jiang Hao looked at Fan Jian, who was pointing at his face, and suddenly became angry. I'm warning you, don't point your finger at me. Get out of here. At this time, Fan Jian was furious. In the past, whenever he mentioned that he was the general manager of Tianfu Building, countless people would fawn on him and compliment him. He had never suffered such humiliation. You little bastard, you. Before Fan Jian could finish his words calling him a little bastard, Jiang Hao was already furious. He reached out and grabbed Fan Jian's fingers and twisted them hard. Ah! Fan Jian screamed like a pig in pain. Father Jiang, who was standing by, was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Hao. Hao, stop it, let go. Seeing this, Jiang Hao grabbed Fan Jian's wrist and pushed Fan Jian out with all his strength. Ah! Fan Jian staggered back several steps as if he had been hit by a train and fell directly to the ground. Dad Jiang suddenly became furious, pushed Jiang Hao away, and hurried forward to help Fan Jian, while apologizing continuously. However, at this moment, Fan Jianxi became dizzy and pushed Jiang's father to the ground. Ouch! Chapter 104. It's not us who are finished. It's you who are finished. Get out of my way! Fan Jian roared, turned over, jumped over Jiang's father, and was about to hit Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, Mother Jiang was shocked and rushed over to help Father Jiang. His father. When Jiang Hao saw Jiang's father being pushed down, he immediately roared, You're looking for death! After saying that, Jiang Hao took a step forward, kicked Fan Jian, who had just turned over, to the ground again, and stepped on him hard. Ah! Fan Jian made the sound of slaughtering a pig again. At this time, Jiang Hao turned around and looked at Jiang Dad, who was helped up by Jiang Mom and Xiaqin, and said anxiously, Dad, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Father Jiang shook his head. You little beast, let me go. I'm the general manager of Tianfu Building. If you dare to hit me, just wait. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately exerted force on his feet. Ah! Then another shrill scream was heard. Jiang Hao, let him go. Father Jiang was shocked and immediately scolded. Jiang Hao raised his foot reluctantly and let Fan Jian go. After Fan Jian struggled to get up, he looked at Jiang Hao with fear on his face, then backed away, pointing at Jiang Hao with hatred in his eyes. You just wait. Jiang Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and took a step forward, scaring Fan Jian so much that he staggered and turned around to run out. At this time, Xiaqin grabbed Jiang Hao and shouted, Stop! Are you the general manager of Tianfu Building? At this time, Fan Jian went out, thinking he was safe. Hearing this, he looked at Xiaqin through the glass door and said angrily with a loud voice, Ha, you just realized it now. It's too late. I will make you kneel down and beg me. Just wait for me. After Fan Jian said this, he was about to run. Fan Jian's threat made Jiang's father and mother look worried, but Jiang Hao didn't care at all. At this time, Xiaqin suddenly spoke. No. I'm not afraid of you, and besides, we'll be fine. But you'll be in trouble soon, because I have recorded everything that just happened. Unfortunately, I also know the eldest lady of Tianfu Building. I have already sent the recording to the eldest lady of Tianfu Building. I want to see if the people from Tianfu Building are being overbearing outside, and whether the eldest lady of Tianfu Building will intervene. Hearing this, Jiang Hao, who was standing by, looked at Xia Qin in surprise. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were pleasantly surprised. Outside the door, Xia Qin's words suddenly made Fan Jian stunned, and a trace of panic flashed in Fan Jian's eyes. But soon he reacted. The eldest lady of Tianfu Tower is of such a high status. How could she know such a barbaric and inferior person? Suddenly, Fan Jian looked Xia Qin up and down with a sneer on his face. Just you? And you know our eldest lady? How can a lowly person like you know the temperament of our eldest lady? However, Xia Qin did not refute, but smiled and looked calm. Just wait, there will be results soon. Xia Qin's calmness made Fan Jian inexplicably panic. Just when he was about to refute, a cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone subconsciously touched their mobile phones, and then all eyes were focused on Fan Jian outside the door. At this moment, Fan Jian was holding the cell phone, his legs trembling, his eyes full of shock, and then his gaze subconsciously fell on Xia Qin, who had a calm expression. Seeing this, Xia Qin smiled and spoke. Answer it. My general manager Fan, this should be your eldest daughter calling. If you don't answer it, she'll be angry. Chapter 105. The Domineering Lady. The end of her humiliation. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian quickly answered the phone, and at the same time, he turned into a lackey and spoke respectfully. Hey, Missy. At this moment, a cold, domineering, and unquestionable female voice came from the other side. Fan Jian, because you have damaged the image of Tianfu Building and are suspected of accepting bribes and misappropriating public funds, the board of directors has decided to dismiss you from your position as general manager of Tianfu Building District 1. You should have been sent to prison, but the company considered that you had made some contributions to the company and decided to settle the matter privately. As long as you make up for the misappropriated public funds, the company will not pursue any responsibility. Well, I hope you can hurry up. After that, there was a busy tone from the other end. It turns out that the other person has hung up the phone. At this time, Fan Jian had a dazed look on his face and looked pale. This is impossible. Just then, Xia Qin's cell phone suddenly rang. Xia Qin glanced at Fan Jian, then answered the call and pressed the speakerphone. Hey, my lady, thank you so much today. At this moment, the female voice that had just spoken to Fan Jian came again. However, this time it was not as overbearing as before, but rather gentle and pleasant. My Chiner, I've already told him to get out. I helped you with such a big favor today. How are you going to repay me? Do you want to pledge yourself to me? I will never despise you. At this moment, Xia Qin heard this and secretly glanced at Jiang Hao and Jiang Ma and immediately found that they were looking at her with strange eyes. Jiang Hao looked at Xia Qin and thought, it seems that this Xia Qin and the Miss of Tianfu Building are more than just acquaintances. At this moment, Xia Qin felt embarrassed and angry, and she regretted turning on the speakerphone very much. Shuezishi, shut up. There are so many people here. Xia Qin roared while secretly glancing at Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao, standing aside, looked at his nose with his eyes, and then his heart with his nose, as if he didn't hear anything at all. At this moment, the voice over there suddenly changed and turned into the queen's voice that was superior, overbearing, and unquestionable once again. Xia Qin, I heard some people say that my Tianfu Building is just SOSO. Please wait a moment. I will come right over. I want to see who dares to speak so arrogantly. Xia Qin felt a little embarrassed when she heard that and secretly glanced at Jiang Hao. However, he found that Jiang Hao didn't care. Then, Xia Qin quickly spoke out to stop him. My lady, if you are so busy, don't come over. That was just a careless remark from my brother. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. After Xia Qin's constant persuasion, the queen on the opposite side finally gave in and decided not to come. Xia Qin hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fan Jian, who had listened to the entire conversation between Xia Qin and Shuezishi, suddenly looked as pale as death. He quickly opened the door and ran into Zhang's restaurant. Thump! Fan Jian knelt down at Xia Qin's feet, crying and sobbing. Miss Xia, please help me beg the eldest lady for mercy. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Xia Qin looked at Fan Jian and her eyes rolled. You asked the wrong person for help. You should ask Mr. Jiang for forgiveness. Only then will I help you. Xiaqin wanted to use this incident to make Jiang Hao owe her a favor, so as to build relationships for her daughter's subsequent treatment of anorexia. When Fan Jian heard this, he immediately looked up at Jiang Hao, then knelt down in front of Jiang Hao without hesitation, with a crying voice. Mr. Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, I have parents and children to take care of. The whole family depends on me, and you just treat me like a piece of shit. Chapter 106. There is always something hateful about pitiful people. At this moment, Fan Jian looked as pitiful as he could be. However, Jiang Hao was unwilling to pay attention to him. Jiang Hao glanced at the shrewd Xiaqin and naturally knew why Xiaqin did this. But how could Jiang Hao owe Xiaqin a favor for a fool? Jiang Hao stared at Fan Jian and warned him coldly. Get out of here right now, or I'm calling the police. Fan Jian burst into tears, but was unwilling to let go. Jiang's father and mother were kind-hearted and couldn't stand it anymore, so they kept looking at Jiang Hao's face. However, Jiang Hao is not a kind-hearted person, and he will not sympathize with such an idiot who takes advantage of others and thinks he is superior to others. Jiang Hao shouted coldly, Get up! Fan Jian still pretended to be pitiful, trying to win sympathy from Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and others, and was still unwilling to get up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had already lost his patience. He grabbed Fan Jian by the collar and lifted him up easily as if he was holding a dead rabbit. Suddenly, Fan Jian's face was filled with fear. Afterwards, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Jiang Hao grabbed Fan Jian, walked out of the restaurant directly, and threw him onto the street without mercy. Fan Jian was thrown to the ground and rolled over for several times, but Jiang Hao returned to Jiang's restaurant as if nothing had happened. Fan Jian stood up with a look of pain on his face, turned around, and looked at the hard-hearted Jiang Hao. He seemed to feel that there was no hope, and his eyes were suddenly filled with resentment, and he turned and left. At this time, in the Jiang's restaurant, Jiang Hao asked everyone to sit down, and looking at Exiner, who had recovered some of her energy, he said softly, Exiner, do you like the food that my brother cooks? Exiner looked up, looked at Jiang Hao, and gave a sweet smile. Exiner likes it very much. I like it very much. The child can no longer find a word to describe his love. Everyone who saw this scene smiled immediately. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Since Exiner likes the dishes cooked by brothers so much, Exiner can come to my house more often in the future, and I will cook for Exiner. Okay. When Exiner heard this, she was immediately delighted. Soon, she turned around and looked at Xiaqin with hope in her eyes. Xiaqin was in a dilemma. Although she also wanted Exiner to get better soon, she couldn't always trouble others. Jiang Hao naturally saw Xiaqin's dilemma and then spoke to Xiaqin. You don't have to be like this. I like Exiner too. Besides, you helped me today. When Xiaqin heard this, her eyes were immediately filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang, and my elder brother and elder sister. After saying that, Jiang Qin quickly took out a bank card and handed it over. Mr. Jiang, here is 1 million. I have nothing to repay you. This is my little gift. Please help me, Mr. Jiang. Xiaqin's words immediately gave Jiang's father and mother a big shock. Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin in surprise. Although he felt that Xiaqin was no ordinary person, he did not expect Xiaqin to be so generous and spend 1 million casually. However, those who love money know how to get it in a proper way. There is no way he would accept this money. Jiang Hao reached out and pushed the card back, then spoke. I'm willing to help, not for the money, but for Exiner's sake. Besides, I'm not short of money. Okay, if you want me to continue making delicious food for Exiner in the future, take the card back. If you don't want me to make delicious food for Exiner anymore, then leave the card and go. Chapter 107. Lu Biao's call for help, the game about to be lost. Xiaqin was in a dilemma. At this moment, Jiang Ma quickly took the card and stuffed it into Xiaqin's hand. Sister, hurry up and put it away. Just like Howard said, we will never accept it. Xiaqin was so moved that she immediately stood up and bowed to Jiang Hao very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Soon, Sunday passed. It's Monday again, and it's time for Jiang Hao to go to school. As time goes by, the day of the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Recently, teachers have started to ask students to do a lot of exercises in order to train students to manage their time when doing exercises. However, no matter what the exam is, it is not a problem for Jiang Hao. Every time, Jiang Hao is always the first to finish, hand in the paper and leave. Every time the teacher saw Jiang Hao's neat and almost perfect test paper, his face was always filled with smiles. Therefore, the teachers turned a blind eye to Jiang Hao's early departure and almost acquiesced to it. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao finished the math test in 20 minutes as usual, handed in the test paper in a cool manner, and walked away under the almost worshipful gazes of the crowd. After handing in the test paper, it was still a little early to go home, so Jiang Hao thought of his apprentices, Lu Biao and others. It's still early today, so I'll teach them a few moves. With this plan in mind, Jiang Hao prepared to call Lu Biao. However, at this moment, his cell phone rang. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Lu Biao, which surprised Jiang Hao. Sasa, could it be that Lu Biao is a worm in my stomach? I just wanted to teach them a few moves, but they already knew it. Surprised, Jiang Hao answered the phone. However, there was a loud noise coming from Jiang Hao's phone. Immediately afterwards, Lu Biao's voice was heard. But Lu Biao's voice carried a hint of urgency and a hint of grievance. Master, I've embarrassed you. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Huh? How did you embarrass me? At this time, Lu Biao slowly explained the reason. Master, this is what happened. Didn't we come in second place in the last citywide high school boys basketball competition, and number 1 middle school came in third place? Number 1 middle school has never beaten our number 2 middle school, so they have always been brooding over it. This afternoon, the captain of the number 1 middle school sports team, Yang Chuanwei, suddenly brought people to provoke us. He said that our number 2 middle school won the citywide basketball game last time by luck, and he wants to have a rematch. If they win, we'll give them that second place medal. If we win, they'll buy each of us a cell phone. We couldn't help it and made a bet with them. Having said this, Lu Biao felt a little embarrassed, and then he continued. Originally, we were not afraid of Yang Chuanwei and his men, but who knew that Yang Chuanwei, the old cunning bastard, would find some foreign aid from nowhere? As Lu Biao spoke, his words were filled with anger. Jiang Hao listened with a calm expression and asked calmly, What's the result? Result. At this time, Lu Biao was a little embarrassed. Jiang Hao said with some regret, So you lost. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao hurried to explain. Not yet, master. Not yet. Jiang Hao asked back. Why are you calling me when you haven't lost yet? Jiang Hao's words instantly choked Lu Biao. Lu Biao hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, We haven't lost yet, but we are about to lose. Chapter 108. Jiang Hao agrees to save the situation. Can the top student turn the tide? Jiang Hao was suddenly speechless. At this moment, an arrogant and sarcastic voice came from Lu Biao. Lu Biao, are you okay? It's time for you to rest, right? Are you afraid and want to be a coward? Upon hearing this, Lu Biao roared in anger with a corrupt aura. Who's afraid? Yang Chuanwei? Why the hell are you in such a hurry? The time hasn't come yet. Haha, that's good. I'll wait for you 2 more minutes. At this moment, Lu Biao looked at Yang Chuanwei, who looked like a smiling tiger, and wished he could slap this sinister villain. Then he thought of Jiang Hao on the other end of the phone and spoke weakly, his words full of pleading. Master, how could Jiang Hao not know what Lu Biao was thinking? He was just a little angry that he didn't fight back. Okay, stop yelling. Where are you? When Lu Biao heard this, he felt there was hope and was immediately overjoyed. And he spoke immediately. Master, we are in the second field in the back playground. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao walked towards the back playground and spoke to Lu Biao. Got it, wait for me, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone and rushed to the playground. Over there, when Lu Biao heard that Jiang Hao was coming, he was immediately overjoyed. He quickly pushed the crowd away and kept looking outside. At this time, not far behind him, number 3 among a group of athletes wearing yellow jerseys with a Chinese logo saw this and quickly spoke up. Lu Biao, you're not going to run away, are you? When Lu Biao learned that Jiang Hao was coming soon, he instantly became full of confidence and didn't care about Yang Chuanwei's ridicule at all. He looked back at Yang Chuanwei and gave him a malicious smile. How is that possible? Yang Chuanwei, don't worry, I will never run away. But I'm afraid you might be tempted to run away soon. As he said that, he turned around and looked at the distance. Jiang Hao, who was running towards him in a white short-sleeved shirt, suddenly smiled. Lu Biao's abnormal behavior suddenly made Yang Chuanwei's heart skip a beat, and he felt a little uneasy. However, when he saw athlete number 8 sitting next to him and resting calmly, he smiled when he thought of this person's identity. I thought to myself that I was overthinking. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived, and Lu Biao and his group hurried to greet him. immediately attracting a group of people's attention. Wow, it's Jiang Hao. Fuck, it's really Jiang Hao. There's finally hope. Who is Jiang Hao? Is he famous? Sasa, you don't know Jiang Hao? Are you from number 2 middle school? Jiang Hao never imagined that he would become so famous that he was known to everyone. At this time, not far away, Yang Chuanwei and others were looking at Jiang Hao, who was protected by Lu Biao and others, as well as the reactions of the surrounding number 2 middle school students. He was immediately filled with confusion. He asked other students beside him, "Do any of you know who that person is?" The people next to him looked at Jiang Hao for a few seconds and then shook their heads. "I don't know him. I don't know him." One of them looked at Jiang Hao, hesitated, and spoke. "I heard from people around me that his name seems to be Jiang Hao, and he ranked first in the last Tiana City Senior High School joint exam. He is a very powerful academic master. I think I heard that he scored 747 points." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei suddenly realized something and looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of envy in his eyes. However, when he saw that Lu Biao was so respectful to Jiang Hao, he suddenly laughed. "Sasa, is Lu Biao crazy? Now that they're doomed to fail, what does he want to do by bringing in a top student? Does he want the top student to help them turn the tide?" Haha. Yang Chuanwei's words instantly made everyone laugh. Chapter 109. Jiang Hao comes on stage and speaks with strength. On the other side, Jiang Hao took a look at the score, 6-45. Lu Biao and his team only had 6 points, while number 1 middle school had already had 45 points. When Jiang Hao saw the score, he understood. No wonder Lu Biao was so anxious. With a score like this, there is basically no point in continuing the game. At this time, Lu Biao pointed to athlete number 8, who was surrounded by athletes from number 1 middle school in the team, not far away, and said, "Master, number 8 is the foreign aide they invited." Jiang Hao looked in the direction Lu Biao pointed and saw number 8 sitting in the center of the athletes from number 1 middle school. He was wearing a sports shirt, was tall, had acne all over his face, and had lumpy muscles on his arms. It was obvious that he was not a good person. At this time, Lu Biao spoke again. "I heard that he is from the City Basketball Association. We were abused by him. You must avenge us." After hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at number 8 and was a little surprised. Number 8 seemed to be about the same age as them. He didn't expect that he was from the Tiana City sports team. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao with his eyes blinking, looking pitiful, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. However, if this action was performed by a big and muscular man, it would be extremely eye-catching. Jiang Hao was speechless. He slapped Lu Biao in the face, pushed Lu Biao away, and then went to the basketball court. Lu Biao's eyes were full of resentment, and he quickly prepared to catch up, but at this moment, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came. "Hurry up and talk to the referee and make a substitution." When Lu Biao heard this, he immediately looked at Jiang Hao with great joy and asked immediately, "Master, do you really want to go?" Jiang Hao turned around and glared at Lu Biao. "Just go if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? That's not exactly what you want." Lu Biao smiled, and instead of being angry, he ran towards the referee happily. After a while, Lu Biao ran back, and the referee officially blew the whistle. The show begins. Here, Jiang Hao replaced athlete number 6 of the number 2 middle school sports team. As the whistle blew, Jiang Hao, Lu Biao, and others came on the court. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing next to him and wearing a size 6 t-shirt, and suddenly felt relieved. "Lu Biao, let's follow the same tactics we practiced before. I'll watch over the number 8 on the opposite side, and you two can each follow someone." Lu Biao quickly agreed. At this time, Lu Chuanwei from the number 1 middle school opposite looked at Jiang Hao beside Lu Biao and was suddenly surprised, and then he burst into a sneer at Lu Biao. "Lu Biao, have you lost your mind? You actually found a top student and wanted to turn the tables. Let me tell you, I have nothing to say about the academic master's good academic performance, but this is not a competition of academic performance. Today, even if you call the academic god, you can't expect to turn the tables." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao was about to refute. At this time, Jiang Hao pulled Lu Biao over and said calmly, "No matter how many big words you say here, it's all in vain. Everything still depends on strength." Jiang Hao's words instantly left Yang Chuanwei speechless. At this time, number 8 next to Yang Chuanwei looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise. He looked at Jiang Hao and suddenly felt familiar with him, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him. At this time, with the arrival of players from both sides and the referee, the game began again. The people around watched Jiang Hao come on the court. After a burst of ecstasy, they became more worried. Sasa, why did Jiang Hao come just now? Can he catch up? That's right. And the number 8 from number 1 middle school is so powerful. Can Jiang Hao defend against him? Chapter 110. Stay calm, it's just basic operation. At this time, although Jiang Hao came on the court, most people were skeptical about whether number 2 middle school could catch up with number 1 middle school after Jiang Hao came on the court. Jiang Hao followed the number 8, and at this time, the player from number 1 middle school was serving the ball. As Yang Chuanwei passed the ball to a player, number 8 began to retreat under the backboard. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not follow closely. He deliberately revealed a flaw, hoping that the players from number 1 middle school would pass the ball to number 8. Sure enough, the guy from number 1 middle school with the ball saw that there was no one next to number 8 under the backboard, so he quickly swung the ball to number 8. Seeing this, number 8 went towards the ball. Bang! At this moment, number 8 only felt a black shadow flash in front of him. Before number 8 could react, the ball was already in Jiang Hao's hands. Jiang Hao rushed down with the ball like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he appeared under the opposite backboard. With the help of this force, he jumped up and slammed the ball. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! With a loud bang, the basketball fell from the basket to the ground. At this time, Jiang Hao let go of the basket and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene gasped. Hiss! Wow, what a slam dunk. I finally saw it again today. Sassafras dunk. He actually knows this trick. Haha, this is just one of Jiang Hao's special skills. Those in number 2 middle school who had seen Jiang Hao play basketball looked proud, while those who had not seen him were shocked. At this time, the players of number 1 middle school reacted one by one and were shocked. No way! He can actually dunk! Outside the court, thunderous applause broke out, and Jiang Hao returned to his team with a calm face. Lu Biao and the others were all filled with ecstasy, and their eyes looked at Jiang Hao with even more fanaticism. Master, you are awesome. Yes, Master, you are so handsome. Jiang Hao heard this and said with a smile on his face. Calm down, it's just basic operation. Lu Biao and others were speechless looking at the pretentious Jiang Hao. These are just basic operations. I'm afraid the basics are too high, right? On the other side, after Yang Chuanwei reacted, he couldn't stand it anymore when he saw Lu Biao and the others were so happy, so he said in a cold voice. It's just a ball, there's nothing to be happy about. Jiang Hao ignored it. On the other side, number 1 middle school served the ball but made a mistake and the ball was intercepted by Lu Biao. Lu Biao rushed forward with the ball, but was intercepted by several people. At this time, Lu Biao turned his gaze to Jiang Hao again. However, at this time, number 8 was staring at Jiang Hao, and Lu Biao was a little anxious. At this time, he saw Jiang Hao's gesture. However, number 8 followed closely beside Jiang Hao. Lu Biao hesitated for a long time and suddenly threw the ball to Jiang Hao. Seeing this, number 8 attacked quickly, wanting to imitate Jiang Hao and intercept the ball from in front of Jiang Hao to avenge what happened just now. Bang! However, he only felt a dark shadow passing by, and someone had caught the ball before him. When number 8 saw clearly, Jiang Hao had already dribbled the ball with an agility several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and had taken several meters away in an instant. Number 8 immediately tried to catch up, but in just a moment, Jiang Hao had already reached the three-point line. After a pause, Jiang Hao held the ball, jumped, and shot directly against the hurdle. Whoosh! The basketball drew a perfect parabola in the air, accurately without hitting anything, and passed directly through the basket. A perfect 3 points. Chapter 111, I didn't hear clearly what you just said. At this moment, there was a roar like a tsunami all around. Jiang Hao looked back at number 8, who had just run over, turned around, and left without saying anything. However, number 8 was furious. This is a silent mockery of him. Jiang Hao spoke casually when he passed by Yang Chuanwei. In fact, being good at studying doesn't mean you can't play basketball. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at Jiang Hao with a flushed face, unable to refute. And now, it's time for Yi Zhong to serve. As a player from number 1 passed the ball to Yang Chuanwei, Yang Chuanwei looked at number 8. He was still pinning his hopes on number 8. At this time, Jiang Hao did not follow number 8 too closely, so Yang Chuanwei passed the ball without hesitation. At this time, number 8 caught the ball. Jiang Hao quickly turned around and came in front of number 8. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao and sneered. Boy, I was just careless just now. Now it's my turn to perform. When number 8 was about to show off his football skills in response to Jiang Hao's mockery of him, he suddenly felt his hands were empty. The next moment, Jiang Hao disappeared from his sight. At this time, Jiang Hao had already passed all the levels and rushed towards the basket with the ball. At this time, number 8's face turned red and he roared, "Stop him, stop him." However, Lu Biao and others were staring at their own people. So how could they give him a chance? Jiang Hao stopped when he was far away from the three-point line. He glanced at the backboard and stretched out his hand to throw the ball out. Whoosh! With a slight sound, the basketball flew through the hoop. Jiang Hao turned around, looked at number 8 who was chasing after him, and spoke. "Sorry, I don't have good hearing. I didn't hear what you just said." Number 8 had a gloomy face and stared at Jiang Hao fiercely without saying much. However, just as he turned around, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. However, at this time, number 8's consecutive mistakes made Yang Chuanwei very angry. "Sun Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Yang Chuanwei cuestionet lo udli. At this time, number 8, Sun Zhou, was already very angry. When he was questioned by Yang Chuanwei, he became even more angry. He turned around and roared, "Shut up, idiot!" At this time, Lu Biao saw this scene and felt some sympathy for number 8. To others, it seemed that everything was caused by number 8's mistake. However, only they knew how terrifying Jiang Hao was. Terrifying physique, powerful explosive power, incredible jumping ability, unparalleled accuracy, and all kinds of gorgeous moves. He had already expected that number 8 was no match for Jiang Hao. It's another serve from Yi Zhang. This time, Yang Chuanwei and the others are much more cautious. Number 8 was also moving around flexibly, but Jiang Hao didn't follow too closely at all, because Jiang Hao knew that only if he relaxed would number 8 have a chance to get the ball. And at this time, his chance would come. Sure enough, soon a player from Team 1 saw that there was no one around number 8, so he seized the opportunity and passed the ball over. At this time, number 8 was outside the three-point line. He received the ball, and without any hesitation, he jumped directly and shot it into the basket. Bah! However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared, and number 8 felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Then, he saw that the basketball he threw was dunked by Jiang Hao, who suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, number 8's eyes were full of shock. "I am 1.87 meters tall and have been exercising since I was a child, so naturally my jumping ability is not bad." However, even so, he was still blocked by someone. Chapter 112. The egg hits the stone, overestimating one's own ability. How can we fight this? Number 8 suddenly felt powerless, and a sense of dejection came over him. At this time, Jiang Hao passed by number 8 with the ball. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao's slightly thin body, and suddenly a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he came up with a vicious plan. Bang! With a bang, Jiang Hao scored another goal. Number 1 served the ball, and number 8 rushed forward to take the ball. Then, he glanced at Jiang Hao covertly, and then dribbled the ball towards Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao was facing away from number 8, and number 8 suddenly rushed over with the ball and crashed into Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw number 8 rushing towards him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was speechless, and he knew the purpose of number 8. Instead of dodging, Jiang Hao even showed a smile on his face. At this moment, number 8 was close to Jiang Hao. Number 8, who was dribbling over with the ball, had a ferocious look on his face, as if his conspiracy was about to succeed. However, when he saw the smile on Jiang Hao's face, he suddenly felt uneasy. Bah! Number 8 flew backwards. Sun Zhou just felt like he had hit a huge rock. Number 8 flew backwards and looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing there motionless, with a hint of horror in his eyes. This is completely different from what he imagined. Bah! Kaba! Ah! Number 8 flew backwards and had a close contact with the ground. After a faint sound of bones dislocating, there was a miserable scream. Number 8 was wrong. Although Jiang Hao was a little thin, the energy contained in his thin body was beyond their reach. At this time, number 8 was lying on the ground with his arms hugged. A piercing pain kept stimulating his nerves, and cold sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Sun Zhou, Sun Zhou. The members of number 1 middle school hurried forward and helped number 8 up. Although Yang Chuanwei was very dissatisfied with Sun Zhou's continuous loss of strength today, when he thought of Sun Zhou's background, he suddenly looked worried. Sun Zhou, are you okay? Jiang Hao, what do you mean? At the same time, Yang Chuanwei turned around and walked straight up to Jiang Hao, and actually bit back and began to hold Jiang Hao accountable. Lu Biao, who was beside Jiang Hao, was furious when he heard this. Fuck, Wang Chuanwei, are you blind? Didn't you see who hit who just now? Lu Biao took a step forward and stood side by side with Jiang Hao, with an angry look on his face, confronting Yang Chuanwei. That's it. Behind Lu Biao's younger brothers took a step forward and stared at Yang Chuanwei with anger on their faces. Outside, people watching the game saw this and started pointing and talking. It was clearly the number 8 who hit the opponent with the ball, but he actually wanted to bite back. That's right. I didn't expect that people from number 1 middle school couldn't afford to lose. The discussions around him reached Yang Chuanwei's ears, and he suddenly felt ashamed and annoyed, but also a little lacking in confidence. After all, it was indeed Sun Zhou's fault just now. In his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with Sun Zhou. However, he couldn't do anything to Sun Zhou. Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou, whose arm was dislocated, then looked at Yang Chuanwei and said, "Right and wrong will be judged by the public. Now, do you want to continue or admit defeat?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at Sun Zhou, whose arm was dislocated, and the demoralized members of the first middle school team, then turned to look at Lu Biao and others who were in a rage. I felt suddenly aggrieved. Chapter 113, 2 choices. 1 is to give up. No more fighting. Yang Chuanwei turned around and was about to leave. Stop! Jiang Hao shouted. Yang Chuanwei turned around angrily, pointed at Sun Zhou beside him, and yelled at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, my people have become like this. What else do you want? Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou and said calmly, "What's the situation if you don't fight anymore? I only give you 2 choices. Either change someone and continue the fight, or admit defeat and fulfill your promise." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at the teammates behind him who had lost confidence. In this situation, why bother hitting with hammers? Continuing to fight will only make yourself more embarrassed. Su Kuin, give him the money and let's go. Behind him, a substitute player heard what he said, took out a stack of red bills from his bag, and handed it to Lu Biao with a painful look on his face. Lu Biao took the stack of red bills from the man with a smile on his face. Yang Chuanwei was furious and turned around and left with Sun Zhou. Yang Chuanwei supported Sun Zhou, and at the moment of leaving, Sun Zhou turned around and stared at Jiang Hao with eyes like a poisonous snake. Jiang Hao felt something in his heart, and following his feeling, his gaze fell on Sun Zhou. However, at this time, Sun Zhou had already left with the help of Yang Chuanwei. Yang Chuanwei and others left in disgrace, while Lu Biao and others were ecstatic. "Master, you are awesome." Jiang Hao looked at Sun Zhou and frowned slightly, but he didn't care anymore when he saw Lu Biao and others celebrating. He's just a small athlete from the city sports team, not even worthy of his attention. "Master, where shall we go to celebrate tonight?" Lu Biao looked excited, and several other athletes around him were also looking at Jiang Hao excitedly. Jiang Hao looked at everyone, smiled slightly, and shook his head. "You guys go have fun. I'm not going. My family is waiting. Remember to be safe." After saying that, Jiang Hao rejected Lu Biao's repeated invitations and turned around to go home. Jiang Hao returned home as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his mother talking to someone. Jiang Hao was a little curious. Were there guests at home today? With curiosity, Jiang Hao walked into the gate. At home, Jiang's mother heard the sound of the door opening and immediately smiled and said to Xiaqin, Exire, and another young woman who was even more beautiful than Xiaqin, "It must be my son coming back." After saying that, several people looked towards the door, and sure enough, they saw Jiang Hao who had just walked in. After Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin and Exire, he understood what was going on. However, when he saw the woman next to Xiaqin, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. If Xiaqin is like a tulip, then the woman next to Xiaqin, wearing black stockings on the lower body and a black hip skirt on the upper body, exuding fatal temptation all over her body, is like a mature poppy. It makes people want to commit a crime. Elder brother. At this time, Exiner saw Jiang Hao, so she let go of Xiaqin's hand and rushed over. Jiang Hao was awakened, and upon hearing the words, he squatted down, opened his arms, and greeted Ekin, who was rushing towards him with a face full of love. Exile, do you miss your brother? Jiang Hao held Exile in her and asked softly. Think, where do you want to go? Here. Sheener pointed to her heart and replied sweetly. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Xiaqin said a little embarrassedly, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you again. Jiang Hao nodded to Xiaqin. At this time, Jiang's mother pointed at Jiang Hao and said proudly, Sister Shui, this is my son, Jiang Hao. Chapter 114. To be honest, Shui Zishi is shocked. After introducing Jiang Hao, Jiang Ma was about to introduce Jiang Hao to the wild beauty next to Xiaqin. At this time, the beautiful woman looked at Jiang Hao with surprise in her eyes, and then introduced herself. Shui Zishi is the not-so-good eldest daughter of the Tianfu Lu family that you mentioned. While Shui Zishi introduced herself, she politely extended her slender hand to Jiang Hao. Shui Zishi's words instantly made the situation awkward for a moment. Xiaqin secretly glared at Shui Zishi and poked her. Shui Zishi was unmoved, and Jiang's mother was also a little embarrassed. She quickly spoke up to break the silence and said to Jiang Hao, Hao, hurry up and thank Miss Shui. Miss Shui helped us a lot yesterday. Although Jiang Ma didn't say it explicitly, from the change in the title, it can be seen that Jiang Ma is dissatisfied with Shui Zishi. However, Jiang Hao just glanced at the slender hand stretched out by Shui Zishi, then ignored it and turned away, holding exit. After Jiang Hao left, his voice finally floated over. Just telling the truth. As for thanking her, not even close, because I don't need her help. After saying that, Jiang Hao walked into the bedroom. Mother Jiang was also embarrassed. This child, Miss Shui, don't worry. Hao has a bit of a childish temper. Shui Zishi shook her head and didn't care. She looked at Jiang Hao, who walked into the bedroom, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Jiang Hao's disdain suddenly made her more interested in him. She had been living in a world of compliments since she was born, and had never been looked down upon like this. At this time, Xiaqin on the side also hurried to explain for Jiang Hao. Zishi, don't mind it, Mr. Jiang has always been like this. Shui Zishi nodded, and everyone sat down. Jiang Hao took off his coat, sent Exiner to Xiaqin, and walked into the kitchen. There are 3 more people today, so he should do more. What to do? Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a rhythmic knocking sound was heard. Jiang Hao looked back and saw Shui Zishi leaning against the door, looking at him with interest. Jiang Hao just glanced at it and ignored it, and started to prepare the ingredients. As everything was ready, the oil in the pot was at its best, and Jiang Hao poured the prepared ingredients into the pot one by one in an orderly manner. Then put all kinds of ingredients into the pot according to a certain proportion. He held the spoon in one hand and the pot in the other, and the 2 hands coordinated perfectly. At the door, Shui Zishi became more and more surprised the more she looked. In her eyes, Jiang Hao's smooth movements were a complete enjoyment. Soon, a strong aroma of food wafted over. The fragrance teased Shui Zishi's taste buds, and even she, a young lady who was used to eating the delicacies of Tianfu Tower, couldn't help but take a few more breaths of the aroma. Soon a dish came out of the pot. Shui Zishi couldn't help but walk in from outside the door. Shui Zishi looked at the shiny cabbage roasted in oil mixed with red and translucent meat strips on the plate on the table, and the aroma lingered above. It really has a good color, aroma, and taste. Shui Zishi glanced at Jiang Hao, then stared at the dish that looked like a work of art, and was shocked. From her discerning eyes, Jiang Hao's dish was comparable to that of a master chef just by its appearance. Not to mention the scent that permeates the air. Although Shui Zishi hasn't tasted it yet, from what she's seeing, Jiang Hao's dish is no less delicious than those made by the top chefs at Tianfu Tower. Perhaps only a master from Tianfu Tower, who hasn't taken action for a long time, can defeat Jiang Hao. Chapter 115. Shui Zishi's invitation. Is 5 million a lot? Shui Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with strange eyes. Her mind also began to become active. At this time, Shui Zishi spoke. Mr. Jiang, are you interested in being a full-time chef? A full-time chef? Jiang Hao had thought about it, but with the system, why would he be willing to be a full-time chef? This is not the life he wants. With the system, his life shouldn't be so dull. Jiang Hao spoke without any hesitation and without turning his head. No. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi did not show any disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. Annual salary of 5 million. Jiang Hao looked back in surprise at the queen-like figure beside him who had a strong aura and exuded fatal temptation. 5 million annual salary. This was once a dream he never dared to think about. But now, just a few stones he picked up were worth more than 1 million. Therefore, a 5 million annual salary is more like an insult to him. What surprised him was that this woman Shue Zishi had the courage to ask for an annual salary of 5 million. Indeed, she is worthy of being the eldest lady of Tianfu Building. However, Shue Zishi thought that the reward she proposed had aroused Jiang Hao's interest, and she smiled slightly, showing off her stunning face. If Mr. Jiang feels it's not enough, we can discuss it again. She still didn't believe that she couldn't fool a little kid. Jiang Hao didn't say much after hearing this. He looked at the dish on the table next to him. Above the dish, there was a small piece of writing floating on it that no one could see except Jiang Hao. Spirit +2. Seeing this, Jiang Hao turned his head, looked at Shue Zishi calmly, and said bluntly, 5 million is a lot? 5 million is indeed a lot, but it depends on who it is for. Shue Zishi didn't know his abilities, and she wanted to hire him as a full-time chef for just 5 million? What a joke. I am the descendant of a divine chef, and the dishes I make are beyond the reach of mortals. She wants him, the descendant of a divine chef with additional cooking attributes, to work for her for 5 million? Perhaps, only when she tastes the dishes she cooked herself will she change his mind. Jiang Hao glanced at Shue Zishi and thought so. Besides, for him who now has a system, being a full-time chef would be the biggest insult to the system and to him. Shue Zishi's face froze. This was a little different from what she had imagined. Sniffing the tempting fragrance in the air, Shue Zishi refused to give up. Then I wonder how much Mr. Jiang wants? Jiang Hao didn't look back. He refused while shaking the pot in his hand. I appreciate your kindness. However, cooking is just a small hobby of mine. I don't want to make cooking my whole life. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Shue Zishi was speechless. Such superb cooking skills are just a small interest in his eyes. She didn't know what to say. Indeed, Jiang Hao was still young, and youth meant endless possibilities. Shue Zishi was a little disappointed. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. Then, Shue Zishi turned around and left in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say much either. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Hao prepared a table full of dishes. During this time, Jiang Zishuan and Jiang's father came back. After the dishes were served, everyone sat down to eat. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang looked at the table full of mouth-watering delicacies with their eyes full of pride. Jiang Zishuan looked at Jiang Hao, and after a moment of shock, she was filled with endless confusion. She was becoming more and more confused about this mysterious elder brother of hers. Although Xia Qin and Xner were well prepared, they were still shocked by the delicious food on the table. Chapter 116. Net worth skyrocketed, annual salary, 50 million. Shue Zishi was also shocked, but besides being shocked, her eyes were full of regret when she looked at Jiang Hao. When the food entered their mouths, the instantly ethereal taste made them think they were eating delicious food from the gods. Soon, a group of people swept away the food on the table like a whirlwind. After eating the food made by Jiang Hao, everyone felt full of strength and full of energy. Originally, they just thought it was their own illusion. However, Shue Zishi had been busy all day and was sore all over and very tired. She wanted to go home and have a good rest. However, she learned that Xia Qin was going to find Jiang Hao, so she followed her out of curiosity. Of course, Jiang Hao did not let her down. But what shocked her even more was that after eating the food cooked by Jiang Hao, all her fatigue disappeared. Now, she is extremely energetic and full of strength. Out of curiosity, she spoke to Xia Qin, who was standing beside her. Sister Qin, do you feel more energetic after eating? Xia Qin was very surprised after hearing this. Zishi, do you feel the same way? However, before Shue Zishi could speak, Jiang Zishuan, Jiang's mother, Jiang's father, and Xiner also spoke. Me too. Me too. After saying that, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm in the face of everyone's gaze. It's just a small trick. Eating the food I cook can relieve fatigue, nourish the spirit, increase strength, whet your appetite, and even prolong your life. Jiang Hao said it with extraordinary ease. However, this made Shue Zishi, Xia Qin, Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Zishuan, and others on the side gasp. Hiss! Eating actually has such an effect? Is this another kind of medicinal food? You know, being able to make medicinal food with such effects is a skill that only a master chef can possess. And culinary masters are not something that can be found everywhere, and their number is extremely rare. There are only 4 known culinary masters in the whole of China. There is a master chef in her Tianfu restaurant. Even she rarely sees that master chef. Usually, he will only appear at very, very important banquets. Moreover, each of the culinary masters is at least 50 or 60 years old. And how old is Jiang Hao? Not even 20 years old. Thinking of this, Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao even more eagerly. As for the incredible possibility that food is properties, Xue Zishi did not think of it. Xue Zishi suddenly thought of many things, and without any hesitation, she spoke quickly. Mr. Jiang, I will offer you 50 million to come to our Tianfu building. Xue Zishi's words instantly made everyone look at her in shock. However, Xue Zishi was not pretentious at all, because she was the only one who knew the value of this table of food. She had the honor of trying the medicinal food prepared by the old master from Tianfu Tower once or twice, and she even felt that the old master was slightly inferior to Jiang Hao. She stared at Jiang Hao with eager eyes. Seeing this, Jiang's father and others turned their eyes to Jiang Hao excitedly, waiting for Jiang Hao's answer. However, Xue Zishi's words did not arouse much interest in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm. In fact, he had already expected Xue Zishi's reaction. 50 million is indeed very tempting to other people, but to Jiang Hao, it is not that tempting. Chapter 117, Grandmaster's Power, 50 million just for an apology. Thank you, Miss Xue, for your appreciation, but I'm not interested. Sorry. Jiang Hao's straightforward refusal shocked Jiang's father and mother, but they did not stop him. They all supported Jiang Hao's decision. Jiang Zixuan was already stunned. His brother actually refused. Xia Qin was shocked and suddenly realized something. Only then did she realize it. Mr. Jiang refused even 50 million without hesitation. No wonder he looked down upon my thank you gift of 1 million. However, what was even more shocking was that the next moment, Xue Zishi was actually very serious, stood up cautiously, and bowed respectfully to Jiang Hao to apologize. I'm sorry, Master Jiang. I was rude. The 50 million just now is Zishi's apology for offending Grandmaster Jiang. Zishi is willing to pay another 100 million yuan a year, as well as 3% of the shares of Tianfu Building, and once again begs Master Jiang to join. Besides, unless it is a major matter, we will not disturb Grandmaster Jiang easily. Xue Zishi's words were shocking, and the treatment she gave was even more shocking. Just to make amends? Let's not talk about the 100 million a year, but the 3% stake in Tianfu Building, if converted into money, is absolutely an astronomical figure. In fact, in order to invite the young Master Jiang Hao to join, Xue Zishi has already given Jiang Hao the same reward as the old master of Tianfu Tower. What's more, Jiang Hao had not accomplished anything, and Xue Zishi had already taken a great risk by giving him such a huge reward. However, if he really invited Jiang Hao, this extremely young master of cooking, it would be a huge improvement for his Tianfu Building. Xue Zishi's words instantly shocked everyone. At this time, Xia Qin thought Xue Zishi was crazy, and hurriedly pulled Xue Zishi's collar with her hand. Xue Zishi ignored it. Even Jiang Hao was shocked and looked at Xue Zishi in surprise. However, Jiang Zixuan heard the key point in Xue Zishi's words. Jiang Zixuan was shocked and asked Xue Zishi immediately, Sister Xue, why do you call my brother Master Jiang? Hearing this, the others also reacted, and their eyes fell on Xue Zishi. Xue Zishi looked at everyone in surprise, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Finally, when she saw that Jiang Hao was still as calm and composed as an expert, she did not stop him. In fact, even Jiang Hao himself didn't know what a grandmaster was. Seeing that Jiang Hao did not stop her, Xue Zishi began to introduce the grandmaster to everyone. After a short while, Xue Zishi finally finished introducing the grandmaster to everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Jiang Hao finally knew the grandmaster. However, he is not a true master. He just uses the skills of a divine chef to have abilities similar to those of a culinary master. This made him feel the power of the system again. Now his chef skill is only level 2. Level 2 divine chef skill is equivalent to a master chef. But what about level 3? Level 4? How, when did you become a master? Mother Jiang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hao said calmly without any change of expression. It arrived while I was cooking. It's not a big deal. I didn't tell you. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone was speechless. It arrived while you were cooking? There are so many chefs in China. Why are there only 4 known masters? Becoming a grandmaster is not a big deal, right? So what is the big deal? Chapter 118, Generous Conditions. Jiang Hao's choice. If Jiang Hao said this to others, he would probably be beaten up. Jiang Hao met Xue Zixi expectant gaze and thought again and again. He had already felt Xue Zixi's sincerity. He could get such a reward by simply using the system to synthesize a few rare jadeite pieces. But Rare Jade had already decided that he would not act rashly again before he had a strong foundation. After all, it's okay if it's less, but if it's more, he will definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Although he is not afraid of being targeted, he is afraid of trouble. Moreover, accepting the invitation from Tianfu Tower would bring him many benefits. Then, Jiang Hao stared at Xue Zixi and spoke. You said that if it's not a big deal, it won't bother me easily. What kind of thing is a big deal? I won't be asked to take action just because of some upstart or the young master of a family, right? Jiang Hao's question surprised Xue Zixi. Looks like there is hope. She spoke quickly. No, the Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Zixi knows that. Then, Xue Zixi asked anxiously with a hopeful look on her face. Master Jiang, have you agreed? The eyes of others were also focused on Jiang Hao, waiting for Jiang Hao to make a decision. Although Jiang's father and mother really hope that Jiang Hao will agree, they will also support him if he doesn't want to. Jiang Zixuan, who was standing aside, stared at his brother who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to him, and suddenly felt a little inferior. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. In the past, she had always been envied and admired. Xia Qin was a little nervous. She wanted Jiang Hao to agree, but she also didn't want Jiang Hao to agree. If Jiang Hao agreed, would he still treat Sheener? This is what she is worried about. Jiang Hao's gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally landed on Xue Zixi's delicate little face. I can join your Tianfu building, but unless it's something serious, you are not allowed to disturb my life easily. And even if it's something important, you have to make an appointment in advance. Jiang Hao's words instantly made Xue Zixi ecstatic. Master Jiang, please rest assured that we will definitely do this. I'll draw up a contract right now, and we'll sign it. Xue Zixi said this and quickly stood up to draft a contract. On the side, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang looked very happy. Mother Jiang was excited, but then she realized it was getting late and hurriedly pulled Xue Zixi aside. Ms. Xue, don't be so anxious. It's getting late now. Let's do it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xue Zixi looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. It was indeed late. She looked at Jiang Hao somewhat embarrassedly. At this time, Jiang Hao also spoke. Tomorrow, when you have finished drafting it, just have someone send it over tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xue Zixi quickly agreed. Okay, I will definitely deliver it personally tomorrow. At this moment, Exiner's baby voice suddenly came from Jiang Hao's side. Brother, don't you want Exiner anymore? Hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around, looked at Exiner's big round eyes, and smiled slightly. At this time, Xia Qin was also looking at Jiang Hao with a nervous expression. How is it possible? Exiner is so cute. How could brother not want Exiner? After hearing this, Xia Qin finally put her uneasy heart at ease. Jiang Zixuan felt jealous when she saw Jiang Hao doting on Exiner. I am his sister, okay. Mom and dad, sister Xia, sister Xue. I'm full. I'm going to do my homework. After saying that, she turned and went to her bedroom. Chapter 119. Undercurrents and Conspiracies. Jiang's mother was an experienced person and saw it clearly, so she immediately smiled. This damn girl is still jealous of Exine. Jiang Ma's words immediately made everyone laugh. At night, Xue Zixi stood on a 100-meter-high building, overlooking Tina City at night. Now that Tianfu Building has the young Master Jiang Hao joining us, coupled with strong publicity, Tianfu Building will reach a new level. Xue Zixi thought so, then picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, the phone was connected. Xue Zixi gave the order neatly and clearly. Zhihui, spread the word for me that our Tianfu Building has added a very young master of cooking. Yes, miss. The person on the other side returned immediately without any hesitation. Note, this news must have been leaked accidentally. Yes. Xue Zixi hung up the phone with a slight smile on her face. This time, with the participation of the young master Jiang Hao, let's see who dares to say anything more. Soon, all the bigwigs in Tina City's upper class knew that Tianfu had added a very young master chef. At the same time, in a very luxurious manner on the outskirts of Tina City, a middle-aged man with a solemn face stepped into the main hall in 3 or 2 steps. After he informed the servants, an old man with a white beard soon appeared accompanied by several young men. As soon as this person appeared, the powerful aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time was revealed. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly said anxiously, "Master Wu, something bad has happened." Master Wu sat on the upper armchair and then set his eyes on the middle-aged man. "Master Shui, please take a seat," Grandmaster Wu said slowly. What on earth has caused Mr. Shui to panic like this? Mr. Shui was not pretentious. After sitting down, he spoke with an anxious look on his face. "Master Wu, something terrible has happened. Today, I received a message from the underground world that my precious niece, Shui Zishi, found a cooking master from somewhere. Moreover, this chef master is very young, probably not even 30 years old. Master Wu, the situation is very unfavorable to us now." Mr. Shui looked anxious. Master Wu, who was originally very calm, stood up instantly in shock after hearing what Master Shui said. What? A grandmaster under 30 years old? Grandmaster Wu was also panicked. As a master chef, how could he not know how difficult it is to become a master chef? He was 55 years old when he became a master chef. Now, someone told him that there were people who became master chefs when they were less than 30 years old. How could he not be shocked? Moreover, this master chef who was less than 30 years old had an indirect conflict of interest with him. This is definitely bad news for him. Although he is also a master chef, anyone with a discerning eye can see who has greater potential between the two of them. But is there really anyone who can break through to the Grandmaster level before the age of 30? When Grandmaster Wu came to his senses, he was instantly filled with doubts. "Master Shui, is your information reliable?" Mr. Shui did not dare to be negligent and said quickly, "Master Wu, the news should not be false. This is the news from the spy I planted next to my niece." When Master Wu heard this, his face darkened. He was silent for a long time, and then a faint light flashed in his eyes. "In this case, we have no choice but to take advantage of this person's unstable foundation and strike first." Chapter 120. Crisis and Happy Cooperation. I plan to make friends with my cooking friends and completely destroy this young genius master. When he said this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Grandmaster Wu's face. To be promoted to a master chef before the age of 30, his talent is so strong that it is rare in the world. We can't allow him to grow up. When Mr. Shui heard this, he was shocked. "Master Wu, have you decided to have a cooking duel with that young master you've never met?" Mr. Shui was so shocked that he was a little hesitant. Kitchen fights are a way for chefs to resolve disputes. A chef fight is a gambling game that two chefs set up as a last resort when they have an irreconcilable conflict. Two chefs cook the dishes, and then people taste them and vote for their favorite dishes. The one with the most votes wins. As for the ending of the kitchen fight, it is a bit cruel for the chefs. According to the rules, the loser in a cooking competition must put down his knife and will be completely out of the culinary world and will not be allowed to cook again. Grandmaster Wu seemed to see Master Shui's worry and then pretended to be relaxed. "Master Shui, do you not believe me?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Shui was shocked and quickly explained. "How could it be? How could it be? I am confident that Master Wu is invincible." Master Wu was very happy with Mr. Shui's compliment. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. The next afternoon, Shui Zishi arrived at Jiang Hao's house early, waiting for Jiang Hao's arrival. Soon, Jiang Hao went home from school. "Master Jiang, there is 150 million in this bank card. Please take it first." On the table in the living room of Jiang Hao's house, Shui Zishi took out a black gold card from her bag and handed it over. Then, without waiting for Jiang Hao to speak, Shui Zishi took out a purple membership card engraved with diamonds. "Master Jiang, this is my Tianfu Building's highest level supreme membership card. It's just a small token of my respect." Immediately afterwards, Shui Zishi took out a stack of contracts from her bag and handed them over with both hands. "This is the contract I drafted this morning. It includes the 3% share transfer contract for Tianfu Building. Master Jiang, please review it. If Master Jiang has no objection, please sign here." Shui Zishi pointed to the last page of the contract and spoke. Jiang Hao looked at Shui Zishi with some surprise and then took the contract from Shui Zishi. As for the two cards that Shui Zishi pushed over, he didn't seem to be very anxious. Jiang Hao carefully looked at the terms in the contract in his hand. After making sure that there were no hidden unfair treaties, he picked up a pen and signed his name. In fact, in order to understand contracts, laws, and other treaties, he specially studied his legal knowledge today. Fortunately, Shuezishi did not set any trap treaty. Otherwise, Jiang Hao will definitely let her know what it means that the master cannot be bullied. It's a pleasure to work with you, Master Jiang. Shuezishi took the contract signed by Jiang Hao, took a look at it, then extended a friendly hand to Jiang Hao with a smile on her face. Jiang Hao took a look, then reached out and gently held Shuezishi's soft little hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. In this way, time passed day by day, and June 8th finally arrived. In the morning, after breakfast, Jiang Hao picked up his examination tools and admission ticket and prepared to go to the examination room. At this time, Mother Jiang quickly put down the things in her hands and started looking for her clothes. Howard, wait a moment while I put on some clothes. I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly grabbed his mother. Chapter 121, the college entrance examination is coming, and today's candidates are so awesome. Mom, please stop making such a fuss. Are you still worried about me, your son? Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Hao and rolled her eyes. How can I trust you? You can become a master chef without making any noise, and you can become a hero who saves people just by going out. Mother Jiang kept complaining about Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed. He didn't expect his mother to know so much bad news about him. Mom, stop scolding your son. Just listen to me today and don't go. If you go, it will affect your son's normal performance. After Jiang Hao's repeated persuasion, Jiang Ma finally agreed to let Jiang Hao not go. However, not long after Jiang Hao left, Jiang's mother looked at the many students outside who were accompanied by their parents to take the college entrance examination. Finally, I couldn't help it. No, I have to go check it out. Since Howard won't let me accompany him, then I'll just watch him from a distance. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. It's really pitiful how loving parents are in the world. However, Jiang Hao didn't know all this. Walking into the examination room, Jiang Hao was sitting in the third row near the door. With the arrival of the invigilator and the explanation of the exam rules, the exam began. First class, Chinese. Jiang Hao glanced through the entire test paper, then picked up his pen and started answering. Unlike other students who were scratching their heads, Jiang Hao just picked up a pen and started writing. In an instant, lines of vigorous, strong, square, and neat characters appeared on the paper. Jiang Hao is prepared very thoroughly for the college entrance examination. Jiang Hao was answering the questions seriously. Time passed in a flash. 30 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and Jiang Hao finally finished writing the composition. After he checked it repeatedly several times and didn't find any major problems, he became idle. Jiang Hao's abnormality instantly attracted the attention of the invigilator. The invigilator stared at Jiang Hao, frowned, and stared at Jiang Hao closely. However, when he found that Jiang Hao actually climbed onto the table and fell asleep, he was confused. He took 2 steps on the ice, quickly came to Jiang Hao, and gently knocked on the table where Jiang Hao was lying. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Hao looked up in surprise and looked at the invigilator in confusion. Teacher Jiang Hao came close to Jiang Hao and spoke softly. Answer the questions carefully. There is still plenty of time. Hearing this, Jiang Hao did not say anything, but stood up from the table and opened the answer sheet that was already filled with answers. When the invigilator saw Jiang Hao's fully filled and neatly written answer sheet, he was stunned for a moment. Is this done? The invigilator looked at his watch and found that only 40 minutes had passed since the exam started. Finish a complete set of college entrance examination Chinese language questions in 40 minutes? Moreover, it is written so carefully and neatly, without any signs of fabrication at all. At this moment, he recalled the hardships he had experienced when he took the college entrance examination. Suddenly, the invigilator looked at Jiang Hao with a strange look. Am I out of date, or am I getting old? When did students become so awesome? Seeing this, the invigilator turned and left. From then on until the end of the Chinese language test, the invigilator's strange gaze kept sweeping over Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was speechless. If the college entrance examination did not prohibit submitting the paper in advance, he would have handed in the paper and left long ago. Soon, as the bell rang, the exam time was over. In an instant, many students looked annoyed. After handing in the paper, Jiang Hao, who couldn't wait to leave, rushed out of the classroom immediately. Chapter 122, 1 word, difficult, 2 words, very difficult. Jiang Hao's speed was incredibly fast. When Jiang Hao had already rushed to the school gate, Other students began to walk out of the examination room one by one. When Jiang Hao was the first to walk out of the school gate, several reporters with microphones rushed up and surrounded Jiang Hao. "Excuse me, are you a student taking the college entrance examination? Is the Chinese language difficult in this year's college entrance examination? May I ask how many points do you estimate you can get in the exam?" Jiang Hao nodded, then said calmly, "The Chinese language section of this year's college entrance examination was very easy. I finished it in 30 minutes. As for the score, it will probably be above 145, and even full marks are possible." As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone around him was petrified on the spot. Are the questions this year really that easy? Soon, everyone came to their senses and stared at Jiang Hao with suspicion in their eyes. Could it be that we have encountered a top student? Thinking of this, the eyes of this group of reporters lit up instantly. Amidst the shoving and pushing, they hurriedly handed the microphones in their hands to Jiang Hao. "Excuse me, which high school are you from? May I ask how are your grades usually?" After a long time, Jiang Hao finally broke free from the crowd of crazy reporters. Amid the regretful looks of the reporters, Jiang Hao ran home with a lingering fear on his face without looking back. These reporters are crazy. However, he didn't see Jiang Ma looking at him with pride under a tree in the dark. Soon, most of the students finally poured out of the school gate. But it's different from Jiang Hao. Each of these students had expressions of regret, remorse, and annoyance on their faces. Upon seeing this, a group of reporters rushed forward again as if they had discovered a new continent. "Is the Chinese language test difficult this year?" "Difficult? How can it not be difficult? I haven't even finished my composition yet." Sassafras, me too. Sigh, I feel like this year's exam questions are probably the most difficult in the past 10 years. Oh my god! It seems like I have no chance of getting into Jiaodong University this year. Amid the wailing of the examinees, these reporters were completely confused. Didn't the student who came out first just now say that the questions were very easy? He even said frankly that his Chinese score would never be lower than 145. Why does this style feel a little off? Just when they suspected that they might have encountered a poor student, they randomly found a few candidates who had just come out of the school gate and asked them. They summarized the answers of the next few candidates. Keep it simple. In one word, disaster. 2 words, it's difficult. 3 words, very difficult. Now, they remembered Jiang Hao's calm answer, and suddenly, they had 2 guesses. First, Jiang Hao is a genius student. Second, Jiang Hao is a psychopath and a madman. Afternoon math. Jiang Hao was still the first one to come out of the school gate. When the reporters saw Jiang Hao, they were stunned for a moment. They have a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After a moment of stunned silence, they reacted and rushed forward. "May I ask how is the math for this year's college entrance examination? Is the question difficult? How many points do you think you can get?" Jiang Hao didn't expect that he would be blocked by this group of people again. Seeing these hungry eyes, he suddenly remembered the fear that this group of people had felt this morning. Just when he was about to escape, he suddenly found that there were people all around him, and he had nowhere to escape. Chapter 123. The King of Forces Reborn. Someone wants to plagiarize. Helplessly, he had to answer the questions from this group of reporters. "It's not difficult, it's very simple. I finished it in 25 minutes. No surprises at all. Full marks." Jiang Hao's answer stunned the reporters again. At this moment, Jiang Hao took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. The next morning, the comprehensive science exam began. Without any surprise, Jiang Hao finished the entire test paper in less than 30 minutes, and then waited quietly for the bell to ring. This time, in order to prevent himself from being blocked by that group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao did not rush out first. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that outside, reporters from several different organizations had already made bets on whether he would be the first one to rush out of the school gate this time. "I guess this time, it must be that King Force who comes out first. I think so too. No, we stopped him twice. I guess he'll blend in with the other students this time." Soon, the bell rang, the papers were handed in, and students came out of the examination room one after another. Outside, reporters were eagerly waiting, searching for something in the crowd. After Jiang Hao mixed in with the others, he came out and saw this group of crazy reporters who seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, Jiang Hao seemed to have thought of something, and then he looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Fuck, they're not looking for me, are they?" Thinking about it this way, Jiang Hao felt that it was very possible. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for the worst. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly put on the hood on his clothes and prepared to escape quietly. However, when he walked out of the school gate, he was eventually discovered by a young female reporter who was looking for Jiang Hao. "Come here, he's here." When the young female reporter discovered it, she screamed. In an instant, other reporters gathered around like sharks smelling blood. Jiang Hao's slightly shining figure froze in an instant, and he said secretly, "Oh no!" Sure enough, the next moment, he was surrounded again. Mr. Jiang, is the comprehensive science program difficult?" "Student Jiang, how many points can you get on the comprehensive science test?" "Simple. It'll only take about 20 to 30 minutes. If there are no accidents, full marks." Soon, under the siege of a group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao was quickly defeated and fled. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The last trip in the afternoon, English. Jiang Hao finished it within 30 minutes. At this moment, the candidates in the examination room saw Jiang Hao doing nothing again, and they all looked at Jiang Hao with different eyes. "Sasaji, has this guy really given up on treatment? Fuck, he didn't finish it early again, did he? Humph, just trying to attract attention." Most of the eyes that people cast towards Jiang Hao were filled with pity, doubt, disdain, etc. The invigilator in this examination room had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After careful observation, they found that Jiang Hao did not do anything irregular, so they stopped paying attention to him. Just then, Jiang Hao was about to lie down on the table and take a nap. Suddenly, the bench under his butt shook. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. When he looked down, he found that it was a candidate in the back row who was kicking his bench. After Jiang Hao glanced back vaguely, he found that the person behind him was actually making moves for him. Judging from his actions, the man actually wanted to copy his answer sheet. Chapter 124: Jiang Hao's warning, decomposing a mosquito. This person even wanted Jiang Hao to sit to the left and then move the answer sheet to the right so that he could copy it. Jiang Hao understood and moved his body. Seeing this, Su Tianlong in the back row was delighted. It seems that this person is very smart. However, the next moment Su Tianlong's face froze. It turned out that Jiang Hao actually pulled his stool forward and laid his whole body on the answer sheet, completely blocking it. This is the college entrance examination, and cheating will result in a criminal sentence. Jiang Hao has no relatives or friends with him, so how could he risk his life for him? Jiang Hao didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he chose to tolerate it. However, some people actually regard Jiang Hao's tolerance as cowardice. It's getting even more rampant. At this time, Su Tianlong had a gloomy face and kept kicking Jiang Hao's bench, harassing Jiang Hao. This made Jiang Hao very angry. In June, there were a lot of mosquitoes in Tiana City. A mosquito probably smelled Jiang Hao's delicious blood and landed on the back of Jiang Hao's hand, just when the mosquito was sticking its butt out, ready to have a good meal. Bah! Originally, the only sounds in the classroom were the sounds of writing and flipping test papers, but suddenly a crisp sound was heard. Everyone in the classroom was shocked instantly. The invigilator frowned and walked towards Jiang Hao. Others answered the questions carefully. He came to Jiang Hao and asked, "What's wrong with you?" This scared Su Tianlong, who was standing behind Jiang Hao. He thought Jiang Hao was going to expose him and became very nervous. Jiang Hao heard this and immediately changed his mind. He looked at the invigilator with a slightly apologetic look and spoke. "I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, a mosquito that didn't know how to live or die kept harassing me, and I slapped it to death." When the invigilator heard this, he was speechless. "Okay, answer the questions carefully. Pay attention next time." "Yes, yes." Jiang Hao nodded in response. Behind Jiang Hao, Su Tianlong became furious when he heard this. Isn't this clearly a warning to him? The meaning is already very clear. When I was in Tiana City No. 4 middle school, did I ever receive such a warning? The more Su Tianlong thought about it, the angrier he became. Not only did this person not copy the answers for himself, he also warned himself. It seems that after the exam, it is necessary to help this guy straighten his bones. However, before that, I can't let him have an easy time. Anyway, he couldn't get into any good university, and he didn't know a word of English. If I can't live well, then I can't let this kid live well either. Thinking of this, Su Tianlong looked at Jiang Hao with resentment. After the invigilator left, he continued to kick Jiang Hao's bench. At this moment, Jiang Hao was staring at the body of the mosquito that he had killed on the back of his hand and grinning foolishly. If other people saw this, they would think I was a fool. At this moment, a voice sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. "Ding, The system found a dead mosquito. Do you want to decompose it? Breakdown. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a mosquito and obtaining the skill insect taming, 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Insect taming technique level 1. 0/1 can control and drive all insects. Decomposition completed. Shall we fuse? After reading the annotations, Jiang Hao became even more interested in this insect controlling technique. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao chose fusion. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of comfort all over his body. And then there was no change. At this time, driven by his curiosity about the art of controlling insects, Jiang Hao used this art. Chapter 125, I Can't Cure You Anymore. A wave that could not be seen or felt by the naked eye emanated from Jiang Hao. But in the blink of an eye, 10 more mosquitoes appeared on Jiang Hao's test paper. Jiang Hao stared at the 10 mosquitoes in surprise. He actually felt a sense of familiarity from these 10 mosquitoes. At this moment, a strange idea popped into his mind. I seem to be able to drive these 10 mosquitoes? Coincidentally, at this moment, he felt the idiot in the back row kicking his stool again. Then, he had an idea and silently gave orders to the 10 mosquitoes in his heart. The next moment, the 10 mosquitoes seemed to have understood what he said. They flew up from in front of him and flew towards his back row. Behind Jiang Hao, Su Tianlong kicked Jiang Hao's bench. Jiang Hao didn't make any move. He thought Jiang Hao was scared, and suddenly he became more and more proud. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his cheek was pricked by a needle. Afterwards, his hands, arms, thighs, etc. all felt like they were pricked by needles. When he looked carefully at the place where the pain came from on the back of his hand, he immediately found a mosquito on the back of his hand, working hard with its but sticking up. Bah! Without any hesitation, he caught him off guard and slapped him. You little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Su Tianlong looks very confident. However, when he took his hand away, there was no trace of the mosquito. Just as he was looking around, looking for the trace of the mosquito. At this moment, the candidates in the classroom who were answering questions seriously suddenly looked at Su Tianlong one by one, glaring at him. This is the college entrance examination, one of the important turning points in their lives. This person actually disturbed them on such an important occasion. In the front row, Jiang Hao heard the noise and chuckled in his heart. I can't cure you anymore. The invigilator also frowned and walked over very unhappily. What's wrong with you? Su Tianlong was startled when he heard this, and when he looked up he saw that it was the invigilator, and immediately something came to his mind. I'm sorry, teacher. Just now a mosquito provoked me, and I slapped it to death. He imitated Jiang Hao's tone and spoke. The invigilator frowned when he heard this. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't blame him harshly. Pay attention and don't disturb others while they are doing their homework. After the invigilator warned Su Tianlong, he turned around and left, looked at his watch, and reminded him. Everyone hurry up, there is still 30 minutes before the end of get out of class. Hearing that there were still 30 minutes left, the candidates ignored Su Tianlong and hurriedly seized the time to answer the questions seriously. At this time, Jiang Hao drove the 10 mosquitoes to crawl onto Su Tianlong's face one by one. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianlong felt as if his face was being pricked by needles one after another. He quickly reached out and rubbed his face. But as soon as he rubbed it, he would feel a slight tingling sensation in other places. Su Tianlong was almost driven crazy by the torture. He scratched his face with red bloody marks. At this moment, a mosquito flew past his eyes. Suddenly, Su Tianlong became furious. He finally found the culprit. Without any hesitation, he clapped his hands. Bah! A crisp sound rang out in the silent classroom. In an instant, all the candidates in the examination room cast angry looks at Su Tianlong. The invigilator also looked angry. Chapter 126, There is nothing that can't be solved with a slap. The invigilator took 3 or 2 steps to Su Tianlong's side, but when he saw Su Tianlong at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. He was a little skeptical. Are there really so many mosquitoes in this classroom? At this time, Su Tianlong's face was covered with big lumps, and there were bloody marks on his face caused by scratching himself. It's as miserable as it looks. They were all sitting in a classroom, and everyone else was fine, except Su Tianlong, who seemed particularly popular with mosquitoes. Looking at Su Tianlong's miserable appearance, the invigilator suddenly felt some sympathy for Su Tianlong. However, sympathy is sympathy, but this is an examination room, and there are so many candidates. Su Tianlong's behavior has seriously affected others. As an invigilator, he can't just ignore it. Classmate, keep the noise down. Be patient and answer the questions quickly. The time is almost up. Su Tianlong nodded with a frustrated look on his face. At this moment, Su Tianlong was almost crying. What's wrong with me today? Why am I so popular with mosquitoes? Soon, the time was up, and when the invigilator collected the test papers, he turned around and left. The candidates in the classroom then spoke up one by one, chattering as they stood up and prepared to leave the examination room. Zhang Hao picked up the examination tools that had been packed away long ago and prepared to leave. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind him. Stop! Hearing the noise, everyone stopped and looked over. Zhang Hao also turned around. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was also shocked. The guy sitting behind him had big bumps and scratches all over his face, looking even worse than the natives of the Amazon jungle. Others were also surprised when they saw Su Tianlong's appearance. At this time, Su Tianlong pointed at Zhang Hao with a frenzied look on his face. Kid, where are you from? You're so arrogant. It was originally a very serious scene, but when Zhang Hao saw Su Tianlong's expression, he couldn't help laughing. Zhang Hao's sudden laughter made Su Tianlong a little dazed, and then anger rose. Damn it, I'll make you laugh. Su Tianlong cursed angrily, then reached out and slapped Zhang Hao. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around were shocked. They thought Zhang Hao was going to be slapped. Unexpectedly, the next moment there was a scream. The scene in front of them changed. Zhang Hao was still standing there, but Su Tianlong flew backwards. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide. Fuck, is this martial arts? Sasa, am I dazzled? Can a slap send someone flying? Su Tianlong has met a master this time. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao in awe, and some even looked at him with fanatical eyes. Su Tianlong struggled to get up, pointed at Zhang Hao with a look of horror, spoke incoherently, and kept backing away. You? Seeing this, Zhang Hao suddenly felt bored, and then turned and left under the gaze of everyone. After Zhang Hao left, the others looked at Su Tianlong with pity. Su Tianlong felt a little uncomfortable with the strange looks from people around him. Get lost! With a roar, Su Tianlong looked at the direction where Zhang Hao left with resentment in his eyes, and turned and left. After returning home, Zhang Hao went back to his bedroom after hearing his mother's concern. He needs to study his insect controlling skills carefully. He saw great potential in the art of insect taming. After many experiments, he found that the first-level insect controlling technique seemed to only allow him to summon 10 small mosquitoes. Chapter 127, Upgrading the Insect Taming Technique. Cabbage can also be decomposed. Zhang Hao was slightly disappointed. However, after he spent a skill point to upgrade his insect taming technique to level 2, his insect taming technique changed greatly. In terms of quantity, the second level of insect taming technique can summon 100 insects. Among these 100 insects, in addition to mosquitoes, some other small insects finally appeared. Although these bugs are small, they can sometimes have miraculous effects. It would be amazing if he could summon some poisonous insects. Insect Taming Level 2, 0/10 control all insects and drive all insects. The second level of insect taming is already so powerful. What about the third level? Zhang Hao's eyes are full of anticipation. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade the insect taming technique to level 3. Zhang Hao ordered. Ding, the insect control technique has been successfully upgraded. Insect taming technique level 3, 0/100 control all insects and drive all insects. As the insect taming technique was upgraded to level 3, a piece of information instantly merged into Zhang Hao's mind. After Zhang Hao digested the information, his face was full of smiles. Sure enough, not only did the number of third-level insect-controlling techniques increase tenfold again, but the types also increased a lot. He can even control some poisonous insects. If anyone dares to offend him, he will kill him, right? And it won't leave any evidence. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao became excited. When Zhang Hao was still excited, Jiang Ma's voice came and interrupted Zhang Hao's why. Howard, come out for dinner. No. Zhang Hao then suppressed his excitement to try out the third-level insect controlling technique and went out to eat. The college entrance examination is over, and Jiang Hao finally has some free time. In the morning, Jiang Hao got up early as usual and prepared breakfast for his parents. Walking into the kitchen, Jiang Hao found various ingredients. What can I make with this cabbage? Jiang Hao looked at a cabbage in his hand and thought for a moment. Ding, I found a cabbage. Do you want to decompose it? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came, and Jiang Hao was stunned. Huh? Cabbage can also be decomposed. I wonder what I can get after the Chinese cabbage is decomposed. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao instantly became interested. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a cabbage and obtaining a mutant cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutated Chinese cabbage seeds. Grow at super fast speed. Eating them can beautify your skin. Extract. As the system prompt sounded, the cabbage in Jiang Hao's hands suddenly disappeared. A tiny ball of light appeared in his mind, with a seed spinning inside it. Seeing this seed, Jiang Hao was a little confused. Mutated cabbage seeds? Extreme growth. Eating it can beautify your skin? Jiang Hao looked happy after he realized what was happening. Sassafras, my system is amazing. Extract. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a purple particle the size of an ant appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao carefully preserved it. Then he looked at the various vegetables in the basket beside him, his eyes shining. Since we can obtain mutant seeds by decomposing Chinese cabbage, what about other vegetables? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao grabbed a red pepper. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding, I found a red pepper. Do you want to decompose it? As the system prompt sounded, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. Breakdown. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke. Chapter 128. Mutated vegetable seeds, each with its own effects. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a red pepper and obtaining a mutant red pepper seed, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Mutated red pepper seeds. Grow at an extremely fast speed, can stimulate appetite when eaten, and are addictive. Please use with caution. Decomposition completed. Do you want to extract? After reading the annotation, Jiang Hao was also happy. Oh my, this mutant pepper can stimulate appetite and is also addictive? Jiang Hao thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He personally likes spicy food, and the spicier it is, the more he wants to eat it. It seems that eating chili peppers is indeed addictive. Thinking of this, he didn't care much. Then he sorted out the other vegetables in the basket one by one. In addition to cabbage and peppers, he obtained 3 more mutant seeds. Mutated cucumber seeds. Grow at super fast speed. Eating them can help you lose weight. Mutated tomato seeds. Grow at super fast speed. Eating them can beautify your skin. Mutated leek seeds. Grow at super fast speed. Eating them can replenish energy and strengthen yang. After analyzing the 5 vegetables in the vegetable basket, Jiang Hao still felt a little unsatisfied. Looking at the 5 tiny mutant vegetable seeds in his hand, Jiang Hao was a little troubled again. He looked around for a while, only to find that he had no place to plant the seeds. He searched for a long time, but only found a not very big flower pot. Helplessly, Jiang Hao had to plant the mutant cabbage seed in a flower pot first. He is going to see the effect, and when he has time, he will buy some flower pots and plant the other seeds. After Jiang Hao poured some water into the flower pot, he planted the mutant cabbage in it. After placing the flower pot in his bedroom, Jiang Hao didn't pay any more attention to it. Although the system indicated that the mutant seeds had the ability to grow at super fast speeds, it was impossible for them to grow all at once after he had just planted them, right? Jiang Hao went to cook without thinking much about it. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that as soon as he left, the mutant cabbage seeds he planted in the flower pot had already sprouted in the soil. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang got up, had breakfast, and went to Jiang's restaurant. Jiang Zishuan went to school. Jiang Hao also had some free time, and at this moment, he suddenly remembered that Song Wanzhong seemed to have asked Rong Wan'er to invite him to visit the Song family several times. Uncle Song has invited me several times. I didn't have time before, but now I have time. I should go visit Uncle Song. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao called Song Wan'er to ask about it. After learning that Song Wanzhong was at home, he prepared some gifts and went out. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a large manor. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived, he saw Song Wan'er already waiting at the door. Song Wan'er said with a resentful look on her face, "You're finally here. It's so hard to invite Mr. Jiang." Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed, and touched his head. Well, I didn't have time before, but now I have time, so I came right away. Song Wanna looked at Jiang Hao's cute appearance and burst out laughing. Okay, just kidding. Let's go, my dad is waiting. Under the guidance of Song Wanna, Jiang Hao walked into the Song family manor. After entering, Jiang Hao sighed at the magnificent manor. Arriving at the hall, Jiang Hao finally met the famous Jade King Song Wanzhong again. In the hall, next to Mr. and Mrs. Song Wanzhong, stood a well-mannered young man and a noble lady with outstanding temperament. Jiang Hao had already learned from Song Wanner that they were her distant aunt and cousin from somewhere unknown. Chapter 129, Overestimating Your Abilities, Small Punishment. Dad, Mom, look who's here! Song Wanner cried out. Song Wanzhong saw Jiang Hao standing next to Song Wanner outside the door, and immediately smiled and stood up and said, Nephew Jiang, I finally invited you here. Jiang Hao greets Uncle Song and Auntie. Jiang Haoxing bowed to Song Wanzhong and his wife. On the side, Song Wanner's distant cousin and aunt's expressions changed subtly when they saw that Song Wanzhong was so polite to this young man. The two looked at each other and instantly saw the surprise, confusion, and worry in each other's eyes. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner's distant cousin and aunt beside him and pretended not to know them. Uncle Song, who are these two? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. At this time, Song Wang introduced to Jiang Hao. This is Wanner's distant aunt. You can just call her Aunt Feng. Hello, Aunt Feng. Jiang Hao called out obediently. Song Wanner's aunt nodded indifferently, seeming to dislike Jiang Hao a little. Jiang Hao didn't care. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong frowned, but didn't say much. This is your Aunt Feng's son, Feng Jiangwo. He just returned from studying abroad. He is a doctor of medicine and has opened a fairly large private clinic in Tiana City. At this time, Feng Jiangwo took the initiative to step forward with a smile on his face and extended his hand to Jiang Hao. Uncle is joking. I'm just fooling around. Hello. Hello. Jiang Hao didn't think much about it and reached out to shake it. Just when Jiang Hao was about to let go, suddenly, he felt a force of moderate strength on his hand. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Jiangwo in surprise, only to see that Feng Jiangwo was looking at Jiang Hao with ill intent, as if he was waiting for Jiang Hao to make a fool of himself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled and exerted a little force with his hand. In an instant, Feng Jiangwo's hand was deformed. Feng Jiangwo's face changed, and he looked full of pain, as if he was afraid that others would find out. So he finally endured and didn't scream out. After Jiang Hao punished the incomprehensible Feng Jiangwo, he smiled and let go. Feng Jiangwo quickly pulled his hand back, and his hanging hand was trembling, but no one noticed these details. Feng Jiangwo stared at Jiang Hao, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Okay, let's sit down and talk. At this time, Song Wang spoke, and everyone sat down one by one. After finishing his meal, Feng Jiangwo prepared to find the right opportunity to turn the tables. He glanced at Jiang Hao, then at Song Wanner's mother. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said, Aunt, didn't you say you couldn't sleep these days? Why don't you come with me to my clinic? I just got a new and most advanced medical machine from Country M not long ago. Can I give you a comprehensive checkup? Huixin was a little moved when she heard this. These days, she couldn't sleep for some reason. On the side, Jiang Hao heard it and suddenly remembered that he had insomnia not long ago, and it seemed that he still had the super tranquilizer pill synthesized by the system. At this time, Song Wanzhong also spoke. Huixin, why don't you go and take a look with Jiangwo? At the side, Feng Jiangwo's mother also hurriedly spoke up for her son. All right, Huixin agreed. Feng Jiangwo's face instantly filled with smiles, and he looked at Jiang Hao with some pride. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Jiangwo as if he was a fool. He didn't know what disease Feng Jiangwo had and why he was always picking on him. However, in that case, he won't be polite. Aunt, are you just suffering from insomnia? Jiang Hao suddenly spoke up. Chapter 130. There is nothing wrong with being ignorant. The problem is that you are ignorant but don't know it. Jiang Hao's question made everyone's eyes focus on him. However, Jiang Hao was not afraid at all and remained calm. Although Huixin didn't know why Jiang Hao asked this question, she still answered it. Well, I just had inexplicable insomnia these days. Nothing else is wrong. Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. If Annie just suffers from insomnia, it's not a big deal. At this time, Feng Jiangwo sneered, his eyes full of contempt. What? Does Brother Jiang have a trick to solve my aunt's insomnia? An elementary school student who hasn't even fully grown his hair is trying to be big in front of him. At this time, Song Wanjong also frowned and looked at Jiang Hao with suspicion. Seeing that something was not right, Song Wanner privately tugged at Jiang Hao's collar, trying to remind him not to talk nonsense. Jiang Hao ignored Feng Jiangwo's ridicule. He reached into his pocket and took out a small, gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. Amidst everyone's surprised gaze, he pushed it in front of He Huixin. And this is the 9-flower jade dew calming pill my master gave me. It can calm your mind and replenish your energy, nourish your spirit. Originally, this was something that my master exchanged with a medical master in order to nourish and strengthen my spiritual power. But if Aunt needs it, I will give it to her and relieve her worries. Jiang Hao spoke in such a high-end and classy way that it also shocked the others. However, the 3 members of the Song family, who had been dealing with Jade for many years, could see at a glance the extraordinary nature of the small porcelain medicine bottle. However, before anyone else could speak, Feng Jiangwo pointed at Jiang Hao with a sneer on his face. I am dying of laughter, Brother Jiang. You must have read too many martial arts novels, and you don't even know you were cheated by a charlatan. Master? Increase your spiritual power? Master? This is all from martial arts novels. There is no such thing in reality. As he said that, he stood up and reached out for the small porcelain medicine bottle that Jiang Hao took out. As for this thing, it looks quite decent, but it only costs $3 or $4 outside. However, just when he was about to get the small porcelain medicine bottle, a hand suddenly reached out quickly and took the medicine bottle before he could. When he looked up, he found that his uncle Song Wanjong was holding the small jade bottle, looking at it carefully, his eyes full of caution. Suddenly, he was surprised. Uncle, you don't believe it, do you? However, Song Wanjong ignored him. At this time, He Huixin heard Feng Jiangwo was so ignorant and embarrassing, and immediately scolded him. Jiangwo, stop talking. He Huixin's scolding made Feng's mother a little unhappy. Sister, Jiangwo is right. Why? Do you believe what he said? Alas, you have all been deceived by this liar. As she spoke, she pointed at Jiang Hao, who looked calm, with disgust in her eyes. Then she continued, I think you should get rid of this little liar and keep him away from Wanner. Wanner should spend more time with our Jiangwo. Song Wanner glared at this aunt who had nothing to do with her, feeling disgusted. When Jiang Hao heard this, he finally understood why Feng's mother and son hated him so much. He Huixin, who was standing aside, frowned and looked very unhappy. Her distant sister really has no interest at all, just like her son. Feng Jiangwo, standing by, was unaware of this. Listening to his mother's praise, although he looked humble on the surface, he could not conceal the pride in his eyes. Chapter 131, Pretending to Know, Getting Slapped in the Face. However, just as Feng's mother was bragging about her son, Song Wanjong suddenly shouted coldly. That's enough. Feng's mother was frightened by Song Wanzhong's cold shout, and then she felt wronged, just when she was about to defend herself. But Song Wanzhong looked over with a cold face, and finally looked at Feng Jiangwo with some disgust. How could he not know the purpose of his mother and son? He was just too lazy to say it. It's embarrassing, pretending to know something when you don't. As he spoke, Song Wanzhong pointed to the small porcelain bottle in his hand. This is a medicine bottle made of top-grade horse ivory jadeite, and it was carved by a master carver. This medicine alone is worth over $1 million, and this is just a medicine bottle. Having said that, Song Wanzhong said no more. His meaning was self-evident. The bottles of Guangxing medicine are so expensive. You can imagine how precious the medicine inside must be. Feng's mother and Feng Jiangwo were instantly stunned by Song Wanzhong's words. They looked at the glazed ceramic bottle in Song Wanzhong's hand with disbelief. How is this possible? It's just a small porcelain bottle. How is that possible? That's right, brother-in-law. You must have seen it wrong. At this time, Feng's mother and son seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes were lifeless, and they were mumbling to themselves. Hiwi felt a little reluctant, but at this time, Song Wanzhong glanced at Feng's mother and son, frowned, and spoke again. Ahai, I think the mother and son are tired. Send them back. Yes, master. Soon, Uncle Hai brought people to ask Feng and her son to leave. The Feng mother and son were awakened and immediately shouted loudly. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was that after Uncle Hai patted the Feng mother and son lightly, the mother and son suddenly became quiet. Jiang Hao looked at Uncle Hai with curiosity. That was acupuncture just now? Is there really martial arts in this world? Jiang Hao didn't feel anything at all about punishing the Feng mother and son, a pair of clowns. Just when Jiang Hao fell into deep thought, Song Wanzhong's slightly apologetic voice suddenly came. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, nephew. We'll take the medicine. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. As he spoke, Song Wanzhong picked up the wine glass and said, This cup is for my nephew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately raised his glass and started to be polite. It's okay. Uncle, don't mind it. After a long time, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Song Wan'er and her family. As for whether he Huixin would take the tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao didn't know. But he knew that a big family, like the Song family, would not easily believe his words. Even if you believe what he says, you must do some testing before eating it. After leaving the Song family, Jiang Hao ran to the flower and bird market, bought a few flower pots, and went back to plant the other mutant vegetable seeds. When Jiang Hao returned home with a few flower pots, he saw Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zixuan sitting around the table in the hall. They seemed to be looking at something and didn't even notice that Jiang Hao had returned. Jiang Hao immediately became interested and tiptoed closer to take a look. Fuck, it's growing so fast. Jiang Hao's voice instantly alarmed his parents and sister. Mother Jiang was startled. After she realized what was happening, she rolled her eyes and slapped Jiang Hao hard. You bastard. You scared your mother to death. At this time, Jiang Hao was staring at the cabbage in the flower pot on the table with shock in his eyes. Chapter 132. Mutated Chinese Cabbage Matures, Super Speed Growth. When Mother Jiang saw this, she finally remembered. This flower pot seemed to have been brought out from Jiang Hao's room by himself. Moreover, when she brought it out, there was clearly only a small green seedling in the flower pot. But who would have thought that when she came back in the afternoon, there was a completely tightly wrapped cabbage in the flower pot? She thought it was someone who had nothing to do, so he planted a ripe cabbage instead. But Zixuan and his father said that they didn't change it. She didn't move, and Howard didn't come back. She thought it was haunted. Now, looking at Howard's expression, he seems to know something. How, what's going on? How come there's suddenly such a big cabbage in the flower pot? Mother Jiang asked curiously. As soon as Jiang's mother opened her mouth, Jiang's father and Jiang Zixuan's eyes immediately fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao reacted, looked at the cabbage in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Mom, these are mutant vegetable seeds that I obtained through hybridization in my spare time. It can grow quickly, and eating the cabbage grown from this mutant vegetable seed can also beautify your skin. When Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zixuan heard this, they were instantly shocked. When will Jiang Hao start studying this thing? At this moment, Mother Jiang seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. Howard, you said it can grow quickly, so how long does it take for it to mature from being planted? Jiang Hao was stunned. He was really stumped by his mother's question. At this moment, he remembered that he seemed to have started planting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and now it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mom, it takes about 6 to 8 hours from the time the seed is planted to when it matures. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the whole family gasped. Hiss! They looked at the big cabbage in the flower pot on the table with shock. At this time, even Jiang Hao was shocked by the time. You know, the general growth period of cabbage is about 50 to 60 days. And now, the growth cycle of the mutated cabbage seeds has been shortened to 6 to 8 hours. In an instant, the time was shortened by more than 200 times. It's so horrible. Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zixuan looked at him as if he were a pervert. Jiang Hao felt uncomfortable being stared at by his family, so he pinched his fingers together and spoke timidly. Mom and Dad, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to stare at me like that, right? I'll be shy. The whole family was immediately amused by the funny Jiang Hao. Fuck you, I've never seen anyone so narcissistic as you. Mother Jiang tapped Jiang Hao's brow with her finger and gave him a cold look. At this time, Father Jiang calmed down, immediately realized the crisis in the matter, and then said seriously, Howard, who else knows about this? Father Jiang's words instantly made the whole family nervous again. Jiang Hao knew what his father was worried about. He naturally knew the principle that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Dad, don't worry, I did this by myself, no one knows. Father Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Father Jiang stared at Jiang Hao, Mother Jiang, and Jiang Zixuan with a serious face, and spoke very cautiously. Mother, Howard Zixuan, this matter cannot be spread outside. Jiang Ma, Jiang Hao, Jiang Zishuan, and Feng naturally understood the logic behind this and nodded. Okay, Dad, don't be so serious. I'll use this cabbage to make some dishes for you to taste. Jiang Hao felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he broke the cabbage and ran into the kitchen with it in his arms. Chapter 133, The Power of Mutated Vegetables. Jiang Hao's thoughts. The mutated cabbage tastes really good, not to mention that it tastes many times more delicious than ordinary cabbage. What shocked Jiang Hao even more was the beauty-enhancing function of the mutated Chinese cabbage. Not long after they finished eating, Jiang Hao felt greasy all over, as if something was constantly coming out of his body. The family lined up to take turns bathing, and only stopped after each person washed 3 or 4 times. Afterwards, Jiang Hao felt much more relaxed, and when he looked in the mirror, he was surprised to find that his face had become much whiter and softer. His mother has changed the most. She seems to be several years younger. Such a powerful effect is truly shocking. If we sell this kind of vegetable, it will definitely fetch a very good price, right? Jiang Hao was very happy thinking this, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something and a trace of regret appeared on his face. A cabbage like this wouldn't be too expensive to sell for 1 or 200 yuan, but I can't grow it on a large scale for now. But it's fine this way. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao no longer felt conflicted. As for the output of mutant vegetables, maybe I can talk to Xue Zishi about it. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. So he sat down and made the decision. That's it. He also hadn't forgotten what Zhang's father had told him, but he wasn't foolish enough to confront others, so naturally there wouldn't be any big problems. With this idea in mind, Jiang Hao went to the kitchen again, disassembled an ordinary cabbage, and planted the mutated cabbage seed. Tomorrow, he will have to rely on these mutated vegetables to negotiate business with Xue Zishi. No words all night. The next morning, Jiang Hao got up early and was surprised to find that all the other mutant vegetables he planted were ripe. After Jiang Hao collected all the mature mutant vegetables, he took out some and made a simple breakfast for his family. Then we finished our breakfast amid the amazement of our family. In the blink of an eye, it's almost noon. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Hao found the phone number Xue Zishi left and dialed the number. In an unusually clean and high-end office, Xue Zishi looked at the name displayed on the phone with some surprise. Is it him? I wonder what he wants from me? After a brief hesitation, Xue Zishi answered the call with interest. Hello, Mr. Jiang. What a rare visitor. What can I do for you? Jiang Hao spoke and went straight to the point. It's nothing serious. I just want to discuss a business matter. After making an appointment with Xue Zishi, Jiang Hao took his mutated vegetables and drove straight to Tianfu Building. Arriving at Tianfu Building, Jiang Hao, carrying his bag, walked straight into the magnificent gate of Tianfu Building in a manner that he thought was very handsome. However, being handsome doesn't last more than 3 seconds. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at the door, the 2 security guards at the door looked at Jiang Hao, who was dressed simply, with strange expressions, and reached out to stop him. Hello, sir. Please show me your membership card. Jiang Hao then remembered that Tianfu Building seemed to be a membership-based restaurant. Xue Zishi seemed to have given him a supreme membership card of Tianfu Building, but I seem to have forgotten to bring it. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed and touched himself, but felt nothing. So, Jiang Hao looked at the security guard at the door and said embarrassedly, Brother, I forgot to bring my membership card. However, I have an appointment with the eldest lady of your Tianfu Building. Can you make an exception? Chapter 134 Brother. Remember to write your name backwards from now on. At this time, one of the security guards spoke with a blank expression on his face. Excuse me, sir, we have rules. Although he knew this result, Jiang Hao was still a little depressed, but he didn't say much. At this point, he had already arrived, and it was impossible for him to run back to get his membership card. He had no choice but to call Xue Zishi and ask her to send someone to pick him up. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Miss Xue. I'm downstairs at Tianfu Building. I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring the Supreme membership card you gave me. I was stopped by your security. Please send someone to pick me up. Jiang Hao did not avoid the phone while making the call, so every word he said fell into the ears of the 2 security guards behind him. The 2 young security guards burst out laughing when they heard this. Then Jiang Hao heard the 2 security guards behind him whispering, How many people have come here today? Another one is pursuing our eldest daughter. Yeah, the one who was dragged out not long ago was okay. At least he was driving a luxury sports car, and his clothes were also worth a lot of money. But this guy, not only did he come by taxi, he was dressed very simply and didn't even have a membership card. And yet he still wanted to pursue our eldest daughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, I admire this kind of warrior who dares to pursue our eldest lady. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao retracted his steps. Do they think I'm Xue Zixi suitor? Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the two security guards with some surprise. At this time, the two security guards also knew that their discussion was heard. However, they were not afraid, and one of them even secretly gave Jiang Hao a thumbs up. Brother, I admire warriors like you. However, we brothers still cannot let you in. Afterwards, the man glanced at Jiang Hao's clothes and the bag in Jiang Hao's hand and advised him again. Little brother, stop pretending and go back and study hard. What about the Supreme membership card? If you have a blue crystal card, I can even write my name backwards in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was speechless and didn't know what to say. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Hao smiled and asked with interest, Does your domineering eldest daughter have many suitors? When the young security guard who was talking to Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately looked proud. Of course not. Today. Just when he was about to give a long speech to persuade this immature boy, the companion next to them accidentally saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards them in the distance. The man's face suddenly changed, and he quickly whispered a reminder to his companion, who was still talking to Jiang Hao. Laifu, stop talking. Manager Su is here. Upon hearing this, his companion quickly stood up. At this time, Jiang Hao also saw the middle-aged man walking towards here. Looking at the two young security guards again, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. He spoke to the young security guard who had spoken to him earlier. Security boss, remember to write your name backwards for me later. The young security guard was stunned when he heard this. However, at this time, their general manager had already arrived at the door, and he didn't dare to think too much. When Su Jihui walked over, he saw a child of about 17 or 18 years old staring at him at the door. There was no one else around, and he felt confused. Didn't the young lady say that Mr. Jiang was at the door? Su Jihui muttered to himself. Chapter 135, Mysterious Jiang Hao, Inexplicable Questions. Just when he was about to ask the two security guards, the child who was staring at him actually came up to him with a smile and said something that shocked him. You are the one Miss Xue sent to pick me up, right? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Hao. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the stunned Su Jihui and the two shocked security guards standing beside him and walked straight in through the door. When Jiang Hao passed by the two security guards, he deliberately patted the big brother who was about to write his name backwards. At this time, Su Jihui reacted and remembered Xue Zixi instructions. Immediately, he hurriedly caught up and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry for my poor eyesight. I hope you can forgive me. My surname is Su, and I am the general manager of S District of Tianfu Building. At this moment, Su Jihui suddenly remembered something and hurriedly scolded the two security guards next to him. You two, why don't you apologize to Mr. Jiang? The two security guards looked at Jiang Hao, who was dressed simply in shock. They did not expect that their general manager would be so polite to this poor boy. At this time, Jiang Hao waved his hand. No need, Mr. Su. This is their responsibility. I forgot to bring my card. Let's go quickly, Miss Xue is still waiting. After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped into Tianfu Tower, and Su Jihui hurriedly followed and led the way. After Jiang Hao left, the two young security guards turned their gazes back and looked at each other at the same time, and then they stared at each other. Fuck, is what that brother said true? It seems yes. Of course, all this was just a small episode for Jiang Hao, and he didn't take it to heart. Under the guidance of Su Jihui, Jiang Hao came to a private room that was decorated very elegantly, grandly, and nobly. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Hao saw Xue Zixi. When Xue Zixi heard the noise, she looked up and saw that it was Jiang Hao, and she quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Jiang, you're here. While greeting Jiang Hao, she gave instructions to Su Jihui, who was beside her. Boss Su, tell them to serve the food. Yes. Su Jiu turned around and was about to leave when Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Wait. Xue Zixi and Su Jihui both turned around, and Xue Zixi asked in surprise. Mr. Jiang, do you have any other instructions? Jiang Hao glanced at Xue Zixi, then spoke in a mysterious tone. Ms. Xue, please ask the kitchen staff to make some vegetarian dishes with Chinese cabbage, peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and leeks. This has a lot to do with the business I want to discuss with you today. Xue Zixi became interested immediately after hearing this. Oh, in that case, Boss Su, follow Mr. Zhang's instructions. Yes, miss. Su Jihui left. Xue Zishi glanced at the bulging bag on the seat next to Jiang Hao and was a little surprised. She returned to her seat and sat down, looking at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. Mr. Jiang, didn't you say you had business to discuss with me? Jiang Hao looked at Xue Zishi, who had been aroused by his words, and said mysteriously, Ms. Xue, don't be anxious. Wait until the food is served. I promise that I will not let you down with this business. Xue Zishi was indeed intrigued by Jiang Hao's mysterious behavior. Oh, when did Mr. Jiang become so mysterious? Jiang Hao smiled, but said nothing. Seeing this, Xue Zishi didn't ask any more questions. After a long silence, Jiang Hao suddenly asked inexplicably, Miss Xue, there should be a bathroom here, right? Chapter 136, Xue Zishi's doubts and shock after understanding. Xue Zishi felt confused when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully. So, that's good. Jiang Hao replied and closed his eyes to rest, which made Xue Zishi depressed. Looking at Jiang Hao like this, she began to doubt her own charm. Soon, the food was served. Jiang Hao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a little bit of each, and tasted it, then shook his head, put down his chopsticks without saying a word. At this time, he took out the mutated vegetables he brought from his bag and handed them to the waiter under Xue Zishi's strange gaze. Please ask your kitchen staff to make the same dish for me using the vegetables I brought. The waitress looked at Jiang Hao with a strange expression, reached out to take the dish handed to her by Jiang Hao, and looked at Xue Zishi somewhat at a loss. He has never seen anyone bring their own ingredients for meals. Although Xue Zishi didn't know what Jiang Hao was doing, she still spoke. Go ahead and let Master Zhao work hard for you. After receiving Xue Zishi's order, the waitress hurriedly took the mutated vegetables and went to the kitchen. Originally, all the ingredients of Tianfulu were sourced through its own channels, and they never accepted outside ingredients, let alone ingredients brought by customers. However, with Xue Zishi here, everything is just a matter of words. 20 minutes later, the food was served. Jiang Hao smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Xue Zishi. Xue Zishi picked up the chopsticks with doubt and tasted the dish that had just been served. As the dish entered her mouth, a rich and special aroma burst into her mouth. The aroma whetted her appetite, and she couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Afterwards, Xue Zishi felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and then she quickly tasted the dish that had been served to her. As soon as Xue Zishi took a bite of the dish, she frowned and spit it out. She was shocked to find that these two dishes were identical and were cooked by the same chef. But why did the taste differ so much? At this moment, she suddenly remembered the vegetables that Jiang Hao had just brought. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly looked up at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, those vegetables you just brought. Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation, and Jiang Hao not only tasted the vegetarian dish made of mutated vegetables that had just been served. The craftsmanship is a little bit worse, but it doesn't affect the comparison. Only then did he look at Xue Zishi and said, Ms. Xue must have already felt the difference, right? Xue Zishi did not interrupt and waited quietly for Jiang Hao to continue speaking, and Jiang Hao did as she wished. This is a new variety of vegetable that I researched. It tastes more than 10 times more delicious than ordinary vegetables. This mutant vegetable just appeared, so I need to find some buyers. As one of the minority shareholders of Tianfulu, of course I would choose Tianfulu as my first choice. But I wonder if Miss Xue is willing to do this business? As he said that, Jiang Hao looked at Xue Zishi. Xue Zishi was also shocked. Did she hear it right? Jiang Hao actually came up with this himself? Is this something a high school student can do? I'm afraid even those national treasure-level researchers in the country may not be the case. However, she was not so shocked when she thought that this high school student was a master chef. Miss Xue, are you interested in doing this business? Jiang Hao saw Xue Zishi in a trance and reminded her. Chapter 137, another 100 million. But is 100 million a lot? Xue Zishi was awakened and spoke quickly. Yes. I am willing to pay 50 million to buy Mr. Zhang's batch of mutant vegetable seeds. Xue Zishi opened her mouth and asked for 50 million. However, Jiang Hao just looked at Xue Zishi, smiled, and said nothing. Although 50 million is a lot, he has not yet told you the biggest feature of these mutated vegetables. If Xue Zishi knew that the cabbage she ate alone had extremely powerful beauty-enhancing properties, I'm afraid she wouldn't just offer 50 million to buy these 5 mutant vegetable seeds. At that time, 50 million might not even be enough to buy one of the mutant vegetable species. Shui Zishi saw that her bid did not satisfy Jiang Hao. After a brief silence, Shui Zishi spoke again. How about this, Mr. Jiang? I'll pay you 100 million. How about buying all 5 mutant vegetable seeds for me? After that, Shui Zishi followed closely. If Mr. Jiang is still not satisfied with the price, Zishi can do nothing about it. Shui Zishi spoke again and actually doubled the price. If the mutated vegetables had only undergone a huge change in aroma, he might have agreed long ago. However, the reality is not like this. Jiang Hao's silence made Shui Zishi frown. She felt that Jiang Hao was a little too greedy. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the time, then a confident smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Shui Zishi. Ms. Shui, do you feel sticky all over and uncomfortable? Shui Zishi was shocked when she heard this. After Jiang Hao's reminder, she seemed to really feel a little uncomfortable all over, and there was a slight smell of sweat. Ms. Shui, go take a shower. We'll talk later. At that moment, Shui Zishi thought that Jiang Hao had drugged him. However, seeing how calm Jiang Hao was, she gave up the idea. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Shui Zishi spoke apologetically. Jiang Hao didn't say much. Soon, in the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Shui Zishi finally arrived. This time, Shui Zishi hurried over and looked at Jiang Hao with shock. Mr. Jiang, what is going on? Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. It seemed that Shui Zishi had discovered it herself. Jiang Hao slowly extended a gesture for Shui Zishi to sit down, and Shui Zishi also sat down. Only then did Jiang Hao speak. Ms. Shui must have discovered it. Yes, each of my mutated vegetables not only tastes 10 times more delicious than ordinary vegetables. Even each mutated vegetable has another very powerful attribute. The mutant Chinese cabbage has a terrifying beauty-enhancing function. I think Ms. Shui has already felt it, so I don't need to say more. As Jiang Hao spoke, Shui Zishi beside him was filled with shock. Although she had guessed it when she was taking a shower, she still felt incredible after hearing the truth from Jiang Hao's mouth. Afterwards, Jiang Hao gave a special introduction to the other 4 mutated vegetables. After listening to Jiang Hao's introduction, Shui Zishi felt like she was listening to a magical story. However, her personal experience just now could not be false. After a long silence, Shui Zishi apologized to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Zishi was judging you by my own standards, but I wonder if Mr. Jiang intends to do this deal this way. At this point, she had realized that the price she had offered before was indeed far from enough. Chapter 138. Shocked again and again, shocked to the point of doubting life. Jiang Hao was also silent for a while. How to do this business? He was a little hesitant. Originally, he wanted to grow these mutated vegetables himself and then sell them to Tianfulu. But he thought again and realized that he seemed to have no place to plant on a large scale. If he plants less, it won't be worth it. If he plants more, he will have to hire workers, and there will be many other issues such as land. Now that Shui Zishi has witnessed the power of mutated vegetables, he might as well throw all these problems to Shui Zishi. Moreover, the mutant vegetable seeds are all obtained from the system and are planted. The seeds produced by vegetables grown from seeds cannot be planted again. Therefore, even if the seeds were sold to Shui Zishi would not be able to copy them. I can only keep buying mutant vegetable seeds from him. In addition, the abnormal super-fast growth property of the mutant seeds can serve as another powerful bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao spoke. I can buy you the seeds of these 5 mutant vegetables. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Shui Zishi burst into ecstasy. Real? Jiang Hao looked at the surprised Shui Zishi and gave a cunning smile. Real? However, I have already planted these seeds, so you can only keep buying these mutant vegetable seeds from me every time. When Shui Zishi heard this, her eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and even had the urge to hit someone. However, she also knew why Jiang Hao did this. Shui Zishi said angrily, "Make an offer." Jiang Hao paused for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke. How about this? I'll set the price of each mutant seed at 8 million per kilogram. Before Jiang Hao could finish his words, Shui Zishi suddenly jumped up and widened her eyes. She almost couldn't help but scold Jiang Hao for robbery. Jiang Hao quickly waved his hands to stop Shui Zishi from exploding. Then he took out a paper bag from his body, pushed it in front of Shui Zishi, and added, In fact, these mutant vegetable seeds have an even more perverted property that I didn't tell you about. Shui Zishi said unhappily. What? She didn't believe that Jiang Hao's mutated vegetable seeds had any properties more perverted than those additional properties. Jiang Hao was not angry and said with a smile, "That means I have compressed the growth cycle of these mutant vegetables to 6 to 8 hours. That means you plant these seeds, and it only takes 6 to 8 hours for you to harvest them." Originally, Xue Zixi, who had been careless, was suddenly startled and looked at Jiang Hao with horror. At this moment, he began to doubt his life. "What?" Jiang Hao knew this would happen, and quickly motioned to Xue Zixi to sit down. "It's normal that you don't believe it. These are some mutant vegetable seeds. You can plant them in a flower pot. You will see the results tomorrow, and then you can decide whether you are willing to do business with me. Okay, it's almost time. I should go back." After saying that, Jiang Hao stood up, picked up his school bag, and ended the conversation. Jiang Hao had been gone for a while, but Xue Zixi was still in shock. After she came to her senses, she quickly picked up the paper bag left by Jiang Hao, found a flower pot, and plucked the precious flower in the pot without mercy. Plant the mutant vegetable seeds, and then stare at the flower pot quietly. After leaving Tianfu building, it was still early, so Jiang Hao planned to call his family to report his safety and then take a walk around. Chapter 139. Supporting domestic products and admiring foreign countries. However, when he took out his mobile phone, he found that his broken phone, which he had used for almost 3 years, was out of battery again. Sassafras. I just charged it this morning, and it's gone dead without being used? Unlucky, Jiang Hao said secretly. Looking at the old phone in his hand, Jiang Hao couldn't help but say, "I've had it for 3 years, it's time to upgrade it. Mom, Dad, and Zixuan should also upgrade their phones." Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took a taxi to the largest electronic mall nearby. After entering Hongrui Electronic Mall, a sales lady soon came over to greet Jiang Hao. "Hello, welcome to Hongrui Electronic Mall. What electronic products do you need, sir?" Jiang Hao went straight to the point. "What's the best cell phone you have?" Hearing this, the sales lady began to introduce the product to Jiang Hao very skillfully. "Sir, the best thing we have here is the fruit." As she spoke, the young lady took out 2 large-screen mobile phones with very nice designs and began to introduce them to Jiang Hao. "Sir, this is the latest Fruit 9 launched by the M Country Fruit Company. The chip." At this time, not far from Jiang Hao, there was a young girl with a hot body, wearing very revealing clothes and with a thick layer of foundation on her face. When she heard that the fruit phone introduced by the sales lady was the latest product launched by the M Country Fruit Company, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly pulled a middle-aged man with a big beer belly next to her to Jiang Hao's side and listened to the receptionist's introduction. Jiang Hao felt someone approaching, but he just glanced at them and didn't care. The sales lady was still trying hard to introduce the fruit phone to Jiang Hao. However, after Jiang Hao heard the origin of this fruit phone, he immediately lost interest in listening further. At this time, Jiang Hao interrupted the sales lady's introduction. "Well, you don't need to introduce this one." Then he pointed to another mobile phone next to him and said, "I support domestic production. Please introduce this Warwick to me." The sales lady was also very patient. She smiled at Jiang Hao and was about to introduce the Warwick to him. "Yes, sir." However, Su Jiarong, who was listening quietly nearby, was unhappy. "No, just introduce this fruit phone to me. I haven't finished listening yet." Then, she glanced at Jiang Hao, who was standing next to her, wearing simple clothes and had a childish face, and her eyes were immediately filled with contempt. "If you don't have money to buy it, just go away. Don't make yourself sound so great. Still supporting domestic products? Can Po Huawei compare with fruits?" Su Jiarong is a true Apple fan, so she naturally won't tolerate others disliking Apple phones. Jiang Hao turned around and glanced at the brainless girl with cold eyes. He disdained such a stupid argument, and then said in a cold and merciless voice, "Roll!" Su Jiarong was scolded and became furious, and was about to hit someone. However, Jiang Hao suddenly turned around and stared at Su Jiarong coldly. At this moment, when Su Jiarong's angry eyes met Jiang Hao's cold gaze, she was so scared that she took a step back. At this moment, she suddenly woke up. She was actually frightened by the look of a little kid. Thinking of this, Su Jiarong's face suddenly turned red and she felt ashamed. She turned around suddenly and threw herself on the chest of the beer-bellied uncle next to her and started sobbing as if she was possessed by a spirit of drama. Chapter 140. Yes, it's really cheap. Brother Howie, he's so mean. Whoa, I just want that fruit 9. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the couple hugging each other with a strange look and immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. He actually thought the middle-aged man next to this brain-dead girl was her father, who knew their relationship would be like this. At this time, even the sales lady who was introducing the mobile phone to Jiang Hao looked at the couple strangely. At this time, the middle-aged man with a beer belly, who was called Brother Hao by the brain-dead girl, gently patted the brain-dead girl on the back and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. You just think you're a poor boy. Look at Brother Hao to avenge you. As he said that, Brother Hao pulled Su Jiarong aside, then took a step towards Jiang Hao with a ferocious look on his face. Poor bastard. You're looking for death. Did you also scold my girlfriend, Hao Jian? However, he was a little short, and when he rushed towards Jiang Hao, who was 1.8 meters tall, his aura was somewhat oppressive. At this time, Su Jiarong on the side looked at Jiang Hao with some pride. Seeing this, the sales lady who introduced the mobile phone to Jiang Hao hurried out and tried to separate Hao Jian and Jiang Hao. Sir, please calm down. Don't worry, sir. I'll introduce this fruit 9 to you right away. However, as soon as the sales lady came out, she was blocked by the stupid girl. Jiang Hao looked down at Hao Jian and fell in a deep thought. Then he spoke very seriously. Yeah, that's right. It's really cheap. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, the sales lady next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian's face suddenly turned red. He glared at the sales lady fiercely and then cursed her. Fuck you. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and slapped Jiang Hao in the face. Seeing this, the sales lady was shocked and screamed. Ah, careful. However, at this time Jiang Hao didn't seem to notice it and didn't dodge at all. At this moment, seeing Jiang Hao not dodging or evading, the sales girl who was staring at the scene felt a little bit reluctant and subconsciously closed her eyes. On the side, Su Jiarong saw this scene and showed a happy and proud expression. Bang! After a crisp sound, a figure flew out. Ah! Then there was a shrill scream. Everyone looked over. The sales lady opened her eyes and looked at the situation in front of her with a look of shock. When Su Jiarong saw the eyes, the smug expression on her face froze instantly. How is this different from what they thought? It turned out that in front of them, Jiang Hao, who was about to be beaten in their imagination, was actually still standing there intact. Hao Jian, who was so aggressive and hit someone first just now, was lying on the ground not far away, covering his face and wailing. After a slight pause, Su Jiarong reacted. She pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of fear in her eyes. You're done? How dare you hit Mr. Hao? Having said that, she quickly ran to Hao Jian, who was lying on the ground, and helped him up. Brother Hao, are you okay? Are you okay? At this time, the sales lady hurried to Jiang Hao and said anxiously, Sir, please leave quickly, or you will be in trouble soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the sales lady in surprise. However, he did not listen to the sales lady's advice. This made the sales lady look anxious. At this time, Hao Jian was helped up. His face was full of anger. He covered his red cheek with one hand and pushed Su Jiarong away with the other hand. Chapter 141. Ignorance is not wrong, but you are ignorant and have no brains. Then he pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of madness in his eyes. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and he looked coldly at Hao Jian. Hao Jian was immediately frightened by the cold light in Jiang Hao's eyes and quickly took a few steps back. Then he felt ashamed. You just wait. As he said that, he took out his phone and prepared to call someone. At this time, the commotion here alarmed many people, and soon, the general manager of Hongrue Electronic Mall came running over with 5 or 6 security guards. What's going on here? As soon as the general manager arrived, he immediately asked. At this time, Su Jiarong stood up and complained first. She pointed at Jiang Hao with an indignant look on her face. Do you care? This poor boy has no money to buy a cell phone. Not only is he occupying a seat, he's even hitting people. At this time, Hao Jian, who was standing by, saw this and quickly spoke. Boss Wang, you take care of this matter. Look how this bastard hit me in the face. As he said this, he pointed at his own face. This couple was confusing right and wrong, but Jiang Hao did not refute them. However, at this time, the sales lady next to Jiang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. Just as she was about to stand up and explain the situation to their general manager, Jiang Hao grabbed her. At this time, the general manager frowned after hearing this and no longer had a good impression of Hao Jian. But when he saw Hao Jian covering his face, The balance in his heart still slightly leans towards Hao Jian. However, he is not stupid enough to just listen to one side of the story. Then he set his eyes on Jiang Hao, who was wearing simple clothes and carrying a cheap school bag. His good education prevented him from looking down on Jiang Hao because of his age and clothing. He asked politely, "Is that so, sir?" Jiang Hao glanced at the smug couple without further explanation. He took out a black gold diamond card from his pocket. Bang! Hit it on the glass counter. At this moment, General Manager Wang and Hao Jian's faces suddenly changed when they saw the black gold diamond card on the counter. General Manager Wang looked shocked. Hao Jian looked as if he had eaten shit, with an ugly expression on his face. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of regret. The black gold diamond card is not only a senior member of the Royal Bank of Country R, but also a symbol of status. How could he offend someone who owned this kind of card? If these people want to deal with him, they can easily bring him down. However, now that things have come to this, he can only find a way to beg for forgiveness from this young man. Just when Hao Jian was thinking about what method he should use to apologize to Jiang Hao so that Jiang Hao would let him go. At the side, the sales lady next to Jiang Hao sensitively noticed the change in expression of her general manager and Hao Jian when they saw the card. He immediately looked at the exquisite black, gold, and diamond card on the counter with surprise and curiosity. This card made her feel familiar, but she just couldn't remember it. However, Su Jiarong, who was beside Hao Jian, did not see the expressions of Hao Jian and the general manager when they saw the card. She didn't recognize the card either. Puff! He looked at the pretentious Jiang Hao and sneered. Poor bastard. Why are you still pretending at this time? Who are you trying to scare with a random gaming membership card? You little jerk. Shut up. Bang! Before Su Jiarong could finish her words, Hao Jian beside her shouted at her coldly, and then slapped her hard in the face. Chapter 142 Hao Jian, really cheap. Su Jiarong was stunned by the slap in the face by Hao Jian. Su Jiarong looked aggrieved as she looked at Hao Jian, who was staring at her angrily. Boss Hao, why did you hit me? At this moment, unexpectedly, the scene suddenly changed. Hao Jian ignored Su Jiarong's grievances and instead licked her face in the surprised eyes of everyone. Like a pug, he bowed and smiled as he came in front of Jiang Hao. Sir, I'm sorry. It's Hao who is too short-sighted. As he said that, he pulled the confused Su Jiarong over. Oh, and everything is her fault. It's all this crazy woman. At this moment, Hao Jian thought that if it weren't for this vain woman looking for trouble, he would not stand up for her and offend this big shot. The more Hao Jian thought about it, the angrier he got. He reached out and slapped Su Jiarong hard on the face again and shouted coldly, Bitch, hurry up and apologize to this gentleman and ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Su Jiarong was inexplicably slapped twice by Hao Jian, and she was immediately furious and was about to lose her temper. However, when her eyes met Hao Jian's eyes filled with cold light, she immediately reacted. I am just a powerless college student from the countryside, and Hao Jian has many leverage over me. Moreover, judging from Hao Jian's reversed attitude, the card that this poor boy took out might not be that simple. Even Hao Jian was so afraid of this man, let alone a helpless college student like himself. At this moment, Su Jiarong became more and more frightened the more she thought about it. She slapped herself in fear and apologized to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry. I'm the one who looks down on others. Jiang Hao watched all this coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. The sudden reversal of the scene surprised everyone, and they immediately started talking about it. Isn't that Mr. Hao Jian from Hongjiu Company? Sasaji, what is the identity of that young man? Fuck, wasn't that guy so arrogant just now? How come he's kneeling down and licking my boots in the blink of an eye? Jiang Hao's indifference made Hao Jian and Su Jiarong even more uneasy. Hao Jian glanced at Jiang Hao and finally seemed to have made some difficult decision. Thump! Hao Jian fell to his knees, his voice filled with tears. Sir, I have an 80-year-old mother at home and hungry children. Please be magnanimous and let us go. After saying this, Hao Jian began to kowtow. Seeing this, Su Jiarong knelt down quickly and followed suit. This scene made everyone laugh and cry. Jiang Hao was also disgusted by Hao Jian's exaggerated acting. He also didn't expect that the card Xue Zishi gave him was so useful. At this moment, Hao Jian realized that his acting did not impress Jiang Hao, and he suddenly became anxious. He crawled towards Jiang Hao and was about to hug Jiang Hao and give him a big push. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly stopped it. Stop, stop, stop. Hao Jian looked at Jiang Hao expectantly, and Jiang Hao looked at the couple with disgust. Put that shit away from me. I won't pursue this matter anymore, and please stop disgusting me. Take this woman and get out of here. When Hao Jian and Su Jiarong heard this, they were overjoyed and spoke immediately. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Afterwards, the two of them quickly stood up, walked through the crowd dejectedly, and disappeared. Jiang Hao looked at the direction the two people left and murmured, Hao Jian, you are really a jerk. Chapter 143, Disassembling the Cell Phone, 1,000 Miles Sound Transmission. The sales lady who was looking at Jiang Hao with admiration on the side also burst out laughing when she heard this. Jiang Hao heard the noise and turned to look at the sales lady. The sales lady immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Jiang Hao's eyes. At this time, the general manager also reacted and said respectfully, Excuse me, sir. We are extremely sorry for today's accident. So, today, sir, if you like any electronic product, we will give it to you for free as an apology from our Hongrue Electronics Mall. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the general manager in surprise and then said, No, I can still afford a few mobile phones. Okay, it's okay. Then, he looked at the sales lady next to him. Please introduce this phone to me. The general manager was also a smart man. He felt that he was not very popular with Jiang Hao, so he didn't want to make things difficult for himself. After hearing this, the sales lady finally calmed down and quickly introduced Jiang Hao. Sir, this Huawei phone has the latest facial recognition function, and while listening to the sales lady's introduction, Jiang Hao picked up one and started playing with it. However, as soon as he picked up a mobile phone, his body suddenly stiffened. Ding, a cell phone was found. Do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao was shocked and did not act rashly. I wonder what I will get after the phone is disassembled. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking to himself, he suddenly saw a computer on the counter next to him, and his eyes lit up. Since mobile phones can be disassembled, there shouldn't be any problem with computers, right? Then he pointed to the computer inside the counter and said to the sales lady, Please help me get that computer out so I can take a look. The sales lady showed no impatience at all. After taking out the computer for Jiang Hao, she began to introduce the computer to Jiang Hao professionally. After Jiang Hao took the computer from the sales lady, he smiled, because the system prompt sound came as expected and rang in his mind. After learning this, Jiang Hao no longer wanted to listen any further. Give me 3 of your best computers and 5 of those Huawei phones. I want to take them away. Jiang Hao interrupted the sales lady's introduction and spoke directly. The sales lady was also surprised when she heard Jiang Hao's needs. However, although he was surprised why Jiang Hao bought so much, he would not pry into other people's privacy. Besides, it's not like this gentleman can't afford it. So after realizing what was happening, the sales lady quickly went to get the things for Jiang Hao. In the end, Jiang Hao spent 46,000 yuan, carried a big bag of things, and left with the sales lady seeing him off. After returning home, Jiang Hao took 2 mobile phones and 2 computers and placed the rest in the living room. He took his things, ran to the bedroom, locked the door, and started his research. First, he took out the phone card from his newly retired old phone and started calling the system. The system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding, I found an old phone. Do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate at all. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the old machine one step further and obtaining the skill 1,000 miles sound transmission. Skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9. 1,000 miles sound transmission level 1. 0/10 literally meaning, no explanation needed. Decomposition is complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? Chapter 144. First test of 1,000 mile sound transmission technique, and then decomposition. After his old machine disintegrated, he actually gained this magical ability. Fuck, my system is so awesome. Jiang Hao was shocked. Jiang Hao was excited and spoke quickly. Extract fusion. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the skills merged into his body in an instant, and then the techniques of 1,000 mile sound transmission appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. Soon, after Jiang Hao accepted all the memories, his face was filled with excitement. Saushuria, this is indeed an immortal technique. When it is fully mastered, it can transmit sound to all the heavens and worlds. But is it true that there are so many worlds? Jiang Hao was a little confused. But soon, Jiang Hao put this question behind him. However, at present, this magic is only at level 1. and the sound transmission distance is only 100 meters. Jiang Hao is a little depressed. Luckily, I can use skill points to upgrade, and besides, the 100-meter distance is not useless. Thinking of this, the slight depression in Jiang Hao's heart also dissipated. It sounds so impressive, but I haven't tried it yet. After acquiring the new skill, Jiang Hao felt itchy and wanted to give it a try. As for the experimental subject, it was naturally Jiang Zixuan, who was studying at home. There was a hint of mischief in Jiang Hao's eyes, and then he activated the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique. Soon, a unique wave emanated from Jiang Hao. In the bedroom opposite, Jiang Zixuan was still studying peacefully, unaware that her bad brother was about to tease her. As she got to know her brother better and better, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. So, she had no choice but to study harder. Moreover, he is in his 3rd year of high school this year. With the college entrance examination over, the high school entrance examination is coming soon. She has no cheats, so she can only rely on her own efforts. Just then, a voice suddenly came into his ears, as if someone was calling her. Sisuan, Sisuan. Jiang Zixuan was a little confused, so he turned around and looked outside the door. When he found that there was no one there, he listened attentively. At this time, the voice sounded again. Zixuan, Zixuan, I am your brother. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan heard it clearly. Elder brother? This is her brother's voice. But she didn't hear any movement. Jiang Zixuan opened the bedroom door with some confusion and looked towards the hall. Brother, are you back? Jiang Hao didn't move. Zixuan, there are gifts I bought for you in the living room. Go pick them yourself? At this time, Jiang Hao's voice once again clearly reached Jiang Zixuan's ears. However, Jiang Zixuan couldn't tell where the sound came from. Gift. Soon, Jiang Zixuan found a pile of packaging boxes on the sofa in the living room. However, there was still no trace of Jiang Hao around. Brother, where are you? Jiang Zixuan's voice was trembling. After hearing this, Jiang Hao felt that he had enough fun teasing Jiang Zixuan. So he opened the bedroom door and stopped teasing Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan felt much more at ease when he saw Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao told Jiang Zixuan about it, and Jiang Zixuan took a computer and a mobile phone, then happily returned to the bedroom. Jiang Hao also went back to his bedroom to complete his great task. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the brand new Warwick mobile phone he had just bought. I've already disassembled a mobile phone. I wonder if I can get anything out of it if I disassemble it again. It was because of this consideration that he bought an extra mobile phone. When Jiang Hao took the brand new Warwick phone in his hand, the system notification sound rang again. Chapter 145, Decomposition, the Eye of Breaking the Law. Ding, a Huawei cell phone was found. Do you want to disassemble it? As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Hao hesitated, but finally he made up his mind. Breakdown? As Jiang Hao gave the order, the Warwick phone in his hand disappeared in an instant. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing and obtaining the skill Eye of Breaking Law, skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9, level 1 Eye of Breaking Laws, 0 out of 10 God-level people technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. Decomposition is complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? The system prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. However, at this time, Jiang Hao had been attracted by this new skill. The Eye of Breaking Laws? Isn't it amazing? No matter why he gained this skill by disassembling the Warwick mobile phone, Jiang Hao was still very excited. Extract fusion. The next moment, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a purple light, instantly adding endless mystery to Jiang Hao. But soon, the purple light disappeared, and Jiang Hao's eyes returned to normal. And everything that just happened seemed as if it had never happened. At this moment, as the skills merged into his body, Jiang Hao realized the power of the Eye of Breaking Laws. To break the law is to break through all disguises and see the true meaning of the world. The first thing Jiang Hao thought of when he learned about the function of the Eye of Breaking Law was gambling on stones and finding a bargain. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly took off a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his neck. He has been wearing this jade pendant since he was a child. His father said that it is an old item heirloomed in the family. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but he could use the Eye of Breaking Law to check it out. As Jiang Hao activated the Eye of Breaking Laws, it seemed as if time was flowing backwards. All the experiences of this dragon-shaped jade pendant appeared in his mind. Everything played out in his mind like a movie playing in rapid reverse. from modern times to the Republic of China, to the Qing dynasty, to the Ming dynasty. Right here, for some reason, the picture suddenly came to an abrupt end. However, after seeing these, Jiang Hao can at least be sure that this jade pendant is indeed an old item. As for why the picture suddenly cut off, perhaps it was because the level of the Eye of Breaking Law was not high enough. After all, the Eye of Breaking Laws is only at level 1 now. At this time, Jiang Hao saw that it only took 10 skill points to upgrade to the second level of the Eye of Breaking Laws. And he still has 10 skill points? System. Upgrade the Eye of Breaking Law to level 2. As Jiang Hao gave the order, the system prompt sounded instantly. Ding! 10 skill points have been deducted successfully, and the Eye of Breaking Law has been upgraded successfully. Level 2 Eye of Breaking Laws, 0 out of 100 God-level pupil technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. After the Eye of Breaking Laws was upgraded, Jiang Hao used the Eye of Breaking Laws again to look at the jade pendant. Sure enough, this time the scene goes all the way back to the Song dynasty and stops on a plain-looking stone in the hands of a master sculptor. Although it sounds like it takes a long time, it actually only takes a few seconds. At this moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Eye of Breaking Laws. He happily looked for things to experiment with, until Jiang's father and mother arrived, and then Jiang Hao gave up. After dinner, Jiang Hao gave the other 2 mobile phones to his parents, and took away all the degraded mobile phones of his parents and Jiang Zixuan. He said that he wanted to save the phone and exchange it for money, but in reality he was disassembling it and was somewhat addicted to it. Chapter 146 Another Skill. Super hearing, Mr. Jiang is really an immortal. By disassembling 2 mobile phones, he gained 2 amazing skills. Naturally, he had to try it and see if he could get any other results by breaking it down further. However, this time Jiang Hao was not as lucky as the previous 2 times. 3 mobile phones, an old computer, and only 1 mobile phone succeeded by chance again. Gain another powerful skill. Level 1 Super Ear, 0/10, you can know everything about the world while sitting at home. This made Jiang Hao ecstatic again. Later, after being tested by Jiang Hao, it was found that a level 1 clairaudient could only hear within 100 meters. However, what made him even happier was that his skill of transmitting sound over a long distance worked perfectly with his skill of hearing ears. It would be even better if he could acquire another skill called clairvoyance. However, this is just something he can think about. Afterwards, he spent 20 skill points to upgrade the 1,000-mile sound transmission and super ear skills to level 2. And then he stopped. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Hao prepared to go to a nearby antique street to try to use his Eye of Breaking Law to see if he could find a bargain. However, just as he was about to go out, Xue Zixi rushed over. This was the first time Jiang Hao saw Xue Zixi so uneasy. As soon as Xue Zixi arrived, she stared at Jiang Hao closely, as if there was a flower on Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao naturally knew that Xue Zixi must have been frightened by the rapid growth of the mutated vegetables. After a long time, Xue Zixi finally reacted. She looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal." She is not exaggerating. Her accelerated growth is simply too unbelievable. At this time, Jiang Hao heard this and smiled without saying anything. Soon, Xue Zixi told the purpose of her trip. She agreed to the conditions proposed by Jiang Hao and purchased 2 kilograms of each of the 5 mutant vegetable species at a price of 8 million per kilogram. However, Jiang Hao said that the seeds were not enough at the moment, and he needed time. And Xue Zixi also expressed her willingness to wait. So, the 2 sides reached an agreement to complete the transaction 1 month later. Xue Zixi also paid half of the deposit first. Jiang Hao earned another 40 million. After sending Xue Zixi away, Jiang Hao began to think about how to collect these 10 kilograms of mutant seeds. If he bought up these 5 kinds of vegetables in large quantities in Tiana City, Xue Zixi would definitely be suspicious. So, he plans to go out of town for a visit after a while. Now he continues to complete his schedule and pick up bargains. After going out, Jiang Hao took the bus to the antique street. Due to the speed of the bus, the journey, which was not very long, actually took nearly an hour. Therefore, Jiang Hao considered learning to drive, getting a driver's license, and buying a car to get around in the future. It was an hour's journey, and it was so boring sitting in the car. Squeak. After passing another station, the car stopped again. At this time, a mother holding a little girl got on the bus, but the little girl kept crying for some reason. so the mother had to keep coaxing her. Since the bus's final stop is the train station, there are a lot of people on the bus. Now there were no seats at all, and the mother had to stand holding her crying child. Zhang Hao got the car earlier, so he had a seat. Many people around were disturbed by the crying little girl. Some people frowned, took a look, and then showed no concern. When Zhang Hao saw this scene, he stood up even though he still had a long way to go. Chapter 147. Giving up his seat to the traffickers. The eye of breaking the law performs a miracle. Big sister, please sit here with me. The child is crying. Zhang Hao stood up and spoke to the young mother with a smile. Upon hearing this, the mother turned around and looked at Zhang Hao with gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Then the mother sat down with the child in her arms. However, the little girl didn't know what was wrong and kept crying. There were already a lot of people on the bus, and it was very hot in June. When the child cries, the whole carriage becomes very stuffy. Many people were upset by the noise and frowned when looking at the children. Zhang Hao stood by and watched the mother holding the child and coaxing her in a soft voice. But the child was still crying very sadly. However, the next scene made Zhang Hao feel something was wrong. The child was crying nonstop, which made people sad and cry. When Zhang Hao's eyes fell on the mother's face, he found that the mother seemed to be a little impatient with the child and looked at the crying little girl with disgust. Then he saw the mother took out a lollipop from her pocket, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it directly into the little girl's mouth. Zhang Hao frowned immediately when he saw this scene. This made him doubt whether the child was her own. Not only can she not coax her own child, she also despises her own child. Even her last action does not seem like that of a mother. As Zhang Hao's attention focused more on this mother, he suddenly realized that the way the mother held her child looked very awkward. Also, he found that one of the little girl's feet was bare, and she didn't even know when her shoe was lost. What's more, the little girl's pants fell down, but the mother didn't react at all. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was a little puzzled. Is there such a careless and clumsy mother? At this moment, he suddenly remembered a report he saw on the internet not long ago. It is said that human traffickers are rampant recently, committing many crimes everywhere. They have recently moved to Tiana City. The report asks everyone to pay attention. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao suddenly woke up. I won't run into human traffickers, will I? At this time, when Zhang Hao's eyes fell on the little girl, he found that the little girl stopped crying after eating the candy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao said secretly, "Am I wrong? Maybe this is the mother's way of coaxing her child." Zhang Hao looked at it calmly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his eye of breaking laws. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and then he stared at the strange mother and daughter and used the eye of breaking law. In an instant, scenes appeared in his mind. Nothing was wrong at first. The mother held the little girl. However, soon a picture appeared. The child's mother in the picture suddenly changed and was not the current one. A mother carried her little girl into a barber shop. While the mother was doing her hair, the little girl walked out by herself, staggering. At this time, the mother who was holding the little girl saw this scene from not far away and quickly came to the side of the little girl. She was holding a lollipop, enticing the little girl to follow her. After the little girl caught up and walked for a distance, the woman looked back and found that no one was paying attention to her. Then he quickly came to the little girl, gave her the candy, picked her up, and ran away. Seeing this, Zhang Hao knew that his guess was absolutely correct. He actually gave up his seat to the human trafficker. Chapter 148, I want to report that there is a human trafficker next to me. When Zhang Hao thought of this, he felt a toothache. What should I do now? Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask himself, if I take action now, I can take the little girl back from this woman. Then I might be misunderstood by other people, which would be embarrassing. It seems that I can't take her by force unless it's absolutely necessary. Anyway, she's by my side, so there's no need to panic. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's brain started working at high speed, and he began to think of a solution. At this time, a pair of soldiers were on duty next to the traffic light at the intersection ahead. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the red light came on, and the bus Zhang Hao was on had to stop. At this time, Zhang Hao's bus was only 60 or 70 meters away from the team of soldiers on duty. When the woman trafficker next to Zhang Hao saw the soldier on duty, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Zhang Hao glanced at the woman trafficker, sitting on the seat calmly, and at the same time activated the skill of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles. Suddenly, a special wave emanated from Jiang Chen's mouth, and went towards the team of soldiers on duty. Masayoshi-san is working meticulously with his soldiers. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears. "Brother Bing, there's a woman trafficker on the bus at the intersection on your left. She was holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old and sitting in the third seat on the left. The child's name is Xiaobei. Come and take her away." "Who?" Masayoshi-san asked back the next question. Then he looked around in confusion, as if looking for something, but he found nothing. At this time, Masayoshi-san subconsciously looked at the bus not far away. The soldiers behind him all had strange expressions on their faces and spoke out. "Squad leader, did you hear that too?" As soon as Xiao Wang opened his mouth, everyone else was shocked. "Report to the squad leader. I heard it too. I heard someone say there were human traffickers on the bus." "Squad leader, do you want to take a look?" Masayoshi-san was still a little hesitant at first, but since so many brothers heard it, it couldn't be an hallucination. As for whether what the voice just said was true or not, Masayoshi-san thought it was true. However, no matter whether it is true or not, he must investigate it. Otherwise, he will be uneasy. At this time, Masayoshi-san gave the order. "Wang Shorin, arrive. Direct that bus to pull over and be inspected." "Yes." "Everyone else, follow me up to check." "Yes." As expected of China's well-trained soldiers, they follow orders promptly and everything is done without any delay. Wang Shorin ran to the bus and gestured for it to stop. Although the bus driver was puzzled, he still did it. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. Jiang Hao listened to everything that happened between son Masayoshi and Wang Shorin. As for the human trafficker next to Jiang Hao, his face suddenly froze when he saw this situation, and he became even more uneasy. The other people in the car were noisy, surprised, confused, etc., with different expressions. At this time, Masayoshi-san brought his men over and knocked on the car door. The driver understood and opened the door. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Masayoshi-san led his people into the car. "Excuse me, we are on a mission. Everyone please show your ID card for inspection." Although everyone had many doubts, they still started looking for their ID cards. Soon, the soldiers began to check one by one, and Masayoshi-san personally began to check the row on the left. Chapter 149 Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. The woman trafficker next to Jiang Hao saw this and became nervous. He started to touch himself in panic. At this time, son Masayoshi saw the opportunity and came to the woman trafficker. Before the woman trafficker could react, he reached out and picked up the little girl sitting on her lap. The woman trafficker only felt a lightness on his legs, and then a surprised voice was heard after the next group of people hurriedly stretched out their hands. "Hey Xiaobei, why are you here?" Hearing this voice, the woman trafficker trembled all over and his face turned pale. When she slowly raised her head, she saw son Masayoshi holding the little girl in surprise, and Xiaobei was not crying or making a fuss. The woman trafficker's expression froze, but soon she reacted and immediately lowered her head. At this moment, son Masayoshi's eyes suddenly fell on the woman trafficker, and he spoke with a hint of doubt in his tone. "Hey, who are you? Why are you bringing Xiaobei with you?" The woman trafficker immediately looked up with a smile on his face. He was a little scared and even stuttered. Iam Xiaobei's nene. Nanny, but I didn't hear my sister hire a babysitter?" At this moment, Masayoshi-san seemed to be possessed by a drama spirit, acting as if it were real. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire him. The woman trafficker was stunned when she heard this, but she reacted pretty quickly. "Oh, I just got here these few days." "Oh." Masayoshi-san looked as if he understood everything. "I see. Where's your ID?" However, the woman trafficker searched her body for a long time, but still couldn't find her ID card. Sorry, I forgot to bring my ID card when I went out." The woman trafficker smiled apologetically. Upon hearing this, Masayoshi's son frowned. Are you really Xiaobei's nanny?" The woman trafficker froze for a moment, and at this moment, son Masayoshi suddenly pointed at the woman trafficker and asked Xiaobei in his arms. "Xiaobei, do you know her?" This time, the terrible woman trafficker was frightened. Without waiting for the little girl to answer, the woman trafficker seized the opportunity, pushed son Masayoshi away, and ran towards the back door. However, she never expected that a group of soldiers had been waiting for her outside the back door for a long time. The moment she rushed down, a soldier beside her grabbed her arm and pinned her to the ground. Then the screams of the woman traffickers and the scolding of the soldiers were heard outside. Behave yourself. By this point, Masayoshi-san was 100% certain that this person was indeed a human trafficker. At this moment, he became even more curious about the owner of the voice that had just tipped them off. All this happened in a flash, and when everyone reacted, they were all shocked. Fuck, what happened? What's going on? Suddenly the car was in chaos. Helpless, Masayoshi-san had to explain. Everyone be quiet. Just now, we received a report that there were human traffickers in this car. So we conducted an emergency inspection. Well, now the person has been caught. Now, I'm here to apologize to everyone for wasting your time. At this time, after Masayoshi-san explained the reason, there were bursts of exclamations. Hiss, human trafficker? Sassafras. I haven't figured it out yet. Then, thunderous applause broke out throughout the car. When Jianghao saw this scene, he smiled faintly. And no one knows that the unsung hero is right next to them. Chapter 150. Pick up a bargain. Pick up a bargain. There is really a bargain to be picked up. Masayoshi-san called the police, and soon the police took the man away, and the episode ended there. After this little episode, Jianghao arrived at his destination soon. After getting off the car, Jianghao walked into the antique street. Everything around the antique street imitates ancient architecture. As a feature of Tiana City, this place is very lively and has many tourists. Jianghao also looked around. Hey, take a look. The blue and white porcelain handed down from our ancestors is for sale at a low price. Jianghao happened to pass by, took a casual look, and was suddenly speechless. That's blue and white porcelain. It's just a modern handicraft, and it's new. Even without opening his eye of breaking laws, he could tell it was a fake. Shaking his head helplessly, Jianghao could only look around aimlessly. At this time, there was a noise coming from the front. Jianghao looked up and saw some people gathered in front, seemingly arguing about something. Jianghao was a little curious, so he moved closer. Then he saw a young man arguing with a stall owner over a very ancient tiger talisman. Through the descriptions of the people around him, Jianghao learned that the young man was also here to pick up something good just like him. The young man saw the tiger talisman from the stall owner. He thought it was real and bought it for 50,000 yuan. However, when he took it to an expert for appraisal, the expert said it was a fake and not worth even $100. Later, the man realized that he had suffered a great loss and actually asked for a refund. As for antiques, once they are sold, there is no reason to return them. So, the two of them started arguing. At this time, Jianghao looked at the shape of the tiger talisman, and the material it was made of was very simple and ancient. Judging from the appearance, he felt that this should be true. However, he also knew that current aging technology was very powerful, but it was not enough to rely on this alone to determine authenticity. As for asking him to make judgments like an expert based on knowledge and experience, he doesn't have that ability, but he has the eyes that can break the law. So, Jianghao stared at the tiger talisman and used the eye of breaking law. After the eye of breaking law was opened, a large number of images quickly appeared in Jianghao's mind. This quick tiger talisman has a very rich experience and has passed through the hands of many people. Until the background of the picture in his mind changed from the present to the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and the hands of a great general of the Han dynasty. Jianghao was suddenly awakened. He couldn't help but shout out in his heart, "Fuck, this is actually true." Suddenly, Jianghao felt delighted when he saw the young man who was determined to return the goods. "Brother, since you don't want it, then I'll take it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Jianghao was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. At this time, Jianghao squeezed into the crowd, pretended to be curious, and looked at the pair of tiger talismans in the young man's hand, and then spoke. "Brother, don't you want this anymore?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned around and looked at Jianghao with a frown. "Why? Boy, you want to buy this?" Then, he took a look at Jianghao, who was wearing cheap sportswear and had a childish face, and immediately looked down on him. "But, can you afford it?" Jianghao was not angry. He pretended to be shy and said stubbornly with his head down, "Brother, how much are you willing to buy it for me?" At this time, the people around Lao Jianghao were so stubborn and seemed to have real intention of buying it. So immediately a kind-hearted person quickly spoke up to remind him, "Kid, that's fake. The experts have confirmed it. Don't buy it." Chapter 151 full of tricks. Who is stupid? Upon hearing this, Jianghao immediately pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I see. Then I won't buy it." Having said that, Jianghao was about to stand up, and leave. But I still like them so much. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at the tiger talisman in the young man's hand with longing. When the young man heard this, he suddenly had an idea. It's all my fault that I was blind and bought a fake product, and now the stall owner won't accept a refund. However, since this silly kid likes it so much, I might as well sell it to him. This way, at least I can recover some of my losses. Although this sucker doesn't seem to have much money, he is really stupid. At this moment, it seemed that he had regarded Jiang Hao as a sucker. So, how could he let this sucker get away like this? He quickly stood up and grabbed Jiang Hao. At the same time, he fiercely scolded the kind-hearted person who reminded Jiang Hao. What are you talking about? This is an heirloom from my ancestors. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Then he turned his gaze back to Jiang Hao and asked nervously, Hey kid, how much can you offer? If the price is right, I can buy it for you. At this time, the people around looked at the young man strangely. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched when he heard this. Oh, MP. I was just asking the stall owner to return the goods, but how come it suddenly becomes an old heirloom? You are such a bad old man. However, since you tricked me first, I won't have any psychological burden if I trick you. At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart was filled with joy, but on the surface, he remained calm and pretended to be confused and stupid. Jiang Hao looked very shy, lowered his head, and stretched out 2 fingers. When the young man saw the 2 fingers Jiang Hao stretched out, he was stunned and said uncertainly, 20,000? Although it's a little less, since you like it, I will be kind enough to sell it to you for 20,000. The young man looked heartbroken on the surface, but in fact, he was very happy. You know, the expert he found said that this was a complete fake and not worth even $100. Although he spent 50,000 yuan when he bought it and now sells it for 20,000 yuan, he suffered a loss, but at least he can get back 20,000 yuan. So he doesn't feel so heartbroken. Here is this for you. Do you want to pay in cash, or by Zafubo, or by WeChat transfer? The young man was afraid that Jiang Hao would go back on his word. The people around were warned by the young man and stopped interfering in other people's business, but just watched the fun. However, at this time, Jiang Hao did not take the tiger talisman handed over by the young man. The young man is still a little confused. At this time, Jiang Hao still lowered his head and spoke timidly. Hey, big brother, I only want 2,000 yuan, not 20,000. When the young man heard this, his eyes widened immediately. What? 2,000? However, soon, he looked at Jiang Hao's dress and his childish face, and he immediately understood. He was indeed delusional just now. How could a student just take out 20,000 yuan? The young man comforted himself with a painful look on his face. But 2,000 is 2,000. At least I can make some money back. On the surface, the young man looked very embarrassed. These 2,000 are too little, right? This is an old item passed down from my ancestors. How about you add some more? Add some more, and I'll buy you. Chapter 152 Oscar owes me a little golden statue. Jiang Hao had already seen through the young man's thoughts. I don't trust you. However, when acting, you have to act the whole thing. So Jiang Hao pretended to be eager and took a look at the tiger talisman in the young man's hand. Then he gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and took out 2 more pieces from his body. Then he took off his backpack, reached into it, and pretended to take out money. In fact, his money was in the system space, and putting his hand into the backpack was just a cover. Soon, Jiang Hao took out a stack of money from his backpack, and then he held 2,000 yuan in one hand and 2 yuan in the other. Brother, this is all I have. The young man looked at the money in Jiang Hao's hands, and his mouth twitched suddenly. It's just $2. Why do you have to make such a big decision? Oh, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. The young man handed over the tiger talisman in his hand with a look of disgust, and then reached out to snatch the 2,000 yuan that Jiang Hao took out. All right. 2,000 is 2,000. After saying that, he started counting the money. Jiang Hao took the tiger talisman that the young man stuffed into his hand, and was secretly happy in his heart. People around saw this scene. Some were surprised, some shook their heads, and some looked at Jiang Hao as if he was a fool. Sasa, this kid actually bought it. The young man didn't listen to my advice and said it was fake. Well, $2,000 to teach him a lesson, so that he can know the dangers of society. Alas, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Everyone was talking about it, and no one was optimistic about Jiang Hao. After all, even the experts have confirmed it, so there will naturally be no mistakes. Soon, the young man counted the bills and found that there were exactly 2,000, and there was no problem with the money. Then, Fearing that Jiang Hao would go back on his word, he hurriedly said, "Boy, let's settle the matter now. I won't return the goods." Then he turned and left. However, he soon came back and took the $2 from Jiang Hao's hand, still muttering, "Well, mosquito legs are also meat. We can't waste them." The young man took the money and ran away. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Hao was holding the 2 tiger talismans in his mobile phone, looking at the direction where the young man left, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of arc. Jiang Hao was in a very good mood after buying a pair of tiger seals from the Han Dynasty for 2,000 yuan. It's so cool to find a bargain. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Jiang Hao put away the tiger talisman and prepared to look around to see if there were any other good things buried. And at this moment, a voice suddenly came. "Little brother, wait." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around and saw that it was an old man in a Zhongshan suit, with a tall and strong man following behind him. When other people around heard the noise, they all looked over. When they saw the old man, they were immediately surprised. "Wow, it's Director Feng. Isn't this Director Feng from the Tiana City Museum? I've met him several times. I've seen him too. Today is Wednesday. Yes, he comes here every Wednesday." It seems that this old man is very famous. Many people actually know him. Jiang Hao looked at the old man in confusion. At this time, the old man came to Jiang Hao and smiled. "Little guy, can I have a look at your pair of tiger talismans?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood that this person wanted to take his tiger talisman. Chapter 153, You Are Such a Bad Old Man. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke up and refused righteously, leaving no room for negotiation. Cannot. It's not like he didn't hear what the people around him were saying. This old man was definitely not an ordinary person. Jiang Hao's refusal was so straightforward that Feng Engshi was surprised. The young man just now was not like that. Jiang Hao simply refused, which surprised everyone around him. Sasa, he actually rejected Director Feng. Isn't this a fool? Maybe he doesn't know Director Feng? The discussions of people around him did not affect Jiang Hao. In fact, Jiang Hao really didn't know this Director Feng. Moreover, he had no intention of interacting with this poor student, Director Feng, so naturally he would not care about these things. At this time, Feng Engshi also responded. Although he was rejected by Jiang Hao, he did not feel dissatisfied and still had a smile on his face. "It's better not to watch it. Well, I just saw the pair of tiger amulets you bought for $2,000. Now I'm willing to pay $3,000. Can you buy it for me? Look, you didn't do anything, but you made $1,000 more." "How great!" Feng Engshi seriously settled the account with Jiang Hao. "I thought that an extra 1,000 yuan would surely make this shy child excited." In fact, he had been here for a while and saw everything that just happened. He also saw that the pair of tiger talismans were not simple, but he was too famous and everyone around him knew him. If he had made a move at that time, the young man would definitely be suspicious, and the price would probably not be too low by then. On the contrary, this kid looks shy and stupid, and he should be a newbie, so he is easier to get along with. That's why he didn't make a move. He wanted to wait until Jiang Hao bought it, and then buy it from Jiang Hao. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Hao's shyness just now was all pretended, and Jiang Hao knew the details of the pair of tiger talismans better than he did. At this time, Feng Engshi looked at Jiang Hao with hope. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Engshi and immediately revealed a sarcastic smile, then spoke. "You are such a bad old man." Feng Engshi stiffened when he heard this. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke again. "Do you think I'm stupid? Can I buy a pair of Western Han Dynasty tiger talismans for 3,000 yuan? How about I give you $3,000 and you give me a pair of tiger talismans?" After saying that, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Engshi with contempt, then turned around and left under the stunned and astonished gaze of everyone. "What? That's a tiger talisman from the Western Han Dynasty? Fuck. No wonder Master Feng took action. I seem to understand something. Sasa, could it be that the pair of tiger talismans are real?" Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Engshi's face. Feng Engshi reacted and looked in the direction where Jiang Hao left, feeling suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the young man had actually realized from the very beginning that it was the real thing, and his shy look just now was just an act. Then Feng Engshi was shocked and heartbroken at the same time. What was shocking was that even he could only see that the tiger talisman should be real, but the young man actually knew the origin of the tiger talisman. At this time, Feng Engshi looked at the gossip in everyone's eyes and then smiled. "I am too greedy. That young man is right. The pair of tiger talismans are actually real. It is worth at least tens of millions, or even priceless. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around took a deep breath. Hiss. What? At least tens of millions? Or even priceless? The people around were stunned. Chapter 154, Who is the Smart One? Jiang Hao is being targeted. They just called Jiang Hao a fool, but it turns out that he was the only smart guy. At this time, the one who regretted the most was the stall owner. He regrets it so much. That was originally his thing. However, the stall owner felt a little better when he thought that there were people who were worse off than himself. If that young man knew that what he sold for 2,000 yuan was worth at least tens of millions, I wonder what his expression would be? Feng Ungshi looked at Jiang Hao's departing back, his eyes full of regret. At the same time, I'm also curious about Jiang Hao. How did he know that? However, no one could tell him the answer. Jiang Hao left, unaware of everyone's discussions. After an afternoon, Jiang Hao gained some benefits. A Ming Dynasty painting, an ancient fan, an ancient Tang Dynasty coin, and a pair of tiger talismans. After not getting any big gains, Jiang Hao prepared to take his things home. In fact, the main reason was that he bought a pair of tiger talismans worth at least tens of millions for 2,000 yuan. And this news was completely spread. It is already difficult for him to find bargains here. And another reason is that he is being targeted. That's right, he was being targeted. The target is the pair of tiger talismans on his body. It's worth at least tens of millions. It's worth the risk. When Jiang Hao stood up from a small stall, he glanced vaguely at the corner behind him. There were 4 people there staring at him closely. The moment Jiang Hao stood up, they withdrew their gazes. This situation made Jiang Hao think of the plot in the movie. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. I never thought that I would encounter such a situation one day. Jiang Hao turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing this, the 4 people in the corner behind him looked at each other and then hurriedly followed. Although some people noticed this scene, they just shook their heads. The people from Luyan society arrived really quickly. Now, that young man can only wish for the best. Who said it wasn't true? You got the tiger talismans at a bargain price, but you still don't want to leave. You dare to stay here. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Several old men looked at the direction where Jiang Hao left and shook their heads. They could foresee that next the young man would either have his tiger talisman taken away or be beaten to a pulp. Compared to the powerful Luyan society, no one is optimistic about Jiang Hao, who has no background. Jiang Hao walked out of the antique street without any strange expression and walked towards the less crowded places while investigating. The 4 people behind him were confused. Brothers, do you feel something is wrong? Why does he choose to walk in places with few people? Brother, isn't this better? No one will disturb us while we're doing our work. Hearing this, the 4 of them followed without any suspicion. Soon, Jiang Hao turned around and turned into an alley. This should be a demolition area, and there was no one around, so Jiang Hao stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 young men who were following him with a smile on his face. The 4 of them looked at each other, and one of them spoke. Boy, it turns out you've discovered us a long time ago, but you didn't run away and brought us here. It seems you are afraid. In that case, just hand over all the valuables on you to me. Maybe if Grandpa is happy, he will let you go. Otherwise, at this point, the other 3 understood and each took out a baton from their bodies. The 4 of them swung their hands hard, stared at Jiang Hao with gloomy eyes, and snorted coldly. Snort! Chapter 155, listen to you, don't I, Jiang Hao, have any face? However, in such a situation, Jiang Chimian was not at all afraid. You asked me to let it go, so I let it go? Don't you think I have any dignity? A bunch of idiots, Jiang Hao said with a sarcastic look on his face. The 4 people were instantly enraged. Court death. With a low shout, 4 men rushed forward with batons in their hands and smashed towards Jiang Hao. In this situation, Jiang Hao did not move at all. Seeing this scene, the 4 people thought that Jiang Hao was frightened by them and immediately showed a ferocious smile. However, just when the 4 men's batons were about to hit Jiang Hao, they suddenly saw Jiang Hao facing them and smiling. The next moment, they only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they felt as if they were hit by a speeding train. The 4 of them widened their eyes, looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, and flew backwards. Bang! Ah! There were the sounds of 4 people falling to the ground one after another, followed by a scream. Jiang Chun picked up a baton and walked over step by step. The four of them held their stomachs, unable to even make a sound due to the pain. At this time, Jiang Hao's footsteps were like the sound of death, stimulating their hearts. The four of them looked up and saw Jiang Hao looking down at them with a baton in his hand and an evil smile on his face. They were so frightened that they were shaking all over. What do you want to do? I am from Luyin Society. Jiang Hao didn't care at all when he heard that. Luyin Society? Never heard of it. I don't want to do anything. I just want to break your legs. After saying that, in front of the four people's horrified eyes, he raised his stick and swung it down. Ah! Following a few heart-wrenching screams, the four men fainted. Looking at the four people who had fainted, Jiang Hao shook his head. You're really weak. Afterwards, he disassembled the weapon in his hand and got nothing. He had no regrets and turned and left. The four people were not discovered until the evening, when someone accidentally passed by and called the police. And all this is now a thing of the past. When Jiang Hao returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. The family sat together warmly, ate the meal, and then went about their own business. Jiang Hao found many books about antique identification and started reading. After all, although he has the eye of breaking laws that can restore the truth of many things, he has to pick them up one by one to use the eye of breaking laws. The process is quite troublesome. However, once he has a certain ability to identify antiques, he can easily eliminate a large number of fakes. This way, he will feel much more relaxed. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Jiang Hao woke up and had just finished breakfast when his cell phone rang. Who could it be at this time? Jiang Hao was puzzled and took the phone to take a look. It turned out to be the fat kid. Jiang Hao answered the phone. Little fatty, what's the matter? At this time, the unique voice of the fat boy came from the other end of the phone. Class monitor, now that we have graduated, everyone will go their separate ways. Other classes are organizing reunions. Look, Jiang Hao was a little surprised when he heard this. So early. At this time, the complaining voice of Xiaoping Tongxie came from the other end of the phone. My class monitor, if we don't organize now, will we wait until the results come out? Once the results came out, some people didn't do well in the exam. How could they still have the mood to organize this? When Jiang Hao heard this, he felt that it was right. Not everyone was like him. Chapter 156 Mad Dog Attacks People, Extreme Dog Lovers. Okay, I'll post an announcement in the group and ask for everyone's opinions. Afterwards, Jiang Hao hung up the phone and tagged everyone in the class group and said something. Soon, most people came forward and agreed to this matter. After all, we are all going our separate ways soon, and we may not see each other very often in the future, so it might be a good opportunity to get together. Then, based on the principle of minority obeying the majority, the time was set at 4 p.m., and the gathering was at the entrance of the Hongda Hotel. As the squad leader, Jiang Hao has to go to the Hongda Hotel in advance to reserve a seat. However, Jiang Hao was still there, and he planned to take a break before going again. So he sat on the sofa and browsed the web casually. At this time, he saw a report. It's about a dog attacking a person, and the incident happened right in their Tiana city. According to the report, a young mother was picking up her child from school and met a young man walking with two dogs on the way. Everything was fine at first, but unexpectedly, the two dogs went crazy, broke free from their restraints, and threw the mother and child to the ground. The man yelled twice, but the two mad dogs ignored him and attacked others crazily. The man was so scared that he ran away. Fortunately, they were encountered by a police officer on duty, who worked hard to drive away the two dogs and rescued the mother and child. However, both mother and child suffered varying degrees of injuries. Now, the whereabouts of the two mad dogs are unknown. The report reminds people to be careful when going out. They called the police immediately after discovering the incident, and the staff really captured and killed those two mad dogs. However, even in the previous report, in the comments below his post, there was a group of people claiming to be dog lovers who were still defending the two dogs. Those two idiots must have provoked the cute dogs. Otherwise, why would two cute dogs attack them? Fuck, a bunch of farmers. You still have the nerve to come to the hospital. You are worse than dogs. Damn it. Puppies are so cute. How dare you hit them? Tomorrow I will go to your door and give you 2 wreaths. Some people even plan to conduct a human flesh search for the police officer who fought off the 2 vicious dogs. All the insults made Jiang Hao very angry. There have been many incidents of dogs attacking people, and some extreme dog lovers have even committed all kinds of unimaginable extreme behaviors. The more Jiang Hao watched, the angrier he became. He immediately turned off his phone. Out of sight, out of mind. However, these two mad dogs have not been caught yet, and Jiang Hao is a little worried about his family. Then he called his parents and told them to be careful. At the same time, he also sent a text message to Jiang Zixuan, asking him to take a bus home after school and not to stay on the road. After I reminded my family, it was already past 10 o'clock. Jiang Hao packed up his things and prepared to go to the Hongda Hotel to reserve a table in advance. Jiang Hao booked a table and came out of the Hongda Hotel. It was almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao was ready to go home, but he was a little worried about Jiang Zixuan. It just so happened that this place was not far from Jiang Zixuan's school. So Jiang Hao turned and headed towards Jiang Zixuan's school. When I arrived at the gate of Jiang Zixuan's school, it was not yet 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao had no choice but to stand outside and wait. Jiang Hao, standing outside, looked around bored. Suddenly, Jiang Hao looked up and stared at two fat dogs, one white and one black, in the distance. Aren't those the two dogs in the report? Soon, the two dogs ran into an alley and disappeared. Jiang Hao became alert and quickly followed. Chapter 157. The Power of Level 3 Insect Taming Technique, Li Xian's Hatred. Jiang Hao went into the alley, following the traces of the two mad dogs. Turning left and right, he saw the two mad dogs entering a house. When the two mad dogs went in, the door of that house was immediately closed. At this moment, when Jiang Hao used his skill of hearing ears, he heard a shocking conversation. This made Jiang Hao's face as cold as the coldest day of winter. Aunt, Ping Ping, and Nen have returned to the old house. Ah, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Hurry up and send some steaks to my two poor sons. Don't let them starve. Don't let Ping and Nen go out for the time being. Those bastards are looking for my son everywhere. It's all the fault of those three idiots. Otherwise, why would my son have to suffer like this? Damn rubbish. Why don't you just die? Such vicious words made Jiang Hao think of those extreme dog lovers in the report he read in the morning. Is this the extreme dog lover? Not worthy of being a human being. Jiang Hao's face was grim. He looked at that family and murmured, "Since you love them so much, I want to see how much they love you." Jiang Hao closed his eyes and activated the insect controlling technique. In an instant, a rustling sound appeared around Jiang Hao. Afterwards, tens of thousands of insects of various kinds gathered from all directions and turned into a frenzy. These tens of thousands of insects of various kinds seemed to be organized and had a purpose, and they all headed towards that house. Vuif, vuif, vuif. At this time, the two mad dogs seemed to sense the danger and started barking wildly. The resident was still unaware of the danger as he watched the two big fat dogs barking. He even tried to comfort the mad dog with a concerned look on his face. Ping Ping, what happened to you? Are you hungry? Come and eat. This is the beef we just bought. At this time, the swarm of insects had already penetrated into the family's house through the gaps everywhere. Then a shrill scream was heard. Ah! Why are there so many bugs? Ping Ping. After a long time, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, looked at the place where the heart-wrenching screams came from, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then Jiang Hao turned and left. The third-level insect controlling technique makes every insect he controls become his eyes. Under the siege of tens of thousands of insects, the two mad dogs were stimulated. Their madness relapsed instantly. They attacked their owner without recognizing any relatives. Because the door was locked, the two mad dogs could not escape. In the end, the two mad dogs would be buried in the small insect tide created by Jiang Hao. As for that vicious family of extreme dog lovers, Jiang Hao did not take their lives, but they all received certain punishments. Such a result can be considered a perfection. Jiang Hao returned from the alley, and Jiang Zixuan had already gone home from school, so Jiang Hao had to go home alone. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Hongda Hotel, and the other students from Class 8 of Grade 3 followed closely. Because Jiang Hao had reserved a table in the morning, the group of friends took their seats one by one. After the meal, the kids gave each other blessings one by one. Jiang Hao was also very happy and sent his blessings to his group of friends one after another. Everyone seemed very happy. However, in a corner, Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao, who was in the center of the crowd and was in high spirits. Li Xian's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Originally, he should have been the one standing there today. Chapter 158. Unkind, borrowing a knife to kill. It's all Jiang Hao's fault. It's all his fault. Originally, everything should belong to me. I am the center of attention. Li Xian roared in his heart. Bang! Li Xian angrily put the cup heavily on the table. Everyone was startled and turned to look over. Seeing everyone's gaze, Li Xian became intimidated and kept smiling and talking. Mistake, mistake. I'm a little drunk. You guys continue. I'm going to the bathroom. As he spoke, Li Xian staggered towards the door. The fat kid next to Jiang Hao is a sensible person. He came closer to Jiang Hao and said, Li Xian is jealous of you. Originally, he was the protagonist of this party. Jiang Hao smiled when he heard this, but didn't take it to heart. Don't worry about him. I'll toast to everyone again. Outside the door, Li Xian heard Jiang Hao's words, looked at Jiang Hao with hatred on his face, and turned and left. Li Xian went downstairs and was about to go out when suddenly a voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this Mr. Li? Li Xian turned around in confusion and looked in the direction where the voice came from. A young man in formal attire, with a cigarette in his mouth, squinted his eyes and glanced at Jiang Hao. If it weren't for the scar on his face that ruined his image, he would really look like a successful person. Behind him, there were 8 young men who looked like him, all wearing light blue shirts and trousers. On the small pocket of their shirts, there is a big thumb-sized word Lu printed on it. Seeing these people, Lu Xian forced a smile on his gloomy face and went to greet them. Team leader's son, are you here too? The young man who was leading the group, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke. Yes, bring the brothers here to improve their food. At this time, team leader's son keenly noticed that Li Xian seemed to be troubled by something, and then he spoke. Mr. Li doesn't look very happy. Is it that blind man who offended young Master Li? Do you need help, brother? When Li Xian heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought, maybe I can spend some money and let Sun Qi help me get revenge. Moreover, Sun Qi is ruthless and is also a master of Taekwondo. Even though Jiang Hao is good at fighting, can he beat Sun Qi, the Taekwondo master? Thinking of this, Li Xian's mind became active. Team leader Sun, let's talk while we walk. Li Xian pulled Sun Qi and walked upstairs. Upstairs, Jiang Hao and his friends were drinking happily when Li Xian suddenly rushed in, interrupting everyone's interest. Everyone stop. At this time, pairs of puzzled eyes fell on Li Xian. Li Xian looked happy as he watched everyone looking at him. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Hao with ill intent. Let me introduce some friends to you. Everyone is welcome. After saying that, Li Xian looked outside the door and led the applause. Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused, and some were even very dissatisfied. For a moment, everyone started chattering. What does Li Xian want to do? Who is it? Today is our class reunion. Why does he have to let us welcome his friend? That's right. What kind of plane is this? Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian and was also very dissatisfied. This was their class dinner, not his private party. However, he did not stop. He wanted to see what Li Xian was going to do. Chapter 159, The Daily Life of a Dog, Lu Yunxi. Beside Jiang Hao, the fat classmate looked at Li Xian and frowned. Brother Hao, Li Xian isn't coming here to cause trouble, is he? Jiang Hao heard this and said indifferently, It's okay, let him make a fuss. I want to see what he can come up with next. At this time, when everyone was chattering and talking, Sun Qi walked in with his 8 brothers. Sun Qi smiled and looked at the people sitting there, not a single one clapping. He was not embarrassed at all, but instead acted as if he was very familiar with everyone, and joked. It seems that everyone doesn't welcome us very much. At this time, Li Xian quickly interrupted. How could it be? Let me introduce you all. This is Team Leader Sun from Luoyuan Society. Behind him are his 8 brothers. Luoyuan Society? Below, Jiang Hao didn't care much at first, but when he heard Lu Yunxi, he suddenly felt familiar. Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, when I was returning home after picking up bargains in the antique street, the 4 robbers I met seemed to say they were from Luoyuan Society. I wonder why it looks so familiar. At this time, Li Xian, who had originally introduced Sun Qi to everyone, suddenly changed the subject, pointed at Jiang Hao, and introduced him to Sun Qi seemingly with good intentions. This is our monitor, Jiang. Then, he looked at Jiang Hao with a sinister smile and spoke. Class monitor, shouldn't you toast to Team Leader Sun on behalf of our entire class? If it weren't for my sake, you wouldn't be qualified to meet Team Leader Sun. Li Xian looked so arrogant that many people frowned. Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and stared at Li Xian. At this time, the chubby kid next to Jiang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and immediately slammed the table. pointing at Li Xian and cursing. Li Xian, today is our class dinner, not your private party. If you want to be someone else's bootlicker, do it yourself. Don't be a dog here, showing off your power. After the fat boy finished speaking, other people who disliked Li Xian also echoed him. That's it, that's it. Upon hearing this, Li Xian became furious and pointed at the fat boy. Wang Xiaomanyu. At this time, Sun Qi came over with a smile on his face, patted Li Xian like a gentleman, and spoke. Don't do this. It will hurt the relationship. Then, at this time, Sun Qi's gaze also fell on Jiang Hao. Is this squad leader Jiang? However, the next time, when he saw Jiang Hao's appearance, his face suddenly changed. Huh? It's you. You were the one who crippled my 4 brothers yesterday? Then he laughed wildly. Ha! It really comes without any effort. Boy, hand over the pair of tiger talismans and let me break your limbs. I will spare your life. At this moment, the 8 younger brothers behind him surrounded him instantly. At this moment, although Li Xian was a little confused, it seemed that Sun Qi actually knew Jiang Hao. However, it looks like they have a grudge against each other. Seeing this, Li Xian felt ecstatic. Okay. Better kill him. At this moment, the sudden reversal of the plot made everyone a little unable to react. However, they saw the 8 younger brothers behind Sun Qi surrounded their squad leader. Several passionate young men from Class 8 of Grade 3 also stood up and glared at Kunki and others. For a moment, the scene was tense. At this time, Li Xian saw the opportunity and hurried forward. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sit down. This is a personal grudge between Team Leader Sun and the squad leader. Why are you guys working so hard? Chapter 160 Sun Qi's shock. Li Xian's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, Sun Qi raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Behind him, the 8 younger brothers understood and took out a butterfly knife one by one. Each of them holds a butterfly knife in their hand and flexibly performs various tricks, which is dazzling. At this time, the students were shocked to see that these people were carrying knives and became a little worried. When Jiang Hao saw this, he decided not to remain silent anymore. Okay, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to mobilize all of our forces to deal with a few little scoundrels. He reached out to stop his classmates from further participating. You guys stand back. Xiaopeng and several other kids were a little hesitant, but Jiang Hao didn't let them participate, so they could only watch from the side. As long as Jiang Hao is at a disadvantage, they will definitely rush forward. Jiang Hao's words instantly made Sun Qi and his younger brother's faces gloomy. At this moment, the happiest person was Li Xian. Li Xian stared at Jiang Hao with a sinister smile. What's the use of being strong? Can you beat a taekwondo master? On the side, Sun Qi heard this and immediately stared at Jiang Hao with a look of gritting his teeth. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Today, I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. Hit me. After saying that, he waved his hand, and immediately the 8 younger brothers behind him swung their knives and stabbed Jiang Hao. The students around were suddenly horrified and screamed. Ah! Jiang Hao, be careful. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to be stunned, standing there without moving at all. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, It's over, it's over. The squad leader is frightened. Sasa, this time the squad leader is in great danger. Just when everyone was frightened and didn't dare to look at Jiang Hao. Bang! Jiang Hao, with a speed several times faster than that of an average person, instantly snatched the butterfly knife from the hand of the yellow-haired man who rushed up first. Then he clenched his fist and punched the yellow-haired man hard in the stomach, knocking him flying backwards. At the same time, behind the yellow-haired man, the 2 people were dragged by the yellow-haired man, who flew backwards and were knocked out before they could react. Crack! The 3 people flew backwards past Sun Qi and smashed the dining table behind him. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. Seeing this scene, the other 5 people were immediately frightened. They looked back at their 3 companions who were knocked flying, then trembled all over and dared not move forward. Jiang Hao held the butterfly knife snatched from the yellow-haired man in his left hand and glanced at the remaining people. Suddenly, those people retreated one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised, and then his eyes fell on Sun Qi. And in his left hand, the butterfly knife changed its movements easily, dazzling people. Seeing such a scene, Sun Qi instantly lost his composure. With one punch, 3 people were sent flying several meters away. This had to shock him. This is the real world, not those novels, TV dramas, or the like. Sun Shi looked at Jiang Hao solemnly, and then a few words came out from between his teeth. Trainer! Jiang Hao heard this and smiled without saying anything. Behind him, other students saw this scene and were shocked. Xiaopong's worried expression instantly turned into ecstasy. I knew that brother Hao would be fine. Chapter 161 accidentally acquired Xiao Li's flying dagger skills. The other students finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jiang Hao in shock, but at the same time, they were happy for him. At this moment, Li Xian, who was originally full of joy, froze in an instant. This is impossible. Looking at the three people who were knocked away by Jiang Hao, Li Xian was also frightened. However, when he saw Sun Shi in front of him, he immediately felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and began to comfort himself in his heart. It's okay, it will be okay. And Sun Shi, the Taekwondo master, will definitely be able to do it. How could Jiang Hao possibly beat Sun Shi? Absolutely not. Li Xian seemed to be hypnotizing himself and comforting himself. At this time, Jiang Hao stared at Sun Shi and asked back as if he had just heard it. What did you just say? You want to break my limbs? Then come over here and try. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, I found a butterfly knife. Do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this, but without any hesitation, he issued an order in his mind. Break down. For Jiang Hao, he doesn't need weapons for such a small scene. At this moment, the butterfly knife in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing a butterfly knife and obtaining the skill Xiao Li's flying dagger. 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Xiao Li's flying dagger level 1. 0 out of 10. Xiao Li's flying dagger never misses its target. Congratulations on the decomposition. Do you want to extract and fuse it? What? Xiao Li's flying dagger. Hiss! Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Originally, he didn't have much hope for the decomposition. Who would have thought that the system would give him such a big surprise? Xiao Li's flying dagger. The third most powerful one on by Xiaoxing's weapon list is here. How could it be decomposed by him just like that? Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Jiang Hao quickly spoke. Extract fusion. And as Jiang Hao gave the order, a stream of information instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. At the same time, Jiang Hao's body was slightly modified by the system. Soon, Jiang Hao accepted the system infusion and fusion. Only after he had fully accepted the infusion and integration of the system did Jiang Hao truly realize the power of Xiao Li's flying dagger. After inheriting Xiao Li flying dagger skills, Jiang Hao became more confident. At this time, he looked at Sun Shi again with a look of joy on his face. Good man! He was given such a great gift right away, so he decided to thank this good person from Luyan society. As for how to thank, Jiang Hao decided to let Sun Shi personally evaluate the third most powerful weapon on the weapons ranking list, Xiao Li flying dagger. At this moment, Sun Shi felt a sudden palpitation in his heart for no reason. At this moment, Sun Shi stared at Jiang Hao. He deeply felt a strong pressure from Jiang Hao. This pressure even made him dare not act rashly. Finally, Sun Shi glared at Jiang Hao fiercely, then turned around and shouted coldly at the 5 people who had retreated beside him. Old 5, help them, let's go. Jiang Hao's strength was definitely beyond his imagination. He was definitely not his opponent, as he could easily knock his 3 men away. Moreover, the number of people he brought today was too small. So, he decided to let Jiang Hao live a few more days. After saying that, he led the way out the door without saying a word. Behind him, several younger brothers hurried over to help up the 3 people who were knocked down by Jiang Hao. And then Sun Shi was about to go out. At this moment, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Shi to be so cowardly. When the others saw that Sun Shi didn't even dare to fight Jiang Hao, they fled away in shame. Suddenly, they admired Jiang Hao even more. Chapter 162. Xiao Li's flying dagger shows its power. Sun Shi frightened away. Behind him, several younger brothers hurried over to help up the 3 people who were knocked down by Jiang Hao. And then Sun Shi was about to go out. At this moment, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Shi to be so cowardly. When the others saw that Sun Shi didn't even dare to fight Jiang Hao, they fled away in shame. Suddenly, they admired Jiang Hao even more. However, this time, Li Xian behind Sun Shi was stunned. Originally, he was counting on Sun Shi to avenge him. Unexpectedly, Sun Chi gave up automatically before the fight even started. Suddenly, he became anxious. He quickly caught up with Sun Chi and spoke. Team leader Sun, what are you doing? We agreed that I will give you money and you will help me teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Li Xian got nervous and blurted out everything. It was heard instantly by everyone present. In an instant, everyone understood, and their eyes turned quickly, staring at Li Xian with a look of gritting their teeth. Fuck! It turns out that all of this was Li Xian's fault. Upon hearing this, Sun Chi immediately turned around and stared at Li Xian as if he was an idiot. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. At this time, Li Xian was still unaware of himself and blocked the way of Sun Chi and others like a gangster. Team leader Sun, hurry up and kill him to avenge me. Li Xian shouted loudly. Sun Chi was furious, and he raised his foot and kicked Li Xian hard in the stomach. Ah! Ah! This kick made Li Xian vomit. At this moment, Li Xian was like a rolling gourd. Holding her stomach, she cried miserably. Sun Chi glared at him fiercely, then ignored everything and brought his men to the door. At this time, Jiang Hao was immediately unhappy when he saw Sun Chi retreating without fighting. He turned around and picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table. In an instant, Xiao Li's flying dagger skill was activated. His arm turned into a shadow, and then the pair of chopsticks in his hand disappeared. Swoosh! Bang bang! Following a sound of breaking air, the next moment, 2 chopsticks appeared on the door that Sun Chi was reaching for. Most of the 2 chopsticks were inserted directly into the iron door, and the upper part of the chopsticks was still trembling. At this moment, Sun Chi realized what was happening, looked horrified, and subconsciously retracted his hand quickly. At the same time, everyone heard the sound and looked towards the direction of the gate. When they saw that most of the chopsticks were already stuck in the iron gate, they were immediately shocked. For a moment, the entire private room was dead silent. Everyone turned their heads with difficulty and looked at Jiang Hao's desk. Sure enough, the pair of chopsticks there was missing. Hiss! Everyone gasped, looked at Jiang Hao in horror, and spoke subconsciously. Fuck! The flowers and leaves are flying. Little Li's flying dagger? It turns out that martial arts really exist in this world. At this moment, Sun Chi just turned around and instantly met Jiang Hao's cold eyes, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's faint voice came in the cold air. Team leader Sun, did I let you go? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Jiang Hao shouted coldly. Sun Chi was so frightened that he shivered all over. However, Sun Chi quickly recovered from his shock. He was threatened repeatedly by a young boy today. This made his face look extremely ugly. Sun Chi stared at Jiang Hao and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth with difficulty. What else do you want? Chapter 163, The Power of a Punch, Shocking. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Chi indifferently and said in a cold voice, I don't want anything. You can come as you please and leave as you please. It's not that easy. Take my punch and I'll let you go. Otherwise, Jiang Hao didn't continue speaking, but even so, Sun Chi's heart trembled. At this time, Sun Chi's face became increasingly gloomy. He knew that Jiang Hao's punch was not so easy to take. That punch just now has already revealed everything. However, when he saw the pair of chopsticks next to him, half of which was stuck in the iron gate and the other half was still trembling, there was a trace of deep fear in his eyes. He can't escape. Helplessly, Sun Chi looked back at Jiang Hao, gritted his teeth, and said cruelly, Good. Then, he took a few steps forward and confronted Jiang Hao. Bring it on. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say much. He took a step forward, punched as fast as the wind, fiercely and domineeringly, and went straight to Huang Long. Before anyone could react, his fist had already reached Sun Chi. Sun Chi subconsciously put his hands in front of his chest, ready to take Jiang Hao's punch. However, the next moment, a sound of bones breaking was heard in the air. Crack! Ah! Following a scream, fear and pain appeared on Sun Chi's face. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he flew backwards and hit the door. Bang! Then it fell to the ground, leaving a deep hole on the door. Hiss! Everyone gasped again. This was the second time they had seen Jiang Hao's fist. But this punch still made them feel incredible. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice came over lightly. Take your people and get out. Sun Chi's younger brother turned his eyes away from Jiang Hao with a look of horror and hurried to help Sun Chi. Team leader, team leader. Sun Chi's arms hung naturally. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and with the help of his younger brother, he struggled to stand up. He looked at Jiang Hao deeply, as if he wanted to imprint Jiang Hao's appearance in his mind. Walk. He said this to his younger brother. He is a smart man and would not say anything harsh at this time. At this time, his younger brothers also understood what was going on and quickly opened the door, helped Sun Chi, and fled. At this moment, they didn't want to stay here any longer. But just as they stepped out of the door, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came again. Oh, also, remember to settle the accounts here. Pay what should be compensated and give what should be given. When Sun Chi heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were full of fire. Damn it, I didn't get anything today. Not only did I get beaten up, but I'm even being blackmailed. This is really too much. However, the situation is stronger than him now. And even if his teeth are broken, he can only swallow it. Good. He almost spat out this word through gritted teeth. Sun Chi had just left. Li Xian, who was kicked down by Sun Chi, was already frightened by Jiang Hao's continuous tough measures. Even Sun Chi, whom he had always believed in, couldn't take Jiang Hao's punch. And the move just now, which was comparable to the legendary flying flowers and twisting leaves, made his heart tremble even more. At this moment, he knew very well that Jiang Hao was not someone he could afford to offend. So, after Sun Chi left, he took advantage of no one's attention and secretly crawled towards the door. Swoosh! At this moment, a chopstick suddenly stuck in front of him, and 1/3 of the chopstick was stuck in the ground. Chapter 164, Did I Let You Leave? Two choices. Seeing the chopsticks almost stuck in his hand, Li Xian's body stiffened and trembled all over. When he slowly shifted his gaze to Jiang Hao, a faint voice broke the silence. Li Xian, did I let you leave? Hearing this, Li Xian was immediately frightened. He quickly turned around, knelt down facing Jiang Hao, kowtowed repeatedly, and admitted his mistakes to Jiang Hao with a trembling voice. Jiang Hao, for the sake of our 3 years of being classmates, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. At this moment, he no longer cared about his humble self-esteem. Seeing such a scene, everyone around sighed. At the same time, they felt happy when they saw Li Xian like this. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian, who was crying and begging for mercy on the ground, and he was unmoved. This kind of villain never learns his lesson. If you don't give him a deep memory, he will forget it as soon as he turns around. Looking at Li Xian, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Okay, since you and I have been in the same class for 3 years, I will give you 2 choices. Li Xian, who had been begging for mercy, was overjoyed when he heard this and looked at Jiang Hao with hope. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and said slowly, First, you are like that team leader Sunday. If you take my punch, I will let you go. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Li Xian felt a chill in his heart. Can he take Jiang Hao's punch? Even Sun Chi, whom he had always trusted, had both arms broken by Jiang Hao. If I take a punch from Jiang Hao, I'm afraid I'll lose half my life. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice came again, and he hurriedly looked at Jiang Hao again. However, Jiang Hao's next words made the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart fall to the bottom. Second, you cut off one of your fingers. That will be a lesson for you. Li Xian was completely dumbfounded. If I cut off one of my fingers, wouldn't I become a cripple? Moreover, he had never been beaten since he was a child, let alone having a finger broken. He dared not even think about it. At this time, Jiang Hao picked up 2 butterfly knives from the ground and shook them in his hands. However, Jiang Hao's action put Li Xian under great pressure. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao and cried, Jiang Hao, Grandpa Jiang, I'm gonna die, please let me go. I beg you. Jiang Hao looked at the miserable Li Xian and remained unmoved. Since you don't choose, I will choose for you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was horrified and hurried to stop it. No! Before he could say anything, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Swoosh! What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! It is so sad to listen to it, and makes people cry. At this time, looking at Li Xian's appearance, some timid students were also frightened, and some even almost fainted. The others looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes. Is this still the Jiang Hao they know? At this moment, Jiang Hao was the representative of cruelty and ruthlessness in their eyes. On the side, Li Xian held his left hand, rolling on the ground screaming in pain. Jiang Hao frowned and shouted coldly, "Shut up!" At this time, Li Xian was already scared to the core of Jiang Hao. Hearing Jiang Hao's scolding, he immediately lowered his voice. Even the other kids were frightened by Jiang Hao's shout. Seeing this, the wrinkles between Jiang Hao's brows disappeared. Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and said lightly, "If you take your severed finger to the hospital now, maybe you can reattach it. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid you won't have a chance anymore." Chapter 165, Everyone's Fear, System Upgrade. Li Xian was in so much pain that cold sweat was pouring down his face. Upon hearing this, he staggered to his feet with difficulty and picked up the bloody, severed finger on the ground. Finally, he looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a ferocious beast and quickly ran away, covering his broken finger with one hand. Watching Li Xian leave, Jiang Hao turned around with a smile and spoke to everyone. "Okay, let's get on with it." However, at this time, no one answered Jiang Hao. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes full of fear and terror. When Jiang Hao saw this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. For a moment, the entire air seemed to be in a state of condensation. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Jiang Hao was like an emperor, emitting a powerful and domineering aura that made them dare not overstep the mark in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. Originally, Jiang Hao was planning to have dinner and go to KTV to sing with his classmates. However, at this moment, when he saw everyone's eyes, he couldn't muster any interest at all. Jiang Hao sat down, picked up the wine glass, took a gulp of the wine, then stood up and left. Forget it, he has figured it out. They are people from two different worlds. At this time, the little fat kid behind him saw this. The fear in his eyes was gradually suppressed. He hesitated a little, pursed his lips, but in the end, he didn't scream. Jiang Hao left the hotel and looked at the bright sky. All the depression in his heart disappeared. Although he was very depressed after the meal, he was still very happy because it allowed him to acquire the magical skill of Shao Li Flying Dagger. Go home! Thinking of Shao Li's Flying Dagger, Jiang Hao happily went home. As Jiang Hao walked, his eyes were on the numerous visible objects around him, wondering what he could gain by breaking them down. If he sees something worth taking apart, he reaches out and touches it. Along the way, the system gave him many surprises. He touched the many silent trees on both sides of the road and obtained life essence +3. He touched many iron objects and obtained refined iron +9. He touched many flowers and obtained mutant flower seeds +5. Of course, many of the decompositions failed, but this still gave him a lot of experience points. At this moment, his hand touched a plastic billboard. Ding! Congratulations on the failed decomposition. You gained 0.1 skill point and 0.1 experience point. At this moment, as the prompt sound of system decomposition failure sounded, Jiang Hao was about to touch another pot of flowers. The system prompt sound suddenly rang again. Ding! The system experience is full. Do you want to upgrade? Jiang Hao was excited when he heard this. System. Open my personal information panel. Host. Jiang Hao. Level. 2 100/100. Age. 18. Strength. 16. Agility. 4.8. Mental. 3.2. Stamina. 0.8. Skills. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Divine Chef level 2, 0 out of 100. Dog Beating Stick level 3, 0 out of 100. Shaoli Flying Dagger level 1, 0/10. Magical Powers. Danger Sense level 3, 0 out of 100. Great Strength level 2, 0 out of 100. Invulnerability to all poisons level 1, 0 out of 1. Eyes of the Lawbreaker level 2, 0 out of 100. 1,000-mile sound transmission level 2, 0 out of 100. Super Ear level 2, 0 out of 100. Insect Taming level 3, 0 out of 100. Skill points 16. Personal space on. Chapter 166. Sports car hits someone and flees. Shaoli's flying knife shows off his power. After taking a look at the system panel, Jiang Hao quickly gave the order. Upgrade! Ding, congratulations on the successful system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis of the super decomposition and synthesis system has increased. Soon, a new system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 3, 0/1000. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Mental, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills: swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Divine Chef level 2, 0 out of 100. Dog beating stick level 3, 0 out of 100. Shaoli flying dagger level 1, 0/10. Magical powers: danger sense level 3, 0 out of 100. Great strength level 2, 0 out of 100. Invulnerability to all poisons level 1, 0 out of 1. Eyes of the Lawbreaker level 2, 0 out of 100. 1,000-mile sound transmission level 2, 0 out of 100. Super ear level 2, 0 out of 100. Insect taming level 3, 0 out of 100. Skill points 16. Personal space on. Sure enough, the experience gained from upgrading to level 3 increased tenfold. It may be difficult to upgrade in the future. However, for the time being, it doesn't have much impact on him. Then Zhang Hao looked at the remaining 16 skill points, as well as all his skills, especially the Shaoli flying dagger he had just obtained today. System: spend 10 skill points to upgrade Shaoli's flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding. Shaoli's flying dagger has been upgraded successfully. Shaoli's flying dagger level 2. 0 out of 100. Shaoli's flying dagger never misses its target. Zhang Hao felt the powerful pleasure brought by the second level Shaoli flying dagger. For a moment, he had the illusion that the world was in his hands. After Zhang Hao woke up, he looked at the 6 remaining skill points on the system panel, as well as the level 1 immunity to poisons that was still mixed in among all the skills. His brows furrowed slightly. For someone with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this was not allowed. Although he would like to upgrade all his skills to level 3, he does not have that many skill points. System: spend 1 skill point to upgrade to immunity to all poisons. Yes, host. Ding. The upgrade of immunity to all poisons is successful. Immunity to all poisons 2, 0/10, the nemesis of all poisons. With it, you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry. The upgrade to immunity to all poisons did not bring much feeling to Zhang Hao. Looking at a group of skills that were crying out for help, Zhang Hao let out a long sigh. Or there are too few skill points? Just as Zhang Hao was sighing, the roar of a sports car came from afar. Bang! Then there was a loud crash. Before Zhang Hao could turn around, he heard a shrill scream coming from the side. When Zhang Hao turned around, he saw a yellow sports car speeding past him in the middle of the road. There was a sound of footsteps on the sidewalk behind, and a figure was knocked out, falling to the ground and rolling dozens of meters. Next to them, a group of people who were about to cross the sidewalk quickly retreated with fear on their faces. And the green light on the traffic light on the sidewalk is so dazzling. However, at this time, the roar of the sports car was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, Zhang Hao felt a surge of anger in his heart for no reason. When he turned around and looked at the sports car that was roaring and running away, a butterfly knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, and the next moment, the butterfly knife in Zhang Hao's hand disappeared. Swoosh! Chapter 167. I'm not a doctor, but I can save him. After a barely audible sound of breaking through the air, the sports car in the distance suddenly twisted, flipped over, and crashed directly into a big tree beside the road. Then a series of alarm sounds rang out. The people around were suddenly shocked and stopped to watch. Zhang Hao didn't even look at the sports car that had been smashed to pieces, but walked to the side, to the figure lying in a pool of blood. Next to the pool of blood, a little boy was crying and shouting, "Dad! Dad!" Some people around have already called the police. At the same time, some people have voluntarily formed a human wall to block the surrounding vehicles. When Zhang Hao saw this scene, he suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. At the same time, a sentence appeared in his mind. There is true love in the world. Without any hesitation, Zhang Hao pushed through the crowd and came to the middle-aged man. Just as he was about to reach out to feel the middle-aged man's breath, a delicate shout suddenly came from the side. "Don't move!" Zhang Hao looked up and saw a little girl holding the little boy next to him. "Who are you? What do you do? Are you a doctor? If not, don't make trouble." This girl looks weak, but her attitude is extremely tough at this moment, and she asks questions one after another. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "I'm not a doctor." However, as soon as he said this, it caused a week of commotion. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned and looked at Zhang Hao with dissatisfaction. If you're not a doctor, don't make trouble. When other people around heard this, they immediately agreed. That's right. A man who knows nothing and is even worse than a girl. The little girl is right. Doctor, who is the doctor? Hearing the accusations around him, Zhang Hao frowned and looked at the girl. Although I'm not a doctor, I can save him. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and their eyes were once again focused on Zhang Hao. Looking at Zhang Hao with such an immature face, their eyes were full of suspicion. The little girl, holding the little boy, also frowned when she heard this. How can you save people if you're not a doctor? That's right, kid. Stop making a fuss. The ambulance will be here soon. How dare you make trouble at this critical moment? Get him out. Zhang Hao was very annoyed by the distrust of the people around him, and he said in a cold voice, "Who are you to him? Can you be his master?" Zhang Hao's cold shout immediately left the young lady speechless. You! The young lady was furious. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao's gaze turned to the little boy with tears streaming down his face and a helpless look. What's your name, little brother? You're already a little adult, and you have to make your own decision today. None of us here can make this decision for you. Finally, Zhang Hao said firmly and sincerely, I can save your father. Zhang Hao's words instantly left everyone around him speechless. When the little boy heard that Zhang Hao could save his father, he immediately stared at Zhang Hao timidly, his eyes full of pleading. My name is Xiaobao, big brother. Can you really save Dad? The little girl holding the little boy became anxious when she heard this, but she could do nothing because Zhang Hao was right. She can't make this decision. She could only glare at Zhang Hao fiercely. Zhang Hao turned a blind eye and looked at the little boy. Abel. Chapter 168, Weird Way of Saving People, Really Alive. When the little boy heard this, he burst into tears. Big brother, please save Daddy. Xiaobao, don't lose Daddy. Zhang Hao gave a gentle smile and comforted him. Don't cry, Xiaobao. You are already a little adult. Don't worry, Dad will be fine. After saying that, Zhang Hao reached out and gently stroked the middle-aged man's forehead. Why? The girl next to him wanted to stop him, but Zhang Hao ignored her. He didn't want to delay any longer. If he delayed any further, he was afraid that Xiaobao's father would be in trouble, because just now he felt that Xiaobao's father was on the verge of death. At this moment, even if the ambulance came, they might not be able to save him. Zhang Hao placed his hand on Xiaobao's father's forehead, and everyone around him stared closely, holding their breath. System. Inject 2 bottles of life essence. Yes. Following Zhang Hao's order, 2 bottles of life essence disappeared from Zhang Hao's system space. A strong vitality was transmitted from Zhang Hao's hands into Xiaobao's father's body. With the injection of life essence, the injuries in Xiaobao's father's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones healed quickly. Blood was produced at a very fast speed to replenish his lost blood, and the powerful vitality continued to stimulate the nerves in his body. In fact, a bottle of life essence could completely save Xiaobao's father. But Xiaobao's father was injured so badly that his life was almost gone. Zhang Hao then decided to use 2 bottles. At this time, as the 2 bottles of life essence completely spread in Xiaobao's father's body, all the injuries in his body were healed in the blink of an eye. His nerves were also reactivated. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao, who just touched Xiaobao's father's forehead for a long time without moving, and their faces were immediately filled with suspicion. The young lady next to him has even defined Zhang Hao as a charlatan. Hey, can you do it? Zhang Hao remained unmoved and maintained his posture. At this moment, someone next to him suddenly shouted excitedly. Fuck! He moved. His fingers just moved. At this time, Zhang Hao also slowly raised his head. Everyone stared at Xiaobao's father and asked questions in a hurry. When did that hand move? Even the young lady was attracted. At this moment, Xiaobao's father's eyelids moved slightly, and the next moment he opened his eyes. Looking at everyone, he opened his mouth slightly and a faint murmur came out. Where is this? This murmur instantly set off the whole audience. Fuck, it's really alive. Hiss, what kind of technique is this? Amid the chattering of the crowd, Xiaobao's father sat up, and everyone who saw this scene was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Xiaobao broke free from his restraints and rushed into his father's arms, shouting excitedly, Dad, Dad! Zhang Hao looked at Xiaobao's excitement. A smile appeared on his face. Then he turned around and slipped away quietly. Next to them, the young lady holding Xiaobao was also looking at the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood, hugging Xiaobao tightly with a look of shock. An unconscious murmur came out of his mouth. This is impossible. At this time, the ambulance arrived. Make way, make way. Where are the wounded? The young lady was awakened and immediately looked for Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao had disappeared. At this moment, the doctor was stunned when he saw the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood, but was totally fine.